A Parallel World. November 25, 2017. At the Youth Academy base of Standard Liège in Belgium, near what would later become the third European Youth Training Center of the Huasha Football Association. Alright, stop for a moment. Both teams adjust your tactical arrangements. The two squads of youngsters halted their steps and came to the sideline to rest and reorganize. Lin Mo your team, Gejin pressing. Bullet your team, low block. The instructions of Youth Academy Director Tommy were always this simple. He would never hold your hand and teach you move by move during a training match. What needed to be taught had already been covered in regular sessions. Once on the pitch, the captain and core players had to rely on their own understanding of football to forge a style of play uniquely their own. The youth called Lin Mo was precisely the last participant in this cohort of the Huasha Football Association's overseas training program. During 3 years abroad, many players had been unable to persevere. Some were eliminated, some were recalled by their clubs, and others simply could no longer hold on. At 16, soon to turn 17, Lin Mo had already become the captain of Standard Liège's U16 squad and was hailed as the strongest player in that team. This match was to be Lin Mo's final dance. He had to perform at his very best. Receiving the coach's instruction of a high press in the final third, Lin Mo immediately turned his head toward his teammates. You all heard him. Gejin pressing. Players of differing complexions gathered around Lin Mo, their expressions serious, not a single one letting his mind wander. Everyone start running. Moro, when you go up to press, pay attention to cutting off Lucas's rear passing lane. He loves to play the Sandro, don't run around aimlessly. Observe your teammates' movement. If you go charging up alone, what can you do besides wasting your stamina? Zwalong, stay with me. We'll press their backline's passes on the left flank and force them to swing the ball over to Moro on the right. Only then will Sandro and the others have their chance. Lin Mo seemed like an experienced older brother teaching his younger teammates how to play, while the youngsters around him nodded repeatedly, their expressions earnest and attentive. When the training match resumed, teams A and B executed the coach's demands to the letter. One sat deep in a low defensive block looking to counterattack, while the other pressed high and aggressively in the final third. Within just a few minutes, the A team, led by Lin Mo, had B team captained by Bolate, struggling to cope. A low defensive block requires not only seamless understanding in passing and movement, but also relies heavily on the goalkeeper's distribution as a crucial link. At some point, ball-playing goalkeepers had begun to carve out a firm place for themselves in Europe's major leagues. 3 minutes later, under the ferocious pressing of Lin Mo and Zwalong on the left flank, team B was forced to shift their attack to the right. The near Mantaman tightly marking high press in the final third left B team with scarcely any room to breathe. Yet this very switch allowed Moro to anticipate and make an early forward run, arriving just behind into the side of B team's Marcus. Just as Lin Mo had directed, Marcus's pass was abruptly intercepted by Moro. Sandro, who had pushed up, immediately dropped back to the offside line inside the penalty area. With a simple exchange between the two, they easily pierced B team's goal. The two scorers did not celebrate. Instead, they pointed toward Lin Mo in the distance, who stood with arms spread wide celebrating on their behalf. The A team players instinctively ran toward their captain, Lin Mo, the young man from Huasha. On the sideline, Tommy could only shake his head with a wry smile. What a pity that a talent like Lin Mo still has to go back. The coach beside him nodded in agreement. He still has great potential. In my report, I compared him to a Valencia-type winger. There is still so much to be unearthed in his dribbling and passing. 2 days later, at Liège Airport in Belgium, in the departure hall, a group of youths were sorrowfully bidding farewell to their Captain. Lin, will you come back? The coach says I can be promoted early to the U18 squad. I want to play alongside you. Captain Lin, if there is a chance, may we meet again on a European night. Captain Lin, thank you for these 3 years of looking after me. Looking at these foreign brothers who had been by his side for 3 years, Lin Mo felt his nose sting, his eyes gradually reddened. Fools, I've only been called up to the national team. It's not as if I'm retiring. The new Youth Academy director Tommy, who had replaced Lawrence, stepped forward and ruffled Lin Mo's hair. You know, you actually don't have to go. We all know what kind of people those in the Huasha Football Association are. Honestly, we were all looking forward to seeing you blossom in Europe. I'm sure some club would be willing to pay your release clause. Lin Mo lifted his head and exhaled a deep breath, refusing to let his tears fall. I know that too, but my motherland, I promised that once I learned what I needed, I would go back. With that, Lin Mo clenched his teeth, avoided everyone's gaze, shouldered his bag, and turned away. At this time, the national team was the target of countless people's scorn. Someone once asked a certain national team head coach at a dinner table what tactical instructions he gave at halftime when the team was trailing. He replied helplessly, there's no time. First the chairman comes in to say a few words, then the vice chairman says a few words, then some director says a few more. By the time it's my turn, I only have time for 2 sentences. A national team and a football association like this naturally incited the anger of the broader fan base. Refund our tickets. Plain boiled chicken. Lose again, and we'll be losing to Vietnam next. Slogans like these erupted one after another. Online netizens followed the trend, piling on with their own jokes and memes. Yet none of them could have imagined what lay ahead. 6 years later, most of the older fans would be able to calmly accept a 0-3 loss to the Hongwa team, and after the match collectively chant the words, keep fighting. Had the fans changed? They had not. It was the moment they denied their own children the dream of becoming footballers that these once young boys truly grew up. Only then did they make peace with the national team. Facing a losing side, they seemed to see themselves in life, struggling with all their might, yet suffering setback after setback. Those cries of "keep fighting" were not truly directed at the national team. They were a roar at their own fate. The boys they once were must keep fighting. Tommy opened his mouth, but no words came. To shatter a young man's beautiful faith in his motherland was something he simply could not bring himself to do. Thus he watched the best winger in that Standard Liège U16 cohort walk away. Also the captain of their U16 team, Lin Mo. At the national U17 camp team, leader Li Zhonghua, holding the list for the intra-squad scrimmage, looked at the young talent in the squad with a smile. Here, the young man called Lin Mo stepped out with confidence, ignoring the hostile gazes around him. On December 5th, at the Dongfang Green Boat Base in the Magic City, the Huaxiao men's U17 squad held its first training camp selection in preparation for the 2020 U19 Asian Youth Championship qualifiers. As one of only 2 overseas returned genius wingers in the squad, Lin Mo had to secure a place in this U17 team. Only then could he complete the mission entrusted to him by his club. Every player selected for the U17 squad would see his market value multiply. In this era of money-soaked football, a spot on the national team, even at youth level, was extraordinarily precious. The high salary that came with it would mean his father would no longer have to live in that dilapidated rented room. He thought of how his father had accompanied him since childhood, even selling their house and car for his sake, helping him enter the school team, the provincial team, the training camps, the overseas program, supporting him all the way to this very day. The U17 selection was fraught with obstacles. Even a prodigy like Lin Mo had to undergo rigorous trials. Everyone who came here was a competitor, especially the players matched up directly in attack and defense. Some would stop at nothing to clinch the final spots. I will definitely make the squad. Lin Mo clenched his fists, brimming with confidence. Yet Lin Mo did not know that his dreams and his life were about to undergo a seismic upheaval. It was also at this moment that the seeds were sown for an irreconcilable conflict between him and the Football Association. That arrogant punk is Lin Mo. Before the selection match began, the captain of team, Bi Chen-xiang, curled his lip. Yeah, that's him. He wants to steal my position as left winger. Cripple him. I've already spoken to the people upstairs. Another boy with a sinister glint in his eyes let out a cold laugh and nodded. Then Xianga, what about my position? Relax, Chen-xiang replied. I'll cover your cut. The boy's face immediately lit up with delight. Gotta just wait and see. Son. In a hazy daze, Lin Mo heard a familiar voice calling by his ear. He struggled to open his eyes only to see his ceiling mottled and yellowed with age. The not-so-bright room was filled with a mixed smell of disinfectant and medicine. As sensation slowly returned to his body, Lin Mo tried to sit up, but his right leg felt as if it did not exist at all, refusing to respond to any command. A dreadful realization seemed to dawn on him. His eyes widened, and an inexplicable terror engulfed him. My leg. What's wrong with my leg? That horrifying scene replayed itself in his mind. The image returned to the pitch. Lin Mo had just received a pass from a teammate. With a single glance at Team B's defensive line, he confidently drove the ball forward to break through. Lin Mo saw the player charging toward him, but he did not overthink it. With a deft change of direction, he prepared to burst past and devour his opponent alive on the dribble. Here there was no one who could truly stop him. But in the very next second, Lin Mo's entire body flew up like a willow catkin in the wind. He could not even feel any pain. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his right leg twisted out of shape, and the world before him plunged into darkness. Remembering this scene, Lin Mo's chest heaved uncontrollably, as though he still could not accept any of it. He turned his head and saw his father, whose hair had turned white overnight. In that instant, Lin Mo's mental defenses completely collapsed. His nose burned, and tears of despair streamed freely from the corners of his eyes. Dad, am I finished? Tell me, am I finished? Watching his son's face twist as he cried out, Lin Mo's father went through a flurry of expressions. Forcing back his tears, he tried to comfort him. It's okay, son. The doctor said you'll be fine. When the surgery was over, the leaders all came to see you. He then pulled a craft paper envelope from his jacket. Look, they've already covered your medical expenses, so don't worry. Lin Mo stared at the thick envelope and listened to his father's words that clearly did not match his true feelings. A surgery? Lin Mo suddenly felt the world spin as a deafening buzz exploded in his ears. Not yet 17, struck by such a grievous injury, he felt his future sink into utter darkness. No one would be willing to take a player who had suffered a major injury at 16. His dream of football was very likely about to end here. From a once-returned prodigy from overseas training, he had in a single day become a gravely injured invalid confined to his bed, unable to move. The immense gulf was something Lin Mo simply could not accept. Like a drowning man clutching at a final straw, he reached out toward his father, crying hoarsely, Dad, save me. Facing this plea of utter despair, the man who had raised Lin Mo alone for more than 10 years felt his heart being torn apart. Choking back his grief, he said, Son, don't cry, it'll be fine. I'm here, it'll be fine. The doctor said if it doesn't work here, we'll go abroad for treatment. Before he could finish, there was a sharp slap as Lin Mo's father struck his own face. He knew he had said the wrong thing. As expected, the ever-perceptive Lin Mo understood the hidden meaning in his father's words. His crying stopped, and his gaze turned vacant. Lin Mo sank into complete despair, as though the entire world were collapsing at that very moment. Just then, Tang, the deputy team leader responsible for the U17 squad, entered the ward. Seeing Lin Mo's blank silence, Tang could not help but sigh. Lin Mo, I'm here on behalf of the selection team to see you. I know you harbor a lot of resentment, but people must always look forward. Perhaps realizing that his words sounded like hollow comfort, the long tense lines of Tang's face finally softened a little. He sighed again. I've already heard the specifics from the doctor. You'll need a second surgery. In this situation, it's better to seek treatment abroad. Here are some of my savings. As he spoke, the deputy team leader, who had always been the strictest with Lin Mo, took an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Lin Mo's bewildered father. Not giving them a chance to respond, he went on, I've made some inquiries. The coach you trained under during your time in Standard Liège has now gone on to work in charge of Manchester United's youth academy. I heard you two had a good relationship, you can seek his help. Yet not a single word of Tang's registered in Lin Mo's mind. He only stared blankly up at the ceiling, his eyes empty. After sending off deputy leader Tang, Lin Mo's father went out to buy some food, and at the same time ask around about the cost of treatment in England. On the way, he folded his arms tightly across his chest, his gaze wary and guarded. After all, inside that coat lay his son's final hope. With the money in the bank plus this, it's about 600,000. If I borrow some more, I don't even know if it will be enough. In all his words, Lin Mo's father never spared a thought for himself. At 43, upon learning that his son's leg had been shattered, his hair had turned white in a single night. He had spent the entire night blaming himself in front of a photo of Lin Mo's mother. Suddenly his phone vibrated. Lin Mo's father felt his heart jolt, a sense of foreboding rising within him. As soon as he picked up, he heard, your son fell from the bed and suffered a severe blow to the head. Come back quickly. As Lin Mo's father sprinted madly back toward the hospital, at the moment Lin Mo's head struck the ground, it was as if he had been reborn. When he passed out, Lin Mo had a dream. In that dream, he went abroad for treatment and eventually stayed on in Belgium's second division, where he had once played as an overseas trainee. Having walked through both heaven and hell, Lin Mo finally grew mature, understanding what life and dreams truly were. With his talent and hard work, he caught the eye of a Belgian top-flight club just after he turned 23 years later and stepped into the first division, becoming the second overseas player from his country after Wu Qi. He then brought his father over from home to Belgium, taking on the responsibilities of a son. Another 2 years passed, when the Football Association purged the rotten elements. Chen Xiang and Li Ting, who had once hacked him down, ended up behind bars, sharing a life with iron bars and concrete walls. Because of this, Lin Mo was called up once more. Though the process was still fraught with hardship and the result far from perfect, it nonetheless allowed him to realize his dream. At 26, at the peak of his career, Lin Mo finally had the chance to play in one of the 5 major European leagues. He received a call from Mourinho and was loaned out to Roma. It was this loan move that allowed Lin Mo to set foot in the 5 major leagues, making him the only player from his country to play there. He was completely won over by Mourinho's charisma, and like the former Interstars, became one of Mourinho's most devoted followers. In that 6th year under Mourinho, Lin Mo followed him to a small treble and became the most successful active overseas player from his homeland. In 2030, Lin Mo fulfilled his World Cup dream. Though the results were mediocre, he had at least matched the accomplishments of the predecessors who came before him. At 30, the national team's FIFA ranking climbed to 59. The following year, under Sir Ratcliffe's leadership, Manchester United found their way back on track and invited Mourinho, who wished to shine one last time before retirement, to return. Lin Mo joined Manchester United for £8 million, and as one of Mourinho's direct disciples, he realized both his Premier League dream and his childhood dream of wearing the Red Devil shirt. It was not until the year he retired that Lin Mo finally had the chance to lift together with Mourinho the Premier League trophy that had been absent from Manchester United for 18 long years. 15 years later, long since retired Lin Mo brought his own son to the U17 selection. Gazing at the familiar pitch, the nightmare he had buried deep within his heart resurfaced, and an uncontrollable fury surged through his entire being. Lin Mo felt strength return to his body once more. At that very moment, he woke up. Beside him, the nurse and his father watched with joy as the flat line on the heart monitor once again began to dance. His son had come back to life. Before he could fully process the dream, after returning to reality, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, ding. A powerful will to survive has been detected. The Football Dynasty Revival system is now fully activated. The host is requested to follow the novice guidance, complete mission step by step, and ultimately achieve the final objective. Body assessment protocol initiated. 2 hidden defects have been detected. The system has restored the host to the initial setting. Estimated recovery time, 24 hours. The novice gift pack has been delivered. The host is requested to check. Lin Mo listened blankly to this series of miraculous prompts and could not help but lift his gaze to the heavens in his heart. Heaven, is this the great mission you've bestowed upon me? And to make me suffer this much for it? Returning to the hospital room from the rescue room, Lin Mo looked at his nearly distraught father and suddenly grasped his hand, saying, Dad, I'm hungry. Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish again. Despite his son's reassurance, Lin's father only shook his head and replied, I had someone bring food. Don't worry, son, I will never leave your side again. Seeing the guilt on his father's face, Lin Mo simply nodded. He now felt a tingling sensation in his legs and heart. Could the heart be the second flaw indicated by the previous prompt? Without waiting for an answer, a nurse entered carrying a large bag of takeout. Lin's father immediately got up and carefully prepared the bedside table, smiling as he placed various dishes that Lin Mo's eyes turned red again. Having been reborn, he was no longer that naive 17-year-old boy. After all, he had been a father in his dreams for over a decade. Dad, let's eat together. Seeing his son's spirits suddenly brighten, Lin's father felt both relieved and worried that his son might be deceiving him. But at that moment Lin Mo had already opened the personal panel of the system. Name Lin Mo. Date of birth February 11, 2001. Height 188 centimeters. Weight 77 kilograms week. Attributes. A clear attribute chart was displayed before his eyes with a wing player attribute of 67. 67. How good is that attribute? Nevertheless, Lin Mo decided to open the novice gift pack first, having died once he calmly issued commands to the system. Open the novice gift pack. Ding. The system responded, opening the novice gift pack for you and simultaneously issuing the first task. Congratulations, host. You have one chance to choose a skill from 3 options and 3 24-hour double training cards. Skill selection. 24-hour double training cards. Curiosity led Lin Mo to choose a skill first. Ding. The skill selection was complete winged breakthrough angel corridor ankle killer. Looking at the 3 skill names he had never heard of before, Lin Mo was astonished and quickly checked the attributes. Winged breakthrough. The skill holder temporarily increases their dribbling, explosiveness, and speed attributes by 10 points, maximum 90, while breaking through and accelerating on the wing. Above the sideline, you are the fastest. Angel corridor. The skill holder creates a specific corridor while cutting in from the wing, temporarily increasing their shooting strength and dribbling attributes by 10 points, maximum 90. A winger who doesn't cut in is not a good shooter. Ankle killer increases the skill holder's dribbling attribute by 10 points, maximum 20, and enhances dribbling movement amplitude by 15, giving a greater chance to knock the opponent off balance. Your ankles are my challenge. Wow. Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, how could he choose? Isn't there an option to have everything by watching a 30-second video? Only silence responded to Lin Mo. After thinking it over, he chose winged breakthrough, as it was the core duty of, as long as he was on the wing, both speed and explosiveness could exceed 80 points. Moreover, the dribbling attribute had reached 77, and with diligent practice surpassing 80 points in all 3 attributes would be fundamental to his success. On the wing, Lin Mo's attacking attributes directly surpassed 69, and he was soon to reach the level of a bottom-tier winger in the 5 major leagues. Ding. Novice series tasks issued. The host needs to elevate their attributes to reach 68 for the winger position and successfully join a professional club. Task deadline none. Just as Lin Mo was delighted about the unlimited task, the system notification chimed again. Host, please note that the novice series task is a crucial part of enhancing your strength. The best growth period for the host is between 17 and 20 years old. Please follow the system's guidance and complete the task as soon as possible. Lin Mo felt no urgency in his heart, for he already had a contract with the club. But just then there was another knock on the door of the hospital room. Lin's father approached the door, but did not bring anyone in. After a while, Lin Mo saw his father walk in with a dark expression, holding a piece of paper, and the hesitation in his demeanor made Lin Mo feel distressed. Dad, what's wrong? Seeing Lin Mo, who had just recovered, Lin's father quickly tucked away the paper and awkwardly smiled, saying, It's nothing. Is the club terminating the contract? This scenario was familiar to him, just like in his dream. You? Lin Mo smiled nonchalantly, saying, It's fine, Dad. We'll just go abroad. If I'm not welcome here, there will be opportunities elsewhere. Seeing the genuine smile on his son's face, Lin's father felt relieved for the first time in days. Good. We will go abroad for treatment. Don't worry, son, Dad will definitely get you well. Thus the father and son embraced in the hospital room. 5 days later, on December 12th, Lin Mo had actually recovered, but to avoid revealing the strange reality of recovering in just 24 hours, he ignored the bandaged leg and trained his upper body muscles in the hospital room. During these days, he had familiarized himself with the system and his physical condition. He had also figured out his future career path. He definitely couldn't stay in the country. He had over 30 years of foreign life experience and a football resume from his dreams. Lin Mo absolutely would not waste his time here. He knew that the current state of affairs in the country was chaotic and mixed with all kinds of people. With no connections, no power, and no money, he had no other options here but to go along with the crowd. Not to mention seek. Indeed, Lin Mo would never forget those who had wronged him. Chen Xiang, Li Zhonghua, behind Chen Xiang, and their accomplices. Even for the sake of revenge, he had to go out armed with the experiences and memories from his dreams, along with the system's assistance. Lin Mo had every reason to venture out. When Lin's father returned to the hospital with the English visa obtained with the help of Manchester United's youth coach Lawrence and deputy captain Tang, he immediately complained upon seeing his son, who was drenched in sweat and exercising. Why are you working out again? Didn't I tell you to rest well? Looking at his worried father, Lin Mo stopped doing single-leg push-ups, got up, and effortlessly jumped onto the bed, lying down obediently, as if to show he was behaving. During these days, they had contacted Lin Mo's former youth coach from his time in Belgium. Upon hearing about Lin Mo's ordeal, the coach was furious and helped him complete all the procedures in the shortest time possible, inviting him for a trial at Manchester United's youth academy. He still had that right. Abroad, there were no concerns about nepotism. Using one's own talents was the norm. On December 15th, Lin Mo stepped onto the journey to England leaning on crutches. Looking back at the blue sky he loved so much, Lin Mo felt a complex mix of emotions as the flames of revenge and his burning ambition ignited together. Thus a legendary journey officially began. After more than 20 hours of flying, Lin Mo and his father finally arrived in Manchester. Faced with an unfamiliar country, Lin's father appeared somewhat nervous. However, Lin Mo, who had never been to England before, was able to handle the procedures, with his father speaking with a genuine If it weren't for the passport indicating it was his first entry, the airport staff would have almost mistaken him for a true Manchester native. With his astonished father, the two spotted Lawrence waiting at the airport entrance. Coach Lawrence. Seeing Lin Mo, who leaned on a cane, yet appeared vibrant, his feelings were quite complex. Lin, my poor child, I told you at that time that you shouldn't have gone back. Coach, life is like this, but if you don't make choices, you have no idea what might happen. Lawrence still gave Lin Mo a big hug. How is your leg now? I heard from the translation over the phone that it seems you might still need surgery. Lin Mo shrugged. This time the injury is more about recovery. While our Huaxiao may have impressive skills in orthopedics, we are still quite lacking in postoperative recovery. This was also a prepared explanation from Lin Mo, otherwise he would find it hard to explain why he had recovered so quickly. Lin's father stood behind him, unable to understand what they were saying, and could only maintain a smile. But regarding his son's maturity, his feelings were more of relief than confusion. Coach Lawrence took Lin Mo to the best hospital in Manchester for an examination. Oh my Lin, the doctor says you have completely recovered. Is the medical technology in Huaxiao really this miraculous? Holding the report issued by the doctor, Lawrence hugged Lin Mo again tightly under the worried yet hopeful gaze of Lin's father. Son, what did the doctor say? Lin Mo smiled and hugged his father. It's fine, the doctor says, as long as I pay attention to my recovery training, I can be back to normal soon. No need for another surgery. Hearing this news, Lin's father was both shocked and delighted, repeatedly reviewing the report. After half a month, a smile finally returned to his face. After leaving the hospital, the father and son rented a place in Manchester. Lin Mo began his recovery training after releasing the seal on his right leg. Lin, on December 30th, I'm not sure if you can make it on time. You know the spots in Manchester United's youth training are all genius. This place is not short of geniuses. Every player who comes to the Carrington training base is a genius from far and wide, but very few are able to stay. You have only 2.5 years of training in Belgium. The competition here will be much fiercer. Your experience and physique are your greatest weaknesses. Remember your advantages, and I look forward to sending you into the first team. Lin Mo naturally understood Lawrence's intentions. Since 2011, the Premier League has implemented a strict residency permit policy. For players like Lin Mo, obtaining a work permit is incredibly difficult. Especially between 2017 and 2018, the international ranking of men's football remained around 80. This means that even if Lin Mo is currently a main player for the national team playing every match, he cannot appear in the Premier League. This is because the Premier League's work permit requires a national team ranking of at least 75. Thus, Lin Mo only had two paths ahead of him. 1. Join Manchester United's youth training before turning 18, and then automatically obtain a residency permit upon turning 21 after 3 years. 2. He must have enough strength to convince both Mourinho and Ferguson to persuade the club to invoke this super genius clause. Apart from that, as a non-European player, Lin Mo had no other options. After completing the hospital examination, Lin Mo removed the bandages from his foot and began to fully exercise his physical abilities. While accompanied by his father, he pretended to have a slight leg injury, merely engaging in various physical training. Sometimes Lin Mo would make excuses to train alone, with Lawrence seeking to escape his father's company. Thus, on the streets of Manchester, one could often see a young Chinese boy speaking with a local accent, displaying exquisite footwork and astonishing speed. Every night, as the moon rose above the treetops, they could see the silhouette of that young boy, as if the night were his battlefield and the moon his commander. At one point, a scout approached, hoping Lin Mo could try out for their team. They believed that such a player must be a British-born Chinese. Not being in the youth training base's residency permit was like finding a lottery ticket worth $5 million on the street. However, Lin Mo categorically refused all offers. While training his limb strength at home with his father, he practiced ball control and touch on the street, which was all he could do at that moment. At this time, Lin's father began to slowly adapt to the situation of Lin Mo's leg recovery. Though he felt confused, he buried his doubts in his heart, relieved that his son could recover. To catch up with the progress, by the end of the month, Lin Mo directly used all of his 24H training acceleration cards. He could feel his ball control, dribbling speed, and strength improving. Though the daily improvements were minimal for Lin Mo, they represented significant visible progress. In just 13 days of training and energy supplementation, Lin Mo's weight rapidly increased from 77 kilograms to 80 kilograms. Although he still looked quite thin, his strength recovery was already impressive. At the same time, the consumption of 324H training acceleration cards meant that Lin Mo's daily 8 hours of training over these 13 days was equivalent to 19 days of intensive training. His speed increased from 73 to 74 points, and his dribbling from 67 to 68 points. Although his evaluation attribute remained at 67 points, such rapid improvement gave Lin Mo hope of staying in Manchester. December 30th, Lin Mo, as usual, bid farewell to his father and headed alone to the Carrington training base. Today is the day he will undergo a trial. As he passed by the familiar Old Trafford, Lin Mo's mood began to stir with excitement. After heading southwest for a few kilometers, it felt as if he had arrived at the outskirts of the city. Passing through a tranquil path, he could see the signs of the Carrington base along the way. At this time, Mourinho should be training with the first team, right? Lin Mo thought to himself as he arrived at the entrance of the training. Hi, Mr. Tosna, I am the player coming for a trial this morning as arranged with Coach Lawrence. Could you please help confirm? Familiar with the surroundings, Lin Mo greeted the gatekeeper and patiently waited for him to confirm. Tosna, now mid-leash, did not appear as old as Lynn Mo had imagined. This guy is an old hand at Manchester United. He heard about Cantona's retirement even earlier than Sir Ferguson. Somewhat taken aback, Tosna paused for a second, but did not doubt this young man who seemed to belong, and went to contact Lawrence. Moments later, Tosna smiled at the polite young Chinese man before him. Adam is busy, why don't I take you in? No thank you, I know the way. After saying that, Lynn Mo entered by himself, walking straight through the parking lot along the path beside the two-story office building heading towards the U17 training field. Tosna was stunned. I've never seen this guy, how does he know the way? Meanwhile, by the window on the second floor of that building, a man with graying temples and a gaze that seemed to see through everything was holding a cup of tea, surveying the entire training ground. Like a ruler surveying his domain. This position was once occupied by Ferguson for 18 years. Now it is Soon Mourinho saw a young stranger carrying a backpack walking into the U17 training ground, as if it were home. Oh, a new guy? Where did Lawrence manage to find this one? It is well known that Mourinho has a fondness for young players. The 20-year-old pure Manchester United youth player McTominay had already made his debut for the Red Devils, and everyone knew the next one would be Greenwood. Lynn Mo's biggest competitor was first Greenwood. Then it was Rashford, who was trained and discovered by Van Gaal, and had now become a rotation player for the team. Upon seeing Adam Lawrence, Lynn Mo immediately spoke, "Coach him here, I want to play." Faced with the unfamiliar newcomer, the young talents of Carrington looked at Lynn Mo with great interest. I remember who was the last one to come here, Dong. Laird stroked his chin, trying hard to recall. Right? I heard he won the Golden Boot while on loan to a lower division, but so what? He still couldn't stay here. This is Manchester United, why does everyone want a medal? Our first team is filled with injuries, who knows when the boss will come to select players? Greenwood rubbed his eyes, looking like he hadn't slept well last night, and asked, what are we talking about? Can't you see he knows? Be careful not to step on his toes. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned their heads, pretending nothing had happened. At this time, Greenwood had not yet been promoted to the first team, but he was widely recognized as a talent. However, at 181 centimeters tall, he weighed only 65 kilograms. In the English Premier League, known for its intense physicality, such a physique simply couldn't meet the requirements to play. However, Coach Lawrence had already recommended the injury-plagued Mourinho several times, but Mourinho had not accepted. 4 days ago, Manchester United was held to a 0-0 draw by Southampton at Old Trafford, marking their third consecutive draw of the season. They were also caught up by Chelsea in the Premier League standings, currently sitting third. Lukaku was injured and left the field. Ibrahimovic was sidelined. Professor Young received a red card, and Martial and Rashford struggled to shoulder the burden. Legends like Scholes and Keown began to criticize Mourinho for losing the locker room, while media outlets scoured for any news or gossip regarding Manchester United. With the first team in such a situation, everyone was eager to seize this rare opportunity. Over there, Lynn Mo completed basic tests under the guidance of the fitness coach, and Lawrence was pleasantly surprised to find that this guy's data had significantly improved compared to 2 weeks ago. I sometimes really wonder, with such advanced medical skills in Huaxiao, why don't they open hospitals here? The wealthy would flock to. Lynn Mo tightened his shoelaces again and smiled as he replied, who knows? Maybe I should go back and learn medicine before reporting back to you. Ahaha. Their hearty laughter drew the attention of others, and Lawrence seized the opportunity to wave. Everyone come over next, we'll conduct some group competitions. Do you see that small building behind? The boss will be there today. In an instant, everyone's expressions turned serious. Under Lawrence's arrangement, Lynn Mo changed into the substitute white jersey. Opposite him were Greenwood, Wei Minji, and Elanga, all of whom were future professional players likely to play in the Premier League or other leagues. With both sides now set, just before the match began, Lawrence told Lynn Mo, you have 20 minutes to prove yourself. That's the best help I can give you. Lynn Mo understood immediately this was how it was abroad. They could lend you a hand when you were in trouble, but only to. With a sharp whistle from Lawrence, the competition officially began. Meanwhile, Mourinho, with his hands in his pockets, quietly observed from a corner of the training field. Just a minute in, the main team executed a brilliant combination play, with Greenwood effortlessly curling a shot into the far corner after evading defenders on the right. Mourinho nodded slightly, but still wanted Greenwood's physique to be further developed. He didn't want to waste the potential of a Lynn Mo keenly noticed Mourinho in the distance. He was the focus of this competition. With just a turn of his head, everyone also naturally spotted their boss Mourinho. Seeing this, Mourinho merely waved his hand, signaling everyone to continue playing. Yet visibly everyone became more excited and agitated, with many starting to feel nervous. Only Lynn Mo suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia in his gaze. Boss, long time no see. Seeing Mourinho again, Lynn Mo felt an illusion, as if a lifetime had passed. In his dreams, he had followed this legend who had won a treble, with almost everyone on the team willing to fight for Mourinho. Observing Lynn Mo calmly positioning himself and asking for the ball, it was as if he had never been absent from the sidelines. Mourinho became even more interested in this Huaxia youth. 3 minutes later, the main team's assault resumed, starting again from the flanks. However, the defense on the right this time clearly had more solidity. The substitute players didn't want to be easily bypassed in front of the boss. At this moment, the football was sent across to the left wing with a powerful kick. Elanga, seeing the ball coming, began to imagine what kind of performance would impress Mourinho. But the next second, accompanied by gasps, a white figure flashed past him, taking away the football that was about to land on his chest. Mourinho raised an eyebrow. Lynn Mo's defensive interception this time was unexpected. He was a very mature player, reacting faster than anyone else on the field. Is it a natural instinct? Moments later, Mourinho completely dismissed this thought. That white figure made it impossible for him to manage his expression. It was known that the fastest players in the youth team were Elanga and Minji, and their speed was only slightly slower than that of the senior team's Rashford. Yet now Elanga was chasing Lin Mo from behind, gritting his teeth, and couldn't seem to close the gap between them. Mourinho's heart stirred. On the sidelines, Lawrence's mouth hung open. Oh, was this really the Lin Mo he knew? This familiar explosive acceleration, stable ball control, and mature route selection. When did Waxia's youth training become this strong? Lin Mo, on the other hand, was running on familiar ground, letting the strong wind blow his hair back. After years of dreaming, Lin Mo found the youthful vigor again, looking at the approaching Listavine, and felt he could accelerate even more. Listavine barely stretched out his foot, and Lin Mo was already right in front of him. The inexperienced defense could not hinder the seasoned Lin Mo. He deftly poked the ball several meters away, then lightly leaped to avoid the opponent's outstretched left foot. The two moved in perfect harmony like a well-coordinated martial arts scene in a movie. Upon landing, the flying wing was executed to perfection. At that moment, Lin Mo's speed had already surpassed 84, explosiveness had also exceeded 84, and dribbling had directly reached 78. People seemed to see the young version of Professor Yang. If there were any Huaxia people present, they could only describe Lin Mo dressed in a white jersey with one phrase: silver saddle on a white horse, swift as a meteor. The ultimate display of violent skill, separating man from ball. The perfect combination of technique and speed made Lawrence's adrenaline surge. Even Mourinho could barely suppress the corners of his mouth. Bang! Without being greedy for glory, Lin Mo sent a seemingly routine cross, but Levitt failed to get his head on it. Damn it, I overestimated my teammate. Lin Mo cursed himself inwardly. Although the timing was right, the passing technique was average. On the sidelines, Mourinho simply remarked that Lin Mo's left foot was weaker and wouldn't cut inside, so he casually suggested, let him try the left flank. Lawrence's eyes brightened as he naturally understood the implication behind Mourinho's words. He was seriously observing Lin Mo. Lawrence walked to the sidelines, called a stop to the match, and instructed the young players to rearrange. When it was Lin Mo's turn, he simply whispered, perform well, you might get a chance to try cutting in and shooting. Lin Mo, who returned to the field, had become the center of attention. A perfect interception, a dash, and a dribble. De Vale and Elanga became mere background figures to Lin Mo. Even Greenwood, who had scored earlier, seemed less. Moved to the left flank, Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement within. He knew he had attracted Mourinho's attention. Now he had to continue proving himself. After years of dreaming, Lin Mo was acutely aware of his own weaknesses, but he also knew the weaknesses of these young players. Next, it was time to perform. If he cut inside and curled it into the far corner, wouldn't that be like a onion with Wu 7? Unreliable. Then let's try something different. Lin Mo pondered while observing the player's movements, a habit he had developed. 2 minutes later, defender Ben Hockenhar seized the opportunity to pass the ball to Lin Mo. Before receiving the ball, Lin Mo continuously observed the fullback behind him and Greenwood, who was watching him closely, as well as McCann's positioning. Unbeknownst to him, since the substitutes changed formations, Greenwood had sensed a tremendous threat, as if his hopes of advancing to the first team were about to be dashed by Lin Mo. Seeing Lin Mo's season 3 observations before receiving the ball, Mourinho furrowed his brow and asked Adam, are you sure he has no professional experience? No, Lawrence shook his head. Back in Belgium, he only had internal drills at most. Mourinho's expression darkened. He felt Lin Mo's breakthroughs and speed were excellent, but he lacked other standout qualities. However, the ability to read the game and his maturity on the field gave him an illusion of seeing Carrick. On the field, Lin Mo did not passively wait for the ball. Instead, he darted forward 2 steps before Greenwood could close in, seizing the ball. Then Lin Mo's upper body swayed, appearing to attempt a turn to dribble past. Greenwood, 2 steps behind, felt a rush of urgency and could only prepare to tackle Lin Mo. In the next instant, Lawrence and Greenwood both gasped. Lin Mo's body turned fluidly, but the football had vanished. In the moment Greenwood was caught off guard, Lin Mo and McCann, who had passed to him earlier, executed a wall pass followed by a burst of speed, showcasing brutal speed and explosiveness once again on the Carrington training ground. He was a true winger. Beautiful. Greenwood is still too young, only focused on watching. Lawrence couldn't help but marvel. A young man under 17 in the presence of Mourinho chose not to dribble past on his own, but instead to collaborate with a new teammate. Truly rare. Facing the retreating defender Bernard, who was worried about being beaten, Lin Mo feigned an acceleration. In the next moment, a dribble move that hadn't been seen for nearly a decade was perfectly replicated at the Carrington training base. With a flick of his left heel, Lin Mo's figure glided past Bernard, disappearing before him. The youth players on the sidelines were all thrilled, as if they had seen the legendary figure in person. Bernard simply couldn't pivot fast enough to keep up with Lin Mo. Even with only 67 attributes, Lin Mo could dominate the U17 level thanks to his experience. However, instead of shooting as Lawrence and Mourinho had hoped after cutting inside, Lin Mo gently nudged the ball with the arch of his foot to avoid the 2 approaching defenders. Inside the penalty area, McCann, who had just teamed up with Lin Mo, surged forward, easily pushing the ball into the near corner for a goal. A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd, and the young players on the sidelines began to look at Lin Mo with admiration. Displaying seasoned performance, Lin Mo did not celebrate exaggeratedly after his excellent display, instead he embraced McCann to congratulate him. Coupled with his speed and wing skills that overshadowed the youth team, everyone knew what this meant. In the following moments, Lin Mo demonstrated what it meant to deliver a dimensional strike. 3 minutes later, Lin Mo dropped back and teamed up with his teammates to intercept the ball from Greenwood. Just as everyone anticipated Lin Mo to launch another flank assault, he instead sent a long pass, without looking up. This was a position he had long observed for his teammate. Though this unknown chance did not result in a goal, everyone had already witnessed Lin Mo's capabilities. Ultimately, Lin Mo's outstanding performance earned him a meeting with Mourinho. Indeed, Mourinho would never overly praise a player face-to-face. What he could offer was merely motivation. He would not say, "I need a genius like you." He would only say, "The fans and family are watching us, go ahead, give the world an explanation." He wouldn't say the team needed you to step up. He would only say, "Go, fearlessness is the armor of youth, you have 90 minutes to change your life." This is Mourinho. Lin Mo understood that he had likely passed the test. The youth players leaned against the fence, eagerly watching Lin Mo walk with Mourinho and Lawrence, chatting and laughing toward the office. Is he about to sign? Greenwood huffed in dissatisfaction. "Just like us, it's only a youth team contract." "Not necessarily, I think he is definitely over 17, it might be a professional contract." Someone added quietly, stirring. In any youth team, a genius is always the one who is envied. Greenwood clenched his teeth, recalling the ball that had been intercepted. It was entirely due to his disadvantage in physical confrontation. "I will bulk up, Lin Mo, right? I will definitely catch up to you." Lin Mo, accompanying Mourinho and Lawrence in casual conversation, followed the two to the youth team's conference room. "Lin Mo, now you can have your agent come in," Mourinho said with a smile, clearly pleased with Lin Mo. In 1 to 2 years, this guy would absolutely astonish the Premier League. Lin Mo shrugged and shook his head, replying, "I don't have an agent, but my father can represent me." At that moment, Lin Mo just wanted his father to know this good news as soon as possible. Although his father accompanied Lin Mo for rehabilitation training every day, Lin Mo could feel the heavy pressure on his father's shoulders. After resigning from his job back home, his father only forced optimism in front of him. Several times Lin Mo saw his father quietly calculating in the evening. The pressure of survival had long made this man forget himself. Just thinking about his father's slightly worn gray sports shoes from too many washes made Lin Mo's heart ache. Now we can discuss the contract details. Lin Mo looked at the newly arrived sports director, Murder, who glanced at Lin Mo's skin tone and seemed ready to turn and leave. In the unstable locker room environment, he was very busy as the winter transfer window approached. But upon seeing Mourinho sitting there, he reluctantly came over. €1 weekly salary, 3-year contract. If there are no issues, I will arrange for a specialist to draft the contract. He appeared quite impatient. Mourinho's expression darkened. He could see that the other party was not treating him with respect. In fact, during this period, the higher-ups at Manchester United had already begun to waver. When he communicated with 3Z, this guy who attempted to defect faced strong backlash. In fact, during this period, the higher-ups at Manchester United had already begun to waver. When he communicated with 3Z, "This means clearly I am giving you face, you don't need to look so grim. It's a professional contract." Mourinho replied. Lin Mo's expression also instantly turned cold. Having this trial experience, he was not without negotiating power. Yet out of sentiment, he still wanted to play for Mourinho and Manchester United. Lin Mo bowed his head, listening to the two continue their verbal sparring. "Our salary budget isn't high, and it's very difficult for a Chinese person to obtain a work permit." The last straw finally appeared. Murder crossed his arms, looking at Mourinho and Lawrence like a victor. This instantly enraged the rebellious Mourinho. "I will personally convince Sir Ferguson to use the special talent clause." Huh. It sounded like the funniest joke in the world, but seeing Lin Mo's barely concealed anger and Mourinho about to explode, he quickly devised an escape plan. "Okay, youth contract, 2nd-year professional contract, we will loan you out. As long as a first-tier league team wants you and approves, we can naturally activate the special talent clause in the professional contract." "What? You're not afraid, are you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo, Mourinho, and Lawrence all fell silent. When Lin's father arrived at the Carrington training base, he saw Lin Mo walking out with a solemn expression. "Aren't I supposed to sign as a guardian?" Lin's father felt an ominous premonition, but he dared not show any disappointment. At this moment, Lin Mo's mind was in chaos, occupied by the 1-year youth training contract and the recommendation for a loan. Seeing his son silent, Lin's father stepped forward, grabbed his son's bag, and patted his shoulder. "It's okay, son, let's talk when we get home." Since his wife's passing, he had sold their wedding house to support his son in football school. The words "going home" had not been uttered by this man since. To him, the term "going home" felt incomplete. He isn't wrong. Even if I sign a professional contract, as long as they refuse to activate that clause, I won't be able to appear in the league. European competitions, the chance is almost non-existent. But the club's respect for Mourinho is visibly decreasing. If I miss this opportunity, it will be hard to come by another. Am I really going to take the same path as Dong? First being loaned to a second-division club. That guy insists on only accepting players from the top league. It's clearly a slight to Mourinho. While Mo was pondering, a conflict erupted in the Carrington training base office between Mourinho and the sporting director. "I just want to sign a young player. I don't understand your thoughts." Murdo shifted to a comfortable position, crossing his legs, and calmly replied, "This is Manchester United. After Dong's situation, we must carefully consider non-European players. As for geniuses, which player at Carrington isn't a genius? This is purely business. Mourinho frowned. Do I not even have this little authority? That statement was clearly a test. Murdo largely represented the club's higher-ups stance. Mourinho only heard the other party's indifferent response. I think this is fair enough, Jose. In club management, one cannot rely solely on intuition. A surge of unnamed anger burned in Mourinho's chest. This was the third time since the new season that he had a disagreement. First, during the summer window, the club deemed it unnecessary to bring in players like Maguire, Koulibaly, Perisic, and Boateng. Winning the treble was already the pinnacle of the post-Ferguson era. The club believed they had enough strength to compete against Liverpool and Manchester City. Then in terms of player usage, when facing critiques from legends and forums, the club did not clearly stand by Mourinho's side. Now sporting director Murdo was again challenging the head coach's authority. Yes, for Mourinho, he simply appreciated Lin, but wasn't about to tear his relationship with the club's higher-ups over a single player. The root of this conflict was the challenge to the head coach's authority. Mourinho's character was not one to compromise. However, faced with an angry Mourinho, Murdo remained unfazed and nonchalant. After thinking for a while, Lawrence decided. Suddenly Mourinho changed his mind. All right, let's submit the proposal. Murdo froze for a moment, not understanding what it meant to submit a proposal. Such a major matter should let the club's higher-ups know, right? He emphasized the word major. Fine, let's submit it then. Though still unclear about the reason, Mourinho's businesslike approach left Murdo with no choice but to comply. After Murdo left, Mourinho reached out to stop Lawrence, who wanted to object. Get me Lin-Mo's number. Moments later, Lin-Mo sat down to rest, planning to confide in his father when he received a call from an unknown number. Hello, Lin-Mo, I am Jose Mourinho. Hearing the familiar voice on the phone, Lin-Mo was somewhat surprised that Mourinho had specifically called him. Hello, boss. Out of habit, Lin-Mo instinctively referred to Mourinho as boss. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a sigh. Lin-Mo's calling him boss completely disrupted Mourinho's plans. I don't want this either, but who told Lin-Mo to call? After a moment, Mourinho's unique voice came through the phone. Do you dare to take a gamble? Lin-Mo's breath began to quicken. Hearing this familiar opening, Lin-Mo knew his youthful spirit was about to resurface. BOSS, you speak. Sign this contract, and I will help you contact a team in La Liga. You have half a season to change your fate. Mourinho also told himself, Jose, perhaps you only have half a season left. Silence, just silence. Lin-Mo did not put the call on speaker, nor did he avoid it. After all, his father couldn't understand, but he could gauge the expression on his son's face. Just as Lin-Mo was deep in thought, Lin's father suddenly patted his arm, his smile filled with trust in his son. He stood up and took out a pack of Marlboro he had bought with gritted teeth right after getting off the plane. To his surprise, there were still a few left after more than half a month. If it weren't for Lin-Mo's insistence, he would have probably started his quitting smoking journey immediately after paying $12 for that. I am glad to face the whole world with you. Mourinho on the other end of the line laughed heartily. I like your character, Lin. The next day, Lin-Mo signed a contract with Manchester United. Whether it was intentional or not, Mourinho gave him a youth team jersey with the number 7A, and the two posed for photos in front of reporters. Facing the team reporters, Lin-Mo smiled confidently, seemingly accustomed to such situations. Only Lin's father with red eyes clapped along with the crowd. Unexpectedly, after finishing the photo session, Lin-Mo immediately found his father and gave him a big hug. Lin's father, feeling a bit awkward in front of the media, was not quite used to it. However, none of this diminished Lin-Mo's impact in Manchester, which was like dropping a heavyweight bomb. Although at that time teacher Xian Shihai and other well-known bloggers were not active yet, there were already quite a number of Chinese students and local fans in Manchester. And Manchester United's fans in China are among the top in the football world. Aside from Real Madrid and Barcelona, it's Manchester United and Arsenal. Of course, there are also some Manchester City and Chelsea fans, followed by Liverpool. The remaining fans of Tottenham and other clubs are about the same. Not to mention that Mourinho, who has fans following him, is at Manchester United. It can be said that the top three in world football traffic is Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Mourinho. In this context, Manchester United officially announced Lin-Mo's joining their youth training, which was equivalent to dropping a heavyweight bomb in China. The Manchester United China public account quickly updated the number 7 legacy. The second Chinese youth player joins the Red Devils across mountains and rivers. Please strive forward. In 2015, Zhang Qindong's 8-minute La Liga journey almost caused a stir domestically. Now 17-year-old Chinese youth player Lin-Mo surprisingly joins the Red Devils Manchester United. How can one not be excited? At this moment, almost all fans of Manchester United and Mourinho in China were ecstatic. Oh my brother, have you seen it? The new Manchester United number 7, the Huaxia player Lin-Mo. No way is it true. 17 years old. Manchester United number 7. Do you believe on Qin Shi Huang, or do you believe this news? A Huaxia player joining Manchester United. Do you even have basic common sense? You probably don't even know about the labor permit and household registration system in the Premier League, right? A group of fake fans are actually getting ecstatic over this. Laughing to death, the Abal Saints, there are so many so-called fans. This Lin-Mo hasn't even made it into the U17. How could he be noticed by Manchester United? Exactly, he should be of Chinese descent, just a mixed blood from England. Don't go out and embarrass yourself, okay? If there really is a Huaxia player joining Manchester United, it's December now. Oh, I will immediately strip and run outside doing 360-degree spins in the snow. The discussion online about Lin-Mo joining Manchester United has reached a fever pitch. Even with news from Manchester United's official accounts, most people still won't bother to look. It's just like how many people comment after reading the headline. It wasn't until Manchester United started posting photos of Lin Mo with Mourinho on social media that people finally shut their mouths. But for some reason the anticipation that everyone imagined didn't materialize. Instead, a tone of sarcasm dominated. "Oh, did you buy him with money? I thought he was a formal player, but it turns out he's just from the youth training. Hehe. He'll be back in less than 3 months. His market value will skyrocket. Truly a good scheme." This internet celebrity team Manchester United ultimately bowed to traffic. Is it time to start selling Lin Mo's jersey? Originally a good Premier League, suddenly mixed in with something strange. Faced with the overwhelming sarcasm, the fans who originally planned to stand up also lowered their flags. The tide of public opinion is not something a few people can change. Now people are filled with passion only for the AFC and club matches, while all they have for the national team is mockery after mockery. The worse the quality of the footage, the stronger the national team seems. It is the best weapon people use to attack the national team during this period. The leader of the U17 selection team, Lee Jong-woo, looked at the news, clenched his teeth, and dialed a number. Delete all records of Lin Mo in the U17 selection. All related news must be taken down and deleted. Do you understand? Then he looked at Deputy Leader Tang, who still maintained a nonchalant expression. But inside, Deputy Leader Tang was jumping up and continuously slapping Lee Jong-woo in his mind, feeling nothing short of delight. Only in the dormitory, Chin Xiang was almost biting his back teeth to pieces. He never expected that this guy who had his leg broken by himself would actually make it to Manchester United. Damn it, I need to come up with a plan. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was being shown around the club's trophy room under Mourinho's guidance. The reporters following behind were continuously recording, making it seem like a kind of ceremonial inheritance of the Red Devil spirit. In the afternoon, Lin Mo was also taken to visit Old Trafford. But at this time, aside from the staff, it was just him and his father. "Dad, I will definitely play here, I will definitely stay, but before that I still have a hurdle to overcome." Lin's father naturally understood what Lin Mo was talking about. He stood on tiptoe and gently embraced his son's shoulders. "Wherever you are, I will be there too." The two of them left their backs at Old Trafford. Once back home, Lin Mo heard the familiar system prompt sound. Ding! Notice the host has successfully completed the beginner series task of joining a professional club. Ability enhancement is not yet complete. Oi, please work hard to complete the system tasks as soon as possible. Currently, Lin Mo's comprehensive offensive attribute is only 67, still a bit away from the 68 required by the system. Lin Mo has already calculated that under the current circumstances, to raise it to 68, he needs to improve at least 4 points in core attributes. In the future, every 6 points increase in an attribute will raise the comprehensive attribute by 1 point. To reach a comprehensive attribute of 90, he would need to increase by 138 points. A comprehensive attribute of 90 is already second only to Messi and Ronaldo's 94. Lin Mo set his first goal to reach 80. Though he may not reach the top 100, or even the top 200, at least it would allow him to establish himself at Manchester United. The second phase goal is to reach 85 of the standard for the top 100 in FIFA's global player rankings. The third phase, naturally, is the championship phase. Having witnessed Mbappe's hat-trick in the World Cup final and Bellingham's ability to shoulder the responsibilities for a generation of England players, he has also seen the invincibility of Holland in the Champions League and his anonymity in the World Cup. Lin Mo knows that the wings can also become the core. Soon Lin Mo began training at Carrington Training like crazy. Lin Mo also increased his training, but his additional training was different from others. He absolutely wouldn't train extra at the Carrington Training base. With the help of Lawrence, Lin Mo found an indoor training facility close to where he lived. His main focus was on body balance resistance ability. Lin's father would act like a Muay Thai sparring partner, holding a large shield and charging at Lin Mo, who was dribbling. Or he would stand in place, adopting a bow stance, letting Lin Mo sprint and leap to collide, simulating body contact during aerial duels. In the remaining time, Lin Mo practiced cutting in and shooting more. It is said that these training items were personally assigned by Mourinho to Lawrence. Thus, Lin Mo trained while waiting for the challenges that Mourinho would bring. And the winter transfer window of 2018 had already opened. January 1st. Liverpool officially announced the completion of the transaction with Southampton regarding Van Dijk. The Reds spent over $75 million, setting a new world record for a defender's transfer fee. Chelsea sent the beautiful face Costa to Atletico Madrid. This transaction cost Atletico $60 million. January 6th. Barcelona spent $120 million, $40 million to secure Liverpool's star Coutinho. During the same period, several transactions involving Walcott, Lucas Carrillo, Tosin, and others were completed in the Premier League. In contrast, Manchester United only exchanged Mkhitaryan for Sanchez with Arsenal, and there has been no further movement. Lin Mo's joining became almost the only reinforcement for Manchester United. Mourinho's entire winter reinforcement plan was thus terminated by the club's higher-ups. January 7th. While Lin Mo was sweating on the training ground, Lawrence called him into the meeting room. There Mourinho handed, "The owner of the Spanish team appreciates you and is willing to give you no less than 8 match opportunities." How you Lin Mo felt a twinge of shock at the news. For the past few days, aside from training, he had been contemplating how Mourinho. Through various media outlets, Lin Mo learned that Mourinho had recently experienced 1 win and 3 draws in his last 4 matches, followed by collective criticism from legends and a lack of activity in the transfer market. As a result, Lin Mo, who was considered the only youth training player brought in during Manchester United's 2018 winter window, had been thrust into the spotlight. Back in the country, the situation was chaotic, with reporters frequently requesting interviews. Fortunately, aside from team reporters, Mourinho had declined all interviews, including those from Chinese media. Lin Mo had an inkling that he was somehow like the 6-year Roma version of Mu in his dreams. Kids, are you willing to gamble? That year, without Lukaku, and with Dybala out for the season, the once disheartened Union suffered injuries and departures. A group of young players alongside the newly borrowed veterans from Mourinho were once again risking everything to protect. Lin Mo was fortunate enough to strive for the final glory of the city of Rome alongside Mourinho. Now the familiar rhythm and familiar gamble. Despite the turbulence swirling within him, his expression remained as calm as an old dog. As you wish, boss, I have already packed my bags. Despite the turbulence swirling within him, his expression remained as calm as an old dog. As you wish, boss. Good boy. Mourinho walked up to Lin Mo in front of Mertuz, whispering, "Let's give this damn world a surprise together." Lin Mo stood up, back straight, his eyes revealing determination, nodding without hesitation like a warrior long prepared for battle. Lin Mo wanted to extend his hand to seal the agreement, but was embraced by Mourinho. "I will wait for your return." Mourinho saw a unique aura in Lin Mo, a confident defiance that was already prepared to confront destiny, which gave him a sense of subtle recognition. The next day, Lin Mo arrived in Barcelona, Spain by plane and immediately rushed to the club for a medical examination. Meanwhile, Chun Xingji at the club office was leaning back with a sneer. "Lee, I haven't heard that Lin Mo is on your U17 training roster. Did the press release get it wrong? Why can't I see this name anywhere?" There was a noticeable silence on the other end of the phone, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. Li Zhong's pencil snapped in his hand. "Chun, as long as you still want to make a living in football, it's best to respect the opinions of the Football Association." Chun Xingji raised an eyebrow. He hadn't heard such a threat in a long time, exhaling a puff of smoke. "Oh, I'm sorry, is that the Football Association's opinion? Why don't you show me the document with the official seal?" "Chun, this is the directive from above. Ooh, I'm just relaying it." "Oh, I'm sorry, I should have said it earlier. I respect the Football Association's opinions, of course." "Then have your subordinates quickly withdraw the announcement." Li Zhong's tone softened as if he had resolved some inner turmoil. Lin Mo's sudden move abroad, joining Manchester United in less than a month, and then being loaned to Espanyol in just... The terms also explicitly stated playing time. If such a thing were to happen despite the traces being completely erased, how would the leaders view him? "Oh dear, I'm sorry, I still can't reach the club president, David Sans. Without his signature, this is difficult to handle." Chun Xingji was blatantly lying. "You hadn't even hung up the phone yet. Who were you contacting?" Li Zhong's eyes twitched, suppressing his anger. Having someone else handle it would be the same. 5 seconds later. "Oh dearly, I'm really sorry. The sports director just told me the contract has already been signed and cannot be changed. There's a clause with a penalty of 2 million euros. Oh, will you cover that?" At this point, Li Zhong finally discerned the teasing tone in the other party's voice and dropped a harsh remark. All right. Chun, just you wait. Li is coming to Barcelona. That's great. Don't worry, I'll be waiting for you." After saying this, without waiting for the other party to hang up, Chun Xingji smiled and pressed the red button, then looked at Lin Mo. "Did you see? I've taken on so much pressure for you." Lin Mo looked at the club owner, whose face was filled with shrewdness. "If you truly feared them, you wouldn't tease them like this." "Haha, well said. The mere Football Association thinks they can threaten me. They underestimate Chun. These guys." Humph. Chun Xingji, who had initially wanted to say more, suddenly stopped and invited Lin Mo to sit down. Lin Mo sat down directly without any hesitation, yet he didn't want to speak. Although this opportunity was great, the other party was merely a businessman, and businessmen only aim for profit. Not everyone is like Abramovich. "Do you know why I requested to loan you from Manchester United?" Lin Mo shook his head. "Haha, a compatriot who can join the Red Devils youth training interests me greatly. What intrigues me even more is that you left the U17 selection team due to a serious injury in December, and yet could bounce back in January to secure a contract at Carrington." After saying this, Chun Xingji fixed his gaze on Lin Mo's eyes as if trying to see through everything. His words made Lin Mo even more silent, as he couldn't gauge the other party's intentions. Watching Lin Mo, who seemed far too composed for a 17-year-old player, Chun Xingji's curiosity intensified. But he took the lead in continuing. "Haha, just joking. The club's Pablo Piatti has been in poor form this season, and the coach has just been replaced by Ruby. That guy has asked the club to bring in reinforcements. You see, don't say I didn't give my compatriot a chance." Lin Mo politely replied, "Thank you, I will make the most of this opportunity." "Hiss. What's wrong with you? Did you change your age back home? You must be at least 21, right? Why do you not look like a young person at all?" Chun Xingji couldn't believe that a Chinese player faced with an opportunity in La Liga was completely unfazed. Lin Mo knew that this way of communicating could not continue. "Mr. Chun, I truly appreciate the opportunity you have given me. I have an agreement with Mourinho to activate the special talent clause. This deal will definitely make you a fortune." As he reached this point, Lin Mo's entire demeanor instantly surged. It was as if he had returned to that glorious moment of lifting the treble with Mourinho. The youthful vigor and mature confidence blossomed in him simultaneously, giving Chun Xingji the illusion of facing the 2002 generation of players. No, it felt even more powerful than that generation. Soon the Espanyol official website updated again. 17-year-old Red Devils prodigy Lin Mo officially joins Espanyol on loan. In the picture, Lin Mo is holding up the number 30 jersey alongside club owner Chun Xingji. This wording was specifically requested by Chun Xingji for the publicity department. He wanted to see what kind of surprises Lin Mo could bring him. On the same day, the Espanyol official website launched the Tianyao official flagship store, officially selling Lin Mo's number 30 jersey. Espanyol's official Weibo, WeChat, and Douyin, 3 major Chinese media outlets, officially greeted everyone with the first news being Lin Mo's loan signing. Of course, it also didn't miss out on buying traffic. In Shanghai, Beijing, and Shenzhen, 3 cities each has an Espanyol Experience Center, starting renovations, with Lin Mo's face printed on the surrounding banners. No matter how powerful the football association is, it cannot compare to the importance of business. Did they really want to raise and sell people in La Liga? What a joke. In the country, at a hot spring resort in a certain province, the owner of the Sun Club fictional angrily smashed a teacup into the garden. How can that idiotly not go die? Forcing us to terminate our contract with Lin Mo while promising to add a U17 quota, and what's the result? Damn it, Lin Mo is a genius destined to go abroad. He went directly to Manchester United and was then loaned to Espanyol. His future value will be at least 5 million euros. When he returns to the country, the transfer fee could easily multiply by 5 or 6 times, starting at 20 million euros. That's over 100 million Chinese yuan. That bastard, damn it, I need to find TZ. He has connections above cutting off my financial lifeline. Ooh, I'll kill you. In just a week, Lin Mo once again brought tremendous joy to fans in the country. A 17-year-old player being loaned out for leveling up is a routine operation for major clubs. Even Cristiano Ronaldo joined Manchester United at 18 years old. Messi also made his debut for Barcelona at 17 years and 4 months. Born on February 11, 2001, Lin Mo has not yet celebrated his 17th birthday. Strictly speaking, he is only 16 years old. Coming to Espanyol is not inappropriate at all, but rather quite fitting. With Espanyol's official media opening in China, fans have also learned that the club's owner is Chinese. Such a combination, while providing some detractors with excuses to criticize, has not deterred the majority. Most people still have high hopes for Lin Mo. Especially for Chinese individuals living in Barcelona, they instantly found their second favorite team, Espanyol. Barcelona with Messi will naturally remain their first team, there is no doubt about that. In just one day, the followers on Espanyol's Instagram, Weibo, and Douyin increased by over 1 million. This was something even Chen Sheng did not anticipate. After some discussion, domestic fans collectively dubbed Lin Mo as the hope of the whole village. After all, he has not yet had the opportunity to play. However, the contract for 8 appearances has already been publicly announced by Espanyol, and everyone is looking forward to Lin Mo's debut in one of the major leagues. Ganyang Sports City. Ruby reluctantly brought Lin Mo to the training base and introduced him to the player. A group of Spanish-speaking players looked at Lin Mo with a smirk, showing no intention of greeting him. A few South American players seemed to look down on Lin Mo, who came from China. Even the head coach Ruby showed no intention of introducing Lin Mo, but as soon as Lin Mo spoke, everyone was taken aback. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Mo, but you can just call me Lin. His English had a very pure British accent, which surprised the Spanish contingent. They had initially thought that the language barrier would allow them to avoid communication and even mock Lin Mo. It seemed they had overthought it. This also left Ruby with a bit of fondness for this newcomer who had been thrust upon him by the owner. Pablo Piatti felt the most pressure as a member of the South American minority. Having been injured last season, he had not returned to his previous form. In the 2016-2017 season, Piatti contributed 10 goals and 10 assists for Espanyol, making him the absolute core of the team. However, this season, due to injuries, his appearances have only amounted to half of last season's, and a portion of those were as a sub. Soon the team welcomed a training match. This was also Ruby's insistence, as they needed to see what each player could do. Lin Mo was not impatient. Instead, he introduced himself to the older players one by one. David, hello, I am Lin Mo. You can call me Lin. I have seen your defensive play against Di Maria. It was amazing, and is a model for me to learn from. Borja, I saw your performance at Zaragoza. Oh my god, 22 goals in a season is simply unimaginable. Victor. As Lin Mo introduced himself, he recounted each player's proudest achievements. On the flight over, his father had printed out photos of all the players on the Espanyol team. No agent. His father is his best assistant. Seeing Lin Mo casually interacting with the others, as if he were an old teammate, Ruby's expression changed. Even Piatti, who had reservations about Lin Mo, felt a slight fondness for this 17-year-old who had not yet celebrated his birthday. After all, his 10 goals and 10 assists last season were truly his greatest achievements. However, at the start of the scrimmage, Piatti lay on the ground looking forlornly at Lin Mo, who was chatting with Coach Ruby on the sidelines. Damn it, did I just drink a bucket of poison? Piatti, who had already been sidelined for 4 days due to an injury from last month, felt discomfort in his thigh during the scrimmage. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Lin Mo, then to Ruby, who was talking to him. This was everyone's first thought. What a coincidence, Lin just arrived, and the player he was matched up against got injured. Brazilian forward Leo scratched. Is this a curse on Piatti? I've heard that there is a magical sorcery from China that is particularly powerful. Pa, isn't that something only found in Guinea? Didac, come on, how much did you take from Lin? Some even suspected Lin Mo. But what they did not know was that in the original timeline, Piatti would get injured today and become injury-prone from then on. Ruby looked at Piatti lying on the ground speechless. Now either the left winger would have to play out of position, or it would just be Lin. How could this be a coincidence? He patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. Go ahead, the opportunity has come. Prove yourself to your team. As Lin Mo looked at the doubtful gazes from everyone, he was momentarily speechless. He truly had no idea such Putting on the jersey representing Team A, Lin Mo slowly walked onto the field. It seemed intentional to test him, as after exchanging glances, defender Naldo received the ball and passed it to Lin Mo. As soon as he stepped onto the field, Lin Mo, seemingly still adjusting, had a hasty touch with his left foot, sending the ball bouncing away over 2 meters. However, before the disdainful glares of his teammates could land on him, his figure disappeared from the spot. Speedy wing activated to the fullest. Explosion 84. Speed 84. The fastest in the before the versatile forward Hernan Perez could even turn around, Lin Mo had already charged past with the ball. Ruby and the substitute players widened their eyes on the sidelines, as if they were back in the terrifying moments dominated by Gareth Bale. Didac, who had just taken down Piatti, was both surprised and frightened, having accidentally injured a teammate. Now another nightmare, who seemed similar to Bale, was approaching. While sprinting, Lin Mo observed his teammates, but he noticed that Didac, who was supposed to defend against him, was retreating uncertainly while watching his teammates. Lin Mo instantly changed his mind. Lowering his shoulder and tilting his body, he prepared for a standard curved overtaking maneuver. Didac stepped forward with his right foot, hoping to block Lin Mo's dribble. But in the next second, Lin Mo's upper body swayed, switching from the left side to the right. This was no overtaking, it was clearly a cut inside with the ball. Didac, who had just shifted his weight, instinctively lunged toward Lin Mo, but unable to adjust his balance in time, ended up sitting down. In fact, had he remained still with Lin Mo's dribbling skills, he might not have been able to get past him. Once the defending player lost his composure, everything was over. Lin Mo dribbled past 2 players. My god, this guy is a genius. Boss Lin can't be from China, right? How could he be this good? Incredible, I feel like I've seen Gareth Bale, he's so fast. God bless Piatti, what a poor kid. I heard his annual salary is only 6,000, and the club covered an additional 4,000. If there weren't any buyout clauses, Espanyol would really have a genius on their hands. Head coach Ruby listened to everyone's comments and began to squint carefully, observing Lin Mo. After completing the cut inside, Lin Mo looked at the approaching defender and the forward Borja, who was making a run. Lin Mo did not hesitate. He calmly pushed the ball towards the rib of the penalty area with the arch of his foot. Borja, arriving in time, scored with a sliding shot. Ruby pursed his lips and shook his head. This guy was more mature than he had imagined. How could a 17-year-old continue to play with composure after dribbling past 2 players without shooting recklessly? This guy is a bit frighteningly calm. Ruby muttered to himself, but he also noticed that many of Lin Mo's passing actions and precision were still quite immature. With such a wide opening, he could have easily made a comfortable pass. Perhaps another forward would have missed that opportunity. However, seeing Borja rushing towards Lin Mo, Ruby nodded with satisfaction and began to think. In the next round, facing Athletic Bilbao at home, what should Lin Mo focus on training before his start? After all, this guy had no experience in any major league matches. 4 days later, January 14th, will mark Lin Mo's debut in a major league. Lin, are you ready? On January 11th, Aymeric Laporte, the main center back of Athletic Bilbao, transferred to Manchester City for a fee of €65 million. Upon hearing the news, the newly appointed head coach of Espanyol, Ruby, nearly rolled on the floor in celebration in his bedroom. On the same day, the fitness coach of Espanyol handed Lin Mo a list which included a large number of combative training sessions and a muscle gain plan. Though quite reluctant, it seemed this was a special request from Boss Chun. He was to be trained according to the club's own players. Lin Mo looked at the training schedule and broke into a cold sweat for no apparent reason. Daily, he was required to undergo 2 hours of strength training in the gym, focusing on lower body and balance. There was also an hour of individual ball control practice with Didac, arranged as Lin Mo's training partner. Another hour was dedicated to training with his weaker foot. Lin Mo's crosses with his left foot during the training yesterday were simply horrendous. For Ruby, he didn't need a winger who could only cut inside to shoot. In La Liga, such a player would struggle to find a place. Lin Mo had no objections to the 4 hours of extra training, which surprised the fitness coach Javi. After all, the first team's training time was only 4.5 hours a day. This almost doubled the training volume, leaving him puzzled. However, seeing Lin Mo appear unconcerned, he chose not to. On January 12th, tactical training and individual training took place. In unknown drills, Didac regained it. Without enough space for sprinting, Lin Mo found it somewhat difficult to get past opponents. He could only rely on the experiences from his dreams to beat them with speed. On the sidelines, Ruby began to take Lin Mo seriously. On January 13th, tactical training and individual training continued. Lin Mo noticed that during targeted training, his attributes were increasing faster than expected, particularly in balance and agility. At this moment, he was just 1 point away from a total attribute score of 68. Athletic Bilbao introduced their rival Real Sociedad's defender Inigo Martinez. On January 14th, Espanyol's official website released a poster for their home match against Athletic Bilbao. As a newcomer, Lin Mo appeared alone in the poster. Wearing the number 30 jersey, Lin Mo did not cross his arms as the photographer requested, feeling it looked too old-fashioned. With a hint of youthful innocence still on his face, Lin Mo stood there slightly raising his head, squinting his eyes, and gazing at the camera with an indifferent expression. Alonso, in charge of photography for the club, initially looked down upon it. However, when he focused on the camera, he suddenly felt a vague sense of pressure. It was a kind of fearless courage akin to the vibrant energy rising in recent years from the great Eastern nation. Immediately, Alonso submitted the photo to the club. Boss Chen Xingji was taken aback upon seeing it, The inherent modesty and restraint of the Chinese made him instinctively want to oppose it. However, after taking over the club and feeling disdain in the football realm, he made a decision against convention. Once the official poster was released, Catalan media began reporting on it. The Chinese owner chooses a Chinese player. Espanyol is playing a new kind of football, gradually becoming more yellow. The colors of Espanyol changed with the arrival of the Chinese owner Chun. At 16 years and 341 days, Lin Mo will set the record for the youngest debut in Espanyol's history. On that day, sports channels and Migu Video announced the live broadcast of the match starting at 0015. The timing of this match was quite friendly, as there was a major Premier League clash between Liverpool and Manchester City, starting at 1000. Finishing half an hour earlier allowed for perfect viewing. It was simply too enjoyable. Meanwhile, domestic fans were dumbfounded upon seeing Espanyol's official poster, and even fans on Doncio D were left in confusion. This is ridiculous, starting right after signing. Damn, is he the first for the national team? Shouldn't he at least come off the bench before making his debut in La Liga? Starting directly. Is he Chen Shengzi's nephew? Is he a benefactor? This is too incredible. I'm only one major league away from the national team, and Lin Mo is also just one major league away from the national team. So, does that mean national team? Out of the hospital. Amidst the clamor of the fans, Lin Mo arrived at the RCD Espanyol Stadium with the team. As soon as he got off the bus, he heard some discordant voices. Chinaman, go back to your hometown. We don't welcome you. Get lost with your Chinese owner. Chen Shengzi out. Be sensible and get lost. Some extreme Espanyol fans shouted slogans as they saw Lin Mo get off the bus with their international gestures, almost poking Lin Mo in the face. Head coach Ruby was about to step in to comfort and protect Lin Mo, but saw him facing the fans just like in the poster. He remained calm and silent without anger or words. Gazing slightly upwards with an indifferent look at the fans, Lin Mo's reaction left the originally furious fans dumbfounded. Why is this guy not reacting angrily as expected? The extreme fans were momentarily speechless as Lin Mo had not followed the script. Seeing the fans quiet down, Lin Mo expressionlessly walked behind the team into the players' tunnel. Is that it? Not as powerful as the one fighting strength from back then. Many teammates looked at Lin Mo with newfound respect for his composure in such a situation. It was indeed rare to see a young man remain so calm in the face of such hostility. In the home team's locker room, Ruby was making tactical arrangements. Lin Mo was adjusting his socks, feeling the long-lost tension and excitement. Entering the home team's locker room meant he was about to embark on battle. Lin, remember your mission, Ruby continued to sketch on the tactical board. After drawing defenders and create crossing opportunities for Didac. After a pause, Ruby recalled Lin Mo's cut-ins during training matches and added, if the opportunity arises, do cut inside. Lin Mo nodded. Zhuang TV. Migu Video. Welcome to the live broadcast of the 2017-18 La Liga match between RCD Espanyol and Athletic Bilbao. Im Laozhan. Today our 16-year-old young player Lin Mo will make his La Liga debut. As the emerging Lin Mo, he has had a considerable period of study abroad in Belgium, which is likely why both Manchester United and Espanyol have taken an interest in him. Lin Mo, born in 2001, officially stands at 188 centimeters tall and weighs 80 kilograms, playing as a left winger. However, he still looks somewhat frail. Espanyol is fielding a 442 formation today, and we can see Lin Mo positioned as a left winger. Meanwhile, Athletic Bilbao, playing away, has set up a 451 formation, which looks quite solid defensively with two holding midfielders. During the talk, Lin Mo appeared in the middle of the lineup, and after hearing the DJ announce his name, a faint booing could be heard. Laugh now, mock as much as you want. One day, I will make you call me daddy. Both sides lined up, just waiting for the referee's whistle to officially start the match. As a club that exclusively uses pure Basque blood, they looked at Lin Mo with nothing but disdain. Lin Mo even saw someone spit at him. Indeed, those who don't study lack brains. At that moment, the referee's whistle blew. The young man officially embarked on his own legendary journey. Who? The match had been going on for more than 10 minutes, and the pace of La Liga was slower than Lin Mo had imagined. Seeing the opponent's sluggish rhythm, Lin Mo, who had grown accustomed to the pace of the English Premier League during his late career and dreams, couldn't help but press forward to challenge. After just a few exchanges, Lin Mo felt his stamina plummeting, forcing him to halt his sprint and catch his breath. The current physical reserves of this body were insufficient to support such intensity, so he began to observe his teammates' movements. Still young, full of energy, it's clear from his several bursts that Lin Mo is very excited today. Old John's expression was less than pleasant. After so many years of commentary, he could clearly sense the eagerness to win emanating from Lin Mo. His two ball handling moments appeared somewhat rough. Old John couldn't tell if it was the teammates adapting to Lin Mo or Lin Mo adapting to his teammates. For Old John, he hoped more than anyone that Lin Mo could establish himself in La Liga, as the national team was already preparing for the 2022 World Cup. In the qualifiers 3 years later, having a key player from one of the top 5 leagues, especially a forward, would be of immense importance to the national team. At this moment, Lin Mo was unaware of Old John's concerns. He began to observe his teammates' movements, needing to integrate into this team. During this time, Lin Mo mostly made backward passes or lateral crosses, rarely pushing forward, gradually forming a rapport with his teammates. However, at this time, domestic fans had already begun to express their disappointment. Today's fans did not possess much patience. With this level, how can you say Chen Sheng is not a relative? Indeed, embarrassing us in Spain. It's simply unbearable to watch. Aside from backward passes, it's just lateral plays. A passive winger, do you think you're Henderson? Lin Mo, you can't even play in the Chinese Super League. Yet despite the harsh criticism, none of the fans exited the live stream. Instead, the viewership for both the live platforms and official broadcasts surged. It was already 1:30 a.m. on a Monday morning. The match was in the 16th minute. After being suppressed for 10 minutes, Espanyol finally regained their composure. The conservative Ruby on the sidelines constantly pressed his hands down, hoping the team could control the pace and not follow Athletic Bilbao's rhythm. After a series of passes in the backfield, the opponent's forwards gradually pressed up. Defender Didac faced a double team and was actively searching for a passing route. At that moment, Lin Mo's voice rang out, "Over here." Didac passed the ball to Lin Mo on the wing as the opposing players closed in, but it seemed Lin Mo's left foot didn't connect with the ball and let it slip past. Instantly, the already dissatisfied emotions of Espanyol fans were doused with a bucket of boiling oil. Even fans in the domestic live streams began furiously hitting their keyboards. Yet the next second, everyone fell silent. Lin Mo's left foot merely faked a lift, and as the ball flew by, he had already completed his turn. A dozen minutes of adaptation was already enough for Lin Mo. The winged fury activated once again. The winger Williams, who was close to Lin Mo, hadn't reacted yet, and the figure of the Huaxia youth vanished in an instant. By the time Williams turned around, he saw the blue and white back of the player wearing jersey number 30. Wow, this is him. The crowd began to marvel as Lin Mo dashed down the sideline like a wild horse set free. Many fans hadn't witnessed him at his peak, but today they saw the speeding Lin Mo. The youth's body grew more and more into the rhythm. This reckless, explosive run led the entire team to forget the instructions of head coach Ruby. Passion, damn it, this is contagious. Borja and Moreno also began to actively push forward with only a few remaining. The furious sprints of the forward players instantly lifted the atmosphere in the stadium, and fans eagerly stood up, their cheers growing louder. Lin Mo was about to reach the edge of the penalty area, and the fullback QL was preparing to come up and block while observing his teammates. "Pass it. Quick pass." Fans anxiously shouted, fearing Lin Mo would miss the best passing opportunity. Just as Lin Mo was about to engage with QL, he surprisingly halted his sprint. The opponent's positioning was very savvy, cutting off the outside line and positioning themselves inward to accelerate. Lin Mo actually stopped. Old John was speechless, thinking Lin Mo was about to pass and miss a golden opportunity, a scene not uncommon in national team matches. "Please don't," Old John was silently pleading. On the sidelines, Ruby was ready to wave his hand and shout, "What the fuck?" Yet in the next second, before the fans and Ruby could voice their frustrations, Lin Mo passed the ball to his teammate while moving laterally, directly sprinting past from the outside. A 1-2 wall pass. Old John forcefully regulated his breathing. Lin Mo has gone past. Espanyol has a chance. After reaching the baseline, Lin Mo glanced at the penalty area, seeing his teammate waving amidst the opposing players' encirclement. With a determined grit, he charged along the baseline with the ball. Lin Mo, the old man, has the spirit of youth. Before Old John could finish, Lin Mo saw the opponent rushing toward him, and with a powerful flick of his right foot's outer instep, he passed. A back pass. Looking to the northwest, Hernan Perez followed up to shoot for the far corner. Swish. The stadium fans instantly erupted in madness. "Shoot Tianling." The last three words from Old John were shouted out. Lin Mo's assist, Hernan Perez scores. 10. Espanyol takes the lead. A look, this is our Huaxia youth. La Liga debut, a perfect assist for a teammate. No flashy dribbling. From the moment he bypassed Williams, his solid fundamentals showcased textbook-like coordination. Old John interjected, "He looks like an experienced Spanish player." Fans in front of the TV and in the live room looked at Lin Mo being surrounded and patted on the head by his teammates, and the little expectation buried deep inside them finally blossomed. They were not looking to scold the national team or criticize Huaxia players. However, the performances of those players over time had repeatedly disappointed them, burying the expectations in the hearts of fans. Now that little expectation had finally broken through the layers of gloom. Awesome. Lin Mo, the hope of the entire village, is amazing. First there was Pangu, then there was heaven. A Lin Huang was born before the primordial chaos. You're Lin Huang, born in Huaxia. I apologize, I was a troll. I'm sorry. Starting today, I am Lin Huang's guard. The supreme Lin Huang has arrived today at his loyal RCD stadium. Lin fans, come out. On the pitch, Lin Mo felt the heartfelt hugs from his teammates. A long-lost feeling surged in his heart. He did not dodge or evade, allowing each teammate coming up to pat his head as if celebrating a goal. Borja even came to Lin Mo's ear. "Let's make a deal. Since your shooting isn't great anyway, give me one next time." "Don't worry, it's absolutely legal. Two people in love, unable to call out each other's names, is that illegal?" "It's not illegal." Watching his son being celebrated by his teammates on the screen, he breathed a sigh of relief, yet could not help but feel his eyes welling up. Our son has succeeded. He has finally succeeded. Lin's father, holding a photo of Lin's mother, slowly broke down into tears on the sofa. On the day Lin Mo broke his leg, he had even prepared himself for prison, but he managed to endure. He had sworn to protect his son until he grew up, before his wife passed away. As a man, it is no easy feat to endure until now. The scene returned to the field. After the celebration, the match, boss Chun Xingji smiled radiantly like a blooming chrysanthemum in the VIP box. Let Oscar Arnaud talk to Manchester United. I think if the price is right, a buyout isn't out of the question. They have so many talents, can they even utilize them all? The club chairman Davis Sands fully agreed with the ideas of this Huaxia boss this time. At 17, he has talent, and the price must be reasonable. What's key is that it can open up the Huaxia market. Go inform Oscar Davis, Sands instructed his assistant. However, the situation on the field was not as optimistic as in the VIP box. The head coach of Espanyol Rubi, after the initial excitement, began to scratch his head. The opponents who had scored first launched an insane counterattack. On the sidelines, the head coach of Athletic Bilbao, Eduardo Barizzo, quickly made adjustments after conceding a goal, and his team's offense became fierce. In the 19th minute of the match, Espanyol lost the ball in the midfield, and Lin Mo had not yet retreated when he saw the opponent's long pass directly penetrate the entire defense. Williams, who had just been outmaneuvered by him, easily received the ball as he surged forward, dodging Naldo's defense with a quick change of direction. Bang! Lin Mo felt as if his heart had been struck hard. If it weren't for the veteran Roberto's quick reaction, the ball would have flown into the far corner, equalizing the score. Rubi watched anxiously. Hey, get back. What the hell are you doing? Several forwards, including Lin Mo, received a collective scolding. Lin Mo exchanged glances with a few others, and they suddenly felt a sense of camaraderie. The previously unfamiliar situation brought them closer together after the scolding. Of course, this was mainly because there were no ball hogs in the Espanyol team, commonly known as weaker teams have fewer problems. 2 minutes later, Athletic Bilbao came back strong, and Espanyol, leading at home, was clearly out of form. Lin Mo could only watch helplessly as the center was directly breached, and the opponent entered the penalty area after 2 wall passes just outside the box. Although the final shot went high, the backs of everyone, like the fans in the stands, were drenched in the cold of January. Female fans instinctively tightened their legs, looking displeased. Goalkeeper Roberto shouted loudly at the distracted defense, while Coach Rubi on the sidelines waved his arms. Consolidate the formation. Lin, what are you doing over there? Are you posing? Leo, what did your gesture mean just now? Are you surrendering? Lin Mo raised his right hand, indicating he was not like the old Brazilian veteran Leo, who would both gesture and explain. It seems that Rubi from Espanyol is very dissatisfied with the defense, just now, especially the forward's lack of retreat. At this point, old Jean shook his head. I said, in La Liga, even the BBC trio of Real Madrid has to retreat on defense. If your value is lower than theirs, and you are not as popular, you can't argue against that. The match resumed, and Lin Mo consciously moved closer to the center. Clearly, after Espanyol scored a goal, they seemed to forget how to play, and both offense and defense turned into mere reliance on defensive responses. This was extremely similar to the national soccer team that used to stop playing after taking a lead. Lin Mo frowned, this awful sense of familiarity. In the 24th minute of the match, Espanyol launched an attack on the right flank, but the teammate's cross was outrageously off target. The ball crossed the entire penalty area and was intercepted by Lin Mo on the other side. Is this the legendary exquisite pass? Before Lin Mo could think too much, Quila was already rushing towards him. With a right foot bicycle kick, Lin Mo attempted to shake off the opponent's interception and dash into the penalty area. But unexpectedly, the opponent was tightly focused on his eyes, completely unfazed. After trying twice more, the opponent showed no signs of backing off, and the distance was getting closer. He had faced such situations many times before. Lin Mo knew that he had lost the initiative, and acting impulsively was the devil. On his first day at work, he didn't want to leave an impression of being a reckless person on the leaders. In the end, Lin Mo chose to pass back. What he didn't know was that Mourinho and Rubi both breathed a sigh of relief. Their biggest worry was that the young player would get too carried away. The opponent was the second-ranked fullback in La Liga for dribbling. How bad could the defense be? But in doing so, Lin Mo lost the chance to showcase himself. In the 29th minute of the first half, Athletic Bilbao earned a free kick in the attacking zone, and veteran Bernat scored with a single touch. Lin Mo, who was in the wall, jumped with his eyes closed, protecting his big brother with his hands. Before he could open his eyes, the ball had already found its way into the net. 11. Athletic Bilbao has equalized the score. Lin Mo has been somewhat quiet during this time, which is related to the overall state of the team. Espanyol's strength is still too weak, and many combinations cannot be executed. Old Zhang happily took up the conversation. This young man, having Lin Mo, is already quite good. When I was young, I wasn't so calm. Seeing the opponent standing firm in their defensive position, I would definitely try it out. 4 minutes later, however, Lin Mo went in the opposite direction, leaving both Old Zhang and Old Zhang speechless. In the 33rd minute of the match, Espanyol finally had a decent attack. Sergi, advancing through the center, saw that the opponent had amassed defenders just outside the penalty area and had to choose to switch to the flanks. At this moment, the right flank was crowded, and the only option was the left flank. Lin Mo saw the ball being passed to him and did not wait for it. Instead, he immediately burst into motion, charging towards the ball. Seeing this, Quila immediately followed suit. Just as Lin Mo was about to make contact with the ball, he stomped his right foot on the grass behind the ball, letting it slip past him. Lin Mo, stopping his momentum, turned and accelerated in one swift motion. But when he finally got hold of the ball, Quila surprisingly appeared in front of him again. This guy is surprisingly difficult to deal with. At that moment, Lin Mo forgot that he was still in the young stage, instinctively moving his body. Without any flashy moves, he simply used his right foot to hook the ball and went outside. In the instant they crossed paths, Lin Mo felt a strong collision on his shoulder. His body suddenly lost balance, and instinct made him hop on his left foot twice before regaining his balance, but the ball had already fallen to the opponent's feet. Facing Quila Unionon for the first time he failed, but Lin Mo did not stand their arms outstretched. Seeing the opponent preparing for a rapid counterattack, Lin Mo took 3 steps in 2 strides with a clear target and resolute eyes. He leaped, made a tackle, and surprisingly executed it even more skillfully than his dribbling move. Beep. The referee ran while pulling out a yellow card. Lin Mo then calmly got up, dusted off his pants, and jogged back to his half, as if he had done something completely normal. The Spanish fans at the scene were stunned for a second before a sparse round of applause began to emerge. This Huashiao, God Lin, that tackle you made was brutal. Lin, well done. After Lin Mo withdrew from his half, Borja and Didac cast him friendly glances of approval. It's an unwritten rule on the field that you handle the ball, you lose yourself. With hands raised, he sat on the bench. It's quite normal for attacking players to lose possession. A 100 successful dribble and coordination won't help even if you summon 10 Messis or Maradonas. Lin Mo's clean and decisive fouls are the favorite approach of his teammates. Didac also took the opportunity to come over and high-five Lin Mo, winking at him. Now you're acting like a man. Lin Mo chuckled, of course. Next time let's see who's more of a man. The emotional bonds between players are that simple. Perhaps it's an assist, a spectacular defense, or a very manly foul. Ruby looked at Lin Mo in the distance and nodded slightly. It just feels like he doesn't act like a nearly 17-year-old player. When I was young I would definitely mock after a foul. Oh, I couldn't hold back. The assistant coach Crespo nodded beside him. If he doesn't show a bit of fire, can we still call him a young player? It's quite impressive that Lin can remain calm on the field. As they spoke, an unwelcome scene unfolded on the field. The defense in the center was once again penetrated as Athletic Bilbao's midfielder Munian scored a stunning world-class goal, directly breaching the goal, defended by Roberto. Oh no, that goal went in. 21. What a beautiful long shot. Athletic Bilbao's attack is so simple and efficient. Espanyol's midfield defense is practically a disaster. Ruby's face instantly darkened at the sidelines. Being turned around by the opponent at home, he was very dissatisfied with the player's performance. Ruby planned to substitute a forward for a midfielder to stabilize the midfield defense. This isn't a tactical issue, but rather a result of Espanyol's abysmal midfield defense. As the newly appointed head coach, he wasn't very familiar with the team, knowing that Espanyol's midfield defense was weak, but this was just unacceptable. From the looks of the first half, surprisingly Lin Mo was actually the best performer on the field for Espanyol. I saw the official real-time rating showing a score of 7-1 is second only to Munian from Athletic Bilbao, who just scored the world-class goal. Old Zhang's eyes lit up as he chuckled, hee. If you ask me, it's only in a weak team like Espanyol that Lin Mo gets the chance to hone his skills. If he were to rise to Manchester United's first team, it would be tough to even get on the field. Old John's eyes brightened, realizing the old man's insight. Indeed, I hope Lin Mo can seize this precious opportunity to better train himself. Oh, after all, he's still young, and there are chances ahead. However, 3 minutes later, Espanyol's flimsy central defense made another mistake. If Lin Mo hadn't quickly come back to defend when the opponent spread the ball and retaliated by crashing Williams and the ball out of bounds, perhaps Didac would have been overwhelmed before he could return. As Lin Mo got up from the roll, he was quite displeased with the continuous mistakes in the center, but he did not lash out at his teammates, because he didn't have the right to. Seeing the confused and conflicted expressions of the first-row Espanyol fans, Lin Mo's youthful spirit surged again. He waved his hands at the fans who were either unresponsive or booing from the stands. Come on, come on. The fans looked bewildered at the teenager who seemed so out of place on the field. The winter chill did not seem to dampen the fervor within him. Despite the fans' lack of response, Lin Mo continued to wave his hands, hoping to rally the home crowd. The team's morale had taken a hit repeatedly during this time, and someone had to step up. Whether it was the team captain or the 12th man on the field, the fans. In the cold winter, the scene seemed desolate, yet under Lin Mo's ceaseless encouragement, it felt as if a rising sun was warming it. Finally, a fan who appreciated Lin Mo was the first to stand and applaud, loudly urging others. Come on, guys. Don't just sit there. Sitting still would make everyone stiff. Several obviously leading fans also reacted, symbolizing the Espanyol flags starting to wave. Cheers began to converge from all directions like a trickling stream. Then it roared like a raging river. Teammates looked at the hard-working and best-performing young man from Huashiao and felt a pang of shame. On the sidelines, head coach Ruby was also surprised. This young man had once again given him a big surprise. The home team fans revitalized in the cold late winter. In the last few minutes of the first half, although Athletic Bilbao still pressed Espanyol, the players' condition showed a noticeable recovery. In the 44th minute of the match, seeing that the central defense was solid, the opponents planned to launch an attack from Lin Mo's side. After receiving the ball, Williams hadn't even turned around, feeling as if his lower back had just taken a trip to Thailand. Where did this guy learn such dirty tricks at such a young age? If there were a close-up shot, the fans would have seen Lin Mo's right foot firmly wedged against Williams' supporting foot, not the controlling one. With his right arm loosely wrapped around the opponent's body, he took the opportunity to give Williams' waist a massage with his left hand. Don't ask. Just ask if he learned it from Mourinho in Serie A in Rome. Williams immediately felt incredibly uncomfortable and his anger began to rise. Grinding his teeth, he forcibly turned to evade. Lin Mo instantly released his hands, raising them high to signal his innocence. As Williams lost his balance and fell, the referee glanced at the downed Williams and did not blow the whistle. Opportunity. Lin Mo successfully defended. Old John's voice began to tremble, If they could equalize in the first half, Lin would surely become the hero of Espanyol. Head coach Ruby was both surprised and excited, and amidst the cheers from the crowd, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is there a defensive section in my special training plan?" Assistant coach Crespo shook his head. This is way too Italian, a did he learn from Materazzi. They could clearly see from the sidelines that such dirty moves were only used by a few in Serie A. After falling down, the furious Williams shouted, "Fuck that bastard." Williams immediately got up and charged directly towards the blue and white figure wearing number 30. At that moment, Linmo's stamina was not at its peak. The 44 minutes of the match had significantly drained him. Activating the winged wing couldn't bring his speed to its pinnacle. After all, his endurance had only risen to a mere 64 points, which was simply insufficient. At this moment, Linmo's sprint was like the charge of the Royal Espanyol, and the players unconsciously followed Linmo into a wild run. They say that a surge of coordinated attacks is like mercury spilling on the ground. Then Espanyol's chaotic yet it was like a bucket of spilled mercury. Athletic Bilbao's coach Berizzo yelled frantically from the sidelines, "Retreat." The opponent's attack had the momentum to drive the ball straight into the net. However, as Linmo faced the open space ahead, the more he sprinted, the more he struggled to pick up speed. He knew that, although Williams behind him was slightly slower, his stamina far surpassed Linmo's. He turned his head and saw Williams' face twisted in anger. But the teammates making runs in the center either had bizarre positioning or were stuck among the opponents. The only tall player, Borja, was only 187 centimeters and hadn't reached the position yet. Time. Linmo needed time. He glanced at the fullback, Quill, who had already retreated to the corner of the penalty area, feeling that he was about to be surrounded by Williams. Faster. Damn it, faster. This was the first time Linmo had ever hated himself for not doing enough endurance training. Those slightly better skills than domestic players were of no use right now. He could even hear the sinister grin of Williams behind him. What mercury? In just a short sprint of over 50 meters, Linmo felt as if his legs were filled with mercury. Even his throat felt like it was burning with mercury. Looking one last time to the center, Borja, raising his right hand, was just 2 seconds away from getting into position. But Linmo already felt Williams behind him was about to kick dirty. With this stamina, there will definitely be no chance in the second half. My debut, Linmo, cannot fall here. Fuck the FA, fuck the non-EU, fuck the special talent clause. Today, I must break through. As Linmo sprinted, he clenched his teeth, his eyes slightly reddening from blood congestion. Anger and reluctance completely occupied his body. His mind suddenly entered an ethereal state, as if his body responded to this spirit and began to feel light. Adrenaline. Just go ahead, leave the rest to me. At this moment, C9H13 and O3 began to secrete rapidly within Linmo's body. His potential quietly unlocked a small gap in that instant, and the surge of his bodily functions brought Linmo to a state of near fearlessness. Linmo. My God. Old Jean and Old Jean, like the fans at the scene, covered their mouths. Just a second ago, Williams executed a sliding tackle aimed directly at Linmo's ankle. In that instant, Linmo seemed to awaken, suddenly accelerating sharply to narrowly evade the dangerous tackle. Even the tip of Williams' shoe had almost touched Linmo's sneaker. Visibly, Linmo's speed increased at that moment, not only shaking off the pursuers behind him, but also deftly circumventing the position defender Koué, heading straight down the outer line. He got through. Linmo passed through the double team and opportunity. Just when everyone thought Linmo would make a cross, he didn't look towards the penalty area. Instead, after a slight adjustment, he exerted all his remaining strength to send the ball to the edge of the penalty area. After delivering that pass, Linmo felt as if all his strength had been drained, in an instant collapsing to the ground. At this moment, all players in the penalty area looked at the football in unison. The players of Espanyol felt a surge of anger replace their initial excitement, but they could only turn to look at the top of the penalty arc, where their anger transformed into hope. The players of Athletic Bilbao, having just relaxed, suddenly felt their scalp tingle as they turned around. At the top of the penalty arc, Borja suddenly slowed down and leaped gently. Linmo's hurried pass was slightly high, and Borja raised his right leg high, using the inside of his thigh to block the ball. As his body landed, he unfolded his arms, instinctively waving lightly to the sides. His left heel sank deeply into the grass, and his body tilted slightly to the left due to inertia. The muscles in his legs suddenly tightened, his right leg like a bow, and his foot arched like a sword, drawing the bow, knocking the arrow with a thunderous strike. Bang! A flash of cold light unparalleled in the world. A gust of wind swept through the penalty area, moving freely amidst a sea of blue, white, and black. The goalkeeper Ellen saw only a black suddenly appear, instantly arriving at his side. The only reaction he could muster was perhaps a glance. Whoosh! Linmo connects. It's Borja. This ball. It's in. 22. With Linmo's assist, Espanyol executed a brilliant combination before halftime, and Borja's volley equalized the score for the team. So amazing, the breakthrough was beautiful, and the pass was incredibly imaginative. Of course, Borja's shot was breathtaking. I personally feel it's even more spectacular than Munian's. Old John's excited commentary instantly drove RCD Espanyol Stadium into madness. People could no longer contain their excitement, jumping up from their seats and shouting slogans they themselves barely understood. Fans, both known and unknown to each other, embraced one another, from leading to being equalized and then falling behind. Such dramas had already played out several times this season, which was also a primary reason for the former coach's dismissal. They could accept that their beloved team was weak, but they could not endure being overturned repeatedly. Now that young man from Huaxiao made his debut, rekindling their confidence. We too can turn the tables on our opponents. Head coach Ruby even knelt on the sidelines. How could he remain calm in such an exhilarating moment? Fans from Huaxiao in front of the television stared blankly at this unprecedented scene. What am I seeing? Brother, we're the same. What kind of sci-fi film is this? This is a live broadcast from the sports channel Not Into Science. Oh my god, the series of events in one's lifetime has finally arrived. Brothers, I'm going to buy some paper money to burn for my grandfather. We finally have a genius from Huaxia. We must protect him well. No more chaotic matches. Learn from the neighbors. Just focus on the World Cup qualifiers. I'm coming for the 2022 World Cup. Go protect our output. In 2022, we are waiting. Lin Mo, who was lying on the ground, gasping for air, could already hear the cheers from the crowd. He turned his head and saw a row of socks running toward him. In the distance, a group of black figures squatted on the ground. Lin, you really have some skills. How did you do that? Kid, I've recognized you, Borja. Ha ha, damn it, we equalized, we did it. The crowd piled on top of Lin Mo, making it hard for him to breathe. Not far away, Williams, who had failed the tackle, looked dazed as he stared at Lin Mo, surrounded by everyone. A sense of defeat arose, gradually turning into jealousy and anger. He slammed his fist into the grass. You'll see what happens next. In the final stoppage time, neither side had any standout performances. Clearly both teams were wary of their opponents. With the referee's whistle, Lin Mo, clearly exhausted, finally let out a breath. Didac came over, immediately pretending to hug Lin Mo, while actually supporting the young man. Cheer up, the enemy is watching you. Hearing those words, Lin Mo looked up gratefully at Didac, who was previously an opponent. The beauty of a small club is that many players are quite pure and everyone's salary is not high. It's not like big clubs where players behave inconsistently for contract renewals worth 2.50 or 3.50 weekly, 1 season a star, 1 season a slacker. The two of them embraced each other while walking towards the player tunnel. Fans on either side began rhythmically chanting Lin Mo's name. Many fans leaned forward, waving, hoping to high-five Lin Mo. Well done, young man from Huaxia. Great job, Lin, from today on I Am Your Fan. Hey, Lin, my son says you're his idol, and so do I. Lin Mo shook his shoulders, shaking off Didac's arm, straining to catch his breath. He lifted his head and a youthful, confident smile instantly blossomed on his face. Just then sunlight fell on him, reflecting a faint golden halo on the sweat Lin Mo had shed. At the same time, a new star began to rise, slowly shining brightly in the night sky of Huaxia. In front of the camera, this extraordinary young man from Huaxia confidently high-fived each fan. Watching the screen, that energetic youth seemed to have stepped out of a comic book. Old Zhang no longer wore his usual hee expression, but instead put on a serious face. If I'm not mistaken, it has been since 2011 that we haven't had a player appear in the 5 major leagues. Old Zhang nodded, seemingly reminiscing. Yes, it has been 7 years in a flash. Based on this half's performance, Lin Mo will mark the beginning of our Huaxia players going abroad. Ooh, I have great confidence in him. Old Zhang, we are witnessing history. Fans in front of the television were once again stunned. The various remarks they had prepared seeming dim in comparison to Old Zhang's declaration of witnessing history. Across major forums and apps, fans began to chant, the light of Huaxia witnessing history. In the home team's locker room, Lin Mo leaned against the wall, constantly regulating his breathing. The grueling first half had drained a significant amount of his stamina, forcing him to sit back and relax while occasionally sipping water. Lin, you performed well in the first half. Tell me, do you still have energy? The head coach Ruby spoke with anticipation. However, Lin Mo remained silent, not responding. At that moment, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully raised the overall score to 68 points. The beginner task has been completed and rewards are now being distributed. Ding! Congratulations, the host has received a one-time selection of beginner skills 324H training acceleration cards, 324H threefold training acceleration cards, and 5 free attribute points under 70. Please use the system rewards wisely and complete the beginner series tasks as soon as possible to unlock the Dynasty Revival series tasks. Lin Mo hurriedly checked his attributes and found that under the stimulation of adrenaline, his endurance had surprisingly increased to 66. So awakening potential is the quickest way to enhance power, he mused. Just then Borja nudged Lin Mo, saying, the boss is calling you, Lin. Lin Mo snapped back to reality and apologetically addressed the coach, I'm fine, boss. Ruby looked at the young man's fatigued face and quietly reminded assistant coach Crespo, we need to synchronize the physical training. He probably only has 55 minutes of endurance left. This wasn't Ruby's prejudice. He had seen many young players like Lin Mo. After a vigorous first half, most could only maintain their performance for another 1,015 minutes. Not everyone is Beckham with a model's face, yet able to run a world record of 16.1 kilometers in a single match. Meanwhile, Ruby continued to strategize. Lin Mo, after a brief contemplation, examined his physical attributes aside from speed. Balance, 64, jump, 59, strength, 62, endurance, 66, physique, 66. The 5 points awarded to him for attributes under 70 were just enough to cover the gaps. Endurance definitely needs to be boosted, but only 4 points will suffice. Should I add the remaining point to balance, physique, or strength? Balance and strength are for defense, while physique is to prevent injuries. As Lin Mo pondered, he allocated points to endurance until it reached 70, meeting the basic requirements for the top 5 leagues. However, in the Premier League, it might still be insufficient. Lin Mo decided to hold off on using the rewards, opting to draw first. A rustic, slightly rusty wheel of fortune shimmered in golden light in his mind. With a thought, the wheel began to spin, rapidly flashing skills in purple, gold, orange, red, and other colors. In the end, listening to the system's prompt, Lin Mo saw the 3 skills he had drawn. Ding. 3 skills drawn: Circle of Love's Magic, Bicycle Boy, Dancer on the Edge. Ding. Due to the host drawing the useless skill Circle of Love's Magic, the system will automatically replace it. Replacement completed. Reverse Foot Scalpel. Lin Mo was nearly dazed by the series of system notifications. Among the 3 skill names aside from Bicycle Boy, he had little idea about the other 2 skills. Bicycle Boy: the skill holder will gain Robinho's bicycle talent with a 50 reduction in deceleration resistance while using the bicycle skill when running. Note: talent only, proficiency must be practiced to improve. Dancer on the Edge: the skill holder will possess absolute sensitivity to the field's sidelines baselines, reducing the probability of going out of bounds during ball control breakthroughs and passes by 50, maximum 80. With a knife's edge, you become the dancer of the flanks. Reverse Foot Scalpel: the skill holder's passing with the dominant foot will temporarily increase by 10 points in the case of a reverse foot, maximum 20. Players with 2 reverse feet will not receive this bonus. A dazzling performance on the flank with reverse foot skills. All 3 skills are currently practical with significant utility in real combat. They are not the type of simplistic skills like a deep-fried meatball or a Marseille turn. A sufficient technique is required to execute them, as some are merely flashy. Conversely, Bicycle Boy may seem impractical, but who doesn't need it as a flanking attacker? High-speed bicycle skills. That's a nightmare for fullbacks. Just look at Ronaldinho's high-speed bicycle during the 2002 World Cup. It was utterly ferocious. Lin Mo also wanted to choose Reverse Foot Scalpel as his second assist in the first half was due to an inaccurate reverse foot pass, which he adjusted afterward. However, considering the long-term prospects, Lin Mo ultimately chose Dancer on the Edge, the flanking attacker. The sidelines are a lifeline. Moreover, a key point in the skill description is that the probability of passing out of bounds will also decrease, enhancing passing accuracy. With his skill choice, made Lin Mo felt rejuvenated. As the second half of the match was about to begin, the domestic media headlines had already changed to show Lin Mo's stunning dribbles. In just half a match, he had thoroughly slapped the faces of those who once looked down on him, especially Li Zhonghua, who received a call from the headquarters before the match even ended. Aside from a barrage of scolding, he was informed, starting tomorrow you will go to the Tibetan region as the deputy director of the external liaison department there. Comrade Tieji will concurrently hold your position, so that's that. A bolt from the blue. Though the U-17 had just completed the first round of selections, he had already received everything he was owed. Even the higher-ups had been bribed. If he were to withdraw at this time, nearly all previous promises would fall apart. Furthermore, all the money would have to be returned, but those already distributed would not be recognized by others. What to do? Is all my hard work going to go to waste? Unlike Li Zhonghua, who was despondently slumped on the ground in the office, Lin Mo was currently feeling the effects of raising his endurance to 70. There's still energy left, let's push on. In the second half, Ruby replaced a forward with a midfielder. Despite praising the team's defense at the end of the first half, he would not hesitate to make necessary adjustments. Rather than relying on a player's moment of brilliance, he preferred to trust in his tactical approach. Thus, the second half of the match commenced on this cold winter afternoon. Right from the start, the spirited Spaniards launched the first attack, and with their performance in the first half, Lin Mo had earned his teammates' full trust. After Didac passed the ball to Lin Mo, he immediately surged forward, planning to execute a one-two play with him. However, as soon as Lin Mo received the ball, that light-headed sensation returned. The fear inside him and the swaying world before his eyes made Lin Mo feel uneasy. Memories of past failures flooded back into his mind. Bang! As his body hit the ground with a thud, Lin Mo curled up in pain. Old James, the fans in front of the television, and at the venue, coach Ruby at the sideline, and the club owner Chen Sheng in the VIP box, nearly everyone stood up, anxiously watching Lin Mo. Lin, are you all right, Lin? Team doctor. Team doctor. Christ, Lin, for God's sake, you bastard, you're asking for... Amidst the thunderous roar, Lin Mo seemed to hear his teammates calling. He felt pain blooming across his body, shoulder, back, and thigh. Clearly the opponent's challenge had slammed into his thigh, yet a strange calm returned to Lin Mo. Pain. It meant the injury had registered. His instincts did not need to be triggered. He hurriedly accessed the system to inspect his condition. Name: Lin Mo. Body status good. He exhaled and Lin Mo drew a long breath while the stands outside had already erupted. Didac and Bora, who treated Lin Mo like a younger brother, were the first to charge in. Bora lunged forward and chest-butted Wiley and Musi. You bastard, jealous of the youngster, are you? I'm telling you now, Lin Mo is my brother. You touch him, you touch me. Didac joined the roar beside him. Fuck you. You believe I won't take you out? If you've got the nerve, come over here and try. They'll break your legs. On the sidelines, Libby felt a rage had never known before. At last his team had a usable prodigy on the left wing. You bastard said you'd cripple him, and you meant it. No wonder he had sensed something amiss as soon as Lin Mo came onto. The opponents had looked at him without a shred of caution. Libby strode up to the fourth official. Before he could speak, his furious expression, eyes rimmed red and chest heaving, made the man uneasy. The fourth official tail immediately held out his right hand to halt Libby while enduring the jeers, and trying to communicate with the referee. The referee on duty tried to separate the escalating clash while listening to the assistant referee and the fourth official. Back home, the fans erupted online. Even those who had been snide or mocking before fell silent outraged. In the fans' eyes, Williams' foul had been aimed straight at Lin Mo's right leg. It had looked meant to ruin him. Is this football or murder? Lin Mo was thrown like that. What can't win, so you just cripple someone? Is the referee blind? No straight red card. Bir Beijingji. Bakisi Martial Team. UFC reserves. A bunch of dirty players. It's like La Ligas Newcastle. A vast tradition in martial arts, huh? On the pitch, the team doctor and goalkeeper Luabachuo gathered around Lin Mo to examine him. Gradually, Lin Mo felt the ache recede. The sharp pain had abated significantly. A sign his body was beginning. Under the team doctor's inspection, Lin Mo waved them off and rose slowly. Hey, we see Lin Mo is up on his feet. He looks okay, the announcer observed. Lao Zhang added, it's a hard knock, but he's come around. Still watch the thigh. Young men push themselves and can make things. The crowd gave generous applause as the 17-year-old Huaxia youngster stood. He had given them too many surprises already. In the end, Bora and Wiley Musi each received a yellow card. Bora even strolled over to Lin Mo and feigned indifference. Don't be afraid, brother. At RCD Stadium, I've got your back. Lin Mo felt a flicker of warmth and slapped Bora's hand. When I make some money, you show us your talent. The fans booed. The match resumed, but Libby had already sent other players to warm up. He believed Lin Mo's time on the field was nearly up. Facing the fierce Bir Beijingji, sacrificing the only genuine left flank option seemed hardly worth it. Lin Mo watched his teammates warming and realized his minutes might be limited. The attacks and defenses continued, but after the earlier incident, players on both sides began to play with rawer, rougher movement. From time to time, someone went down. Within minutes, the referee brandished 4 yellow cards in succession to finally quell the tempers of both teams. Luby's substitutes had finished warming and waited for a dead ball chance to replace Lin Mo and protect him. Then the Spaniards seized a once-in-a-lifetime opening. The clock read 57 minutes. The Spaniards circulated the ball in their own half, while the uncompromising seeing his teammates hemmed in, Lin Mo hustled back to provide support. That very supporting touch was met by a crossfield pass from Malyao, the ball flying half the pitch to find Lin Mo. Lin Mo shifted his upper body, slipped half a stride past Wiley Musi, then stepped forward and chest-trapped the ball. He had been poised to attempt a Marseille turn. But habit pulled him back, and he did a textbook drag turn. After all, in domestic training, anyone who tried a flashy Marseille or flick would be made to write a 5,000-word apology. After turning onto the wing to pass back, he found nearly every passing lane clogged. The options were to lump a long ball and hope for a touch, or take on the defender and cut inside to relieve pressure. There was no doubt Lin Mo chose the latter. He refused to be the king of attempted dribbles. Even after the earlier foul, he felt no fear. Wiley and Musi already carried a yellow. Come on then, tackle me. Lin Mo taunted him as they squared up. Wiley and Musi, quick to anger, snapped back, you piece of shit, I'll kill you, and lunged in with his boot. Exactly the provocation Lin Mo had been waiting for. He could not summon a Messi-like burst on the spot, but an opponent's momentary lapse was another matter. He nudged the ball outward with his left, slipped past the charging Wiley and Musi, but they were perilously close to the touchline, and the ball threatened to roll out. At that instant, Lin Mo's left foot arrived just in time. Daojian Wuja, knife-edge dancer, activated. 3 centimeters from the line. In play. The stadium froze. Many Spanish fans on that side cupped their heads in disbelief as Lin Mo seemed to skate along the cliff and carry on. He got past. Not out. Is it really not out? Impossible. Whether old Jean or the local Spanish commentator both rose to their feet and turned to look at the assistant referee for comment. But the nearby linesman kept his head down, eyes wide, fixed on Lin Mo and the ball. He showed no intention of raising it. Under the linesman's stunned stare, amid Williams' raised protest and the crowd's roar, Lin Mo had beaten Wiley and Musi for the 3rd time in this match. Anyone checking the app would see Lin Mo's match rating rise to 7. His dribbling stat read 5 out of 6, only 1 failure. 5 successful dribbles, the highest on the pitch. All eyes followed Lin Mo as he sprinted, though his speed had waned. The gap between Wiley and Musi and Kaweli gave him room to exploit. Birbay's aggressive high press had been effortlessly undone by Lin Mo. For Lin Mo, riling opponents was nothing mystical, merely the result of practiced familiarity and skilled hand. Lin Mo sprinted along the sideline, completely ignoring the furious protests of Williams behind him. He kept glancing at his teammates closing in from the center, while in the distance, Kwa was eyeing him with intent, and another fullback seemed to have received the coach's signal, preparing to close in. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Lin Mo had already entered the 30-meter zone. The 2 opponents had charged up, indicating they had reached the penalty area. We can't wait any longer. Lin Mo slowed down, turned sideways, and swung his right foot fiercely. Instead of passing the ball sideways, he directly curled it into the penalty area. Lin Mo's cross. That was too hasty, team. Borja's sliding shot finds the back of the net. 32, Espanyol has turned the tide. Although Lin Mo's pass to the back post was slightly overhit, Borja's follow-up shot was simply exquisite. Old Jean was so excited that he almost slammed his hand on the table, while Old Jean remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, kid, that's his 3rd assist of the match." A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The fans in front of the TV finally realized that Lin Mo had already achieved 3 assists. An assist hat-trick. Damn, I owe Lin Mo an apology. Before the transfer, what kind of rubbish is this? After the transfer, this is a great move. Summary: great rubbish. Out of the hospital. It's time to reveal my identity as a 20-year Espanyol fan. Hey upstairs, Lin Mo is on loan to Espanyol. Are you giving up on Manchester United? Ah, too bad. Lin Mo is just one. While Wulong has already emerged, Fengshu is still sleeping in his nest. Fans at home have started frantically purchasing various app memberships to watch live broadcasts and check Espanyol's upcoming match schedules. For them, Lin Mo's appearance finally gave them a true home team in the top 5 leagues. And it's a genuine home team. On the pitch, Ruby leaped up in excitement, even passionately kissing Crespo's bald head. Quick, substitute him. The season is still long, and the team's left flank relies entirely on him. While accepting the fans' applause with his teammates, Lin Mo suddenly noticed a signal from the sidelines. Teammate Hernan Perez was going to substitute him. Seeing Lin Mo's puzzled expression, Borja put his arm around him. Go on, you have to trust your teammates. Did you see the look in that guy Williams' eyes? Lin Mo nodded. For the Basques, defeating an opponent in the arena is normal, don't be foolish. After saying that, Borja pushed Lin Mo off the field. Seeing the young talent in their team substituted over 3-0, Espanyol fans in the stadium rose to applaud. Many even shouted Lin Mo's name. Lin. After hugging Hernan Perez at the sidelines, Lin Mo slowly walked towards head coach Ruby. Ruby ignored Lin Mo's outstretched hand and gave him a big hug. You're going to be famous, Lin, you're going to be famous. Lin Mo scratched his head. Boss, don't hype me up too much. Being famous isn't necessarily a good thing. His teammates on the bench also got up one by one to high-five Lin Mo. The fans saw Lin Mo being substituted, checked the time, and it was already 1:35. At least half of them had gone to wash up and sleep. The rest listened to Old John's commentary. In this match, Lin Mo, this young man, has truly risen to fame with a hat-trick of assists, an unimaginable achievement. He is still under 17, it's hard to imagine how high his future achievements will be. What do you think, Coach Sean? Old John chuckled. I think Lin Mo has a bit of Bale in him, but there's also a Valencia vibe. He knows how to break through, very mature. Aside from that slightly reckless moment in the first half, he mostly seizes opportunities to move forward and passes back when there's none. However, his footwork is clearly lacking. He doesn't possess the agility of South American players, and his passing skills seem quite immature, especially his left foot. His weaker foot is a disadvantage. Old John nodded repeatedly. Indeed, such weaknesses can easily be exploited. If he lacks a solid inside cut, the intensity of La Liga will make things tough for him. Both of them viewed Lin Mo from the perspective of experienced elders. However, Mourinho laughed happily. Faria, this kid showcased both his strengths and weaknesses in just one match. Do you think I'm praising his intelligence? Or is he foolish? Lying on the sofa taking notes, assistant coach Faria grinned. If a young man doesn't play like this, is he still a young man? He's already seasoned enough. Don't always view players through your own lens. He added, shooting skills, weaker foot, dribbling, stamina, physicality, passing. Hopefully he can improve during his 6 months at Espanyol. Mourinho lost interest in watching Espanyol's match on the screen, organized the youth training team, draft a training plan, and send it to him in my name, so he can practice according to the plan. Feeling it wasn't enough, Mourinho stood up and paced back and forth. Tell him these 6 months are crucial for us. After saying that, Mourinho chuckled self-deprecatingly. How did I end up pinning my hopes on a 16-year-old? After leaving the conference room, Faria rubbed his nose. Sai Jose is compromising at Manchester United, and he actually pinned his hopes on a kid. How ridiculous. Then he said in a voice only he could hear, it's been 17 years, perhaps it's time to leave. Espanyol's defense finally showed improvement in the second half. In the minutes after Lin Mo was substituted, Ruby consciously focused on counterattacks. Ever since Mourinho coached Real Madrid, that single-season record of 121 league goals and 174 goals in all competitions has stood like a mountain at the pinnacle of La Liga. Mourinho's counterattacking tactics are essential lessons for most coaches, especially for smaller teams, which study them deeply. However, sometimes the impact of tactics is limited. In the second half, both sides had a threatening shot. However, the forwards from both sides missed their opportunities, with Athletic Bilbao's Inigo failing to score, even in front of an open goal. The score of 32 held until the end. Amidst the cheers of the home fans, head coach Ruby thanked the supporters along with Lin Mo was awarded MVP of the match for his 3 assists. His ratings on major websites soared to 8.3, the highest of the match. Thanks to this victory, Espanyol climbed from 15th to 13th place, further distancing themselves from the relegation. Lin Mo also gained recognition from fans, the head coach, and teammates due to this match. He has preliminarily integrated into the Espanyol club. What awaits him is a 6-month journey in La Liga. After the match ended, Lin Mo walked out of the stadium with his teammates laughing. Lin, come join us for the celebration party tonight. The plans are truly fantastic. Borja gazed at the sky, seemingly imagining women of various skin tones with voluptuous figures. Exactly, let's go together. Today is your La Liga debut, and it's rare for that guy to be generous using his goal bonus to throw you a welcome party. Didac, with an arm around the taller Lin Mo, wore a rather lewd smile. Those ladies really cherish fresh meat like you. Who doesn't know that an 18-year-old man is at his prime, capable of enduring a night of continuous battles without breaking a sweat? Lin Mo initially wanted to say he couldn't drink because he wasn't yet 18, but when he looked towards the parking lot, he suddenly stopped. I won't go today, or I need to pay respects to my mother with my father. Hearing this, everyone followed Lin Mo's gaze to the distance, where a man bundled tightly in a cotton coat was holding something in the cold wind. Only Lin Mo knew that it was his father. Every time there was a trial or assessment, he would stand outside the field quietly waiting for him. Just like countless parents standing outside examination halls during college entrance exams praying for their children and fearing for them, they would have wild thoughts and also harbor hopes and expectations. Amidst the astonished gazes of others, Lin Mo took out a small acrylic trophy symbolizing the best player of the match from his backpack and rushed towards his father. "Dad, here." At that moment, Mr. Lin felt a pang in his nose as if years of waiting had blossomed in that. He embraced Lin Mo, who had already grown taller than him. "Come on, I've prepared dinner for you today. We will have a reunion dinner." Mr. Lin's reunion dinner naturally referred to a meal for the three of them. A table full of Lin Mo's favorite home-cooked dishes and 3 sets of chopsticks. The father and son sat across from each other with a photo beside them. It wasn't black and white. The woman in the photo wasn't particularly beautiful, but in the eyes of the father and son she smiled like a flower, the most beautiful existence in the world. Next to the photo was the best player memorial Lin Mo received today. Mr. Lin unusually bought a bottle of the cheapest white liquor in the supermarket and shared stories from the past with Lin Mo. Lin Mo dipped dumplings in vinegar while occasionally pouring liquor for his father. That night, Mr. Lin got drunk in front of his wife and son. The next day, Lin Mo went to the Danube Sports City for training, as usual. As soon as he entered the locker room, Borja came over. "Lin, it's such a shame you didn't go yesterday. Did you see Didac? Today you must give him a hard time. I guarantee you this guy's legs are weak." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "Do tell." Borja glanced at Didac, who was organizing his socks, and whispered, "One black girl and one Eastern European hot girl. Oh, I've never seen him so bold on the field, the way he dances his hips. Tisk, just watching makes me feel drained." Lin Mo understood and smiled, but before he could speak he was interrupted by goalkeeper Roberto. He ruffled Borja's hair. "Lin is still so young. Don't lead him astray, making it feel like we're Manchester United or something." After saying that, he winked at Lin Mo, as if to say, "You know what I mean." Lin Mo naturally understood. Oh, wasn't it the nightlife fostered by Rooney Scholes and the others? By the way, haven't you seen? The light of Huaxia, the media has given you an incredibly high evaluation. The local media here is calling for the club to secure your transfer. Lin Mo shook his head and Roberto promptly handed him his phone. Fortunately, it was the English version, which he could mostly understand. A genius winger Emerges Espanyol is expected to secure the signing of the 16-year-old Red Devils player ahead of schedule. The news clearly stated that Manchester United has too many talents to the point where they are practically overflowing. First, there's Marshall, known as the man who toyed with Real Madrid's defense, the electronics factory director, and the new Henry. Secondly, there's lingered with titles like Manchester United Bloodline, the Prince of Manchester United, and the Star of Great Britain, who hasn't yet reached the Zero Emperor level. Finally, there's Rashford, referred to as the next great British star, the second Prince of Manchester United, and Master Rash. People believe that for Lin Mo to stand out in such a competitive environment is exceedingly difficult. But only Lin Mo has confidence. Marshall and Lingard are not even his competition. Only Rashford, the god before the contract renewal and the genius after it, is his target. Then Lin Mo smiled and returned the phone to Roberto, seemingly guessing his intention. "Who knows? Right now I just want to focus on playing football." Lin Mo changed into his gear and stepped onto the training field. Where in the world is there a position just waiting for you to fill without any competition? What can be obtained without striving for it? Nothing. At that moment, Lin Mo saw head coach Ruby standing seriously on the training ground waiting for everyone. Once everyone gathered, Ruby held up a tactical board and spoke. "In the next match we will face Barcelona away. I dare say this is the greatest test of our season's second half. The terror of the Camp Nou doesn't need me to elaborate, right? The strength of Messi doesn't need me to say, does it? Our goal is simple: drawing is a victory. Next we will conduct targeted training." Lin Mo hadn't paid attention to their next opponent, Barcelona. However, Lin Mo didn't mind. What he needed to do now was to quickly enhance his strength with the match against Barcelona week. Lin Mo opened the system panel intending to use the triple training acceleration card. His physical attributes of stamina and strength were easiest to train at his age, along with his weak foot. But when Lin Mo opened the system panel, he discovered something different. Points 700 redeemable. The sudden points system made Lin Mo curious. He clicked on it next to the points. A line of explanations popped up. Points explanation: the host can earn points through matches, selections, and other forms. Points can be redeemed for skills, upgrading skills, and redeeming items. Winning a match 200 points, drawing a match 100 points, losing a match 50 points, scoring a goal 200 points, assisting 100 points, best player of a single match 200 points, selected for weekly best 11 200 points, selected for monthly best 11 500 points season. A line of point acquisition explanations nearly dazzled Lin Mo. "So, I just need to focus on playing and I can redeem and upgrade skills through these points." Lin Mo then looked at the redemption mall and found that except for a few skills he had previously drawn, most skills and items were grayed out, indicating they were not redeemable. Skills like Weak Foot Scalpel could be redeemed for just 5,000 points. Wing Flyer is a special title skill that cannot be upgraded, while skills like Blade Dancer require 5,000 points for the first level, 10,000 points for the second level, and 20,000 points for the third level. Lin Mo quickly calculated if in a season he wins 20 matches, draws 10, and loses 8, scoring 5 goals, and assisting 10 times. Adding some seasonal squad selections, he could expect just under 15,000 points. That's too little. Oh, I can only earn at most 3 skills in a season. Just as Lin Mo lamented how hard it was to earn points, he noticed another explanation. Points for each match in the Europa League are doubled and triple for each match in the Champions League. For national team matches, points are doubled, and for the World Cup, they are multiplied by 5. Domestic cup competition knockout stages earn double points. Now Lin Mo felt completely at ease. With these additional matches, he could earn at least around 3-0 points in a season. With the addition of rewards from completing tasks, obtaining 68 skills in a season was no problem. Just as Lin Mo was about to exit the system interface, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Newbie Series Task 2 Released 1. Please raise the host's overall rating to 72. Please complete 5,000 week foot passes and shots. 3. Please be selected at least once for the league's monthly best 11 or the team's monthly best player. Lin Mo's eyes instantly brightened. A new challenge had arrived. Barcelona is coming too. Let's go together. He didn't feel that 5,000 passes and shots were a lot. After all, the ancestors of Huaxia had come from the era of hand-rubbing nuclear bombs. What were these difficulties In the morning, Lin Mo underwent endurance and strength training under the guidance of his physical coach. 1 hour of random route sprint training was followed by a half-hour break. An hour of strength and sparring practice ensued. However, today Didak's sparring performance was subpar, as Lin Mo easily withstood Didak's impacts multiple times along the sidelines. This nearly led the physical coach to mistakenly believe that Lin Mo's strength had significantly increased. Had it not been for Didak's final moment of weakness where Lin Mo directly toppled him to the ground, the effectiveness of this training session would have been greatly diminished. In the afternoon, head coach Ruby arranged a substantial amount of team defensive training. In the eyes of assistant coach Crespo, Lin Mo's defense was utterly unwatchable. Aside from defensive awareness, his defensive skills comprised only one tactic: close contact maneuvers. Again, Crespo and defensive coach Tony closely monitored the offensive and defensive drills between Borja and Lin Mo. As Crespo passed the ball to Borja, his eyes widened immediately. He and Tony only saw Lin Mo spring into action right after his pass. Lin Mo was not the type to passively wait for an opponent to approach. Instead, he activated his active defense like a missile defense system. Taking a few quick steps forward, he locked Borja's supporting foot with his right foot while extending his left foot backward, pressing his upper body directly against Borja. The latter immediately felt the pressure behind him and thought, this kid Lin Mo has some skills. However, in the next moment, he was attacked at his waist and the back of his knee. He quickly bent forward and fell, failing to receive the incoming ball. Hey, Lin, that defensive move was too dirty. Borja turned around in discontent to protest. Yet in the eyes of Crespo and Tony, Lin Mo's actions happened in the blink of an eye. Now Lin Mo stood with both hands raised, looking innocent while stepping on the ball. The two coaches covered their faces, utterly embarrassed. Brother, I didn't do anything. As the words were about to spill out, Lin Mo instinctively shut his mouth. This was not the field. The person in front of him was still his new friend. All right, it's just a habit. Crespo shook his head and approached. Lin, where did you learn those little tricks? From some underhand. That's not good. It's lacking in sportsmanship. Lin Mo was taken aback, unsure how to explain. In the last match, you must have used this tactic against Williams, right? Tony stroked his chin, recalling. Lin Mo nodded. Just once. This stuff needs to be quick, otherwise with VAR around. Damn it, Lin Mo thought, smacking himself mentally, nearly letting it slip. At this moment, Ruby walked over from the sidelines. Lin, the playback video from the last match has been brought up by Athletic Bilbao. They claim that your last assist foul is currently being prepared for appeal to La Liga. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback and quickly surrounded him. The footage on the phones clearly showed Lin Mo performing an illegal move against Williams in slow motion. Lin Mo lowered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Borja and the others stared at him in disbelief. They couldn't believe that the sunny, humble Lin Mo was so dirty. Lin, is that really you? Lin Mo's face flushed slightly as he nodded. You know, it's just instinct, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. What a ridiculous instinct. It was clearly the result of good coaching in Serie A. The defensive coaches there wouldn't teach you those things in open training. But when it's closed door, as long as there's no team record, they'll teach some little tricks. Like pulling shorts, knee bumps, waist massages, stepping on heels, faking falls while hugging the opponent's arms, hand-holding, and Lin Mo felt some of the other actions were over the line, so he only remembered the waist massage and knee bump. Of course, when the referee's judgment was strict, he generally wouldn't use them. Instinct? Ruby asked in surprise. Lin Mo quickly corrected himself. I learned all of this from watching Serie A videos during my time in Belgium. Everyone suddenly understood, and Ruby patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. It's alright, don't worry. Just as long as you didn't watch Tottenham videos. Tony, from now on, the defensive training for Lin Mo is up to you. Help him get rid of those bad habits. Those tricks won't work in La Liga. Just focus on the basic defensive techniques. The most important thing is to learn how to cooperate with Didac. Thus, Lin Mo began training with Tony, learning defensive positioning, pressuring, and team pressing. By night, Lin Mo, feeling somewhat fatigued, started additional training. Night training usually involved his father accompanying him, as hiring another coach was too expensive. Lin Mo's father learned that a dedicated football sparring partner earned €3,000 monthly for part-time work twice a week for 2 hours each time. In contrast, a professional would start at a minimum of €8,000 monthly 3 times a week, also for 2 hours. This cost was nearly Lin Mo's entire monthly income, and both father and son were reluctant to part with that money. Fortunately, the club provided him a special arrangement, or otherwise he would have genuinely considered hiring an amateur. Son, take a break. You've already done 200 reverse foot passes. Your shoes are about to wear out. Lin Mo took a sip of water and glanced at the time. It's only been 40 minutes at this rate. I can only complete 360 passes in an hour, which is too slow. Lin Mo's main evening training involved passing the ball with his left foot into 4 small goals positioned 20 meters away, while his father passed the ball back from the small goals. Generally speaking, Lin Mo received the ball, took a few seconds break, then started to pass, taking about 10 seconds each time. But this frequency was simply unsustainable for the body of a young person. Lin's father forcibly pressed him down, removed his shoes, and peeled off his socks. Ouch, Dad, be gentle. Lin Mo winced from the pain radiating from his feet, unable to hold back a shout. Hey, you little rascal, still saying you're not tired. When we get home, I'll take care of you. At this rate, your feet will be done for in less than a month. Lin's father's skilled massage techniques were comparable to those of a therapist. Of course, this was due to his attentiveness. Lin Mo watched his father squatting on the ground, the moonlight casting the broadest silhouette of love in this world. He unconsciously recalled the past years, realizing that this man had always protected and cared for him. It seemed that as long as his father was around, all the storms of the world would bypass him, only leaning towards him alone. Supporting Lin Mo's journey from their originally not affluent family, besides his father's promise before his mother's passing, it was more about this man's unspoken paternal love. Dad, you've worked hard. This was the first time Lin Mo spoke like this, immersed in football, never having said such words before. Lin's father slightly trembled, tears welling in his eyes as he looked up and ruffled his son's hair with a son like you. I'm already proud. How could I be tired? Ding. The bond between the father and son is deep and touching. As the saying goes in the expanded wisdom literature, blood is thicker than water, and a father and son fight together. Congratulations, the host has successfully activated the rare bond father and son on the training ground. Lin Mo was interrupted by the sudden system prompt. He handed a bottle of water to his father, urging him to take a break as well. He quickly opened the system to check this so-called special bond. Special bond for those who possess this unique bond, as long as they train together with their father, their physical consumption during training is reduced by 20, a recovery speed increased by 20, training efficiency enhanced by 20, and injury rate decreased by 80. Wow. I've never seen anything like this. I doubt even novels write about such things. If I train with my father for 2 hours every day, that's equivalent to 144 minutes of training daily. With triple-double training cards stacked, that would be 864 minutes. And with the club's 4 hours, oh, wouldn't that mean I can train for 4 hours in a day? Isn't that incredibly fast? No wonder Lin Mo was excited. With this training pace in a league with lower intensity like La Liga, one could finish a season's training in just a month. Ding. Host, please note the basic mathematics of elementary school. The triple training card increases the base number, and with the special bond it only amounts to 2 times. Please refrain from random calculations. Hearing the system suddenly pop up made Lin Mo feel a bit embarrassed. He realized he had been overthinking. He looked at this special bond, knowing it was another boost from the man in front of him to pursue his dreams. Lin Mo stood up, putting on his shoes. Dad, let's go for the last half hour. Lin's father, seeing his son suddenly full of energy, downed the bottle of water and responded with a hearty laugh. Great. Son, let's get started. Thus, Lin Mo ended a day of training feeling accomplished with noticeable signs of improvement in multiple attributes. The next day, Lin Mo continued his endurance training in the morning. However, during the competitive training, Lin Mo was easily pushed out of bounds by Didac without any fouls. In the evening, Lin Mo's training focused on his weaker foot. Unlike the fatigue from the previous day, his training results today were significant, with the accuracy of his weaker foot passing increasing from 37 yesterday to 41. Most importantly, Lin Mo's endurance had greatly improved during the training. It seemed he was gradually adapting to the training and match intensity after leaving his home country and had become more competitive. Unlike before, when he returned from Belgium, he nearly got assimilated by the domestic players, even experiencing a drop in training volume by half. At times, Lin Mo even felt fortunate to have come out. On the third day, the training remained the same, but Lin Mo began to adapt to the physical confrontations. Previously, he was knocked out of bounds 100 of the time, but that rate dropped to 70. This was mainly thanks to Lin's father, who, after hearing about his son's situation, watched 2 days' worth of video footage and identified the issues. Now, Didac found it not so easy to bump into Lin Mo while dribbling down the flank. Lin Mo learned to change gears and respond proactively. In the evening, Lin Mo's weaker foot passing training reached 1,800 out of 50,000. He had yet to start shooting, remaining at 0 out of 50,000. On the 4th day, Lin Mo discovered that his attributes had generally improved. Passing 64 to 65, dribbling 67 to 68, control 68 to 69, defensive positioning 46 to 49, endurance 70 to 71, balance 64 to 65, strength 62 to 63. Of course, the overall rating also improved slightly, reaching 69, which is now very close to the minimum standard of the top 5 leagues. On the 6th day, Lin Mo's competitive training showed progress, but he seemed to have hit a plateau. In the evening, Lin Mo's weaker foot passing reached 3,960 out of 50,000. At this pace, it would only take 2 months to complete Training Project 1 and start Training Project 2 weak foot shooting. But don't forget players still have rest days, and on rest days Lin Mo can fully utilize the special bond training ground father-son to accelerate his weak foot training. Time quickly arrived for the match against Barcelona. For Espanyol, being in the same city as Barcelona was quite an unpleasant. The two teams have an absolute rivalry. The reputation of the Catalan derby may not seem substantial to outsiders, but its intensity is no less than any city's derby. You fight for the championship, I fight for survival. The significant gap in strength has never been a reason for Espanyol to. Espanyol's team bus slowly made its way through the bustling crowd towards the home of their rivals Camp Nou. This match will begin at 23:15 on January 21st in the capital of Huaxia. The La Liga committee, taking into account the derby nature of this match, specially considered the viewing time for Asian fans. Just as Huaxia fans were preparing to spend lavishly on video app memberships to watch the match, the sports channel announced a live broadcast of Espanyol versus Barcelona. Consequently, the match involving Real Madrid that started at 19:00 lost the qualification for live commentary. Domestic fans were actively calling their friends preparing to go to the bar to watch Lin Mo's epic battle against Messi. Many media outlets had already published headlines such as the young dreamer Lin Mo challenges Messi at the Camp Nou at 16 years and 345 days. The Lin-Messi showdown, the Catalan Super Derby, is about to unfold. Lin Mo is heading to Camp Nou to challenge Messi, who will emerge victorious. Of course, such news, aside from provoking fans to comment negatively, served no promotional purpose. Instead, it drew the attention of some sarcastic netizens. Does Espanyol not have mirrors? Then why can't Lin Mo? It's like a bat tied with chicken feathers forgetting what type of bird he is. These brainless fans, stay away from me. I worry about idiots infecting others through the internet. However, Marcus Sky Sports and others gave Lin Mo quite positive reviews. Young Lin Mo from Huaxia has made more Huaxia fans recognize the charm of La Liga. Lin Mo, the Huaxia winger, is shining in La Liga. However, Lin Mo at this moment did not open his phone to browse through those chaotic news and comments. Even the strongest self-control can be provoked by such foolish comments. This was something Mourinho taught him. I can't see them anyway, I'll let them insult me if I get angry because of it, that is their. Lin Mo deeply agreed with this. At this moment, he was looking out the window, seeing several Huaxia fans waving red flags towards the bus. In Huaxia, in the city of magic, on the night of January 21st, just past the lunar month, the temperature in the south had already dropped to around 0 degrees. Braving the biting cold wind, TZ quickly walked into a luxurious private room of a club. The leaders have been waiting for a while. As soon as I received the call, I rushed over. I must say the traffic in Magic is far more congested than in our northern region. Several middle-aged men in black jackets smiled and invited TZ to sit down, pointing at the screen where the match was about to begin, saying, "Sit down, Shaoli, what do you think of this kid?" TZ took the hot tea handed to him by the princess and turned his gaze to the screen. Zhuang Television. Welcome to the 20th round of the 2017-18 La Liga season, where Barcelona hosts their city rival Espanyol at Camp Nou. TZ suddenly realized that today was the debut date for that guy. Over the past month, Lin Mo's name had made a massive impact on Huaxia's football scene. The owner of the Sun Club had been mocked by his peers for an entire month. Even Li Zhonghua, who had already been sent to the frontier, had fallen twice and been involved in 3 car accidents within this month, with his home experiencing power outages 4 times and water supply disruptions 5 times. His mental state was hardly better than that of a sewer rat. Yet no one felt sympathy for him. Everyone knew that as long as the Sun Club continued to be ridiculed, Li Zhonghua's fate would remain unchanged. The leaders of the Football Association chose to fan the flames because of this matter. After all, the owner of the Sun Club had given too much. TZ looked at the starting lineup displayed on the screen and turned to smile, saying, "In this match, Lin Mo is not starting. Ipiatti is back from injury." Upon hearing this, the leaders instead laughed. Chen Shu picked up his tea and took a sip. "Shaoli, you are still young. Even if I were the coach of Espanyol, I would have to conceal Lin Mo at this time and look for an opportunity in the second half." Wang, the deputy director sitting in the middle, nodded. Even someone who doesn't understand would not go head-to-head with Barcelona at Camp. TZ had roughly guessed the thoughts of the few people, but he dared not speak them aloud. He could only flatter with a smile. "If you ask me, it must be you, Deputy Director Wang. Look at me, I was so focused on the selection that I didn't consider this matter." Deputy Director Wang smiled lightly. "Shaoli, I admire your concentration on work, but you also need to pay attention to the outside world. The current public opinion environment is not good, but we can still make some moves." TZ immediately understood. They intended to use Li Zhonghua as a scapegoat, promoting Lin Mo as a banner to shine up this U17 team. No wonder the reported selection list had not been approved for so long. They probably found it lacking. On the screen, the Catalonia derby had begun. Just as previously mentioned, no one would engage in a head-to-head battle with Barcelona at Camp Nou, especially when the strength was unequal. Lin Mo sat on the bench without any signs of discontent. Piatti's return was quite natural, especially against a team like Barcelona. If he showed dissatisfaction, he would have to prove himself with his abilities. On the field, the Espanyol team, set up in a 541 formation, could hardly gain possession of the ball. Barcelona remains undefeated in the UEFA Champions League group stage and has not lost in the league so far this season. They are exhibiting an absolutely invincible demeanor. In fact, throughout this match, the possession has been firmly in Barcelona's control without any change. In the 3rd minute of the match, Dembele suddenly burst forth on the right flank, causing Piatti to hesitate, allowing the opponent to slip past him and set up Didac behind. With Dembele fully unleashed in speed, he was nearly unstoppable. Didac dared not slack off and made no attempt to challenge, merely striving to keep up. Fortunately, Dembele's cross soared like a comet, not knowing where it flew. However, it is a fact that Espanyol's left flank was breached. On the sidelines, Rubi anxiously bit his fingers. In the 5th minute of the match, Messi launched a sudden shot from outside the penalty area, and luckily the ball grazed the post and went out, otherwise the score would have changed. However, the roar of nearly 9,000 fans at Camp Nou placed immense pressure on Espanyol. This deafening sensation even caused the originally fervent Lin Mo to begin to calm down. His eyes were fixed firmly on Messi, not glancing at Coutinho, Dembele, or Rafinha. Of course, it was also because the MSN trio was broken apart by Paris Saint-Germain last year. Otherwise, with Neymar still in the team, these few guys wouldn't have had any chances. Those 3 guys hardly had anything to learn. They were barely a hair's breadth compared to Messi. Messi, who walks around at any time, never stops his steps. Once he does, his teammates know that is the position Messi deems appropriate to engage. In the 11th minute of the match, Messi leisurely walked from near the center circle to the right side of the front line. Just as Dembele surged forward to draw defenders, Messi received the ball. In the next second, Sergi and Piatti felt something flash past them. By the time they reacted and chased after it, the number 10 of the red and blue army had already charged into the crowd of defenders. In front of him stood Mario El Somo, while Sergi and Piatti were behind him, and on the side the fullback Didac was closing in. Almost 4 players were preparing to surround him from all angles. Even Lin Mo on the sidelines unconsciously clenched his fists, fixated on Messi in the encirclement. In the next moment, the cheers from the crowd surged. Facing a 4-man encirclement, Messi suddenly chose to shoot. Thunder erupted from the ground. Did the ball? Old James looked incredulously at the ball in the goal frame, almost unable to react. Beautiful. Messi's goal 10. I feel as if I have seen the Champions League round of 16 in 2006, the match between Barcelona and Chelsea, where Ronaldinho twisted and shot from a standstill. However, Messi's shot was even more sudden and more difficult. The goalkeeper Roberto had no reaction. Listening to the thunderous cheers, Lin Mo watched Messi celebrating wildly, feeling both excited and helpless. So strong. In the era of Messi and Ronaldo, the mature Messi is simply terrifying. With this goal, Espanyol completely retreated into a defensive shell. All players, including Borja at the front line, fell back to just outside the penalty area, enduring Barcelona's thunderous assault. In the 19th minute of the match, Iniesta, who was preparing to leave the team at the end of the season, curled up for a long-range shot, and Roberto stretched his long arms to deflect the ball over the crossbar. In the 24th minute of the match, Suarez fired fiercely in the penalty area, and the ball miraculously hit the post, allowing Espanyol to escape a disaster. In the 33rd minute of the match, Messi's long-range shot was parried by Roberto, and then Dembele's follow-up shot in the penalty area was blocked by Naldo with his body. In the final minutes of the first half, Barcelona completed 4 consecutive threatening attacks. They were just a bit unlucky. Until the end of the first half, Barcelona could not extend their lead. Facing their city rivals in this derby, Barcelona showed no signs of holding back. As Rubi walked back to the players' tunnel, he made a silent resolution. After all, they had been pressured throughout the entire first half. In the first half of the match, Barcelona leads 10 at home, showcasing the dominance of this post-MSN era. So far, they remain unbeaten in 19 league rounds and 6 Champions League matches, sitting at the top of both the league and group stage, with Messi's form before the World Cup being absolutely astonishing. Unfortunately, Lin Mo did not have the opportunity to play out. Otherwise, competing alongside players like Messi would be a valuable learning and growing experience. As Old James commented on the first half of the match, domestic fans were eagerly anticipating Lin Mo's appearance. After all, many fans from the country wouldn't specifically watch a Barca match. However, many fans noticed some differences while watching the players warming up on the field. Yes, Lin Mo did not warm up with the substitutes, but was called into the locker room by the coach. Inside the away team's locker room, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive as Rubi's voice echoed while knocking on the tactics board. Piatti lay half reclined, a towel covering his face, as the team doctor examined his thigh muscles. In fact, Lin Mo was not part of Rubi's original plan for this match. Compared to the season, Piatti Rubi intended to give Lin Mo more opportunities in ordinary matches rather than against such formidable opponents. And it was likely to be a highly intense city derby. But fate was not on their side. It was only half-time when Piatti felt discomfort in his thigh muscle, appearing unable to continue. This made Rubi feel that either Lin Mo was incredibly lucky or his eagerness to let Piatti return caused the injury to relapse. Lin will replace Pablo Piatti in the second half. Lin Mo's body trembled, realizing that the moment had finally arrived. Opportunities won't come often. All you need to do is bring the ball forward and find every possible way to get behind peak. Feeling he hadn't been clear enough, Rubi continued, make a direct pass behind him, target his left side, as he turned slower on this side by 0.3 seconds. Lin Mo felt the blood in his body begin to boil. Making an appearance at Camp Nou was an experience he had only dreamed of. Upon hearing the coach's instructions, he stood up and replied loudly, "Understood, boss." The others in the locker room were momentarily taken aback, all looking at Lin Mo. The gloom from being behind in the derby seemed to dissipate gradually with Lin Mo's enthusiastic shout. This fearless spirit was something the Espanyol team, which had long lingered in the lower middle tier of La Liga, lacked. Rubi was momentarily at a loss for words. On the other side, the atmosphere in the Barcelona locker room was very relaxed. Espanyol hardly committed any aggressive fouls, and Coach Valverde was preparing to substitute several players in anticipation of the next round against league runners-up Atletico Madrid. After all, Simeone's team posed the second greatest challenge for Barca in La Liga. Alright, the second half is about to begin. Dear viewers, the fans of both teams have entered the stadium. In the first half, Barcelona playing at home leads 10. Hey, we see our player Linemo is preparing on the sideline. It seems to be a positional substitution. Linemo is coming on for Piatti. Fans in front of their TVs suddenly became on the sidelines. The fourth official raised the substitution board. No. 30 in, no. 8 out. With a serious expression, Ruby pointed, and the poised Linemo surged onto the field like an arrow released from its bow. Where the sword points, the blade follows. Linmo's heart began to race uncontrollably, and the cold January wind turned into the warmth of spring as it approached his skin. To put it in a common saying from Huashao, the young man's, but can cook pancakes. With the referee's whistle, the second half, Linemo quickly found his rhythm, but his focus was solely on Messi, who was completely unaware of being watched. As the match started, Barcelona continued to showcase their powerful control on the game. Another 3 minutes passed, and Espanyol hadn't even touched the ball. Yet Linemo remained oblivious. In his perception, Messi had disappeared at least 3 times from his sight. It seemed that when you weren't paying attention, Messi had instantly shifted to another position. In the 49th minute of the match, Linemo finally faced his first direct confrontation as Dembele swayed in front of him. In the next second, Messi, who had just been in the center, appeared right before him. With a simple left shoulder feint, Linmo's balance was disrupted. The small figure then swayed again, gliding past him on the right. Linemo could only twist his head and reach out, but he was no match for Messi's speed and agility. Linemo faces Messi. This is their first collision. Oh no. Linemo couldn't hold him back. Old James felt a bit awkward. Oh, what kind of comment was that? Linemo couldn't hold back Messi. Fans in front of the TV were bemused. Although it was true, how could you just blurt that out? On the field, not only did Linemo fail to hold Messi, but he also stumbled and fell. A faint booing sound began to rise from the crowd. However, Linemo felt no dejection. Instead, he felt a flutter of excitement from being effortlessly bypassed by Messi. So that's how it is. If someone had seen Linmo's face up close, the strange and eerie smile would have seemed utterly foreign. After bypassing Linemo, Messi was quickly closed down by Didac, and had no choice but to pass back. Soon Messi received a pass from a teammate. Linemo, brimming with excitement, replaced Didac and reappeared in front of him. This time, Messi glanced at the unfamiliar figure appearing before him. With yellow skin and a somewhat unfamiliar face, who was this? Unknown. Then let's get past him. With quick touches from both feet, Messi's figure began to sway once more. While the fans were thrilled, Linemo was even more excited. Come on, show me what you've got. In La Liga, Linemo only wanted to learn by facing off against Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, if missed, would never come again. In the next moment, Messi moved. A deep-fried meatball. This was Linmo's first thought as he stepped back, planning to create. But Messi extended his foot to pull the ball back, not breaking immediately. Linmo's heart sank, and he wanted to recover, but it was already too late. With enough space, Messi effortlessly maneuvered past Linemo again. Fortunately, Messi's cross didn't find a teammate, and Espanyol escaped the crisis. Just as domestic fans were mocking Linmo's overconfidence, goalkeeper Roberto spotted Linemo in an open position and made a powerful throw to him. Linemo looked at the leisurely Messi in the distance, and the blood in his veins began to boil again. With his right foot, he skillfully controlled the ball, noticing that he was still 10 meters away from Semedo. Linemo grinned. Finally, my turn, everyone. Have you ever seen a Chinese-style charge? Strictly speaking, this is an opportunity that is not an opportunity. Due to the relentless pressure from Barcelona, most Espanyol players are lingering near their own penalty area. In other words, Linemo is currently the foremost player in the Espanyol team. He had observed his teammates once before starting, but he no longer has time to wait. The Barcelona fans at the scene were still discussing Messi's beautiful dribble moments ago, but suddenly the situation on the field changed. The lone figure facing the formidable Barcelona resolutely entered the explosive mode. No words are needed. The young man in the yellow, white, and blue striped jersey stirred up a storm that belonged solely to him on the Camp Nou pitch. Fearless, it is the armor of youth. Undaunted, it is the spirit of the young. Daring to rush up the steepest cliff and embrace the world's greatest malice. Linemo knew how the fans would ridicule him after being toyed with by Messi just moments ago. But so what? His father once said that every man walks through setbacks and failures. Swallow the wind and sand along with your dreams. The youth will forever be on the path of charge. The strongest in La Liga. I am here to take on the elite. A 36-match unbeaten streak across seasons. I, Linemo, am playing at the highest level. In front is the invincible Barcelona, behind are teammates who have yet to spring into action. Linemo bravely charged forward, waving his flag, leading the way. The powers of the Winged One and Blade Dancer were unleashed. That kind of fearless courage silenced the Camp Nou, igniting the home fans and inspiring his teammates behind him. Borja smiled and called to his teammates, what are we waiting for? Don't let Lin underestimate you. Soon, one by one, the players in yellow, white, and blue striped jerseys followed the dazzling new star, charging towards the invincible Barcelona. At this moment, Linemo just needed a Jean barrage ahead of him. The silent charge signal resonated throughout the Camp Nou, and the roar that shook his soul exploded in his ears. Forward, forward, forward. In this moment, Linemo began to gradually merge with this youthful body from his dreams. Before him, Barcelona lost its invincible aura in Lin Mo's eyes. Lin Mo grinned and said, afraid. The one who should be afraid is Semedo. On this day, a new branch was breaking through the cocoon on the Catalonia street's catalpa tree. In Semedo's eyes, Lin Mo's madman-like momentum seemed to crystallize into something tangible. An extremely uneasy emotion brewed in Semedo's heart. This unease caused him to momentarily lose focus. In the next second, Lin Mo seemed to flash and appeared right in Semedo's terrified gaze. Lin Mo's right shoulder sank slightly, his left foot flicking the ball, and his body surged past from the outside. After Lin Mo rushed past, Semedo felt a warm spring breeze brush his ear. Although Lin Mo's movements were not very skilled, a blind cat had bumped into a dead mouse. The Camp Nou erupted in an uproar, with only a small section of blue and white in the second tier screaming madly. The fans in China in front of the television stared blankly as they watched Lin Mo continue to advance with the ball, seemingly seeing many old figures in him. At this moment, it seemed that he was not charging alone. Facing Semedo's defensive lapse, Pique quickly stepped in with his long legs. At 31 years old, Pique was far more experienced than Semedo. He glanced at the other Espanyol players who had yet to close in, immediately blocking Lin Mo's cutting route and forcing him towards the baseline. In that instant, Lin Mo felt the pressure brought by a top defender, even though it was not a center back known for speed. Because this defender was named Pique. With his cutting route blocked, Lin Mo had to suddenly decelerate, but the smile on his face grew even wider. Clumsily tapping with both feet, it looked like he was trying to complete the cut with fried meatballs. Pique was extremely familiar with this motion from long-term training, and a hidden fear welled up within him, causing his originally prepared, close marking to slow down, and his body unconsciously contracted towards the cutting route. But the next second, Lin Mo's body surged forward like a spring suddenly released, charging fiercely towards the baseline. Oh! The Camp Nou was stunned by Lin Mo. Was this really the same young man who had just been toyed with by Messi? Even the Barcelona coach tilted his head, stroking his chin, seemingly contemplating whether to lure him to La Masia. But after charging into the baseline, Lin Mo employed the same trick. On the sidelines, Ruby was so tense that his whole body began to stiffen, his ears automatically blocking out the noise of the entire stadium, with only Lin Mo, who had pierced through Barcelona's left flank, in his sight. Meanwhile, the fans back home were frozen in place, their bodies trembling slightly with excitement, and the adrenaline rapidly secreted from their waists made their hearts and breaths accelerate, blood surging like a raging river within them. Pass the ball. The Espanyol fans at the scene shouted excitedly. Quick, pass the ball. Ruby's heart raced as he anxiously shouted internally. Pass. It's time to pass. Old Jean's voice already showed clear signs of breaking. Lin Mo charged along the baseline into the penalty area, but he had already observed the situation in front of the penalty area twice. But Pique was about to close in, and there was no time left. At this moment, a faint glimmer of light flashed through his mind. There was no time to turn and adjust to his weaker foot. Lin Mo stepped down with his left leg stepping on the white baseline, slightly bending his body towards the field, forming a strange posture. In the next moment, his right foot struck the ball fiercely with the outside of his foot. Bang! The entire Camp Nou and the fans in front of the television seemed to forget to breathe at that moment, missing a heartbeat. Taste, smell, and touch all vanished. In their minds, there was only the football flying close to the grass of Barcelona. The ball spun rapidly, so fast that its trajectory was hard to see. Umtiti instinctively fell and stretched his foot, yet he merely became a part of this beautiful curve. Inside the penalty area, a figure was fixated on the fiercely spinning football. Judging by the trajectory, it seemed that his running route might be slightly off. But Borja had absolute confidence in Lin Mo. At this moment, Lin, according to our agreement, am coming. Moments later, Rakitic, who was responsible for marking Borja, felt the football suddenly drifting, as if it was coming toward. When he reached out to grab Borja, the latter suddenly accelerated. Instantly shedding his interference, he met the agreement and struck the ball fiercely. Bang! In the instant Lin Mo fell, he saw Borja's shooting motion. Swish! The whole world fell. People just stared blankly at the football that flipped in the net for a second before landing, utterly unable to accept this slap. In front of a computer screen, a young man named Xiao He gave himself a hard slap. I truly deserve. Lin Mo, your actions make me appear like a malicious NPC. Upon hearing this, many fans who had just mocked Lin Mo moments ago lined up to apologize. Brother Mo, I was wrong. Please continue to chastise me, or I won't be at peace. Brother Mo, I spoke a bit too loudly just now. You are magnanimous. Please don't mind it. You all say Lin Mo is a prodigy, but he is clearly a good omen. What a brilliant transfer. I have never seen a 16-year-old Messi, but today I saw a 16-year-old Lin Mo. At 30, Sanchez watched 16-year-old Lin Mo on the television, his eyes filled with the memories of last season's invincible self. As domestic fans went wild, the coach Ruby jumped up on the sidelines. We equalized, brother, did you see? This genius. Call the boss immediately, no matter the cost. We must keep this genius. The Barcelona fans at the scene were still in shock from Lin Mo's dazzling run down the wing. Even the Catalonia commentator was at a loss for words as to how a single player penetrated their defense. Not Bale, not Ronaldo, but a third man broke through Barcelona's wing. Old James, however, was not as excited. He contained his emotions and smiled, saying, Coach Zhang, what do you think of that play? The usually playful Coach Zhang was unusually serious this time. Genius. I'm not just talking about his skills, or everyone can see that Lin Mo's ball control and dribbling are still quite naive. but every choice he makes on the field is nothing short of genius. From the moment he started, it required immense courage, being just one goal down. If he mishandled that counterattack, Barcelona could have easily widened the scoreline. After getting past Semedo, Lin did not get carried away. A younger player would have cut inside for a clear shot, especially since his teammates were not following up. However, Lin cleverly capitalized on Peak's experience, taking the opportunity to go wide and executed a beautiful triangle play. His football intelligence may surpass that of our current national team players. Hearing this, not only old James, but even the fans in front of the television nodded unconsciously. Although Coach Zhang usually mumbles and makes sounds of realization, his insights at crucial moments always hit the mark. Only Messi, bewildered, scratched his head. This is troublesome. Just score another one. From beginning to end, Messi had not focused on the young opponent surrounded by the crowd. With too many matches and too many fans to keep track of, after the game resumed, Barcelona's attacks became even more ferocious. It seemed the earlier goal had completely stimulated them. At the 64th minute, Messi suddenly appeared at the edge of the penalty area to receive a pass from Dembele, poised to shoot. But just as the defender made a move to intercept, Messi shifted his body and swiftly slipped through the gap between the two defenders. Danger. Even Lin on the wing unconsciously rushed into the penalty area, but Messi, who had already invaded the right side of the box, unexpectedly made a horizontal pass. Suarez, coming in lightly, pushed the ball, and it seemed destined to evade Roberto's guard at the goal. Veteran Didac arrived just in time, blocking the ball on the goal line. Phew. Lin let out a sigh of relief and rushed forward to help the older brother up. How did you do that? My heart almost stopped just now. Didac pulled Linmo's hand and said, just learn. Anything you learn is yours. Roberto and others also came up to high-five with Didac. Messi scratched his head and shook it as he withdrew. 3 minutes later, Espanyol finally had a chance to counterattack. Sergi in midfield did not hesitate and directly passed the ball to the outstanding Lin. However, this time Lin did not manifest again. Faced with Semedo's defense, his breakthrough seemed a bit naive, and the opponent's foot stretched out, sending the ball off his leg and out of bounds. In response, Lin could only raise his hand, giving his first compliment of the day. Fortunately, he had not learned the signature move of the national team seniors, Hitue. In the subsequent match, it was more accurate to say that Espanyol was defending for a draw rather than playing in a derby. In fact, they were all retreating to defend against Barcelona's relentless attacks. At the 71st minute, Messi attracted defenders outside the penalty area, then flicked the ball with his right foot, and Dembele followed up with a powerful shot. At the 75th minute, Espanyol was starting to struggle to hold on, as Barcelona's attacks were simply too fierce. Rakitic was brought down by Perez while breaking through on the left side of the penalty area, resulting in a yellow card for the latter. Taking advantage of the situation, Barcelona made adjustments, with Vidal and Malcolm coming on one after another. At the 79th minute, Naldo was sent off after receiving a second yellow card. In desperation, Rubi could only substitute the right winger Hernan Perez for a defender, almost completely giving up on offense. Meanwhile, Espanyol was down a man and gave the opponents a crucial free kick from the left wing of the penalty area. After Naldo was sent off, Lin as the tallest player on the field aside from the goalkeeper, was placed in the wall inside. However, Lin was very nervous. The team was just 10 minutes away from securing a point. But standing over the ball was Lin glanced at his positioning, standing in the middle of the 5-man wall. After thinking for a moment, he pulled over the outermost Sergi. Let me take it, I'm the tallest. The latter thought for a moment and nodded silently. Lin believed that according to Messi's habit, there was an 80% chance he would shoot towards the near post. Moments later, Lin watched Messi crouch and run up, his pupils suddenly constricting. Here it comes. Lin widened his eyes and leaped with all his might. Unlike others who closed their eyes while jumping in the wall, Lin kept his gaze fixed on the incoming ball, swinging his head to strike it back. Fear often stems from the unknown, but when facing known dangers, people tend to ignore them. Ouch! Messi's free kick wasn't high enough, what seems to have hit Linmo's forehead and flew out. As soon as old James finished speaking, the slow-motion replay of Messi's free kick began to be shown to the world. All 5 Espanyol players leaped in unison, but apart from Lin, the other 4 closed their eyes in protection of their brother, doing their part and leaving the rest to fate. But only Lin seemed to have a premonition. At the moment Messi took the shot, he focused on the trajectory of the ball. He gently turned his neck and executed a lion's head, but redirecting the ball. This left many fans dumbfounded. Check this Linmo's age thoroughly. Where did he learn this? Most people would be dodging, but it's rare to see someone staring at the ball with wide eyes. Watching the ball fly out of bounds, Messi for the first time memorized the name Lin, though he couldn't know how long such a thought would. The teammates gathered around, playfully ruffling Linmo's hair. Indeed, the minds of the youth are sharp. Impressive. The young man's eyes are filled with clear naivety. It must be like this. You remind me of my younger self. How about a drink tonight? With just 10 minutes left in the match, the stoppage time will not be 2 minutes later, the Spaniards received another yellow card. Borja, while retreating to the left side of the penalty area, brought down Malcolm, earning a yellow card. If he didn't act, Victor Sanchez would easily be bypassed, posing a significant threat. Saba's free kick curved into the penalty area, but was directly collected by goalkeeper Roberto. In the 87th minute of the match, Messi had rarely been involved in the attack, and the Spaniards had eased their marking on him. During this time, Lin consistently retreated to the edge of the penalty area, cooperating with Didac for joint defense. After all, at present Lin Mo's unknown defensive ability faced with Dembele would be quite challenging without some little tricks. Just at that moment Messi appeared once more in front of the penalty area, unleashing a sudden shot aimed directly at the goal's dead angle. The match seemed on the verge of being decided. Boom. The Camp Nou echoed with the sound of the post. Ruby felt his heart racing. Which coach could handle this? Amidst the sighs of the crowd, Lin Mo, like his teammates, swallowed hard to relieve his nervousness. No one was more anxious than they were. Just a moment ago Lin Mo was focused on Dembele, but in his peripheral vision he caught a glimpse of Messi still far from the penalty area. Yet in that brief lapse of focus Messi appeared right in front of the penalty area. How did that happen? The difference between watching match videos and real-life experience is immense. The regular time of the match had already concluded with 3 minutes of stoppage time. Lin Mo still hasn't had many opportunities to carry the ball. Barcelona has complete control of the match. Today, if it weren't for luck, the Spaniards would likely face a disastrous defeat. Although Lin Mo only had that one successful moment, it was enough. As long as they hold on for these last 3 minutes, Lin Mo will be the hero of the Spaniards. As he spoke, the situation on the field shifted again. Messi was about to slice through from the left flank again, and Sergi committed a foul, receiving his second yellow card. The Spaniards received their second red card. Only 3 minutes left. Fighting with 9 men. It was intense. Lin Mo watched another teammate being sent off, while others stared blankly at the scoreboard, and the coach Ruby pointed at his watch. The once silent away stands now echoed with tension, and all of this left a bitter feeling in his heart. The roar of tens of thousands of fans, the almost invincible Barcelona, and Messi, who had playfully mocked before the match what kind of disciple is God. Each aspect weighed heavily on the hearts of the Spaniards, pressing down so that they couldn't lift their heads in this darkness. No teammates approached the referee to protest. Instead, they all went forward to embrace Sergi. Lin Mo also joined in giving Sergi a hug, his expression slightly saddened. The latter chuckled as he ruffled Lin Mo's hair. "Kid, why are you so sad? If it weren't for your assist, I wouldn't even have got..." As he spoke, he playfully pushed Lin Mo, striding off the pitch alone. Lin Mo watched Sergi's back as he left, lost in thought. This felt far more real and intense than any sensation in his dreams. Before he could feel sorrow for the winter and autumn, Lin Mo felt someone pull his jersey. "Lin, hurry over, we need to form a wall." He glanced back at Sergi entering the player tunnel. Perhaps this is the cruelty of competitive sports. In the first minute of stoppage time, the free kick was curled into the box, leading to chaos in the penalty area. Amidst the confusion, Pique headed the ball away. However, the referee deemed the ball had struck Borja's forehead and awarded a corner kick. Nervous goalkeeper Roberto rushed over to argue with the referee, and Lin Mo followed suit, joining the commotion. Meanwhile, the Barcelona players believed their opponents were wasting time. Pique nearly got into a shouting match with Didac, both glaring at each other, waiting for the other to make a move. Just as both sides were about to clash, the referee's card-drawing action restored order. In the second minute of stoppage time, Messi once again curled the ball into the penalty area. Lin Mo used his right hand to hold Pique's shirt while gently wrapping his left arm around Dembele. As the football approached, Lin Mo put both hands to work. The bright moon embraced him, and the gentle breeze concealed in his sleeves. Pique, preparing to jump, felt his center of gravity lean backward, while Dembele stumbled and crouched down. As the tallest player in the penalty area aside from the goalkeeper, Lin Mo looked towards the trajectory of the incoming football, took a step forward, and leaped high. Ugh! Lin Mo felt his shoulder violently collide with someone, failing to make contact with the football. Then his back hit the grass, causing a jolt. He felt a bit dazed. Beep! The tense atmosphere enveloped the entire penalty area as expectant and fearful gazes turned towards the referee. A chorus of boos erupted at Camp Nou. The referee ruled that Suarez had knocked Lin Mo down. "The young lad has made a contribution." The Spaniards escaped a disaster. The chaos in the penalty area was too dangerous. "I believe many fans like me felt their hearts nearly leap out of their throats." Old John joked, and the fans, including the owner of the Spaniards, Chun Sheng, who was watching, were patting their chests, their faces filled with smiles. In the penalty area, Lin Mo was helped up by his teammates. Through this match, they had grown increasingly fond of this young man. Daring in attack, daring in defense. After being toyed with by Messi, they neither rushed in to commit fouls nor lost their fighting spirit. Not to mention the daily disciplined extra training. A diligent and earnest young talent. This is how everyone viewed Lin Mo. After being hyped up by the media as a genius, Lin Mo showed no signs of arrogance or complacency. Moreover, Borja and Didac had a good relationship with Lin Mo. Naturally, there was no reason not to accept him. Stoppage time was reaching its final moments. The Spaniards did not take the risk to counterattack. This 1 point was incredibly precious to them. Not to mention being two. After Messi and Dembele's successive long-range shots were blocked by defenders, the referee finally blew the whistle to end the match. The Spaniards players on the field finally let out a sigh of relief. Lin Mo even plopped down on the ground. Facing a team like Barca, the exhaustion was greater than usual. Especially being down 2 players, the invisible pressure intensified the fatigue. If a few more minutes were added, the team would likely collapse. In the distance, Barca's players were still seeking the referee to appeal the previous decision in the penalty area, particularly Dembele and Pique, who were complaining while occasionally pointing at Lin Mo. And what was Lin Mo doing? He was being embraced by Borja as he sat on the ground. "You kid, you're really going to be famous this time. And don't forget about your grandpa." Borja here, scoring in consecutive matches 12 goals this season, 5th on the scoring list. After laughing wildly, Borja suddenly said with sadness, "Unfortunately, my father will never see this again." Lin Mo was taken aback by his words and silently lowered his head. Yes, she won't be able to see it either. Borja and Lin Mo sat in the new camp stadium watching the fans applaud and disperse, enjoying a moment of it. Meanwhile, fans in Huaxiao were already going wild, commenting on the post-match news. The Espanyol and Barca match ended in a draw, which means Lin Mo tied with Messi. One goal from Messi, one assist from Lin Mo. Isn't it fair to say they ended in a tie? Lin Mo versus Messi. The first round ended in a draw. Is it too much to say Lin Mo is the number one in Asia? In today's Huaxiao, I would call Lin Mo the strongest. 2 games, 4 assists. Lin Mo has risen to 7th in the assist rankings, just 3 assists behind the leader Messi. The king of Huaxiao football is slowly awakening with hopes for the 2022 World Cup. However, in a luxurious private room of a club in Magic City, TZ watched Lin Mo on the screen, his envy gradually transforming into admiration, then slowly consumed by greed. He turned his eyes and seemed to come up with a good idea. I think we can directly announce that Lin Mo has been selected for the U17 training team, and we can summon him directly for training and matches. The leaders showed no reaction, instead staring at TZ, seemingly waiting for more. This way the previous selection will have to be redone, giving the young players over a month to prepare and reapply. After all, with a player like Lin Mo, our goal for the Asian Youth Championship can be set at the championship. The leaders were very satisfied with the month-long reapplication and nodded in agreement. TZ continued, and for the Olympics it can be the same. The leaders were even more satisfied now. I knew I didn't misjudge you. After all you've played in the World Cup, your vision isn't. Director Wang is right. Such a significant matter as Lin Mo returning to the U17 national team needs to be well publicized. Everyone nodded, seemingly forgetting that Lin Mo had been expelled from the selection team due to a broken leg. In their view, being called up to the national team was their blessing. It's something others would have to pay at least 5 million to settle. Not asking Lin Mo for 60 of his salary was already a generous act. He must not be ungrateful. After the match, Lin Mo and Borja both accepted interviews. Although the MVP of this match was still given to Messi as per tradition, it's a derby, and having multiple highlights is also good. Lin Mo looked at Borja, who was fidgeting. What are you nervous about? Is it your first time? Seemingly hit with a sensitive topic, Borja's expression changed, and he laughed heartily. How could it be? It's just reporters, right? I've seen plenty. Just then 2 reporters approached with microphones. A few staff members also brought out a backdrop with, "It's a pity they're not girls." Local journalist Roby from Catalonia stood in front of the 2 and handed over a microphone. Lin Mo glanced at Borja, who was rubbing his hands unsure of how to respond, and took the microphone, winking at Roby. "My brother is a bit nervous." Hearing Lin Mo's somewhat awkward Spanish, Roby was surprised and smiled. "Wow, Lin, you actually know some Spanish, that's impressive. However, you can speak English or Huaxiao. I have a translator with me." Borja felt a little awkward watching the 2 suddenly switch to English, but he also felt proud of Lin Mo. The interview began, and Roby was the first to ask. "Congratulations on escaping from new camp, but for most of the time Barca had absolute dominance. What are your feelings about this match?" Lin Mo nodded while listening, showing a thoughtful expression without the slightest hint of youthful naivety. "You know, this is new camp, it's not like other places. To earn points here, you have to give more. I am very glad that we were able to secure 1 point in the derby. It is very valuable for us, and I am proud of our efforts as a team alongside our fans." Many overseas Huaxiao fans were shocked by Lin Mo's concise answer. Is this guy from a province known for civil service? Even Borja and reporter Roby nodded in agreement, but Roby quickly changed the subject. "We saw that you were repeatedly dribbled past by Messi during the match. What was it like to face Messi? As far as I know, this was your first time." Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, wondering what this guy was trying to ask. But he quickly responded, "Mr. Ruby once said that I am the worst defensive player in the Espanyol team, and now Messi should have witnessed that." Hearing Lin Mo's response, not only the fans in front of the television, but also Borja stared at Lin Mo in shock, as if seeing an alien. Is this guy a natural genius in emotional intelligence? Some fans lamented, "This guy must have watched Learning to Talk with Cruz. His candidness is both honest and amusing." This is not Lin Mo, it's clearly Mo Yen. Journalist Roby also laughed at Lin Mo, but still felt uncomfortable. After all, in Catalonia most fans are supporters of Messi. "Your breakthrough on the wing was beautiful, but why didn't you choose to shoot yourself, and instead pass to Borja? Was it the coach's tactical arrangement, or did you lack confidence in your shooting?" Lin Mo glanced at Borja, who seemed to still be trying to comprehend their conversation. "You know, we have the 5th top scorer in La Liga. On the field we are a team. If your team has a shooter like that, everyone will pass the ball to him." Perfect. Roby was unwilling to end it there. He didn't ask Borja a single question, as if they had become adversaries. "How do you compare Espanyol to Manchester United? Will you stay here at the end of the season?" After all, there are many bad rumors about Manchester United right now. Everyone began to nervously watch Lin Mo, and even the previously cheerful Borja started to feel anxious. He heard the names Espanyol and Manchester United, and it didn't seem like a good question to answer. If he wasn't careful, Lin Mo could offend either Espanyol or Manchester United, whom he might return to in the future. Just as he was about to speak to stop it, Lin Mo preemptively answered, "I cannot comment on Manchester United because to this day I have not played a single match for Manchester United, so I do not have that qualification." Lin Mo grinned slyly, watching Roby's face, which expressed surprise and anger due to his failed tactic, as he continued, As for how Espanyol is, you should ask our opponent in this match. After all, we won the last match, and in this one we drew against the opponent. Everyone says that the opponent knows you better than you know yourself, so I think Barcelona has more say in this matter. Roby grew anxious. So will you stay at the end of the season? Lin Mo certainly would not fall for it. He knew many people would watch his interview. After all, gossip thrives on sensitive topics, and the more sensitive, the more traffic it generates. As for whether I will stay at the end of the season, that depends on the end of the season. After all, only at the end of the season will everyone know whether I will stay. After saying that, Lin Mo handed the microphone to Roby, who was still in shock, patted the dazed Borja, and directly left. Roby, who was blinking and trying to recall the implications of Lin Mo's words, took a few seconds to react. By the time he came to his senses, Lin Mo had already disappeared from the field. In fact, he still had one question left to ask: Ronaldo or Messi? No matter, as a journalist crafting beautiful prose, he quickly drafted a news article. Lin Mo, I'm not sure if I can return to Manchester United, but Barcelona knows me well. Lin Mo, Messi mesmerizes me. Ooh, I simply can't defend against him. I prefer a United team. Lin Mo, new camp. My team and I deserve this 1 point. This is simply like the editor of UC Studio. With the conclusion of the Catalonia derby against Barcelona, Espanyol now sits at 13th place, largely thanks to the assistance of other teams. On the same day, Manchester United secured a 30 victory over Stoke City, finally returning to second place in the league after being held to draws by Burnley and Southampton. However, they still trail Manchester City by 15 points. The difficulty of claiming the championship is immense. Unless Manchester City falters in the second half of the season and loses the City derby, a comeback seems unlikely. The next day, Lin Mo continued his training as usual, and with the support of an accelerated training card, his progress was remarkably swift. Moreover, Roby shared both good and bad news with him. The bad news was that his main competitor Piatti had once again been diagnosed with thigh muscle issues, likely sidelining him for 3 weeks. The good news was that the club was willing to make an offer for him and ensure he secured a starting position. After expressing his gratitude with a smile, Lin Mo raised his training standards. If he wanted to make up for the regrets he had in his dreams with Manchester United, time was not on his side. Failing to return on time would mean the curse of Mourinho's third year would inevitably unfold. With 26 points after 17 rounds, the crushing defeat against Liverpool became the last straw for the team. Lin Mo's time was running out. Solskjaer was indeed the absolute DNA of the Red Devils, but even a nice guy could be disposed of in the face of those bastards. Not to mention the upcoming Rangnick and Ten Hag, who couldn't even set up a coherent tactic. At this moment, a phone call from Mourinho brought Lin Mo back to reality from his dreams. Lin, after much thought, I feel the need to have a conversation with you. Your situation is not as good as I had hoped. Lin Mo's heart sank on the other end of the line. He couldn't understand why his performance of 4 assists in 2 matches was deemed by Mourinho as not being better than he had imagined. Sensing Lin Mo's silent discontent, Mourinho continued, talent. Yes, what I want to discuss with you is talent. The coaching staff and I unanimously believe that your talent and ball sense are not top among the players in Manchester United labeled as geniuses. Even the U15 kids excel in ball sense compared to you. Yet we also see your strengths. You seem to have a wealth of match experience that compensates for these deficiencies, but it also leaves significant risks. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat as experience turned into a liability. BOSS, how can that be a liability? Mourinho sighed. I've watched all your matches. I've seen your training records. In terms of body, weaker foot and physicality, when you're on the wing you feel like a diminished version of Valencia to me. But once you move to other areas, your speed and dribbling still feel like you're playing in the U17s. There seems to have been no change in over a month. Lin Mo started to feel uneasy. He seemed to anticipate what Mourinho was about to say next, the very words he had heard in his dreams. But my position is a winger. Is there something wrong with that? What if the opponent blocks the sideline? Lin Mo's cold sweat instantly broke out. This was his greatest flaw. Only playing in areas he was familiar with. Even in his dreams, Mourinho had said this to him, but at that time Lin Mo was already beyond change. Would he repeat the same mistakes? Does this mean they intend to abandon me? In the end, will I still be left languishing in mid-lower tier teams? Lin Mo's heart slowly sank. This blow was too great for him. The voice on the other end of the phone wasn't just anyone. It was Mourinho. Don't be discouraged. I'm not here to bring you down. Mourinho's words made Lin Mo feel as though he had grasped a lifeline. BOSS, whatever you say, I'm listening. I'll take it seriously. Anything you ask of me. Kid, you don't possess top-tier talent, so train like a mad dog. Be a mad dog that everyone fears. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. In China, this was not a good metaphor. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. The voice on the other end continued. You should know Cristiano Ronaldo. He, like me, is Portuguese. I understand him. He doesn't possess historic-level talent, but his achievements are historic. Kid, talent can be overcome. Don't put all your thoughts into known skills. Let go of that experience and embrace a brand new version of yourself. Lin Mo felt as if struck by lightning. These words were something he had never heard from Mourinho before. Can I really do it? Of course you are the one I have chosen. How could you be ordinary? After hanging up, Lin Mo seemed to be still immersed in the conversation. You are the one I have chosen. A fierce fire ignited in Lin Mo's chest. All this time, he had been playing with his experience, striving to improve the shortcomings he dreamed of. Yet he had never considered enhancing his dribbling and technical skills, which he viewed as his ceiling. Stepping out of the locker room, Lin Mo faced the rising sun of late winter, his spirits soaring. Young man, once you have your goal, it feels like encountering your first love, setting sail towards the moonlight. No matter how far you must hoist the sails. To reach a sea, dare to cross countless mountains. While Lin Mo was diligently training at La Masia in Barcelona, Bartomeu looked at Valdez sitting across from him and said, I watched that match in its entirety. That guy Lin was indeed impressive, but the team already has too many wingers. Rafinha, Dembele, Malcolm, Dennis, and Coutinho. All of them can play various positions, and there is nothing here to Bartomeu saw clearly that while he could potentially acquire Lin Mo, the resulting locker room issues would not be easily resolved. Our current focus is on building the defensive lineup. Left-backs and center-backs are the cornerstone for the team's continued advancement, not some fleeting Chinese talent. Valdez's expression darkened. He knew Bartomeu was right, but in his eyes both Dembele and Rafinha lacked a certain quality when compared to Lin Mo at the same age. A self-discipline that only competitors next door possess. Lazy with a serious internet addiction, lack of training, and even needing the club to take care of their daily lives. Clearly possessing extraordinary talent, yet Valdez found himself loathing him. And Rafinha, despite arriving at Camp Nou early, was plagued by injury issues that made him unplayable. The remaining Malcolm was not to his liking, leaving only Coutinho and Messi. In fact, our options are limited. If Lin Mo could join, it would greatly motivate Dembele. We both know his talent is only second to Messi. I'm not after his talent. He is a B player who could motivate Dembele, but such a player cannot survive at Barcelona. Upon hearing this, Bartomeu fell silent. Valdez was right. Dembele's talent was apparent with dribbling, shooting, passing, and no weak foot. As long as he grows well and avoids major injuries, he could completely fill the void left by Neymar and potentially succeed Messi in the future. Introduce a B player. Meanwhile, while Barcelona hesitated whether to give Lin Mo a side role, Espanyol had officially proposed to Manchester United to buy out Lin Mo. With a wave of his hand, club owner Chen Sheng threw a check for €5 million on Sandico's desk. This not only shocked the Chinese football scene, but also created a small stir in La Liga and the Premier League. Signing a youth training player from China and earning €5 million in just over a month. Many sporting directors from smaller clubs wanted to send scouts to China to seek treasures. Isn't this pure profit? The owners of Inter Milan and Wolverhampton are both from China. Would they also be willing to spend money for their compatriots? At this moment, no one even paid attention to Lin Mo's performance in 2 matches with Espanyol. In their view, what else could a Chinese player rely on to establish himself in one of the top 5 leagues besides his fellow countrymen? Just as the domestic scene trembled, a second club took action. On January 23, Catalonia Daily reported in its sports section Valdez's admiration for Lin Mo after the match. A player like Lin Mo should absolutely be playing for Barcelona. Once these words were spoken, domestic fans were once again ecstatic. Meanwhile, Manchester United politely declined the offer from Espanyol, and soon reporters sought out Lin Mo for an exclusive interview. At this moment, Lin Mo resembled a powerful locomotive moving steadily towards his goals and the future. Some even spotted him training with his father at the Catalonia Community Stadium in the evening. It was not the simple opposite foot passing training from before, but rather a drill involving dribbling around cones with both feet before executing an opposite foot pass. Lin's father stood by with a timer with only a successful opposite foot pass after maneuvering around 10 cones, counting as one. Starting from an initial 10 seconds, Lin Mo had improved to 9 seconds. However, this meant that the progress on his 5-0-0 opposite foot passing drills was beginning to slow. The system's numbers were slowly ticking up: 589-150000, 589250000. Yet Lin Mo felt an unyielding drive brimming with inexhaustible energy. During the day, Ruby approached him. Lin Mo's response was simple: you can't convince Jose Mourinho. He's a very difficult Portuguese. However, he added silently in his heart, he's a Portuguese eccentric for whom many would willingly die. As for Barcelona wanting him, Lin Mo scoffed at the notion. Who would believe such foolishness? If it weren't for his current contract with Manchester United, trying to poach players from a rival would be like Biden not wearing diapers. Overthinking. If he truly believed such nonsense and desperately clung to it, he would become the Lou Boo of the football world, earning disdain from all. Therefore, Lin Mo concentrated all his thoughts on training. He knew that the road he had to travel was an extremely treacherous path to greatness. That lofty road, while spacious, was already crowded with people. And on this journey, besides himself and his shadow, the only one by his side was his father. Amidst the fervent transfer speculations in the domestic scene, it turned out that the parties involved had made no response at all. Meanwhile, Espanyol seemed to have hit a wall with Manchester United as no further news emerged. Barcelona was making many moves behind the scenes, but aside from suffering setbacks with Manchester United, they had no new developments. Lin's father had been shut out. He had already seen his son develop his own dreams and goals, and the training program they were currently undertaking was sent by Mourinho. As a father, it was his responsibility to safeguard his son's dreams. As time passed, Lin Mo's transformation left everyone astonished. Although he had yet to complete his opposite foot training, Lin Mo was already unsatisfied with merely operating on the flanks. He started to interchange positions and cut in to shoot. Despite many mistakes, his attempts became increasingly incisive. To didact Lin Mo in training was becoming harder to defend against. In addition to often gliding past defenders along the sideline, he would occasionally cut in, creating significant threats. On January 27th, the 21st round of La Liga officially kicked off, with Espanyol playing away against Leganés. As a team that had just been promoted to La Liga last season, Leganés had very limited strength. However, this season Espanyol was even worse off. The two teams were currently ranked 13th and 14th, making them both struggling brothers. The danger was that the two teams were only 8 points away from the relegation zone. If they couldn't widen the gap during the middle of the season, not to mention pushing for European League qualification, even staying afloat would be very challenging. Due to Piatti's continued injury, Lin Mo was once again given a starting position. A match to test Lin Mo's recent training results was at hand. At 7 p.m. Beijing time, the early match in La Liga attracted countless domestic fans' attention. Looking at the match schedule with Barcelona playing at 3:15 a.m., fans were on the verge of shedding tears of joy. Finally, they were not watching La Liga at a ghostly hour. Bars in various cities and online platforms were already gearing up, with people hoping Lin Mo could start and surprise them once again. As the players slowly walked out from the tunnel, the familiar voice of Lao Zhan began to echo. Zhuang TV. Welcome to the 21st round of La Liga, where Espanyol faces Leganés in an away match. In this match, Lin Mo once again started. After being loaned to Espanyol, Lin Mo has had consecutive opportunities to play in 3 matches, with this being his second start. This gives us reason to believe that Lin Mo has firmly established himself at the club. Regardless of whether Lin Mo can return to Manchester United in the future, he has already set numerous records for Chinese players. The youngest record for appearances in the top 5 leagues, the first to achieve an assist hat-trick, the first to have 3 consecutive matches. While Lao Zhan recounted these achievements, the match had already begun. Before the game, head coach Ruby had only one demand: 3 points. He craved those 3 points more than any other coach, as the owner promised that if they made it into the top 10 in the league, he would provide a €20 million transfer budget for the summer window. For a top 6 finish, the budget would be €50 million. No head coach would refuse such performance evaluations. In the 3rd minute of the match, after Espanyol weathered Leganés' initial onslaught, they quickly launched a counterattack. Hernan Perez, who had been advancing from the right, suddenly made a long pass to the left after being intercepted by an opponent. Lin Mo, receiving the ball, seemed to have eyes at the back of his head. After faking out his opponent, he dashed directly. The football had not yet touched the ground, and the bewildered opponent turned to glance at Lin Mo, only to feel darkness before his eyes. Didac, wearing a red jersey, met the ball and forcefully headed it forward. This was the chemistry developed between two players who practiced together daily. In a daze, some domestic fans shouted, "Isn't this the Lindy connection?" Speaking as he did, Lin Mo merely turned his head without slowing down. As he ran, he lifted his right thigh to nudge the ball to his left side, but it was about to go out of bounds. The dancer on the edge and winged flyer sprang into action. Using the back of his foot to control the ball just above the sideline, he accelerated past it. Leganés fullback Bustinus raised his hand, indicating the ball had gone out, reaching out to grab Lin Mo. But Lin Mo was already like a wild horse that had broken free, charging through Leganés' flank. If he didn't hear the whistle, he wouldn't stop running. Lin Mo thoroughly enjoyed the tense sensation of dancing on the edge of a knife. As Mourinho said, for children without top-tier talent, they must play like mad dogs, instilling fear in their opponents. Ruby and Mourinho, in front of the television, were utterly shocked by Lin Mo's rapid sprint. The synergy of this cooperation, the seasoned experience, and the fierce dribbling. Lin Mo, what a beautiful dribble. In the vastness of the sky and the wilderness, Leganés' defense is true. Seeing the young winger of the opponent swaggering into their territory, Leganés coach Garitano was so furious that he almost wanted to jump in and take a kick himself. "Get up, watch the defense. Retreat quickly." Hearing the coach's furious shouts from the sidelines, Moro Santos paid no heed to what was behind him and charged towards Lin Mo. Seeing the opponent rushing towards him, Lin Mo took one last look at the opponent's positioning. Borja on the offside line, Leo making a central run, and Hernan Perez on the right wing. Almost all of Espanyol's attacking players surged forward in sync with Lin Mo's rhythm. Dribble. Pass. All eyes filled with anticipation were fixed on Lin Mo. At this moment, countless Espanyol fans outside were silently urging, "Pass it quickly." Meanwhile, numerous domestic fans were looking forward to Lin Mo dribbling past again. The thrill of a Chinese player dribbling past in the top 5 leagues made them momentarily overlook the significance of the winger. As if he could hear the voices from outside the field, Lin Mo planted his right foot down, and Moros instantly lunged toward the sideline, knowing that the opponent excelled at using speed to overtake on the flank and then cutting in. But in the next second, the smile at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth made him feel a jolt. Beautiful. Dribbling past 2 players, Lin Mo completely pierced through Leganés' flank. Opportunity. He's entered the penalty area. Shoot. Oh, hey, the ball's in. 0-1. Espanyol takes the lead away. Lin Mo's pass fooled the entire world. Old John chuckled. Hee, I just saw it. The camera shook a bit. Who would have thought he would suddenly pass to Borja instead of shooting at the goal? Ruby, jumping with both hands raised excitedly, shouted, "What a guy, well done." Crespo wore an incredulous smile, shaking his head in amazement. He fooled everyone. They say the Chinese can endure, but in this situation, it's simply unbelievable that Lin Mo could hold back from shooting. Ruby laughed heartily. If it were me, I would have shot the moment I got in. How could I wait? At most 3 seconds for me. While the two were still discussing, Borja in the penalty area jumped up and leaped onto Lin Mo's back. Facing the boos from the home fans with Borja on his back, Lin Mo put his finger to his lips in a gesture to shush them. This moment was captured by the media as the exclusive cover for the match. Domestic fans fell into a frenzy again, But as the commotion from the referee settled, the noise was far less than before. The leading Espanyol began various tactical attempts. Especially regarding the triangular attack combination on both wings, there were many more ideas emerging. Under the guidance of offensive tactical thinking, Espanyol gradually began to gain the upper hand away. However, the entire flank defense line, which had just been breached by Lin Mo, began to feel the pressure. In the 16th minute of the match, Espanyol launched another attack, but as soon as Lin Mo received the pass from his teammate, he was met with a double team. The confident Lin Mo, who intended to dribble past, quickly found himself in trouble. As his body and the ball were about to cross the sideline again, he was sent out of bounds by the opponent along with both himself and the ball. Lying on the ground, Lin Mo couldn't see the face of the player, but he heard someone yell at him, "If you come over like this again, it'll break your legs." The referee only awarded Espanyol a free kick and did not show a card. Lin Mo rubbed his right calf, which had been targeted, and grimaced as he watched the defending player walk away. "I still need to cut in, or if I keep getting fouled like this, I won't be able to get past at all." In the 24th minute of the match, Espanyol scored again. After Lin Mo was heavily defended, both the fullback and the winger kept a close watch on him, leaving gaps behind. A through ball from Marc Carlotto allowed Didac to complete a cross. Following up was Glarones, who seized the opportunity. Still this side, Ruby swung his fist fiercely. This was the tactic he wanted. You can double team Lin Mo, but there will definitely be vulnerabilities. It seems the wing tactics need to be upgraded. Playing like this makes it too easy to be targeted. Crespo nodded. The wings are the densest in a positional battle. With such a speed of attack and defense transition, Lin Mo's opportunities are actually quite limited. Even if Piatti comes back, it would be difficult. Ruby took a sip of water, staring at the field. Without the ability to cut in, and without the ability to cross with the weaker foot, it's truly both love and hate. Most importantly, the opponent has once again resorted to foul tactics. In the remaining matches of the first half, Leganés' defensive actions began to grow more aggressive. Especially on the flanks, Lin Mo looked at his red shorts, which were quickly turning black, having been kicked several times by the opponent. Despite causing the opponent a yellow card, he felt that if this continued, he might just get kicked to death. "I need to think of a way if this intensity is getting close to the Premier League, and I must adapt." Meanwhile, domestic fans began to curse. "Is this playing football or kicking people? Am I just a punching bag for Lin Mo? I thought domestic leagues were already rough, but looking at La Liga, it's just as disgusting." There were also rational fans who spoke up. To be honest, 10 years ago, the intensity of the Premier League was even greater. The injury frequency was really high, and it was not easy for young people to break through. Speaking of young people, many people thought of the once promising Manchester United youth training player. A severe injury almost interrupted his career. Everyone said he was lazy, but he had at least once won the Golden Boot in League 2. At worst, he could still play for mid to lower tier teams in the top 5 leagues. However, after injuring his knee meniscus and cruciate ligament, he participated in the Olympics in the capital despite his injury. His career went downhill, and he never returned to his peak. Last June, he finally revealed this reason in an interview, and thus gained forgiveness from most fans. Now, the lessons from the past prevent fans from criticizing Lin Mo for not daring to dribble. The first half of the match ended with Espanyol leading 20. Watching Lin Mo clearly limping, and clearly having endured too much contact in the first half, everyone's hearts began to worry. China does not lack talent, but lacks talented players who have grown up. Our results in the U20 World Cup are much better than in the World Cup. In the 1983 U20 World Cup, Li Huayun was on par with Romario van Basten and Bebeto. In the 1985 U20 World Cup, the Chinese youth team defeated England and Paraguay, reaching the quarterfinals. In the 2001 U20 World Cup, the Golden Generation made it to the round of 16. In the 2005 U20 World Cup, the Super Golden Generation emerged, defeating Turkey 21, Ukraine 32, and Panama 41, advancing to the round of 16 as group leaders. In the end, they only lost 23 to Germany. Now, even qualifying for the U20 World Cup has become a luxury. So fans place all their small hopes on Lin Mo. Even if he cannot dribble past, he should not get injured in such a league. In the away team's locker room, Lin Mo was receiving treatment from the team doctor. As he took off his shorts and socks, he noticed 2 slight bruises on his thighs and calves. 2 team doctors were working, one massaging while the other applied medication. Meanwhile, the other players were filled with laughter and joy. Winning this match would elevate them to 9th place in the league. Teams like Celta, Real Sociedad, Girona, Eibar, and Getafe were only 12 points ahead of them. Of course, it was merely a 9th place experience card, as they had started their matches earlier. Ruby and Crespo had already made plans for the second half. Lin, you performed well in the first half, but be sure to protect yourself. Ruby began to lay out the tactics. Didac, in the second half, be mindful of your position and protect Lin Mo. He started making adjustments on the tactical board. You two, let's redistribute your roles. As he spoke, Ruby moved Didac's icon to the forefront, while also placing Graylin's icon on the left wing. The subsequent changes made Lin Mo, who was receiving treatment, widen his eyes in surprise. He saw Ruby pushing his icon inward, indicating that he wanted him to cut inside. Lin, the opponent's tactic is straightforward. They will double team you on the wing. Unless you can get past 2 defenders, even with your teammates help, you won't get through. Ruby pointed at Didac's icon, delegate tasks to your teammates. When Didac has the ball, Grallons will come over to draw away the defensive midfielder. At that moment, you should take the chance to pull out and cut inside into the penalty area. He then replicated the same tactic on the right. Only then did everyone realize that the coach was aiming for an offensive strategy. Lin Mo looked at his position on the tactical board and understood that the day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Back in the center, he no longer had the bonuses of the winged flanker or blade dancer. If you were to ask Lin Mo if he regretted not choosing ankle assassin, what would he say? No. A faint smile appeared on Lin Mo's face as his body began to tremble slightly with excitement. After the last match, what had been a dream had turned into experience. His personality had also reverted to that of a 16-year-old youth. Daring to challenge. That was Lin Mo. At the start of the second half, the fans were still sipping beer and chatting. Even old Jean was passionately recounting the historical anecdotes of the Espanyol team and the fierce competition for the league title this season between Atletico and Barca. After all, Real Madrid was focused on the Champions League, trailing Barca by nearly 13 points in the league. If it weren't for Espanyol's last match where they took a shot, the gap would have widened to 15 points. But at that moment, the tides of the game began to change dramatically. Leganés, riding high on their momentum at the start of the second half, launched a fierce attack. Lin Mo, not retreating deep enough, allowed the opponent to bypass him and find Didac planning to regain control from the wing. They quickly broke through, sending the football soaring towards the penalty area. Goalkeeper Roberto was fully focused, charging out of the absolute zone, with 2 quick steps, leaping high to clear the ball out of the penalty area. At that moment, Lin Mo saw Victor Sanchez waiting for the ball, and something suddenly flashed in his mind. He sprinted. Counterattack. The familiar rhythm. Espanyol had scored over 3 goals through counterattacks in their recent matches, ranking first in La Liga. Before old John's words could finish, Victor sent a long pass that found Borja sprinting forward. The two were almost entangled as they tussled in the center circle. As the football was about to land, Borja felt he couldn't control it. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lin Mo sprinting alongside him and Grallons coming up to support him, which gave him an idea. Borja leaned back sharply, appearing to want to stop the ball with his chest. In the next moment, a tremendous force pushed back from behind, and at that instant they reached a balance. Borja deftly flicked the ball with his head to Grallons, who was following closely. Quick pass. However, the latter was interfered with by a pursuing defender, causing the ball to be overplayed. Lin Mo sprinting down the wing made the Leganés fans feel as if their hearts were about to be ripped out. The defending wing player was left far behind. Once again, it was a green channel. Damn. On the sidelines, Leganés coach Garitano was furious to the extreme. It's that guy again, it's him. But before he finished speaking, Lin Mo suddenly cut inside on the wing to face the recovering. The defender thought Lin Mo would cut inside as usual and only had time to turn his head half-turned, extending a foot. Oh, this turn is like an aircraft carrier turning around. Old Jean, in a moment of inspiration, directly bestowed the title of Maguire on Leganés defender Munoz for the blunder. However, after completing the cut, Lin Mo's speed significantly decreased. Feeling exhausted from the long sprint, his dribbling appeared somewhat chaotic, lacking the previous elegance. This made both Ruby and Mourinho on the sidelines furrow their brows simultaneously. Both wondered what's going on. But Lin Mo didn't give them more time to think. The opponent's midfielders quickly closed in, threatening to overwhelm him. This is bad. He can't hesitate with this shot. Old Jean shouted, directly voicing the thoughts of all the fans. If Lin Mo could hear, he would surely curse MMP in his heart. His shooting from the penalty line was risky. Even without interference, it might not go in, let alone with defenders surrounding him. At that moment, Lin Mo's right foot moved. The defender threw himself forward, intending to fly in to block Lin Mo's shot. And behind him, the pursuing defensive midfielder Liceo also flew in for a tackle. Yet the ball neither flew towards the goal nor was passed to a teammate on the right. Instead, it rolled straight to the left side of the penalty area. In an instant, the Leganés players were drenched in cold sweat. The inconspicuous Didac suddenly appeared in the unguarded left side of the penalty area, receiving the ball with a horizontal pass. Everyone's gaze followed the ball towards the goal. The Butarque Stadium went silent. A Borja appeared alongside the football inside the goal. Espanyol was leading by 3. However, at that moment, the players did not celebrate, but instead rushed towards the penalty area. Lin Mo fell to the ground again, his expression somewhat pained. The referee confirmed the goal, while simultaneously pulling out a red card. A Leganés midfielder had tackled Lin Mo from behind. A scissor kick. Lin Mo was now holding his left ankle, eyes tightly shut. The system panel in his mind displayed body condition good, 98. Lin Mo saw an exclamation mark prompt and clicked it again, revealing the explanation: mild skin abrasion exists with an estimated recovery time of 18 hours. Phew. Lin Mo finally let out a sigh of relief. He opened his eyes. Aside from the concerned faces of his teammates, the team doctor was pushing through the crowd to check on his ankle. Not far away, goalkeeper Roberto was arguing with 2 tall defenders from the opposing side. On the sidelines, Coach Ruby and assistant coach Crespo were berating the Leganés bench. In the away section, fans were angrily shouting back at the home fans, with all sorts of profanities flying around the stadium. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had clearly become the darling of the Espanyol team. Lone Prince. Once a person puts on colored glasses, everything appears as they wish. The fans of Espanyol have begun to organize a fan club for Lin Mo, as this young player has captivated them in just. Perhaps Lin Mo is not yet perfect. His unknown dribbling efficiency is quite touching. At 188 centimeters tall, there are countless players in La Liga who are better at dribbling than him. His shooting is also quite abstract. His last match featured shots that were truly hard to watch. As the fans put it, it was a world-class sprint, but a community-level shot. His passing accuracy poses a challenge for his teammates. Perhaps only Borja, who often charges ahead, can form the peculiar Lin-Borja connection with Lin Mo. Yet this seemingly imperfect young man has revitalized Espanyol, which was on the verge of sinking this season. The connection between Lin Mo and Ruby may not be profound, but the fans of Espanyol watching on television feel entirely different. Before Rubi's arrival halfway through the season, Espanyol was ranked 16th. Only 3 points away from the relegation zone, each match had the fans on edge. They did not want to return to the second division. That would mean being looked down upon by their city rivals Barcelona. With Ruby and Lin Mo arriving almost simultaneously for the fans, this was a great transfer. The lifeless matches were shattered by Lin Mo's decisive Chinese-style charge. Passion and fervor that had vanished in the wake of crushing defeats returned. In the third round of the league, they were hammered by Barcelona at home, a moment the fans still cannot forget. However, Lin Mo once again reclaimed the dignity that Espanyol had lost with an incredible breakthrough. Although his dribbling sometimes involves tricks, it doesn't appear as smooth, and his passes nearly missed reaching his teammates. Yet he was the only one on the team charging forward, daring to break out, allowing the over 3-0 fans on site to feeling the concern of his teammates and the encouragement of the fans. Lin Mo slowly stood up. But Ruby on the sidelines had already made the substitution adjustment. With a 3-goal lead, the opposing team appeared to be getting desperate. At this moment, protecting the players is crucial not only for the veterans on the field, but also for the coach, who has the duty to safeguard the young players. After standing up, Lin Mo felt a slight pain in his left leg. Looking at the substitution board, he realized he was being as Lin Mo limped off the field, a wave of applause erupted in the stadium. He turned to see the away fans standing and applauding him, and feeling touched, he clapped back. Suddenly, Lin Mo felt his arms being supported. Kid, you really stole the spotlight this time. I heard your dad cooks Chinese food well. You have to treat us when you get back. Lin Mo nodded with a smile, slowly leaving the field with their support. Meanwhile, the players from Leganés, realizing they had injured the young opponent, didn't dare to urge him to hurry. Even the home fans felt a bit embarrassed. We can see Lin Mo seems to be injured. That last hit must have had some force. Hopefully he will be okay. After all, Piatti is already injured, and if Lin Mo gets hurt, Espanyol's left wing will be practically paralyzed. However, Old Zhang looked at Lin Mo as he left the field and sighed deeply. It's been a long time since we've seen a young player receive such affection from teammates and fans. The fans in front of the television were also moved and spoke up. I always feel a sense of unreality, having watched the domestic league and national team matches so much. Lin Mo feels really unfamiliar to me. Is he really our player? I thought we held our heads high in last year's top 12 matches. Looking at Lin Mo now, I can't help but think if only we had 2 more Lin Mos, we could have gone to the 2018 World Cup. Yes, last year's top 12 matches were just a little short. I can't tell if it was Lippi arriving too late or Lin Mo arriving. Lin Mo seems stronger than Wu Lea. It would be great if the two could partner up. What a pity. I don't know why, but seeing this scene always touches me. We still have a lot of great talents. I always feel that Lin Mo's potential seems to be aiming for Bale. Tottenham Hotspur has Heung-min's son. I believe Lin Mo has a chance to surpass him and become the new Asian #1. As soon as this was said, the haters found their topic. It's time for fantasies again. Do you know Son Heung-min scored 14 goals and provided 9 assists in 34 matches last season? Lin Mo chasing after headers. In the FA Cup, he scored 6 goals and assisted once in 5 matches. Do you know what that means? I'd rather buy Son Heung-min's jersey than Lin Mo's. One is a professional player in the Premier League, while Lin Mo is just a youth player from a mid-lower tier La Liga team on loan. How can you have the face to compare? He is the Asian #1. You are just a copycat #1. Wake up. Watching these irritating comments, Lin Mo's fans and haters immediately clashed online. The battle was comparable to that between Messi and Ronaldo's fans. After high-fiving his teammates, Lin Mo approached coach Ruby. Boss, I can still hold on. Ruby ruffled Lin Mo's hair. You underestimate your opponent. Oh, as long as I dare to put you on the field, they can do anything. Lin Mo took one last lingering look at the field, reluctantly nodded, and returned to the bench. You kid, you're still not enough of a show-off. Oh, I won't help you next time you fight. Well done. In the subsequent match, Lin Mo sat on the sidelines in a coat. The match clock read the 79th minute. Espanyol scored another goal with a clean and swift counterattack. With a resounding 40 victory, they announced their rise from the lower half of the league to the upper half. The Northern Expedition of Espanyol. In a month and a half, they've climbed from 16th to 9th in the league. Though it's only temporary, it reflects the team's confidence in their Northern Expedition. With 17 rounds left in the season, let's see if this team revitalized since Lin Mo's joining can create miracles. As soon as the match ended, Lin Mo was sent to the hospital for various checks. Although he knew he wasn't seriously hurt, he patiently waited. The next day, Ruby sighed in relief upon seeing the examination report. They cannot afford to be without Lin Mo in the upcoming home match against Sevilla. This kid's visible growth is terrifying. He seems to surprise every match. Although he hasn't scored his first La Liga goal, yet Ruby feels that day is approaching. At this time, Lin Mo had just seen off his teammates who had come to mooch a meal at the doorstep. He sat with his father in the club's newly arranged small villa garden, gazing at the starry sky. Dad, how about we eat dumplings this spring festival? Lin's father took out a cigarette from his pocket and silently lit it while staring at the stars. Amid the smoke, Lin's father seemed to see his wife smiling and nodding at him. His eyes couldn't help but become a little misty as he said softly, "All right, well, eat dumplings." The tense month of January is coming to an end. All major leagues have concluded their matches, and the winter transfer window is about to close. Mourinho has proposed to the club to sign Maguire and Perisic during the winter transfer window, but all suggestions have been unceremoniously rejected. This has led to widespread awareness of the conflict between Mourinho and the upper management of Manchester United. Apart from Sanchez, Mourinho has achieved almost nothing. On February 1st, Manchester United faced Tottenham at White Hart Lane and was easily defeated 20. In this match, the newly transferred Sanchez performed exceptionally well. However, he found it quite uncomfortable to play. In half a season, he had an impressive record of 17 appearances, 7 goals and 3 assists at Arsenal, making him a sharp weapon in their attack. Yet at Manchester United, he often had to participate in defense and create plays. However, the forwards in the team at that time were still Martial and Lukaku. The limping Ibrahimovic could hardly play, and sometimes Manchester United's attack relied on Lingard's performance. Thus, Lingard, Rashford, Martial, and Lukaku became the sharp blades of Manchester United's front line. Mourinho could only focus on restructuring the defense. Buying another forward would be impolite. After being shut out in this match, many fans have expressed their dissatisfaction with Mourinho. They believe the team has already spent nearly $200 million, and it has been proven that these players are all capable individuals carefully selected by the club. Now, with the current performance still firmly suppressed by their city rivals, the responsibility falls on Mourinho as the head coach. This sentiment has naturally been eagerly embraced by Mourinho's adversaries, namely the media. Facing the reporters' probing questions, Mourinho threw out his famous remark, "I know the fans have their own thoughts, but I want to use a term here: football legacy." The reporters in the audience widened their eyes, looking at the man who had turned grey yet remained defiant. The last time Manchester United reached the Champions League final was in 2011, and they haven't won many times. 11 years later, 12 years, 13 years, 14 years, 15 years, and they haven't even reached the Champions League. In the past 4 years, Manchester United's best league finish has been 4th, and these achievements are what we call legacy. Of course, I respect the fans. When I first arrived at Real Madrid, do you know how many players had played in the quarterfinals? This is the football legacy. Now let's look at Manchester City, who have won 2 championships in the past 7 years. Of course, you could say they are likely to win a third and 2 runner-up finishes. Do you know what Manchester City's football legacy is? It's Otamendi, De Bruyne, Fernandinho Silva, Sterling, Aguero. They are all part of Manchester City's previous investments, not from the past 2 years. Just look at where the players who left Manchester United are playing now. I'll take a good look. On the day I leave, the new manager of Manchester United will inherit Matic, Lukaku, De Gea. They will all be part of Manchester United's football legacy. Now look at the 8 teams in the Champions League, 4 of which have been consistent. They have always been there. Mourinho's words stirred the waters, striking hard at many faces. Indeed, the miracle of Leicester City is considered a miracle precisely because it cannot be sustained. Their football legacy was taken away by the Premier League giants after winning the title. Kanté, Mahrez, Maguire, and others took away everyone they could. Why does League One have only 1 Champions League trophy? Because they don't even have a foundation for the Champions League. In Paris Saint-Germain's trophy room, the highest trophy in European competition is the European Cup Winners' Cup from the 95-96 season. In 48 years since their establishment, they have played 97 Champions League matches, but have never reached the final. Mourinho's theory of football legacy is increasingly making sense. Lynn Emo saw this madman's outspoken remarks on the news after finishing training with his father that night. This not only slapped many fans in the face, but also the faces of the club's upper management. Apart from De Gea, it seems that Manchester United has left no football legacy for him. Rather, he has laid the foundation for Manchester United's resurgence. Fans yearn for a team that hasn't finished in the top 3 for 13 years to compete with Manchester City for the championship, which is clearly unrealistic. The miracle of Fox's City is just that, a miracle. The boss is still so impulsive. He finally said this after holding it in for so long. Lynn Emo shook his head. Despite losing the match, Manchester United was still undoubtedly in second place. However, the gap between them and the top-ranked Manchester City had widened to 16 points, an insurmountable difference. Of course, Manchester United's current second-place standing is 16 points behind Manchester City, and other clubs are even further behind. A team that has terrifying dominance in the Premier League is not something Mourinho's Manchester United can contend with. Lynn Emo took a deep breath, watching his gradually increasing attributes, feeling a sense of urgency. This news was not good. On February 2nd, La Liga announced the best lineup for January. An unexpected event occurred. 2 players from Espanyol were selected. Borja, who scored 6 goals in January, and Lynn Emo, who provided 5 assists, each occupied a position. The forward line also includes Messi, Ronaldo, and Modric, while the defense features Varane, Ramos, Marcelo Alba, and goalkeeper Ter Stegen. This unexpected selection allowed Lynn Emo to complete 1/3 of his novice series tasks directly. He has already fulfilled the requirement of being selected for the monthly best lineup at least once. With a remaining overall rating of 70, Lynn Emo's current rating is nearing 69. It can be said that within a month, Lynn Emo could complete 2/3 of the tasks. Furthermore, the training on his weaker foot is progressing significantly. As his reverse foot passing exceeds 1/0, his training speed increases rapidly. The increases in attributes include 1 for dribbling, 1 for technique, 1 for passing, and 1 for agility. Although the increases are not high, Lynn Emo, who is about to turn 17, feels that he will eventually catch up to the likes of me. At this moment, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang ding. Congratulations, host, on being selected for the monthly best lineup for the first time. Reward of 2,000 points and 1 random draw. Draw contents 500. 2000 points random selection of 1 CA level skill and CA level items. What the heck? Could this be what they call achievement rewards? Lin Mo looked at the points rewarded and found that he already had 4,200 points. He was soon able to gather 5,000 points to exchange for new skills. In this random draw, aside from skills, there were also points and items appearing anew. System draw. Tomorrow is the match against Sevilla. No matter what, he was determined to draw this prize today. As the golden roulette began to spin, Lin Mo started to feel excited. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've drawn a random CA level skill to choose from. Surgical passing. Art is explosive, basic ball sense. Lin Mo gazed at the 3 brand new, unheard-of skills, once again astonished by the system. He clicked on the descriptions of the 3 skills. Surgical pass. Those who possess this skill will temporarily increase their passing attribute by 10 points, maximum 90. When making a pass with a 5 chance of penetrating the opponent's defense and striking at their vital point, the surgery must be steady, precise, and ruthless, and the pass must be quick, accurate, and stable, as medical principles apply to the art of passing. Note: upon advancement, it will upgrade to surgical master. Art is explosion. Those who possess this skill will temporarily increase their strength attribute by 10 points, maximum 90, during passing, confrontation, and shooting with a 5 chance to achieve explosion, causing a mind-shattering explosion effect. Art is explosion. Note: upon advancement, it will upgrade to Mad Ivan. Basic ball sense. Those who possess this skill will enhance their overall ball sense by 20 during ball contact. Ball sense is the foundation of football, as graceful as a swimming dragon, as elegant as a startled swan. Wow. He wanted all 3 skills at first glance. The first could help him make up for his passing shortcomings and might even pose a direct threat. The second one compensates for his current weakness in confrontation, especially since it temporarily enhances his strength attributes during passing and shooting. The art is explosion also stirred Lin Mo's desire to choose young people who doesn't like the flamboyant and the aesthetic of violence. However, when Lin Mo saw the 3rd skill, his brows furrowed tightly. He couldn't comprehend it. What puzzled him was why this skill had the shortest name and included the word basic with a description that was extremely simple. He couldn't grasp what an overall ball sense enhancement of 20 really meant. Seeing this, Lin Mo shook his head. He knew. Carrington training base. Pogba turned his head and shot a glance at Mourinho, who was standing on the sidelines of the training ground, his eyes no longer filled with respect. Encouraged by Pogba 7 and Pogba 6, Pogba planned to negotiate a new contract with Manchester United this 300,000. As the absolute core of the team, his statistics from last season, nearly the best among Premier League midfielders, gave him confidence. Average key passes 2nd in the Premier League. Total absolute chances created 2nd in the Premier League. Average dribbles 2nd in the Premier League. Average recoveries of possession 4th in the Premier League. 29 league matches, 5 goals, 4 assists, highest scoring rating among Premier League midfielders. He believed he was Manchester United's most valuable asset, not Mourinho. Fans loved him, teammates trusted him, and not that defensive-minded Mourinho. Hey, Anthony, did you see yesterday's press conference? Pogba high-fived Martial as they jogged and started chatting. Yes, same old story. As soon as we lose, that guy switches to verbal combat mode. If you didn't know better, you'd think we won. Martial glanced at Mourinho, standing on the sidelines, disdainfully curling his lip. When hasn't it been like this? Losing isn't his responsibility. What football legacy? It's utterly absurd. The two of them began to criticize the coach, exchanging words. Mourinho naturally observed all of this. Not far away, Rashford was lazily training and arriving late. Compared to the players from Chelsea, Real Madrid, and Inter Milan, these guys seemed to be merely there to work at Carrington. Higher fame and higher salaries were their true goals. Looking at McTominay, who was diligently training there, he couldn't help but recall the youth Lin Mo, who performed excellently on loan at Espanyol. In recent days, Lawrence had mentioned Lin Mo's progress to him more than once. Looking at those few people on the training ground, Mourinho's thoughts drifted to summer. He needed to revamp Manchester United's midfield and forward line once again. February 3rd. The 22nd round of La Liga kicks off as Espanyol hosts Sevilla at the RCD Stadium. After finishing the 21 rounds of La Liga, Espanyol dropped 1 rank to become 10th. This was already their highest ranking of the season. Before the match, a reporter asked Coach Ruby, now some are comparing Lin Mo to Kylian Mbappe. This season, Mbappe has scored 6 goals and provided 4 assists. Looking at the reporters below with eager expressions, Ruby was somewhat confused. They were neither a top club nor Lin Mo's parent club, so there was no need to hype up the player to raise his market value. In 8 days, Lin Mo will turn 17, while Mbappe is already 20. There is no basis for comparison. So you mean there is no basis for comparison between Messi and Ronaldo? Damn it, these bastards are waiting for me here. I want to answer questions unrelated to the match, thank you. Ruby stood up and left. For him, it was a time filled with ambition. At this moment, Espanyol was only 11 points away from 6th place Real Betis. Today's opponent was the 7th place European competition. This was the stage he dreamed of. Back in the locker room, Ruby quietly sat on a chair looking at the players, each with expectant eyes, seemingly waiting for his command. Ruby knew how capable he truly was. Therefore, he had to strive to seize every opportunity. Guys, I want to go to European competition. Do you want to? The players' expressions instantly changed. Some were excited, some were puzzled, and some even found it somewhat ridiculous. Their coach suddenly talking about the Champions League. You should all know that last year I brought Huesca from the 2nd division to La Liga, which is why I can stand here. At that time, everyone said it was impossible, Even the players thought they would never have a chance to play in La Liga, but what about, I am not a dreamer, I am not. Ruby shook his head, sitting down heavily on the table behind him, his face bearing a hint of not. They all advised me to defend against strong teams. The low block is not my style. There is only one Barcelona and one Real Madrid in La Liga. We don't have many opponents: Getafe, Sevilla, Real Betis, Girona, just four. As long as we defeat them, we can reach. Of course it's possible we could get beaten to a pulp by them, but so what? To me there is no difference between 7th place and 17th place in the league. Assistant coach Crespo watched Ruby, who was enticing the players like a demon, feeling extremely unfamiliar. However, the atmosphere in the locker room began to change. Heavy breaths, eyes beginning to glow, red brows furrowed like mountains, fists clenched, and several bodies trembling. At worst, if the results are poor, we'll be sacked and go home. But what if we succeed? Leicester City won the championship. Wanting a spot in European competition isn't too much to ask, is it? The players started to fidget. Ruby jumped off the table wearing a nonchalant smile. Come on, if we're going to fall into hell, then let's witness the storm of hell together. Linemo lowered his head, a rare, wry smile on his face. System activate. Art is explosion. I have no way to deal with you, so let's go crazy once. Sevilla, the king of the UEFA Europa League. The 5 UEFA Europa League trophies are the most among all clubs, to the point that fans jokingly refer to it as the Sevilla Cup. Do you know which teams follow Sevilla? Inter Milan, Juventus, Liverpool, Atletico Madrid. Now Linemo walks out of the player tunnel to the cheers of the fans. And this is the enemy he must face. Lin. The fans on both sides of the RCD Stadium tunnel shout Linmo's name. This young man from Huaxia has given them countless surprises. But such surprises are far from enough. They demand a continuous stream of surprises until they grow weary of victory. But who would ever tire of victory? Zhuang TV. Welcome to the match of La Liga round 22 in the 2017-18 season, where Espanyol hosts Sevilla. I am Lao Zhang, and sitting next to me is Coach Zhang. Lao Zhang chuckled. Hello everyone. Oh. The players from both sides have now stepped onto the field. Our young player Linemo is making his 4th appearance for Espanyol. He has performed excellently in the previous 3 matches. In the La Liga Best 11 selection that concluded in January, Linemo was selected alongside Messi and C. Ronaldo. During the injury period of Pablo Piatti, Linemo has clearly become the first choice on the left for Espanyol. We see that today Espanyol, dressed in traditional blue and white, has set up a classic 442 formation, with Linemo continuing to partner on the left with Didac, hoping he can score his first La Liga goal in his career today. On the other hand, Sevilla, dressed in red away kits, has set up a 4,231 formation. From the perspective of market value, the two teams differ greatly, but Espanyol's coach Ruby has clearly set his lineup to secure 3 points at home. Alright, without further ado, the match officially begins. With the referee's whistle, the players from both sides charged at each. Espanyol, who kicked off first, was just about to launch an attack from the flank. But before Linemo could receive the ball, he collided with the opponent's number 17 Sarabia. Just when Ruby on the sidelines thought Linemo was about to be pushed out of bounds, Linemo managed to position himself perfectly to receive the ball. In fact, even Linemo himself was a bit surprised, though, when he turned his head and saw the frail Sarabia. He couldn't help but chuckle. Skinny fellow, here I go. Art is explosive activated. Strength 6,373. Facing an opponent with a strength of only 45, Linemo executed a positioning turn and easily took the ball from his opponent. Explosive charge. Winged attack activated. Speed 7,484. Burst 7,484. Young man charge. In the face of protesting Sevilla players, the referee declared there was no foul. The RCD Stadium erupted. Fans felt that what they were drinking was not beer, but pure adrenaline. In the past, it was only the lanky Linemo who was pushed out of bounds by opponents. When did Linemo also have a day to push opponents aside? Wow. Ouch. I didn't see this strength from Linemo. Although the opponent is a bit shorter, this is just too violent. Lao Zhan, while speaking of violence, unconsciously tightened his grip on the pen. Linemo took a few steps forward, adjusted his position, and sent the ball towards the right wing with his right foot. After he pushed past his opponent, 3 Sevilla players suddenly charged towards him. Linemo was not an impulsive young man. He did not consider himself to be Messi. Linmo's pass was a bit too strong. Forward Leonardo received the ball, but was already near the goal line. Looking at the teammates rushing in from the center, he casually delivered a pass. This pass made Ruby on the sidelines throw up his hands in frustration, rolling his eyes to the sky. Linemo hadn't even made it into the penalty area when the ball was cleared by a Sevilla defender. Now it was time for the opponent. In this match, Ruby wanted to attack from both wings, targeting the opponent's defense. Seeing Espanyol's approach, Sevilla also dropped their pretense and revealed their cards. Both fullbacks pushed forward to assist. Argentine midfielder Banega advanced, while French holding midfielder Nzonzi held back, forming a pseudo-3-man defense. Come on, let's go all out. Both teams rolled up their sleeves, starting to exchange blows, and the speed of attack and defense on the field suddenly increased. When have domestic fans ever seen such a thrilling La Liga match? They were all excited. In the 5th minute of the match, Sevilla organized an attack from the back with a few quick passes, and the ball reached Banega. Before the returning Sergi could advance, the ball had already reached Sarabia. Just as Linemo was about to step forward, cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Fullbacks Kosi and attacking midfielder Vazquez unexpectedly rushed up together. In an instant, Espanyol's flank was overloaded. Flank overload tactic. This tactic, which he was extremely familiar with, was the signature tactic of Postecoglou Tottenham in the 22-23 season. Flank overload tactic 1. Form a flank overload with superior manpower stretching the center backs, followed by inside cuts or forward runs from both wings. Attack. Stand and die. As long as you're alive, keep attacking. This is the core of this crazy tactic. Next, the ball shifts, wingers cut inside. Lin Mo quickly recalled the countermeasures for this tactic, but found none. There was no time to think anymore. Lin Mo took a few steps to keep up with Sarabia, hoping to intercept the ball. Many people frowned at Lin Mo's impulsive advance. Sure enough, Sarabia immediately passed the ball to a teammate and chose to cut inside. Should Lin Mo follow? If he does, the center would be open. If he doesn't, the flank would be open. Because the two forwards had not yet had a chance to drop back. Time. Flank overload tactic 2. Attack faster than the opponent can recover. As long as the attacking side's transition speed exceeds the defensive side's recovery speed, they will always hold the advantage. Fall back, quickly stop him. Lin Mo ultimately chose to assist Didac in defending on the flank, as recklessly following would disrupt the central defense. But when Lin Mo shouted, his teammates also noticed the problem. The Espanyol formation quickly collapsed inward, and Lin Mo was taken aback. Ruby on the sidelines was also taken aback. The next second, the ball soared from Kosa's foot, flying towards the unguarded area on the right wing. Flank overload tactic 3. After the opponent collapses inward, quickly transition to the other side, forming an onion on the flank. A red figure appeared like the wind, effortlessly receiving the ball. Joaquin Correa? This is the reason Lin Mo broke into a cold sweat. Do you know Joaquin? Yes, the incredibly fast Espanyol player. Do you know Correa's execution song? Not the one where he was sent flying by Delict. He is the Lazio shadow striker, the Argentine winger. At this moment, he had easily evaded the 32-year-old veteran Javier Lopez. For a moment, the Espanyol penalty area was filled with tension. Faced with the completely empty flank, Rubis' expression was grim. The team doctor's examination yesterday indicated that Victor should rest today, which led to the veteran Javier Lopez being easily brushed aside. As the opponent penetrated the penalty area, the fans felt as if their hearts were being tightly gripped. 1 second felt like Lin Mo could only watch helplessly as Joaquin Correa charged in and swept the ball towards the goal, while the defenders, fearing an own goal, hesitated to intervene. However, the opportunistic Sarabia had no such concerns. With the forward Muriel drawing attention, he easily poked the ball into the net. This goal counts. 0-1, and the Spaniards allow their opponents to take the lead at home. After a few exchanges, Sevilla's attack tore through the Espanyol defense. Let's take another look at this transfer. It's truly beautiful. Old Zhang nodded in agreement. In my opinion, Lin Mo should have followed up. The opponent's distractions on the flank affected the Spaniards' judgment, leaving a gap in the center. Still young he. The RCD stadium had fallen silent, with only the boast from the visiting team's bench sounding. Lin Mo stood with his hands on his hips, watching the celebrating Sarabia, as a smile of excitement gradually appeared on his lips. Things are starting to get more interesting. Flank overload, I've learned that too. He walked back to Didac, reminiscing about his days at Standard Liège. Back then, he was the on-field captain of the U16 team, and the first Chinese player to become their youth training captain in 117 years. These things that were once discarded in his home country, Lin Mo intended to pick up again. This is Europe, where the strong are respected and power speaks. Didac, we need to adjust our defense. You must position yourself ahead and follow me. Don't worry about that idiot thinking he can get past both of us. What if they executed 2 on 1 play? The latter frowned and asked. Don't worry, besides Muriel, no one is fast. As Lin Mo spoke, his jaw instinctively lifted slightly, as if a hint of his former pride was returning. After 2 confrontations, he was well aware of the opponent's level, which matched Anthony's speed from Tung Ernien. Without the ball, it was manageable, but once the ball was at his feet, he would be easily caught up. He glanced at his slightly dejected teammates and took a deep breath, knowing he still had much to do. David, remember to pass the ball to me. Midfielder David Lopez was taken aback when Lin Mo actively asked him for the ball. The confidence on Lin's face, something he hadn't seen in a long time. Though he wanted to refuse internally, his mouth unconsciously replied, okay. The match began shortly after, and Ruby could no longer remain still, standing on the sidelines with his hands in his pockets. As a tactician with a composed style, he felt anxious inside. Both sides continued to engage in an open offense. At the 12th minute of the match, Sevilla almost attempted the same trick again, this time creating a localized advantage on the other. Seeing Muriel suddenly shift to the right wing, Lin Mo noticed that the center-back unconsciously followed him, and even Didac started to close down the space in the center. It should be coming now, right? Moments later, the ball indeed flew over, and Lin Mo glanced at the suddenly advanced. Perfect timing. In the next second, the entire RCD stadium erupted. Lin Mo stood firmly in place, 1 foot planted on the ball, looking down at Kosha, who was on the ground. He merely shrugged at the referee, expressing his helplessness. After a brief moment of shock, the fans in attendance directed their applause in all the graceful language they could muster towards the visiting team's fan section. A few burly men even took off their shirts in the early spring of February and roared madly, Lin, you're fucking awesome. Let's rewind to 20 seconds ago. Facing the sudden cross, both Kosha and the coach Pablo Machin on the sidelines felt it seemed that a 20 lead was just around the corner. But in an instant, Kosha, ready to stop the ball by lightly jumping, felt a shatter. Then his body felt as if it had been hit by a cannonball, soaring lightly before crashing heavily to the ground. It turned out that Lin Mo had intercepted the ball before Kosha. This reception triggered art is explosion. Skill effect explosion. Even old James twitched his eye quickly trying to come up with a comment. Ouch, Lin Mo's move. How should I put it? It feels a bit like bullying the weak. Sebastian Cocha, the French right back, stands at 176 centimeters and weighs 64 kilograms, which is quite a difference compared to Lin Mo. Lin Mo height 188 centimeters, and the latest official weight is already 80 kilograms, so. Some fans even commented, what does this mean? Is it a daily occurrence? I have to say Lin Mo's reading of the game is far superior to domestic players. I can't even begin to compare. Let's not say too much. Sevilla just made it look too easy. If Sevilla's coach only knows this move, he might as well coach in the Chinese Super League in the future. Of course, this commentator wouldn't know that his words would come back to haunt him. Pablo Machin may indeed become the coach of Qingdao Huanghai in the Chinese Super League in the future. Not to mention Lin Mo's foul was largely due to its overwhelming impact, which led to the foul call. However, in the eyes of his teammates, Lin, I've always been tougher than you just never noticed. Borja, with a shocked expression, disregarded the fury of the Sevilla players and rushed over to bump chests with Lin Mo. You brat, I have to take you to show my sisters how tough our Lin. At the 19th minute of the match, after both sides exchanged possession a few times, Sevilla, undeterred, once again unleashed. This time Lin Mo didn't wait for the opponent's long pass. At the moment Sarabia passed the ball, he executed a flying tackle, and the ball struck Lin Mo's legs, soaring towards the center. Lin Mo did the right thing to defend. We can't let the opponent through. While old Zhang was still smug about his foresight, Lin Mo quickly stood up, ignoring the anger in the eyes of his opponents. David, you have flank overload tactics. The left wing of the Espanyol team overload. It's here. It's here. Almost all the Spaniards and Lin Mo's fans are eagerly anticipating this moment. What is there to watch if not the thrilling moment of the match? What we want is violence. What we want is passion. What we want is speed. The football flies in the sky while the people chase it. If someone were to look down at the pitch from the sky, they would find that Lin Mo's speed is on par with that of the flying football at this moment. Moreover, at a height of 188 centimeters, Lin Mo's speed creates a particularly strong visual impact as he runs. Each step of his long legs resonates like a heartbeat. Seeing Lin Mo rushing towards him, he surprisingly chose not to turn around at the first moment, but instead reached out to. Lin Mo heard the sound of fabric ripping and suddenly entered an ecstatic state, his smile instilling a sense of. His speed surged again, leaving Cocha far behind. Boom. The iconic scene reappeared. Off the ball overtaking. A perfect blend of speed and passion, violently overtaking on the flank in overload mode. Every moment makes the fans' adrenaline soar. In an instant the distance between the two widened, and the football seemed to fall directly in front of Lin Mo, as if guided by an unseen force. Crossing the halfway line, Lin Mo turned to see the football descending. The center back in the distance hesitated whether to move up, and Lin Mo understood that the opponent had started to doubt their own speed after witnessing his. Lin Mo? Too fast, really too fast. Some say Lin Mo is currently the answer for the national team's flank, and now it seems no one would doubt that. Fans watched the scene unfold, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Lin Mo? Cut in. None of his teammates followed suit, with the fastest Leonardo and Borja just crossing the halfway line. Then it would be up to him. Lin Mo flicked the ball with his right foot, suddenly charging towards the center of the penalty area. At this moment Lin Mo and his teammate formed a triangular attacking formation. This put tremendous pressure on. Lin Mo quickly approached the penalty area, his speed suddenly decreasing as he appeared to bend his body to dribble past. In the next moment fans almost burst out in anger as Lin Mo halted, choosing neither to dribble past nor to pass. Behind him Leonardo and an opponent rushed past him, almost intercepting Lin Mo's ball. On the other side Borja seemed to realize something, deliberately circumventing Lin Mo and heading straight for another center back. On the sidelines, Ruby fans in front of the television and those in the stadium were all driven mad by Lin Mo's waiting. Shoot quickly. If Lin Mo could hear their thoughts, he would surely be overwhelmed by those voices. Oh no, Lin Mo should. Wow. Oh my, the ball went in. Lin Mo? First goal in La Liga. Lin Mo's shot. What did I just say? Old James was already lost for words watching the football still rolling in the net. Everyone shared the same emotions as him. Just before this, Borja and Leonardo had respectively surged into the penalty area from Lin Mo's sides. Lin Mo merely made a feint to pass, and a vast space appeared before him. Facing such an opportunity, how could he let it slip? I just don't excel in long shots. I certainly know how to shoot. As Lin Mo swung his leg to shoot, an enigmatic feeling surged through his body. Art is an explosion activated. A faint ripple of air formed around the grass beneath Lin Mo's feet, as a deafening boom erupted above the pitch. The football flew directly towards the far dead corner of the goal. Ground strike. The ground even formed a wave-like trench. Goalkeeper Sergio had no way to respond. 11. Lin Mo equalized. Watching Lin Mo charge towards the corner flag ready to slide and celebrate, the fans in front of the television truly went wild. For games 1 goal 5 assists, is it too much to call Lin the Emperor? This violent dribble, the scene of the football and player taking off. How many times have you seen this in La Liga? I feel as though I've seen our own Bale. This is certainly not the Valencia template. A magnificent loan. Reminder, such players are not even U17. The national team has never dropped the ball on this issue. Lin Mo's head was almost bald from his teammates ruffling, while Ruby on the sidelines let out a loud howl. Counterattacking against Sevilla, the pressure is immense. After the match resumed, Pablo Machin seemed to have given some instructions to the players. Sevilla's attacks began to show some slight changes. Originally, the two flank overloads were working together on both sides using lateral passes to create opportunities. But now Sevilla focused their attacks on Lin Mo's side. The match entered the 25th minute. Sarabia aggressively approached Lin Mo, but Lin Mo timely intercepted, preventing the opponent's breakthrough, resulting in a yellow card. At this point, not only Ruby, but even the fans began to notice the problem. In the 29th minute of the match, Sevilla attacked again from the flanks, and Lin Mo watched Sarabia and the suddenly shifting Muriel feeling uneasy. As expected, Lin Mo didn't even move, and Kosha had already rushed in from behind to receive the football. Didac hadn't even clocked in yet, and the gap behind made the goalkeeper shout man on. But it was too late. Muriel was too fast. After receiving the ball, he directly cut to the byline and swept the ball across the goal. It was identical to the first goal, just with different players scoring and assisting. Lin Mo fell silent. The tactic had been exposed. The opponents appeared to be very familiar with this tactic of stretching the defensive space through two-wing overload attacks, while Espanyol had no defensive solutions. He shook his head. Since there was no way to defend, he wouldn't dwell on it. Borja Iglesias. Hearing Lin Mo call his full name, Borja couldn't help but become serious. After a month of interaction, this was the first time Lin Mo had called him by name. Is the situation very bad? Lin Mo shook his head, licking his lips, his expression serious. I believe they tried their best. From now on it may only. Borja rubbed his temples. What are we going to do? In his view, Lin Mo had rarely encountered opponents on the flank, and the two of them had opportunities to collaborate. Lin Mo waved his hand, and Borja immediately understood and leaned in to listen. The two discussed for a while until the referee urged them to return to the center circle. As a result, not only teammates and fans, but even the opponents were vigilantly watching the two. You could say that everyone's attention was unconsciously drawn to them. The image of Lin Mo scoring was still replaying in their minds. How could they not be vigilant? Determination, dangerous individual. After equalizing, the home team fell behind once again, making it seem like Coach Rubis' dreams were about to shatter before they even took flight. The fans felt helpless about the score. The team's offense and defense had indeed always been their weaknesses. Before Lin Mo joined, the team had only scored 15 goals in 18 matches, while conceding 24. Now it seemed that the team had regained a second wind in their front line, yet their defense remained as it was. Offense. Now the fans' hopes rested solely on the team's attacking prowess. In the 33rd minute of the match, Lin Mo received the ball with his back to the field. Before he could turn, a force from behind made him stumble, nearly causing him to fall. No matter which way he turned, Lin Mo could not manage to pivot. Pass it, shouted Didac, who was making a lateral run. Lin Mo was startled. When he turned to look, he saw Sarabia approaching from his side. With no time to think, Lin Mo immediately passed back and took 2 steps to turn. Is that Nzonki? Lin Mo felt it was somewhat tricky, as it seemed the opponent had begun to specifically target him. He was unaware that after equalizing, the opponent had already arranged a defense aimed at him. In La Liga, nothing is that simple. In the 39th minute, after a couple of exchanges, the pace began to slow down. The tempo of the offense and defense from both sides was very fast in the first half, leading to rapid fatigue. The two teams completed over 16 shots in total. Sevilla had 2 more attempts than Espanyol. At that moment, Espanyol's right side attack was once again stifled. After a series of transfers, the ball arrived on the left side. Lin Mo stepped forward and then made a quick turn to evade Sarabia, receiving the ball. But in the next second, Lin Mo lost his footing, his body again, losing balance. Most importantly, the referee's whistle had yet to blow. Lin Mo felt a sense of foreboding and quickly got up, enduring the pain in his shoulder. Sure enough, it was Nzonki again. Twice now, Sevilla has changed their defensive strategy, focusing on marking Lin. Espanyol's offense has stagnated somewhat due to the restrictions on Lin Mo. Oh, it feels like they can't penetrate. The forwards can't hold the ball either. This is becoming quite troublesome. During their conversation, Lin Mo had already quickly got up and was chasing back. Sevilla's attack quickly pressed past the halfway line. The earlier drop in stamina felt like a ruse as forward Muriel surged forward like a red Ferrari. Lin Mo saw he was about to catch up with the sprinting Nzonki, but the latter made a sideways pass, and Sarabia sent a direct ball right to Muriel. The latter accelerated and burst into the penalty area right before Lin Mo's eyes, forming an unknown situation. Muriel. Opportunity. It's a goal. 3-1. Sevilla scored again, putting Espanyol in a dangerous position. Old John was right. Halfway through his chase, Lin Mo saw the goal and stood helplessly in place. Too easy. It was simply too easy. Whether it was the goalkeeper or the defenders, they all seemed to have become Muriel's playthings today. At this moment, Ruby could only stand on the sidelines with his hands in his pockets, biting his lip and shaking his head slightly. The fans in the stands in this late winter and early spring felt a sense of an impending cold winter. It felt as if the team had just gotten back on track, only to be slapped away. In the final minutes of the first half, the demoralized Espanyol could no longer organize any attacks. The referee did not add much stoppage time. As soon as the time was up, he blew the whistle. Meanwhile, in the stands, a man wrapped in a down jacket and wearing a hood coldly smiled, still young. Saying this, he disappeared from the stands. In the home team's locker room, the atmosphere was unusually tense, the pressure so low that even Lin Mo did not dare to speak. Or rather, he didn't want to speak, as they had just conceded 3 goals in rapid succession. Although the last goal did relate to him being dispossessed. At this moment, the team needed a leader to step up and re-energize the morale. To be honest, Lin Mo really wanted to win. He had already discussed tactics with Borja. But before he could make an impact, it seemed this match was destined to be lost. Lynn Mo felt very unwilling. At this time, Coach Ruby was also looking at the tactical board, silent, unsure whether he was blaming himself or contemplating tactics. Just then the door to the locker room was gently knocked on. Before the staff could approach, the door opened. The man who had disappeared from the stands appeared in the locker room alongside Crespo. The man took off his hood, and immediately someone exclaimed in surprise, "Pablo, your injury has healed." The man who arrived was Pablo Piatti, the absolute key left-winger for Espanyol. "It's me. Looks like you guys are in trouble." Everyone looked at Pablo Piatti's face, which had a somewhat annoying smile that quickly faded. However, two usual close friends carefree as they were suddenly jumped up and pinned him down. Brothers beat him. Piatti, who initially wanted to show off, was suddenly surrounded by teammates and had a good, repairing session on the ground. Coach Ruby's relatively mild character was on full display at this moment. He surprisingly did not stop them right away. However, the atmosphere in the locker room improved considerably. Crespo took the opportunity to start arranging tactics with the coaching staff, while the visibly disheveled Pablo Piatti awkwardly brushed off the dust from his clothes and waved Lynn Mo over, signaling him to come out with him. Crespo patted Lynn Mo on the back. "Go on." He then nodded at Ruby, giving off a vibe of what would happen to this family. Ruby suddenly understood something and re-energized himself, starting to boost morale. Lynn Mo, who was confused and unaware of the situation, followed his rival out of the locker room. The two players in the same position were almost in a competitive relationship. Before Piatti got injured, they rarely had any "Hey, I should have come, but this match has been really terrible." Lynn Mo's expression darkened. Could it be that he was here to Indeed, you Huaxia people can maintain your composure. Didn't Borja tell you my story? No. Piatti nodded, leaning against the corridor, a glint in his eyes, as if recalling his past. "Do you know? I was also once called a genius youth." Lynn Mo was stunned. Was he here to show off to him? He looked down at Pablo Piatti's height of 163 centimeters and found it hard to associate him with genius. However, Lynn Mo did not intend to interrupt Piatti's show-off. In 2009, my name was alongside Balotelli, Coman, Boyan, Muller, Pato, Walcott, Sturridge, and others listed among the candidates for the Golden Boy Award. Lynn Mo's pupils dilated. He took a slow step back. Was this really the Pablo Piatti he knew? The names reported by Piatti are now well known. Not to mention Coman and Muller, just the young talents who fell like shooting stars once shone brightly. Seeing Lynn Mo's reaction, Piatti was very pleased. Back in the day, I was renowned alongside them. Lynn Mo gulped, gaining a new understanding of this veteran of the team. This I truly am not clear about. Of course, because they became famous later while I did not. Piatti pointed at his thigh and continued, because I became arrogant, thinking I was invincible, like you, capable of breaking through the flanks all by myself. But here that's not possible. One season of rest lasts 60 days. In less than 2 years, the injuries worsened. Just as I recovered, I wanted to charge and alone the team needed me, and what happened? Lynn Mo frowned, seemingly seeing the answer. Later my playing time became shorter and shorter, but that's not what I want to tell you. You speak. Lynn Mo listened intently as a man laid bare his pride and dark history. Regardless, as men one must maintain respect. I regretted a lot last season, very much, because at the age of 29, I finally reached my peak, 30 matches with 10 goals and 10 assists. But my skills did not change at all. Do you know why that is? Lynn Mo seemed to guess something, yet he shook his head. I don't know. Piatti had a knowing expression. Of course, when I was young, I could never understand. Whenever I encountered players who matched me, I would recklessly charge in without any sense of adaptability. It seemed like I could only break through the opponent's defense by sheer force. Last season, I learned to actively seek out my opponents. Lynn Mo's eyes widened. He never expected this answer. Actively seek out your opponents. Yes, actively seek out your opponents. Didn't you notice? Only when Sarabia is away from you will Nzonki find you. With this, how could Lynn Mo still not understand? His mind suddenly became clear. So that's how it is. No wonder he always felt that the opponents had changed. It all makes sense now. Piatti raised his hand and patted Lynn Mo's shoulder with relief. It's good that you understand. After saying that, he sighed again, unsure whether he was lamenting the past or feeling that he would be eclipsed by Lynn Mo. But why are you telling me this? Perhaps I don't want to see a former version of myself. Aren't you afraid he'll take your position? Lynn Mo truly did not understand. Are there still good people like this in Europe? Espanyol. Lynn Mo was taken aback, as if his thoughts had been seen through. After a moment of silence, he nodded. You are right, this is not the end of my dreams. After saying that, Lynn Mo was about to walk back to the locker room. Lynn, actually, I also want to see Europe. During my recovery, you need to perform well, otherwise you won't have a chance to. Lynn Mo did not respond. Alright, welcome back. On the Espanyol side, only our player Lynn Mo scored a goal in the first half. As soon as the words fell, the referee blew the whistle to start the game. Attack. In the 46th minute of the match, just as Espanyol pushed the ball past the half, Sevilla's players suddenly surged forward. This was not high pressing through Gegen pressing, but rather a midfield strangulation. This was also the decision of Coach Pop. Espanyol had a strong forward line, but was too weak in the midfield and defense. The ball carrier was Lynn Mo. He passed the ball directly, without waiting for Nzonki to come up. Though the shot was off target, it nonetheless sounded the horn for Espanyol's attack. In the 55th minute of the match, both sides had been strangling each other in midfield for nearly 10 minutes. Sevilla seemed quite satisfied with this intermittent pace of the game. If they could just hold out a bit longer, 3 points would be secure. They too wished to go to the Europa League and lift the trophy once more. Yet at that moment, a sudden attack from Espanyol disrupted all their plans. Inzanki looked at the so-called genius youth from Huaxia, and a slight smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Throughout the second half, that guy seemed to retreat whenever he saw himself. He didn't even attempt to receive a pass. For instance, now that kid actually slipped toward Sarbia. At this moment, Inzanki was completely unaware that Lin Mo's actions had any issues. Only many Huaxia fans in front of their TVs expressed their dissatisfaction with Lin Mo. On the bullet screen, missing person noticed Lin Mo. Yesterday, Lin Mo's market value was updated to 5 million euros. Is that a mistake? It should be in Vietnamese dong, right? Is this still a northern expedition? They have Liao Hua, and you directly find a missing person to be the general. Lin Mo's fans were furious and had no way to refute. After all, Lin Mo was indeed being tightly restricted. Disappearing from the field was no different. Lao Zhan had already introduced Inzanki during halftime. Fans could only say Lin Mo was too young and inexperienced. But at that moment, the bullet screen of the haters showing missing person notice suddenly stopped. The scene returned to the field where Lin Mo, who had been back-to-back with Sarbia, suddenly vanished along with the ball. Didak's pass like a shot on goal went between Lin Mo and Sarbia's legs just as it was about to go out of bounds along the side. Lin Mo's quick sidestep and turn caught even Sarbia and Inzanki off guard. We're in trouble. At that moment, Inzanki was still preparing to double-team Sarbia, only able to watch helplessly as Lin Mo sped away. Lin Mo, go for it. Not only the fans on site, but also Piatti in the stands, Ruby on the sidelines, and many others silently supporting Lin Mo back home. Lin Mo took a few steps and caught up with the ball just before it went out of bounds. At that moment, Lin Mo finally broke into a smile. The youth should soar high, embracing the stars, and the moon chasing the light of the sun. I've broken free. Is Lin Mo's cutback coming again? After passing Sarbia, Lin Mo stepped along the sideline and charged out once more, narrowly escaping. The fans at the scene watched, nervously paying close attention to the gestures of the referee and assistant referee, fearing that this attack might end here. Every time Lin Mo surged down the flank, it felt like he was about to leap off a cliff during a driving test. Once or twice was fine, but with repeated attempts, the older clients began to struggle, clutching their hearts in front of the cameras, frowning at Lin Mo by the sidelines. He shifted his body to the right, unreasonably choosing to cut inside, leaving Kojia trapped on the outer line, having already handed over his balance. His stance resembled that of the aircraft carrier Maguire, who couldn't turn in time. Lin Mo controlled his body, evading Kojia's left leg as it reached out in a final attempt. Many home fans unconsciously stood up, their eyes filled with hope. However, Lin Mo's speed noticeably declined after leaving the sideline. People assumed it was just an issue of changing pace. With Inzanki behind him and a defender closing in ahead, they all awaited Lin Mo's next heavenly strike. Violence has always been the biggest attraction in competitive sports. It seemed as if Lin Mo heard the calls of the crowd as he positioned himself at the top of the penalty area, ready to replicate his earlier goal. Cut inside for a shot. But at that moment, a teammate's voice suddenly rang out, "Watch your back." Lin Mo's body tensed instinctively as he leaned to his left, transforming his kick into a push. A muffled grunt came from the left, and Lin Mo felt his shoulder collide with something, but there was no time to. His gaze, like that of the fans, focused on the man in the rib area of the penalty box. Moments later, an astonishing wave of energy swept through, dissipating the chill of late winter. Lin Borja connection. The ball's in. 23. In the 56th minute of the match, Espanyol pulled one back, with Lin Mo assisting Borja in scoring, keeping their hopes of a comeback alive. Inside the penalty area, Borja leaped with all his might, almost throwing his entire body forward. Lin Mo, that bastard, your passing is still so terrible. In Borja's eyes, the football was heading straight for the far corner of the goal. If it weren't for prior discussions, anyone would think this seemingly errant pass was just a mistake. Goalkeeper Sergio watched in horror as Borja collided with the ball in the penalty area, frozen in place. After scoring, Espanyol did not celebrate. Borja directly snatched the ball from the opposing goalkeeper, evading Sevilla players who came to argue, and sprinted towards the center circle. Domestic fans immediately erupted with excitement, rushing to type out their roars. Missing person noticed Lin Mo. Such a familiar feeling. Isn't this the legendary halftime champagne opening? 5 million Vietnamese dong. Lin Jif found it. Look at this man with 1 goal and 6 assists in 4 matches, ranked 5th in assists. Is he called? In no time, Lin Mo's fans were up in arms. Screenshots of their previous outrageous comments were dug up one by one. Lin Mo didn't notice that someone had collapsed on the grass beside him. He was too focused on giving a high five to Borja, who had run over with the ball. Vocal. How's the pastry that daddy fed you? Lin Mo's habitual greeting caused Borja, who was originally exhilarated, to momentarily freeze. Daddy. Vocal. What does that mean? Lin Mo saw the confusion on his face and quickly realized that. From a distance, Sarbia, holding his face, finally called for the medical staff. Hey, is Sarbia injured? In slow motion replay, it seems Sarbia's face collided with Lin Mo's shoulder. The sight of Sarbia covered in blood made many fans feel a pang in their noses. The away fans who traveled to Barcelona raised their middle fingers at Lin Mo, engaging in a verbal battle with the home fans. Barbarians, are you uncivilized? Go back to your country, we don't need barbaric football. Bastard, the referee isn't giving any cards. The home fans began to sing. We have Lin Mo, you can only emo. The match is under control, that's Lin breaking through. Cower in the corner and enjoy your weekend. After finishing this song, the cheers from the fans grew even louder. Lin Mo showed no inclination to check on his opponent. This was a match he could offer condolences afterward, but for now. The 16-year-old Lin Mo suddenly began waving his arms, signaling for the cheers to grow louder. The fans excitedly followed Lin Mo's lead, waving their arms again, and again, the cheers rising wave upon wave. Espanyol team morale up. With this goal, Rubi quickly made adjustments, substituting the underperforming Leonardo for the speedy forward Gerard Moreno to increase their attacking force. The match resumed a minute later. Following this goal, Sevilla began to feel anxious. If they continued to attack, they risked conceding an equalizer. But if they tightened their defense, could they really hold on for the remaining 30 minutes? Midfield pressure was also a highly exhausting tactic, and a moment's inattention could lead to casualties. For a moment, Pablo Machin on the sidelines began to feel anxious. The players on the field lost their direction. The roles reversed. The initiative on the field shifted to Espanyol. For them, only one path remained. Attack. There are no other options. In the following matches, Espanyol's offense surged like a tidal wave towards Sevilla's territory. Without needing Sevilla's coach Pablo Machin to make a choice, Espanyol had already paved the way for them. 64th minute, Espanyol once again unleashed a fluid attack as Nzonki's lateral movement created space on the right side. Teammates seized the opportunity, passing and cutting through the center. The freshly substituted Moreno suddenly surged into the penalty area to score. If it weren't for the assistant referee raising his flag, Espanyol would have equalized. However, the atmosphere in the stadium grew increasingly heated. Everyone was captivated by Espanyol's frenzied offense, realizing that La Liga could be this exciting. At this moment, Sevilla's coach Pablo Machin could no longer sit still. He called over defender guys. You go replace Sarabia. If that Huaxia guy breaks through again, give him a hard kick. Do you understand? Otherwise you'll sit on the bench until you die. Guys hurriedly nodded, and the look in his eyes when he glanced at Lin Mo changed. Pablo Machin looked at Lin Mo, who was still active in the front. As long as I deal with you, I can free Nzonki. I can't afford to lose here again. Seeing the opponent making adjustments by replacing a winger with a defender, Rubi felt that they were intimidated. He shouted to Borja, let the team focus on the left flank. They are one man down on the wings. However, Rubi was unaware that his action nearly ruined Lin Mo's career. The match had reached the 69th minute. Sevilla's symbolic counterattack quickly ended just outside the penalty area. Lopez, who intercepted the ball, glanced at Lin Mo, starting to make a run, and passed the ball directly. Lin. As soon as Lin Mo touched the ball, the fans in the stands erupted with excitement. Currently, Lin Mo was the only player on Espanyol capable of dribbling past defenders, though it appeared he was using various tricks. It wasn't the flashy, stylish footwork that dazzled the eyes. But Lin Mo's breakthroughs were fierce and exhilarating. Just then, as he prepared to make another charge, a familiar sense of danger gripped his heart, causing his breath to momentarily catch. Lin Mo frowned and quickly scanned his surroundings. He noticed the player who had just been substituted was rushing towards him, staring intensely. The demeanor suggested he wasn't merely there to defend, but rather. In the next moment, Lin Mo and everyone else narrowed their pupils. Just 2 meters away from Lin Mo, guys leaped into the air, his determined gaze evoking a sense of déjà vu in Lin Mo. Instinctively, Lin Mo flicked the ball up with his right foot and sidestepped towards the sideline. A cold glint flashed by. Lin Mo couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat in midair. Damn, is he trying to take me out? At a critical moment, Lin Mo activated his passive ability, Dancer on the Edge. He possessed an absolute sensitivity along the sideline and the baseline. He watched as his shin nearly collided with the opponent's cleats, feeling a bone-chilling cold. In the next instant they passed. Lin Mo's heart finally resumed its rhythm. It had been too dangerous. At the moment of landing, he almost turned around but in that fleeting moment, Lin Mo pondered a lot and made a decision. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed throughout the RCD Espanyol stadium. Almost simultaneously, all the Espanyol fans in attendance stood up wide-eyed, staring at Lin Mo, who appeared to have broken his leg. Fear and anger enveloped the entire stadium with an unprecedented emotion. Fans watching on televisions were outraged as the Espanyol players rushed towards the instigator guys. Their anger peaked at that moment. Damn it, what league is this? How many times is this now? Just because you can't win, you have to ruin someone's career. What good? At this age, he's supposed to be growing the fastest, and his progress in just a month is almost visible to the naked eye, but now he has to say goodbye to the pitch. What's the difference from murder? Oh, I get it, one is legal, the other isn't. Everyone says the Premier League is a hellish challenge for young players, but I think La Liga is just as bad. At the beginning of the season, Espanyol's goalkeeper was seriously injured and Tano and Isco were taken off the field by ambulance, while Vidal was nearly incapacitated by a tackle last season and Messi was almost killed by Ramos. What kind of league is this? Hearing this, others began to realize that sometimes La Liga's intensity was not much different from that of the Premier League. Of course, this referred to the level of fouls. The team doctor rushed onto the field almost immediately, finding Lin Mo amidst the chaos of the two teams. He looked at the torn sock on Lin Mo's calf, then at Lin Mo's pained expression. Both were suddenly flustered. Shall we call for a stretcher? No, just call an ambulance. Lin Mo, overhearing their conversation, quietly tugged on the team doctor's sleeve and winked at him. Looking at the chaos outside where people were almost getting into a fight, and then at Lin Mo, the little fox, the team doctor felt a bit speechless. At just 16 years old, how had he learned to behave like Busquets? Meanwhile, over there the referee was issuing 3 red cards in quick succession, ejecting guys in Kakia from Sevilla, as well as Didac from Espanyol. I don't know how Lin Mo is doing. That flying tackle, just now the slow-motion replay showed that Gay Studs caught Lin Mo's calf. That kind of action at least deserves a yellow card, but I think a straight red would be perfectly justified. This atmosphere in La Liga should be met with strict measures. Since the 2015 season, at least 8 players have been sidelined for the season due to such fouls, and some have even been released by their teams due to their drastically reduced performance after injuries. As Old James expressed his anger, the conflict on the field gradually calmed down. Lin Mo, supported by the team doctor and teammates, slowly walked towards the sidelines to continue receiving treatment. However, he noticed that Didac seemed to have not yet entered the player tunnel and was waiting for him at the sidelines. The fourth official did not rush him either. Instead, he was allowed to stay on the sidelines to receive the applause of the fans. Yes, Didac, who received a card for stepping in for Lin Mo, was now basking in the cheers and applause of the crowd. They appreciated players who stood up for their teammates, as it made the team appear more united. Didac looked at Lin Mo as he walked off the field, his expression somewhat strange. He stepped forward and hugged Lin Mo tightly, saying, "Are you acting, or what?" Lin Mo did not respond, but gently tapped Didac with his hand. Didac's eyes widened. "You owe me 10 meals, I almost cried just now." Hearing this, Lin Mo suddenly didn't know what to say. While feeling touched, he thought about wanting to leave at the end of the season, which made him feel a bit guilty. Didac, noticing Lin Mo's seemingly guilty expression, patted his cheek and said, "Go win this match for me, or I won't let you." Lin Mo nodded vigorously. The Sevilla coach, watching Lin Mo raise his hand to return to the field, was utterly seeing him shakily pointing at Lin Mo with his right hand. The fans in the stands felt as if he was about to explode with anger. In the next moment, the water bottle holder slammed heavily onto the ground, further emphasizing this. Lin Mo understood the situation and felt a surge of vengeful fire igniting within him as he pointed at the opponent. It was both a warning and a promise. It seems Lin Mo has recovered, but what does that gesture mean? Old James and Old Zhang knew full well, but there were some things that couldn't be said here. A few fans noticed the significance of it. On the field after this conflict, Sevilla's morale had essentially collapsed. Currently, Espanyol had 10 players on the field, and the coach was forced to substitute Borja for a defender. Sevilla, however, was left with only 9 players to contend with. The entire right flank was now solely managed by Nzonki, making it riddled with vulnerabilities. Lin Mo had finally arrived at his own stage. Are you ready to welcome Lin Mo's fierce vengeance? Opportunity. Lin Mo is receiving the ball on the left flank, and Nzonki has come up to cover. Beautiful. The football is now at the feet of David Lopez. Facing Nzonki's relentless defense, Lin Mo chose not to confront directly. Just like how current Premier League coaches strictly forbid players from challenging Kenny Onion. It's not that he doesn't trust the player's dribbling ability, but there's simply no need. Seeing Lin Mo selflessly pass the ball, Nzonki found himself at a loss. If he follows, the center is open. If he doesn't, the flanks are free. After the expulsion of 2 players, the defensive gaps became particularly obvious. Watching the central defense wide open, Nzonki gritted his teeth and decided to retreat. But just as he left, the football returned to Lin Mo's feet. Lin Mo looked at the back and forth Nzonki and provocatively beckoned with his finger. The fans behind him immediately felt a surge of excitement, all standing up to cheer for Lin Mo. Just as Nzonki turned around, he was already soaked. Oh, it's his back. In the moment Nzonki turned, Lin Mo rushed in from the other side with a rapid burst. Shift the center of gravity. In the instant they crossed paths, the 30-year-old Nzonki seemed to see that familiar man. It represents the division of eras and the elegy of time. In the next moment, Lin Mo dashed toward the center. Skill index 20. Experience index 70. Nzonki breaks through. Accomplished. Is Lin Mo going for the shot? Another feint. He's in. He's in. After testing at the goal, Lin Mo finally makes it. Horizontal pass, beautiful. Perez. The ball is in. 33. The Espanyol team equalizes, and the Sevilla defense, clearly lacking coverage on the flanks, cannot stop the relentless Lin Mo. The Espanyol players went wild after equalizing, rushing towards the corner flag with Perez leading the charge. A collective slide knee celebration. The atmosphere at the RCD Stadium reached a climax. The team started from 0-1, went through equalization, fell behind, and expanded the score. In the second half, under Lin Mo's leadership, they scored 2 goals in a row and turned the game around. They can have greater expectations. For this team. And also for this man. In the eyes of the Espanyol fans, Lin Mo is no longer the inexperienced boy he was when he first transferred. The grass he once tread upon has transformed into the heavy responsibilities of the team. Even the commentary on Sky Sports began to hype Lin Mo. This young man from Huaxia is the answer for Espanyol on the flanks. No, he should be the answer for Manchester United on the left flank. Although his speed is slightly slower than Rashford and his dribbling lacks flair, it feels like he doesn't possess that absolute genius aura on the pitch. But Lin Mo's efficiency, whether in passing or shooting, it's several times that of Rashford. This season Rashford had 40 shots with only 10 on target, scoring 3 goals. While Lin Mo has only 2 shots, 2 on target, and scored 1 goal. Perhaps you will say the data is too little, but 7 assists in 4 matches speaks volumes. With Ibrahimovic, Martial, and Lukaku in the team, Manchester United already has enough attackers, but they only have Pogba for passing, as everyone thinks about scoring themselves. As the commentator spoke, the Espanyol players began to cooperate better, growing increasingly confident. Their attack started to focus on ground passing and control with a one-man advantage and a mindset of reversal that made them play more freely and boldly. Like mercury flowing. The home fans were even moved. It has been years since the team produced such an attack. 81 minutes into the match. After collaborating with David Lopez, Lin Mo cut inside off the ball, while Perez on the right also made an inward run. In an instant, Sevilla's central area seemed to be completely surrounded by the opponent. After 2 or 3 monkey-style passes, Sevilla's entire team entered a state of high tension. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly charged into the unfamiliar right flank. However, the defensive player matched up against him still huddled within the penalty area. Lin Mo glanced at his teammate who was rushing into the box, made no adjustments, and directly crossed with his right foot. Perez got a slight touch, and the goalkeeper didn't even need to move, reaching out to block the ball. Such a pity, thunderous sound. Old Jean squinted his eyes. It's coming. Old Jean and the fans had yet to react, and the players in the box seemed unprepared. Lin Mo, while running, shouted angrily at the ball boy who was still staring at him, "Give me the f***ing ball." The ball boy, startled by the shout, instinctively threw the ball out. David Lopez, who was behind Lin Mo, seemed to realize something, and even moved forward. "Quickly take the corner." As Old Jean shouted, the football had already returned to Lin Mo's feet. He dashed along the baseline straight toward the penalty area. At this moment, all the fans at the scene stood up, seemingly anticipating a miracle. RCD miracle. A comeback. Only then did the Sevilla team realize, with head coach Pablo Machin on the sidelines jumping and yelling. Due to lack of command, all 3 defenders suddenly rushed towards Lin Mo. Opportunity. At this moment, Lin Mo was extremely grateful to his former youth coach Lawrence, whose shouts still echoed in his ears. "Look up, is your first love on the ground. Perez, you have to catch it." An unexpected pass, not a back triangle. Not a cross either, but a lofted pass to the far. Everyone's gaze followed the broadcast camera to the far post. There, a long-awaited man had already readied himself. Meeting the football, he directly headed it into the empty goal. It's in. A great turnaround. A century's turnaround. 43, oh my. The biggest miracle of this La Liga season, Espanyol has scored 3 goals at home, leading 43. Lin Mo. For matches, 8 assists, as if aided by the gods. On the sidelines, Rooney held his head in disbelief, watching the players who were running and celebrating in the distance. And the ground beneath them began to tremble slightly, as if a force that had never been seen before suddenly descended upon the RCD Espanyol Stadium. The rumble grew louder, as if to let the entire city hear his heartbeat. The fiery eruption, like a volcano, completely dispelled the slight chill of early spring. Excitement, heat, elation, an unprecedented emotion imprinted itself at this moment upon the hearts of all fans watching this match, even the neutral ones. At this moment, they were also captivated by the resilience and fighting spirit displayed by the Espanyol team. The La Liga league, which seemed to be on a downward slope, suddenly produced such a thrilling match. And the players, who once again slid on their knees, performed a century-old masterpiece at the corner flag. In front were 7 players from Espanyol sliding in a disorganized manner. Behind them, Lin Mo, who was a step late, spread his arms wide, like the king of this stadium, welcoming the cheers of the nation. 5 days have passed since the last comeback against Sevilla. Lin Mo is unaware of how many times his phone has rung during these 5 days. Even his father's phone has been inundated with calls. In 4 matches, he has made 1 goal and 8 assists. Lin Mo, not yet 17, could be described as a... Scouts do not determine a player's potential based on a single match, but 4 matches can. When Florentino saw the scout report mentioning the next Gareth Bale, his pupils involuntarily constricted. At 29, Bale is 12 years older than 17-year-old Lin Mo. They are perfectly positioned as successors. The BBC trio is as formidable as the MSN. Contact Manchester United, they already have too many talents. Perhaps Lin Mo could come to Real Madrid for better. Valdez, also in Barcelona, is preparing to suggest to Bartomeu again that a 17-year-old talent like Lin Mo. However, Mourinho in Manchester is currently in a predicament. After a failed winter transfer window, the team has just... During the match, Pogba and Lingard were in abysmal form. Martial was wandering on the right flank, and Sanchez couldn't make an impact on the left. Lukaku, lacking support, struggled to find the net. At 65 minutes, Matrick scored a decisive goal. Subsequently, Pogba and Lingard were substituted in quick succession. The team launched a barrage for 30 minutes, earning 10 corner kicks, but failed to score. Fans' condemnation seemed to distance the players. Meanwhile, far away in La Liga, Lin Mo felt gratified. It turns out one must train in a higher league. Mourinho was intending to discuss Lin Mo's contract with the club, worried about someone intercepting. But the CEO informed him that this matter did not require the head coach's involvement. This reply not only infuriated Mourinho, but also made him feel disheartened. As for Lin Mo, these days were his vacation. It was also his father-son training day with his father. 32801 times, keep it up, son. You only have 16199 times left to achieve your goal of 5000. Keep going. To prepare for the end of the season and retain Lin Mo, Espanyol rented a small football field for him, as they could not raise. Lin's father particularly liked the automatic ball launcher, which saved him a lot of energy. Additionally, there were 15 glowing pillars that randomly lit up, guiding Lin Mo's shuttle runs. With these 2 devices, Lin's father only needed to control the ball launcher to pass balls to his son over 40 yards. Dad, if you're tired, take a break. I can work on my touch without rushing. After a series of short random shuttle runs, Lin Mo struck the ball into the small goal with his left foot. I'm not tired. If you are, we can take a break. Lin's father tossed him a bottle of water and took out a cigarette to relax. Lin Mo twisted off the cap and gulped down a couple of swigs. Dad, by the end of the season, I must wear the Red Devils jersey. Of course. My son is the best. Lin's father leaned against the wire fence, slowly exhaling smoke, his face filled with pride. Do you remember? When I was little you took me to watch my first Manchester United match. Of course. I remember. Lin's father suddenly felt a wave of sadness. He certainly remembers that rainy night in Moscow and how his wife forbade them from watching the match as they secretly crept out of bed, turning the volume to the lowest, huddled in front of the television. He also remembers that after the match, when they were about to sneak back to sleep, they found steaming noodles on the table. The past, now irretrievable, was a time of poverty, but warmth for their family. Since that day, I've loved the Red Devils. It's been 10 years now. Yes, afterwards your mother sent you to football school. Speaking of his mother, Lin Mo fell silent. After a while he finally spoke. Actually, Dad, you can find someone else who I wouldn't mind. Lin Mo said seriously, but Lin's father shook his head lightly. Brat, don't talk nonsense. This time I brought your mother along. If she hears that, I won't have good days ahead. As if reminded of his wife's angry face, Lin's father unexpectedly smiled. But as he laughed, tears began to fall. He quickly wiped his tears and extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Let's continue. We need to finish your 5-0 training sessions sooner. And so Lin Mo secretly practiced every day, and he performed brilliantly in matches. On February 11th, on his birthday, Lin Mo assisted defender Ronaldo to score with a header. After the assist, Lin Mo did not join the celebration, because he knew that 17 years ago this day was the day his mother passed away. Miraculously, he reached the top of the La Liga assist leaderboard with assists in 5 consecutive matches. As a result, the media estimated Lin Mo's market value to be 20 million euros. It is said that Mourinho had a fierce argument with the higher-ups at Manchester United because of this. News about Mourinho potentially being sacked spread rapidly, even intensifying. On February 15th, during the Lunar New Year's Eve, Lin Mo took leave from Ruby to have a reunion dinner with his father. This was also Lin Mo's first vacation since arriving in Europe. During the day, Lin's father prepared couplets and window decorations bought from Huaxia City, personally writing and pasting them in their temporary home. At night, a table was set with 3 sets of chopsticks and a pot of steaming dumplings. The family was gathered together. As the New Year's bell rang, the father and son stood by the window, filled with auspicious characters, gazing eastward. They kept vigil. On February 19th, the 24th round of La Liga commenced. Espanyol hosted Villarreal at home. In this match, Pablo Piatti returned from injury, replacing Lin Mo in the 65th minute of the second half. The score of 0-0 allowed Espanyol to maintain their 8th position in the league, still 6 points behind 6th place. On February 24th, in the 25th round of La Liga, Espanyol defeated Super Depayer 21 away, with Lin Mo contributing another assist. With 7 matches and 10 assists, he firmly held the top spot on the assist leaderboard. Meanwhile, Pablo Piatti began to accept being Lin Mo's substitute. The next day, Lin Mo trained as usual with his father. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the second beginner series task. System rewards will now be distributed. Congratulations, host, you have earned a choice of 1 from 3 ASS level skills items. Congratulations, host, you have received a system point reward of 3500 points. Congratulations, host, you have received 5 24-hour 3 times training acceleration cards. Congratulations, host, you have received the system title reward Diligent Youth. Lin Mo was taken aback by the series of system rewards and didn't have time to check when he heard his father's question. In the next match at the Bernabeu, will you start, or will Pablo start? Madrid. Before the match between Espanyol and Real Madrid, numerous media outlets flocked to the scene. Many players were interviewed prior to the game. Of course, the most popular ones are always the same few. Zinedine Zidane, who has led the team to 2 consecutive UEFA Champions League titles, responded to a reporter's question about the young talent Lin Mo in the Espanyol team by saying, Lin Mo, I've heard that name. 10 assists in 7 matches is indeed impressive. But Zidane shifted his tone. However, I need to correct you on one point. In my opinion, Lin Mo's position is that of a winger, not a forward. I see many of your reports saying he is the next Bale, and some even claim he is the next Cristiano Ronaldo, but I still want to say that Lin Mo is a decent wide player who may cause us some minor troubles, but we are Real Madrid, and there are many excellent players in our team. The reporters raised their eyebrows, their hands trembling. Real Madrid's head coach, Zidane, Lin Mo is nowhere near Bale. He poses no threat to us. When the reporters found Cruz, things started to get interesting. I must admit that I haven't paid much attention to Lin Mo, but I've heard that name. He made contributions during the match against Barcelona. The reporters seized the opportunity to ask an awkward question. You had the chance to go to Manchester United back in the day, but ultimately didn't you? Do you regret that? Cruz scratched his head. Yes, but in the end I still didn't go. I won't make those assumptions, but I can say for sure that I might have missed out on 2 Champions League titles. However, Casemiro jokingly peeking and chimed in, Lin Mo. Who is that? Ha ha. Chris' expression suddenly changed. He almost shouted at him. You big fool. What do you want to do? If the reporters hadn't been present, that sentence would have undoubtedly been shouted out. After this interview, Manchester United fans were thoroughly triggered. What has been Manchester United's ranking in the Premier League over these years? What about the season when Ferguson retired? As for the UEFA Champions League, what exactly is it? Apart from last year's league abandonment by Mourinho's team in favor of fiercely pursuing the Europa League championship, the club then had a chance to reach the Champions League round of 16 this season. He was also fortunate to draw Sevilla, whom Lin Mo had just defeated, and perhaps under Mourinho's leadership another miracle could be created. At this point, the Red Devils seemed to realize that Manchester United was no longer a strong team. The silent Red Devils fans and the surging Coalition fans said, "This is truly familiar discourse. I have never seen a player with a mouth sharper than his feet." Isn't this hinting that Lynn Mo has no future returning to Manchester United? Indeed, contending for the championship every year, but failing to win last season's minor treble, I thought was a starting point, but looking at this season, it is simply a dead end. The person upstairs speaks the truth. It looks like Manchester United is about to root out internal traitors again. Yet another cycle begins. However, everyone could also see that Real Madrid looked down upon the Spaniards. Little did they know Lynn Mo was currently troubled by how to make a choice. In the 3-option lottery from the system, rewards Lynn Mo faced another dilemma. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a skill from 3 options. Wind Rider Pastry Chef. Wind Rider nature shall bestow upon you power. Those who possess this skill will merge with the wind while running, reducing air resistance and increasing running speed. You are the Wind Rider. Pastry Chef. The bigger the pastry, the harder it is to eat in one go. Those who possess this skill will enhance their teammates' goal-scoring probability by 10 on assists. Original probability 50 can be increased to 55. Note, can be upgraded to Chef with a maximum upgrade to State Banquet Chef. Basic enhancement. This skill will comprehensively improve the host's physical attributes, including, but not limited to, confrontation, injury resistance, and stamina, enhancing the host's physique by 10 points, max level 30. 1 enhances speed, 1 enhances assists, and 1 enhances physical attributes. The skills drawn from this system are truly terrifying. Lynn Mo looked at the first 2 options and shook his head. Speed and passing can be trained, but this enhancement of basic physical attributes. Thinking of his previously injured right leg, he no longer hesitated and directly chose basic enhancement. In fact, Lynn Mo was also a bit hopeful that perhaps his second brother would also be strengthened by this, surpassing the threshold of 18. From second brother to emperor. As a tingling sensation coursed through his body, Lynn Mo felt an immediate sense of relief, while also catching a whiff of a foul odor. Raising his hand, his body was continuously secreting strange substances, emitting a terrible stench. Lynn Mo quickly dashed into the bathroom, washing himself, while checking his attributes. Physique 68-78. Originally, his physique had already increased by 2 points from 66 to 68. And now it jumped directly to 78. Balance 65-67, strength 63-65, jump 59-61, endurance 71-73, explosiveness 74-75, speed 74-75. His physical attributes had significantly improved, and the effects of training ground father and son were indeed remarkable. Including passing, crossing technique, dribbling, and ball control, each had increased by 2 points. The overall score had already surpassed 70, but from here on each additional point would require extensive training to achieve. According to Lynn Mo's progress, he might reach a value close to 90 by the age of 20, which is quite frightening to think about. While showering, Lynn Mo glanced at his point situation once again. 5 wins, 2 draws, 10 assists, 1 goal, 4 MVPs, 5 weekly bests, 1 monthly best, along with the 2,000 points reward from his first monthly best. Lynn Mo had a total of 6,700 points, and this time the completion of the novice task rewarded him with 3,500 points. 10,200 points would allow Lynn Mo to choose 2 more skills. However, when Lynn Mo opened the skill shop, he found that apart from basic ball sense and basic physique, all other skills required 5,000 points to exchange once. Only these 2 basic skills required 10,000 points for 1 exchange. He began to regret why he chose art is explosive instead of basic ball sense. Needless to say, expensive is indeed a hard truth. You might not believe in your own brain, but you must trust the system's calculations. Without hesitation, Lynn Mo directly exchanged for basic ball sense. However, after the exchange, he did not feel his feet itching. Instead, he felt a tingle on his scalp. It seemed that he was about to gain some brains. On February 27, Olubai led the team to Madrid, the bus traversing the various towns of Spain from Catalonia. This was also Lynn Mo's first opportunity to appreciate the foreign scenery. However, as he looked around, Lynn Mo thought about how his father also hadn't properly enjoyed his time in Spain, all for the sake. The man who had accompanied him on numerous trips abroad never appeared at the stadium, even when the club knew the situation and had given him a ticket to the Bernabeu. Lynn Mo naturally knew why. It was precisely to accompany him to the selection trials that this man had missed the last. From then on, even though his father would still accompany him through various competitions, each time, during a match, he would silently return to their residence. Fearing that he might miss something once again, it seemed, he was also anticipating the day he would return to the story. Lynn, those guys are betting that you won't accomplish anything at the Bernabeu. Borja leaned from the back row, mysteriously handing his phone. At first glance, Lynn Mo felt a bit uncomfortable. On the second glance, he found it somewhat childish. Do you think the Huasha player can score at the Bernabeu? Such a boring poll. Lynn Mo initially didn't want to pay attention, but surprisingly 78 of the fans believed he wouldn't score at the Bernabeu. However, the more he read those comments, the darker Lynn Mo's expression became. Hey guys, is my gesture correct? Can that guy named Lynn really see the football on the field? Wow, I don't know how he managed to rack up 10 assists against those weak teams, but this is the Bernabeu, no joke. Objectively speaking, this guy can't even be called a genius. If he were at a big club, he'd have to obediently return to youth training. Regarding the previous comments, Lynn Mo could still treat them as keyboard warriors from abroad, but upon seeing the last comment, he couldn't hold back anymore. His face turning ashen, he returned the phone to Borja, who had intended to crack a joke, but felt something was off upon seeing Lynn Mo's expression, and silently returned to his seat. Is Lin angry? Didac didn't quite understand. What did you do to provoke him? I'm telling you, don't keep bullying him. Borja quickly shook his head and explained, passing the phone back. You see for yourself. Do these guys hold a racial bias? How is this any different from those extreme English fans? I heard the English FA is also investigating. What neither of them knew was that Lin Mo actually felt indifferent towards those comments. It was just one sentence that had fully immersed him in preparation mode. Liu Bai only knew that Lin Mo was in a bad mood because of the fans' comments and hadn't spoken a word all day. Even during the field adaptation, he strangely stood in the middle of the pitch, surveying the entire stadium. It felt as if he were inspecting a battlefield. A whole night passed without a word. The next day, the Espanyol bus drove into the Bernabeu. Many fans who traveled with the team shouted the players' names, cheering for the upcoming battle. Beside the bus, there were naturally reporters arranged by La Liga. Beautiful reporter Lilith was constantly peering from where the away team's bus was parked. Today, dressed in a professional suit, Lilith had deliberately unbuttoned an extra button on her shirt, revealing a pair of fair, alluring curves from an overhead view. Seeing the bus finally arrive, she hurriedly checked the photos and question cards in her hand, thus overlooking the first to get off, Coach Liu Bai. At this moment, Lin Mo had already adjusted to his best state, preparing to step into a battlefield that was solely his. Hello, Lin Mo, what are your thoughts on today's match? Lin Mo, having rushed in, nearly had the microphone shoved into his mouth. Frowning slightly, he replied bluntly, we're here to win the match, what else would we be here for? The female reporter choked on this question, and with an unyielding expression, she straightened her impressive curves, hoping to use her round and fair assets to sway the young man. How do you know for sure that you'll win? Lin Mo, feeling a bit impatient, responded, if I remember correctly, in La Liga a concession counts as losing 3 goals. If we're 100 going to lose, why are we even here? Borja behind him was already amused, hiding behind Lin Mo, but his gaze had long since fallen into the depths of those captivating curves. Borja chuckled, while pulling out a small card he had prepared in his backpack. He planned to quietly hand it to the beauty in front of him, hoping that tonight he might have the chance to carve his name on the city wall. The beautiful reporter's expression stiffened as Lin Mo had a point. But she was not discouraged and continued to ask, before the match, Real Madrid players said they don't know you. Do you have anything to say to them? Lin Mo smirked, clearly unable to resist. It seems the internet signal in Spain still has some issues. I suggest building a few more Huawei base stations here to improve the signal quality. Behind him, Borja nearly burst out laughing, but upon second thought wasn't that criticizing Spain's terrible internet. The beautiful reporter almost took a step back, thinking to herself, where did this sharp-tongued young man come from? And he's not bad-looking. Women's thoughts can be so complex that at this moment, she had already imagined Lin Mo in 18 different poses in her mind. Dating younger men is not a taboo in Europe and America. It's not illegal at 16. But thinking of her task, she threw out one last question, which had always been the most controversial for this year's Ballon d'Or: will you vote for Messi or Ronaldo? What the hell? A death question. With both having a combined 1 billion fans, choosing either one would result in being eaten alive by the other half. Lilith watched as Lin Mo hesitated, even unconsciously swaying her upper body, her alluring figure creating beautiful ripples that nearly left Borja drooling. However, it seemed Lin Mo had thought of something, and the hesitation on his face instantly disappeared. For 2023, I'll vote for myself. After speaking, Lin Mo ignored the beauty in front of him and walked straight into the player's tunnel. Women. He was currently a pure young body that is still a virgin, the strongest state of a player. Watching Lin Mo's swift departure, Lilith unconsciously tightened her legs. She hadn't experienced such youthful vigor in a long time. At 188 centimeters, an Asian rising star in La Liga, coupled with Lin Mo's current popularity and recognition, he was undoubtedly her best choice for fame. As long as she could climb onto that bed, she would become the most famous woman of the moment. As long as she could climb onto that bed, she would do whatever pose was required. Lilith licked her lips, ignoring the small card Borja handed over, and turned to leave. She needed to plan how to capture, but what she didn't know was that a certain big shot had once told Lin Mo, beautiful women. They are just the scarcest resource at the bottom level. Bernabeu. Away team's dressing room. Borja placed his left hand on Lin Mo's shoulder and whispered, Lin, what did you think of that girl just now? Lin Mo was tying his shoelaces. He looked up at Borja, whose eyes were sparkling, and teased, what? Were you attracted by that snow-white figure? With such curves, how could she captivate you? Borja displayed a scornful expression and replied, when young one doesn't recognize the allure of mature women, mistaking girls for treasures. Lin, you are still too young. Isn't this a difference in aesthetic appreciation between East and West? Lin Mo found it somewhat amusing. Nearby Didac seized the opportunity and chimed in with a seasoned tone. It's different. How can a mature woman be compared to a girl? With a pat on the back, she knows to change her posture. Borja smoothly continued with the next line. A girl might still foolishly ask, hey, what are you doing? Lin Mo felt a bit insecure listening to the two, as it seemed he had skipped these stages in his dreams. Was it because he hadn't visualized them in his mind that he couldn't view them? Or was it because these were VIP paid content? Seeing Lin Mo's bewildered expression, the two turned to discuss their, tight defense. It's best to sandwich them. Get forward quickly and aggressively. Cross positions, call for help when necessary. You can't shoot, you have to consider others' feelings. While the two conversed, Ruby had already completed the tactical arrangements. Facing Real Madrid, he had nothing much to plan, just a counterattack. After all the opposing counterattacks were sharper, a proactive offense would be utterly futile. The moment they stepped out of the players' tunnel, the deafening roar exploded in their ears, even more terrifying during warm-ups. Bernabeu. Lynn Mo murmured softly. Beside him, a line of players in white were warming up. However, the blue three stripes on his shoulders felt somewhat ugly. Bale, Isco, Asensio, Varane, Ramos, Navas. Lynn Mo did not see Cristiano Ronaldo or Benzema, nor did he spot the midfield duo from the ceremony. Interestingly, just 5 days before the match, Casemiro suddenly felt unwell and announced a week's rest. 2 days before the match on the afternoon, when Cruz was interviewed, Real Madrid officially announced Cruz injury to his medial collateral ligament requiring 2 weeks of rest. Yesterday, Modric suffered a muscle injury and would be out for a week. Almost the entire midfield was out for a week. Meanwhile, Cristiano Ronaldo and Benzema were sitting on the bench, with Zidane having no intention of sending them into battle. After all, the next match was the second leg of the Champions League round of 16. Real Madrid was set to challenge Paris Saint-Germain away. Without Carvajal, they really underestimate us. Lynn Mo noticed that neither Marcelo nor Carvajal was present, and Real Madrid was practically fielding a half-strength team against Espanyol. The trouble of not paying attention arose. Lynn Mo was so engrossed in listening to the two chatter that he neglected to notice the player he was matched up against. Born on November 4, 1998. Moroccan nationality. Real Madrid veteran. Number 1 princess. Paris supercar. Moroccan wing blade. Morocco's most affectionate. Kylian Mbappe's darling. This was the gift Zidane had prepared for Lynn Mo, the 19-year-old Akraf. Zhuang TV. Welcome to the broadcast of the 2017-18 La Liga Round 26 match, where Real Madrid hosts Espanyol. This season, after a coaching change and reinforcements, Espanyol has achieved a record of 5 wins and 2 draws, transforming from a relegation-threatened team to a strong contender in the Europa League. On the other hand, Real Madrid's performance in the league has been quite unstable, lingering between 3rd and 4th place, currently ranked 3rd in La Liga behind Atletico Madrid. However, Real Madrid has already reached the round of 16 in the Champions League this season, with a 31 victory in the first leg at home against Paris, allowing them to approach the away match in France with confidence. Before this match, all 3 of Real Madrid's ceremonial midfielders were injured and absent, with Benzema and Cristiano Ronaldo also sitting on the bench. Fans have long awaited the Linro showdown, but it may not happen so soon. Now, looking at both teams' starting lineups, Espanyol has set up a familiar 451 formation, with our young player Lynn Mo positioned as a right midfielder. Real Madrid, on the other hand, has arranged a 4,231 formation, with Llorente and Kovacic partnering as defensive midfielders, and Asensio, Lucas, and Isco forming the midfield, with Bale as the lone striker. With the commentary from Old James, the players from both sides had taken their positions. A match destined to be recorded in the history of Espanyol was about to commence. Lynn Mo looked at Akraf, who was warming up not far away, feeling that this match would not be easy for him. Ultimately, whether it was Carvajal or Akraf, both presented a significant challenge to Lynn Mo. Yet as he thought of the cruel comment from the Spanish fans, courage and strength surged through him. Damn it, if I can't even get past this hurdle with Akraf, I would truly be a laughingstock. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match officially began. Real Madrid kicked off first, organizing an attack, while Espanyol had no intention of making any bold moves, retreating directly into defense. Borja on the front line was merely stationed at the front as a defensive player. However, Rubi underestimated Real Madrid, or rather Zidane's determination. Real Madrid's attack was only a brief encounter, as Isco's pass went awry, the ball rolled out of bounds, concluding their offensive attempt. There was no pressure in the front line, nor any stranglehold in the midfield. At that moment, Real Madrid resembled a beautiful woman, shedding her black silk stockings, her alluring gaze directly fixed on Espanyol. As if to say, come on, make your advance, oh, I am here for you to take your pick. Such provocative maneuvering left the Espanyol players somewhat bewildered, yet it was unreasonable to control the ball without making an attack. In the 3rd minute of the match, Espanyol, seeing the empty city before them, chose to attempt an offensive. The ball habitually found its way to Lynn Mo's feet. The dual defensive midfielder setup had led Rubi to arrange a wing counterattack strategy before the match. However, the moment Lynn Mo received the ball, Lucas closely marked Didac behind him, allowing Lynn Mo to pass. On the sidelines, Zidane watched the young Huaxia player with great interest, seemingly eager to see what he was capable of. In this match, Akraf was not initially expected to start, but Zidane still wanted to observe the duel between the 17-year-old Lynn Mo and the 19-year-old Akraf. One attacking, one defending. One spear, one shield. On one side is the youthful storm of the Huaxia boy. On the other is the top defense of the future world's most expensive right back. Lynn Mo's strongest match in La Liga. A stunning showdown is about to unfold. For a long time, the domestic media has been hyping the match between Lynn Mo and Lynn Luo. It resembles a 17-year-old Lynn Mo facing off against a 33-year-old Cristiano Ronaldo, a stark age difference that only the local media would sensationalize. In Spain, aside from some unsophisticated football hooligans harshly mocking Lynn Mo, there is more speculation about whether the Espanyol team can thwart Real Madrid. If that happens, Real Madrid will fall 15 points behind the top team Barcelona, which would almost certainly declare the La Liga champion prematurely. Only the reporters following the Espanyol team have been long-term covering this new talent, using this to elevate the club's prestige. Under such circumstances, a faint sound of boos arose when a few fans saw Lynn Mo with the ball. Who is Lynn Mo? A 17-year-old youth, even with years of experience in his dreams, he remains that unyielding. Originally planning to cooperate with his teammates, Lin Mo suddenly felt a surge of energy. After a quick glance at his teammates, he flicked the ball outward with his left foot and launched into action. Outside line explosive acceleration overtaking. The wing blitz is fully charged. The domestic supercar ignites. Lin Mo's sudden burst of speed nearly frightened Akraf into becoming Hekimi. What the boss said is true, this guy's burst is truly powerful. Although Akraf was shocked, he did not slow down. With just 2 strides, he had already caught up to Lin Mo. The instantaneous burst from the two made all the fans feel their heartbeats quicken. Such thrilling scenes only occurred during a counterattack from BBC. As the team focused on the Champions League this season, such sideline scenes have become rare. The figures clad in red and white resembled 2 newly manufactured supercars closing in on Real Madrid's penalty area in the blink of an eye. Beyond speed, the fans in the stands had an intuitive sense. None of the other players from both teams on the parallel line. The Bernabeu Stadium welcomed a super race beyond Bale and Cristiano Ronaldo as a pulse unique to youth. People seemed to see a new era dawning. The end of the Messi-Ronaldo era. Mbappe, Rashford, Haaland, Odegaard, Dembele, Asensio, Donnarumma, Koeman, Pulisic. This generation of young talents around 20 years old is rapidly rising. Of course, it also includes Lin Mo and Akraf, who are sprinting on the field. Old James, watching the 2 young figures, subconsciously muttered, double dragons of the sword, snowflakes reflecting the hibiscus. What a pair of winged swords. This is not just offense and defense, it's clearly a clash of 2 treasured swords. Old James exclaimed once again. With James' shout, the entire Bernabeu Stadium erupted in thunderous applause. On the field, after rolling several times, Lin Mo quickly got up after patting his shorts. He looked at Akraf, who had just knocked him and the ball out of bounds, narrowing his eyes, his expression emotionless. Borja, familiar with him, knew that Lin Mo's current state was very dangerous. It seemed he was about to enter the second phase. Just moments ago, Lin Mo's series of feints and changes in rhythm could not. As he approached the sideline, he planned to try his tightrope walking dribble again. This term was coined by Lin Mo himself. Whenever he dribbled along the sideline, opponents would often be so surprised that they raised their hands, missing the best chance to tackle. But this Moroccan was different. He made his move without hesitation. Lin Mo couldn't advance any further, which was frustrating. Yet it wasn't a foul. It seemed to be the first time Lin Mo was so cleanly defended without any opportunity. When the broadcast camera zoomed in on Lin Mo, he suddenly restrained himself and revealed a strange smile. The slightly upturned corners of his mouth and his tilted head made domestic fans flood the comments section. What? Did Akraf's tackle make you greasy? While he was cursed, you got oiled. Hey, isn't this the Asian light that some domestic fans speak of? Why did he suddenly rise? Huh. What courage to tackle Lin Mo. Didn't you just say he didn't get past? Tackling him counts as getting past, right? Wow, what restraint. No wonder they say Lin Mo's nationality might be a little Japanese. Domestic fans, infuriated by the sarcastic comments, were almost biting their back teeth off, drinking alcohol desperately as they typed, "This is tough. Staying up until 3 a.m. is just like going to work. Don't you have jobs? Thanks to the old iron who sent the traffic, why didn't you show up when Lin Mo scored?" Nevertheless, the fans still focused on the field, hoping Lin Mo could redeem their pride. On the field, Didac approached the ball boy for the ball and looked at Lin Mo. "Are you okay? Keep going." Lin Mo felt his body again. It was his first time using his new physical attributes for a full sprint. He felt he still hadn't fully adapted. What Lin Mo didn't know was that this match had attracted over 20 scouts, and some were observing him while others were watching other players. In the 6th minute of the match, Espanyol lost the ball in their attacking front, and Real Madrid quickly launched a counterattack, sending the ball into Espanyol's half. Their Bale was already ready to take off. However, under the interference of Oscar Duarte, the ball was pushed to the sideline. At that moment, Lin Mo was replaying the situation when suddenly a gust of wind rushed past him. Number 19, depress the clutch, shift into first gear. Step on the gas, 3,000 revolutions per minute. Almost instinctively, Lin Mo burst forth at high speed, chasing after that man. He forgot that he wasn't even the defensive player in position. Lin Mo and Akraf's rematch has begun. Seeing the red and white figures racing on the Bernabeu pitch, once again the fans in the stands immediately gave them the loud. With every step they took, it felt as if they were beating the drums of youth in this boisterous stadium. The two ran silently, like thunder resonating in everyone's heart. At this moment, the world in the eyes of almost everyone changed. The entire stadium was left with only the silhouettes, the spotlight shone on them. Red jersey number 30, Lin Mo, white jersey number 19, Akraf. From being in front and behind to being neck and neck, the football flying in from the distance became an embellishment to their race. It was even more thrilling than the sprint in the men's 100 meters at the Olympics. The two weren't just chasing the ball. In the eyes of many domestic fans who hadn't watched football for a long time, Lin Mo's figure transcended time, pulling them and their youth back to 2002. That most fervent year, the year that made the nation proud. A year where only beer and brothers surrounded them, free from the burdens of life. A year where they dared to roam the world alone, never retreating before any barrier. Thousands of miles away, due to Lin Mo's sprint, countless middle-aged men with round bellies stood up, not daring to make a sound, just clenching their fists, staring intently at the young boy on the screen. "You must keep pushing. Don't end up like me, leaving only the words, I haven't been to the upside-down mountain yet." At this moment the two were almost sprinting side by side with Ashraf in the inner line, his right hand already reaching out to. Meanwhile Lin Mo's left hand occasionally swatted away Ashraf's reaching hand while gently tugging at the corner of his jersey to slow him down. Victory. What he desired was to win the competition. A civilized contest only leads opponents to perceive you as weak and easily bullied. The football was about to bounce away with Ashraf making a quick advance. Just as Lin Mo was about to pull away, directly flashes of memories crossed his mind. They were images of once using his body to block opponents or knocking them down. Glancing at the comparatively shorter Ashraf, Lin Mo steeled his heart. Shoulder to shoulder. A heating clash. Ashraf seemed to sense what Lin Mo was about to do. Evade. That wouldn't be the Ashraf of 19 years old. Basic enhancement physique 10 art is explosive strength 10 in full view of everyone. The red figure sprinted at high speed, colliding violently and directly knocking Ashraf over. At that moment the still relatively slender Ashraf never expected Lin Mo to choose such a direct and violent approach. He watched as the white-clad number 19 rolled away. The cheering Real Madrid fans suddenly fell silent, their cheers abruptly cut off. Meanwhile middle-aged men watching on television were so excited that they often crushed the beer cans in their hands. The ecstatic sight of youthful exuberance was almost overwhelming, as if they could not help but shout out the wildness of youth in the early morning. In an instant countless lights flickered to life across the cold winds of Huaxia. It was as if a spark was igniting this barren football landscape once more. The scene shifted back to the Bernabeu. Lin Mo did not look at Ashraf, who had truly transformed into Hakimi, and instead swung his foot to send the ball back towards Real Madrid's half. Well, old Zhang was the first to exclaim in astonishment. Lin Mo's collision completely exceeded his expectations. Young people are indeed fierce. That was a good hit. If that position had been taken by Cristiano Ronaldo, he might have fallen directly. It's just that Ashraf is too honest. A shoulder to shoulder, he's just testing you. However, at that moment Lin Mo's teammates were excitedly cheering him on. Especially the teammate behind him, Didac, took the opportunity to come over and high-five him. This led to the ESPN commentators feeling somewhat shaken. Isn't this young man Lin Mo's action a bit too much? Real Madrid players have a common issue. Perhaps they have won consecutive championships in European competitions, and this season can basically ensure a place in the top 8, but they always stumble in domestic leagues. Some young players simply do not take their opponents seriously. With this attitude, it will be difficult for Real Madrid to triumph in the long league season. Upon saying this, the commentators did not realize their own bias. Their words hinted at a disdain for Lin Mo, believing that Ashraf had simply been careless. They even specifically criticized some Real Madrid players for being overly arrogant. Fans abroad were also somewhat embarrassed. If Lin Mo's previous performance in La Liga could be described as good fortune, this unknown defense allowed this young man to shine in matches against both Barcelona and Real Madrid. An Asian can actually establish himself in La Liga. Indeed, the Premier League is still the world's #1 league. What about the comment above? Isn't Son from Tottenham in the Premier League the same? It's just a coincidence. Ashraf is a standout from our Real Madrid Youth Academy. This guy won't fare well. While fans were shocked, Borja had already completed a long-range shot. Unfortunately, he was merely controlling the ball in the front field. Before he could dash into the penalty area, he was already entangled by Ramos. Completing the shot was already quite difficult. But this also gave Espanyol hope. Noticing this, Zidane called over Isco for a brief discussion. Soon the scene underwent a significant change. Real Madrid began to take control of the match, actively, steadily managing the midfield. Even without a typical central midfielder, the players of Real Madrid had a far superior ability to control the game compared to Espanyol. However, such ability was of no use in front of a poor finisher. In the 18th minute of the match, Bale unleashed a world-class shot just outside the penalty area. The football grazed the goalkeeper's outstretched hand and narrowly missed the post. Real Madrid earned the first corner of the match, causing Espanyol to break into a cold sweat. At this point, Lin Mo had already fallen back with the whole team. The serious Real Madrid was not something Espanyol could contend with. In the 19th minute of the match, Real Madrid's corner came spinning into the penalty area, where Ramos leapt high to smash the ball towards the goal. The football was timely blocked by Moreno, who was standing at the far post. Real Madrid's second corner. Lin Mo felt very uncomfortable in the crowd. Apart from Varane being slightly softer, the other few players not only engaged in small fouls, but also had physical attributes that made him unable to move them. In the 20th minute of the match, Real Madrid's corner came again, and Lin Mo seized the opportunity to charge towards the near post from the crowd. But upon seeing Bale charging high to try and poke the ball with his foot, Lin Mo abandoned his decision to risk it with his head based on Bale's reputation. Almost simultaneously, Lin Mo jumped up, turning his back to the football. Bang! The ball hit Lin Mo's back and flew out of bounds. Real Madrid earned another corner. The continuous corners created an offensive pressure that left the entire Espanyol team feeling somewhat breathless. At this moment, fans watching from home and those at the Bernabeu felt it was normal. Just a lucky Asian. All along, they believed Lin Mo was merely having a moment of explosive luck. After all, they were Real Madrid, having seen numerous geniuses rise rapidly only to fall like shooting stars. They believed Lin Mo would be one of them. In the 21st minute of the match, Lin Mo and the entire team realized they could no longer remain passive. The goalkeeper Lopez was still pushing Asensio, but Lin Mo suddenly shoved Borja out from the crowd. Get out, put some pressure on them. Yes, the entire Espanyol team was huddled in the penalty area, and Real Madrid could freely For some reason Borja felt that Lin Mo's words made sense at this moment. Sanchez, you push Ramos out for me. Lin Mo found that guy troublesome. It seemed that wherever he was in the penalty area there would be a storm of blood. As he spoke, the football flew back into the penalty area. The first time was in front of the goal, the second time was close by. Lin Mo judged that this time it was likely to be far post. Watching the football sail past the near post and over the goal. At this moment the only one in front of him was Nacho, who was rushing in from outside the penalty area. Lin Mo took a step forward, leaping with all his 188 centimeters height. Although he didn't jump very high, it was relatively easy facing 179 centimeters Nacho. Iglesias. This was the nickname Lin Mo gave to Borja, Iglesias. He still thought Iglesias was too long a name, hard to pronounce. But upon hearing Lin Mo actually call his name, Borja realized something was different. Besides the football flying towards him, there was also Lin Mo rushing madly towards the wing. At this moment on the Real Madrid side, apart from Ashraf, almost no one thought that Espanyol's counterattack could succeed. On the sidelines, Ruby felt a sudden premonition as he saw Borja start to receive the ball. Today he thought, I might just become famous at the Bernabeu. The next moment a loud cheer erupted on the field. Borja did not hesitate, for he had already spotted Llorente ahead of him. This guy is not so easy to deal with. With a sideways push, a red figure suddenly appeared on the seemingly empty left flank. Opposite him was Ashraf, who had been eyeing Lin Mo for quite a while. The young Ashraf was far from the maturity he had during his time at Paris Saint-Germain and lacked the dominance he showed in the national team. Right now he was just a boy determined to defeat the adversary before him. Indeed, this was a battle belonging to the two young men. When their paths crossed, it was a third time. But this time Lin Mo only needed a glance at Ashraf to realize that this guy was overconfident. The experience gained over the past years and dreams was not for nothing. Lin Mo received the ball and accelerated, heading toward the sideline in a reckless move. A spark ignited in Ashraf's heart as he opened a gap on the sideline, enticing Lin Mo, who had already crossed the midfield line, to overtake him from the outside. For some reason Ashraf always felt as if his speed was inferior to Lin Mo's. But the next second the gasps of the crowd and the shouts from ESPN commentators echoed almost simultaneously. Rubi's water bottle was crushed in his excitement, and he didn't even notice as the droplets slowly slid down his face. On the field Lin Mo faced the inexperienced Ashraf. Unusually, he executed a bicycle kick with his left foot, then suddenly sank his body, appearing ready to accelerate and break through. A smile of "You're too naive" appeared on Ashraf's lips as he lowered his center of gravity, preparing to completely crush the confidence of the boy before him. Let him know what wing training really means. But in the next instant Ashraf's pupils suddenly constricted as Lin Mo executed a simple shoulder drop and changed direction, bursting through the inner line. At that moment only two words remained in his mind so fast. On the bench Carvajal slapped his forehead, feeling both exasperated and amused. Just this, and you want to replace me? Just stick to being a substitute. On the field, as Lin Mo broke through, Real Madrid's players sensed the threat from their opponents. Lin Mo unmarked charged forward with the ball at his feet. Ramos and Varane were still scrambling to catch up, leaving only Nacho and Ashraf to defend. 2 against 1. A counterattack chance for Espanyol. The 19th road of the Bernabeu has already been breached by Lin Mo twice today. Lin Mo's speed is incredible, with Ashraf chasing from behind and his teammates in the middle are closing in. Real Madrid has only Nacho left to defend. The goalkeeper is coming out. Zidane felt a bit panicked. The situation was worse than he had anticipated. Lin Mo's movements were straightforward yet efficient, lacking the flashy tricks preferred by younger players. It was as if Zidane recalled what he often said during his time with Real Madrid's B team: if you think a single move can get past your opponent, then for the love of God cut out all the unnecessary flashy embellishments. Isn't that exactly Lin Mo? Just a simple bicycle kick followed by a shoulder drop to bypass his opponent, and then he would change direction directly. Very simple. Damn it. Although he had developed some admiration for Lin Mo, that guy was about to face Navis Union. Hoping the young man would act impulsively and recklessly, his thoughts were quickly interrupted by a goal on the field as the noise from the Bernabeu suddenly diminished by 31 out of 33 fans. The 6,000 Real Madrid fans present at the scene fell into silence, while over 4,000 Espanyol fans who traveled with the team went completely wild. Coach Zhang, stay calm. Oh, Lin Mo. Lin Mo. As old James held back the nearly jumping old Zhang, he himself couldn't help but shout out. Inside the penalty area, Lin Mo has gotten past Navis. The ball is in. It's Lin Mo. An identical feint and change of direction to bypass his opponent. Oh my God, Lin Mo has breached Real Madrid's defense. Can you believe it? This is football. To all the old men watching the match late at night, can you still hold on? How could one not be moved to tears? Navis lay in the penalty area staring at the ball in the net, feeling an unreal sensation. Meanwhile, Ashraf in the distance was completely stunned. He could hardly believe his eyes. Is it me? Ashraf looked towards the furious Zidane on the sidelines and the excited opposing bench, as well as the disappointed gazes from the stands, all seemingly focused on him. Looking towards the corner flag, the young man who had just outmaneuvered him and breached the gates of Real Madrid was now lifting his shirt, facing the opposing fans, pointing to his chest. However, when fans back home saw this scene, they all stopped celebrating. On the screen, Lin Mo did not show off his muscles, nor did he deliberately try to act cool. Underneath his jersey on a pure white background were the bold characters Huaxia. At this moment, his teammates behind him noticed that Lin Mo was simply making a gesture towards the broadcast camera. Lin, what does this mean? Borja rushed over from behind, glancing at the strange characters on Lin Mo's chest. He had no idea what they meant. Of course Lin Mo knew that most European fans in front of their TVs did not recognize it either. No worries, let them. I will just showcase it, or if you don't understand, that's your problem. Old John sighed after a long pause. Old James, I'm 67 this year. Do you think I should have the chance to watch it once more? Old James was still immersed in excitement, turning to Coach Jean. After a while he nodded. You definitely can. They exchanged smiles and continued the commentary. After taking the lead, Espanyol became more confident. Lin Mo didn't receive a card because he smartly avoided lifting his jersey over his head. According to the rules, he wouldn't receive a card. Moreover, his market value was completely established after this match. On the opposing bench, Ronaldo and Benzema looked on with slight disdain as their team continued to attack. On the stands, Cruz turned to Casemiro and said, why doesn't this kid know how to pull someone down? What's the big deal about it? Modric rolled his eyes at that, quickly answering before Casemiro could. That kid is only 19 years old and still a substitute. You don't think about what you were doing at that age. Cruz thought seriously for a moment. I was a starter at Bayern. Oh, what's a substitute? Casemiro and Modric were momentarily speechless, especially Modric, who had to digest half a belly of words. On the field, the trailing Real Madrid began to attack more fiercely. The match had reached the 28th minute. Bale struck a cold shot from the left side of the penalty area, the ball hitting the post and bouncing out to the baseline. This was also Real Madrid's best opportunity in the first half. Until the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half, Real Madrid had not managed to equalize. Throughout the first half, Real Madrid maintained over 67% possession and unleashed a terrifying offense with 12 shots and 7 corner kicks. However, the absence of a central forward like Bale and the midfield anchor made Real Madrid's overall attack lack threat. According to official expected goals, Real Madrid only had a meager 0-4. As Lin Mo entered the players' tunnel embraced by Borja, he saw Benzema and Ronaldo walking ahead. The real battle seemed to have just begun. What do you think of Lin Mo? Benzema asked Cristiano Ronaldo with interest as they walked. My. But Cristiano didn't want to continue the topic. He patted Benzema on the shoulder. In the second half, make more runs into the box, and he'll take more long shots. Their goalkeeper is already 36 years old, and his reflexes aren't as quick anymore, so be ready for rebounds. Benzema nodded, knowing this guy always focused on winning. At that moment, Bale casually passed by and said, this guy just tied with Messi and plans to surpass him. Who has time to watch the kids? Benzema smiled wryly in agreement. The Ballon d'Or. A faint flame burned in his eyes. Some seeds once sown make one anticipate their bloom. In the Bernabeu away team's locker room, as Lin Mo walked in, he was immediately surrounded by Didac and Borja, who playfully ruffled his hair. Good kid, I thought you were going to assist me. This is the Bernabeu. Oh, I've never scored here. Lin Mo struggled to break free from their embrace, grabbing a towel to wipe the sweat as he replied, those are Chinese characters representing Huaxia. Borja immediately dismissed the uninteresting topic, still maintaining his carefree demeanor, always wanting to pull Lin Mo into a conversation about like-minded people. Haven't you won many goal awards? Want me to take you to a good place tonight? Seeing Lin Mo's disgusted expression, Borja, however, was undeterred. You know, in Madrid there are many trampoline clubs. Of course, how you pair up depends on your personal charm. He poked Lin Mo with his hand, saying, do you know how I spent last Christmas? For little Christmas reindeer, 4 of them. Borja showed 4 fingers. I guarantee you've never seen such a scene in your life. Those charming and plump tails swaying in front of you while I played Santa Claus, training one reindeer after another, the whole night, filled with jingling sounds. You must know I spent the whole night giving them gifts, absolutely fair and generous. Borja chattered incessantly around Lin Mo. Every time they returned to the locker room, it was only these 3 brothers who chatted happily. In fact, Lin Mo seemed to have integrated into the team, but in most cases only Borja Didac and the often injured, unstable Piatti truly accepted Lin Mo. It seemed that other players still had some invisible barriers with him. Mourinho had also reminded him that Spanish players could sometimes exhibit implicit exclusivity. At this moment, Didac, however, did not join in on their favorite topic, but appeared somewhat uneasy. Lin, are you worried about whether we can hold our ground in the second half? Upon hearing Didac's words, Lin Mo nodded solemnly. I saw Cristiano and Benzema both went to the locker room. In the second half, it will be a combination of Cristiano and Akraf on the wings. Both fell silent. The BBC trio, 2-time Champions League winners. 5 Ballon d'Or trophies. The unrivaled duo that had dominated football for nearly a decade were now at a standstill. The thought of facing such an opponent made Didac feel immense pressure. For Lin Mo, however, excitement outweighed the pressure. In his dreams, he had never had the opportunity to face the two. And the earlier clash with Barcelona, to be honest, was just him being unilaterally trained by Messi. No direct matchup. But this time was different. It was Cristiano, the most active Cristiano. Lin Mo certainly knew this guy could play with both feet, occupying all 3 positions, but now with Bale, they would directly face each other. Brother, Lin Mo said, placing a hand on Didac's shoulder. What do you want to do? Seeing the dangerous light in Lin Mo's eyes, Didac became alert. How about we tackle Cristiano? Vocal. Didac almost jumped up. Borja beside them lit up with excitement, wearing a look of mischief. This is the Bernabeu. Do you think just because Pepe isn't here you can act recklessly? I have to say, if Ramos comes at you, I can't take him on. Didac nodded in agreement. You're crazy. In La Liga, even when Messi gets tackled, his teammates will come to help, but they aren't great at fighting. But if you dare to go rough on Cristiano Ramos and Casemiro, we'll definitely come for you. It's just that Pepe isn't here, otherwise the three of us would be dead in the Bernabeu. The scene fell silent for a moment. They thought of Ramos kicking Messi and pinching Rudiger's face. They also thought of Cristiano's bodyguard, the monk Pepe, and that silent sudden attack from the hefty tiger. Do you know why he's called the hefty tiger and not anything else? Even if today there was only Ramos on the field, it seemed like they could. Royal Martial Arts Team. Lin Mo trembled slightly, forcing the thoughts in his mind to extinguish, lowering his flags and ceasing hostilities. Seeing this, Didac and Borja finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely afraid Lin Mo would act impulsively. Meanwhile, Coach Ruby was rubbing his hands, nervously arranging the defensive tasks for the second half. Midfielder Granero was substituted off for the young defensive midfielder Marco Rocca, reinforcing the central defense. Then he pointed at Lin Mo. In the second half, be more proactive in recovering. How to deal with Cristiano relies on you all. Lin Mo and Didac both had dark clouds on their foreheads. Isn't this just a remake of Journey to the West? Nine-headed insects go eliminate Tang Sung and his disciples. Welcome back to the live broadcast. The second half of the match between Espanyol and Real Madrid is about to be. In the first half, Lin Mo scored a crucial goal, helping the team lead Real Madrid by 1 goal away from home. I believe fans in front of their televisions are as excited as I am. Jean, what do you think about the second half? Old Jean was not joking this time. He was flipping through his notes on the table, not optimistic. Look, Benzema and Cristiano have both been substituted in. They replaced a defensive midfielder with an attacking midfielder, directly switching to a 433 formation. Doesn't that look familiar? On screen, fans saw number 7 and number 9 at the sidelines preparing to come on. The BBC trio has been deployed. Let's look at their three midfielders: Kovacic, Isco, Asensio, all offensive players. Even if they aren't as good as the traditional midfield trio, their attacking capabilities are definitely not weak. At this point, everyone understood what Old Jean wanted to say. I don't know how long Espanyol can hold on, but I only know that Real Madrid's defense will definitely weaken. Next, it's up to the players' performances. Indeed, just as Old Jean mentioned at the start of the second half, Lin Mo and his teammates felt an overwhelming pressure. In the 46th minute of the match, Isco suddenly dropped back, while Espanyol's midfield hesitated on whether to follow. The ball was switched from the right side to the left side. Without the double team restraining Bale, Lin Mo felt as if he witnessed the return of the great sage. The rushing figure with 2 golden strands of hair flowing freely in the wind resembled the peacock feathers atop the great sage's head. On a single encounter, Victor Sanchez was utterly dominated by the great sage. The entire Espanyol penalty area. Danger. Bale only glanced at the penalty area before delivering a cross. Striking quickly is a tradition of Real Madrid. As the ball sped into the box, many fans of Espanyol felt their hearts skip a beat. Duarte, unable to stop Benzema, was caught off guard by Cristiano Ronaldo, who appeared out of nowhere riding on Moreno's head. Lin Mo waited for the second drop point at the edge of the penalty area, feeling utterly helpless. What the hell? Before he could finish his sentence, the football seemed to have been installed with a GPS, hitting Cristiano Ronaldo's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. The football suddenly crashed into the net. Ronaldo was right. Lopez was aging, showing no reaction to such a powerful header. Cristiano Ronaldo. Oh no, it's 11, just 2 minutes into the match, and Real Madrid quickly equalized. Fans felt a wave of helplessness as the shoe echoed throughout the Bernabeu. So strong. Is this really 33 years old? Lin Mo shook his head in disbelief. Witnessing Ronaldo's header up close was simply shocking and terrifying. He remembered that at 33 in his dreams, not only was jumping difficult, but even starting was a challenge. If not for his passing ability, he might not even be able to play in the Chinese Super League. Seeing Cristiano Ronaldo surrounded by everyone, Lin Mo felt overshadowed once again by the legendary era of Messi and Ronaldo. What kind of ability is needed to deserve the title of the third best in the world in this era? Is it the invincible Hazard now? Or Neymar, who just joined Paris Saint-Germain? Or perhaps the current favorite of PSG? This is the best of times as Messi and Ronaldo have begun to age. Yet it is also the worst of times as the new generation of talents encompasses all 3 generations. The older generation is represented by the peak power of Messi and Ronaldo. In the middle, Neymar, Hazard, Salah, and De Bruyne hold the fort. The younger generation includes Odegaard, Mbappe, Haaland, and the soon-to-merge Bellingham. Not to mention Saka and Vinicius, who continue to grow. Geniuses. The number of talents emerging in football each year is simply more than the stars in the sky. Yet in this era, people's focus remains on Messi and Ronaldo, as Messi moved to Paris and Ronaldo returned to Manchester United. Their era has truly come to an end, and there are only 4 years left until Messi's coronation. Lin Mo shook his head and resolutely reaffirmed his own goals. The game continued. It was evident that Real Madrid had completely seized control. Espanyol's attacks were fleeting, with only 2 shots on goal so far. While it is not shameful to defend against Real Madrid's turtle-like defense, Lin Mo was filled with determination to win the match. A few minutes later, Real Madrid's attacks surged again like the tide of the Chiantang River. All 3 midfielders transformed into playmakers, with only one task given by Zidane: to pass the ball to the BBC to solve the problem. They were responsible for advancing the ball into the attacking zone, while the BBC was tasked with scoring. As usual, the mystical attack brought the ball naturally to Ronaldo's feet. As long as there is a match, regardless of the opponent, Ronaldo is always the most serious one. Due to the Champions League, he often played as a substitute in the preceding league match to prevent accidents. Thus this season his goal tally was far less than Messi's, having played 9 fewer matches. In this game Ronaldo was still eager to close the gap between the two. In his eyes there was always only one rival, Messi. Ramos' long pass from the back found Ronaldo, who sidestepped Didak's defense with a subtle backheel flick. His speed was so fast that if Lin Imo hadn't seen such moves numerous times before, he might have been shaken off. One step closer, Lin Imo would not let Ronaldo have any chance to shoot. This guy's left-footed curve shot is no less than his right. However, Lin Imo sometimes underestimated Ronaldo. With just a simple shoulder clash, he heard a sound beep. The bewildered Lin Imo looked at Ronaldo, who raised his hands in confusion, and 1,000 curses almost escaped his lips. Not only him, but his teammates also surrounded the referee to argue. For a free kick from this position, both Bale and Ronaldo had a high chance of scoring. Lin Imo pushed through the crowd and protested. There was no contact with the foot, it was the shoulder. Despite repeatedly patting his shoulder, the referee shook his head, ruling it a free kick. Lin Imo's face turned. He recalled something once an Asian player made his debut in La Liga. It was a match in either the 23rd or 24th. First he was hit in the face by a big curve, causing his mouth to swell. Then came a 5-star kidney strike, collapsing him to the ground, curling up in a ball, narrowly avoiding a hospital visit for a kidney transplant. In the end, a real-life version of The Power of Love was staged on the pitch. This was the most ridiculous foul the fans had ever seen, even bordering on the absurd. After suffering 3 consecutive fouls, the opponent received only a yellow card. Lin Imo realized that this might not be Ronaldo's fault, but rather his own. It was still due to his lack of strength. Looking at the cold indifference in the referee's eyes, he quietly stepped back, his expression grim, but his eyes bright. Understood. This free kick position is very dangerous for Espanyol. Let's see how Ronaldo takes this shot. All eyes were focused on the man. Lin Imo in the wall fixed his gaze on Ronaldo as he took a deep breath, watching him launch. Boom. The explosive sound and the shadow reached Lin Imo almost simultaneously. The jumping wall failed to block the football. Lin Imo turned in the air to look and did not see the diving goalkeeper. Lin Imo closed his eyes in disappointment. They had conceded again. He slammed his hand on the grass, and the words he had been brewing for a long time finally erupted from his throat. Damn it. His teammates beside him jumped in surprise, but no one came forward to comfort him. The morale of Espanyol was shattered by Ronaldo within just 8 minutes. Faced with such a scene, Coach Rubi was at a loss. The defense's failure led to conceding a goal. Switching defenders was not suitable, especially since they were trailing. With no adjustments from the coach and teammates, feeling dejected, a fire ignited in Lin Imo's heart. He wanted to win. Yes, Lin Imo wanted to win. It's just 12. A look at your faces as if we have already lost. Cheer up. Lin Imo's words sounded harsh to his teammates' ear. Normally, because Lin Imo created goals consistently, the team had not lost, and everyone was willing to accept a Chinese player who loved assisting others. But now this Chinese player was actually mocking them. Hey, if you have the guts, go onion with Ronaldo. Wasn't this free kick caused by you? Don't talk down to us. We are at the Bernabeu. If you're dissatisfied, you can always join the opponent. Why come here? You have no right to criticize us. You first take care of your own flank. Lin Imo's heart sank. It was indeed as he feared. All teams are like this. Once they lose, conflicts flare up. Looking at his teammates who were on the verge of explosion, Lin Imo suddenly understood that the road to the top is narrow and difficult. Yet often few figures can be seen, making it seem empty. He crouched down and tightened his shoelaces. He would give it his all in the upcoming match. The players of Espanyol saw that Lin Imo had ceased speaking, and they assumed it was just the complaints of a young man. In fact, with just a few taunting remarks, they noticed the furious glares exchanged between Didak and Borja. They also understood that Lin Imo was right. However, they couldn't lower their pride, and were unwilling to let a Huaxia person teach them a lesson. Therefore, when the match resumed, those who had complained earlier, such as Selhai, were obviously much more active, although the situation on the field remained passive. However, Espanyol managed to execute a few counterattacks. Lin Imo, on the other hand, started to expend his energy running back and forth, becoming the most active player on the field. Coach Zhang, sometimes we have to admit that every team needs some young players. Just look at Espanyol after conceding a goal. Old Zhang nodded. If you ask me, it's just that these veterans are too embarrassed. Lin Imo is still running. How can you just stand there and do nothing? In such situations, a leader needs to step up. Manchester United has this issue as well. They nearly got overturned by Chelsea in the last match. Look at Lin Imo's attempt to regain possession. Although he was outsmarted by the opponent, this spirit of not giving up is very important. The scene showed the constant passing by Real Madrid. While Lin Imo called out to Borja, he surged forward to reclaim the ball. The feeling of being endlessly passed around in his own half by the opponent was akin to being sliced by a dull knife. As Lin Imo moved, Real Madrid sprang into action. The football swiftly transitioned from left to right, landing at Asensio's feet, who made a forward run directly into Bale's left flank. The Espanyol players hesitated for a moment, allowing Bale and Asensio to swap positions. Just as everyone's attention was on the two on the left flank, Asensio suddenly made a back pass, sending the ball to the edge of the penalty area. The center was empty. Isco prepared to shoot, but the center back rushed out. At that moment, Isco made a direct pass into the penalty area. Benzema successfully timed his run to avoid offside, facing the veteran Perez. Just as he was about to be scored on for the third time, a flash of red appeared in the path of Benzema's shot. Bang! The crowd gasped. Oh! Lin Imo excitedly watched as Selhai Dater rose in the penalty area, rushing over with his teammates. Well done. Damn, did you summon Van Dijk during your divine intervention today? But Selhai Dater looked at Lin Mo and extended his hand for a high five, saying, "It's not just you who wants to win." Hearing this, Lin Mo smiled. He pointed at the opponent, saying, "All right, consider me owing you a goal." However, the defender Duarte rolled his eyes and scoffed. In the following match, both sides noticeably increased their intensity. In the 55th minute of the game, Cristiano Ronaldo suddenly appeared in the center, receiving a pass from Kovacic and unleashed a powerful shot. The football spun fiercely toward the far corner. But this time, goalkeeper Lopez was well prepared. With a spectacular save, he tipped the ball out of bounds. This shot startled many spectators as the game reached the 59th minute. Espanyol finally had a chance to counter, and Isco followed suit with a shot of his own. However, his shot hit Benzema, who had his back turned and bounced away. Lin Mo reacted quickly, sprinting forward to make a flying tackle on the rebounding ball. Cristiano Ronaldo, indeed wary of injury, stepped aside. The ball landed at Selhai Dater's feet, who without stopping pulled the ball back with his right foot. Didac, who was following closely, had barely taken 2 steps before he spotted Akraf's interception. Yet he showed no intention of slowing down, flicking the ball with the outside of his right foot, slipping past on the left. As Akraf turned his head, Lin Mo suddenly appeared, continuing forward with the ball. In the next moment, a white figure seemed poised to take Lin Mo down. Yet Lin Mo made a direct pass and leaped into the air. Watching Ramos glide by right beneath his eyes, Lin Mo knew the opportunity had come. Upon landing, he did not look towards Didac's position. The left flank was completely breached, with BBC leisurely strolling while the remaining midfielders were still chasing back. What he needed to do was to sprint forward at full speed. Espanyol has an opportunity. This passing combination is reminiscent of Catalonia. While Old John was speaking, he failed to notice that Lin Mo had gradually moved from the center to the right. Meanwhile, Perez on the right was running towards the center with Nacho. For a moment, Espanyol formed a 4-on-3 situation in the front. Lin Mo, however, seemed to go unnoticed, quietly sneaking to the right flank as an unexpected ace. This is experience. Both the left and center flanks were crowded. In such counterattacks, one must exploit the open spaces. Didac, seeing Akraf closing in from behind, swung his left foot and made a sideways pass. Borja, who was making a run in the center, fumbled the ball. Following closely, Verni was also tricked into missing the ball, while Nacho and Lopez perfectly bypassed them. Just when everyone thought the attack would end, the crowd at Bernabeu erupted. Lin Mo. The chance has come. How could he appear there? This was the first thought for Nacho and Verni, while Navas had no time to think or scold anyone. He pointed towards Lin Mo while quickly moving to the right side. Lin Mo received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, sprinting forward, gently nudging it with his right foot to enter the box. Looking at Navas near the near post and Nacho rushing towards him, he needed to make a decision immediately. If he hesitated for even a second, the defenders following closely behind could easily intercept. Lin Mo's instincts proved correct. Fans in front of their televisions clenched their fists, nervously watching as Lin Mo was pursued by Ramos. Wow! Real Madrid fans gasped in genuine shock as Lin Mo feigned a shot before darting towards the goal line again. This time, Nacho lunged too early while Navas was firmly glued to the near post, not daring to move. He passed. Lopez. It's a goal. 22. Espanyol has equalized away from home. So calm, incredibly calm. In this situation, even Bale or Cristiano would have opted to shoot themselves. But Lin Mo's feint created space for the pass, allowing him to evade Ramos backtracking. Lopez's push into the empty net was effortless. Old Zhang nodded repeatedly. Look, Navas didn't dare to move. If he did, Lin Mo would have shot. This kind of handling is very Barca-like. Many fans resonated with this sentiment, as it was indeed something the trio of MSN would do. On the field, Lin Mo once again felt the warmth from his teammates, but his gaze was fixed on that man, who angrily shrugged him off. The crisis was far from over. As Zibanejad equalized, Hwangma's rhythm of attack and defense instantly surged. The midfield. If it is useless, skip it altogether. Kaidane waved his hand, decisively attack. He was no defensive specialist after all. On the sideline, Luby, carried away by the moment, also began frantically motioning to press the advantage. It was hard to distinguish leaders from followers. Worse, the players cheerfully obliged. Isn't this exactly the same reckless attitude that cost you against Liverpool in the 22-23 season? It was a clear invitation to disaster. Lin Mo wanted to shout, "Don't you even look at Siluo's eyes. My God, he has activated the adversity. Buff, do you understand?" A bitter, unsayable feeling washed over him. The team's morale was soaring. Who was he to stand in their way? After several back and forths of attack and counterattack with Hwangma, Lin Mo felt a growing dread. Aside from Bora's shot that struck the frame, all their positional attacks failed to penetrate the defense. Conversely, Hwangma's chances were lethal had one Isco pass not been over it. Had Bayer's hurried shot found the net instead of the side, netting 2 counterattacks might have ended Zibanejad's fate. The clock read the 78th minute. Zibanejad, poised for a tit-for-tat struggle, launched another assault. Facing a now timid Ashilifu, Lin Mo feinted and burst to the byline, forcing his opponent to retreat a step. Before Ashilifu could realize the deception, Lin Mo turned his body and swung his right leg to deliver a cross. His left foot had just finished short passing drills. His long-range accuracy still lacked refinement. In the box, Lamosi shrugged off Lin Mo's teammate and headed the ball away with ease. A teammate responsible for the second ball failed to intercept. Benzema flicked his head, and Dater, the defensive midfielder, surged forward. Like every supporter, Lin Mo felt a chill down his spine. After Benzema Bayer and C. Luo pushed forward, there was only Du Ert left between them and the goal. Isco and Asensio, like delayed arrows, quickly caught up with the three-man front. Although Lin Mo accelerated at the same moment, the sight of 5 men crashing past the halfway line like an avalanche sent Bernabeu's crowd into a fever of excitement. Fans watched the 5 in white sprint over the pitch at blazing speed. Their magnificence even made the most critical among them feel adrenaline surge. Huangma are counterattacking. Too fast. This. A grim spectacle. Wuguei Paimen. On the screen, another figure was closely following behind. It was Lin Mo. Yet facing Huangma's fearsome 5-carriage assault, anyone in front seemed destined to be ground to dust. Du Ert fought a retreating battle, staring at the slowest of them, Benzema, unwilling to commit. Before the fans' eyes, the 5 stormed into the penalty area. Pass it now. That thought rang in the minds of everyone. Bayer on the left wing, C. Luo on the right with Asensio and Yisik on the flanks. With nowhere to retreat, Du Ert had no choice but to lunge forward, hoping to disrupt Benzema. At that moment, Lin Mo had already closed down on Yisik on the right. Benzema pass. Bayer. Goal. 32. What a superb counter. Wuguei Paimen. This is the most brilliant attack I have seen this year. Only Atletico's all-out defense could rival it. On the sideline, a stunned Luby and a wide-eyed hand-in-head Kaidane composed a new, iconic tableau. Lin Mo stood on the edge of the box and watched Huangma's players celebrate in the distance. He understood that football was not a one-man affair. Messi could not save PSG, nor could C. Luo rescue Manchester United. He turned to the sideline at Luby. I hope you do not reverse this story in the press conference. Fans in front of their TVs, especially those who liked both Lin Mo and Huangma, could do nothing but sing praise for Huangma in that moment. The match went on. Zibanejad's players truly lost heart. The Wuguei Paimen spectacle replayed in their minds like an unshakable nightmare. Lin Mo shook his head at the sight. Had MSN been whole for the match against Barca, an 80% chance of a disaster would have materialized. The dispirited Zibanejad soon tasted another bitter result. In the 84th minute, Huangma earned a corner. The penalty area became a heaving mass. As the ball curled out of the box, everyone realized C. Luo was not inside the area. Boom. A thunderous long-range strike thundered toward the right side of the goal. The ball threading through the crowd left the goalkeeper almost no time to react. Luapisi threw himself and barely kept it out on the line. But in the chaos, someone in the box reached out and poked the ball into the net. 42. Benzema's follow-up. Huangma. You could say the corner was ingenious. C. Luo's sudden withdrawal created space for the long shot. If the keeper had been well positioned, he still might not have reached it. Benzema's rebound nearly killed the contest. Watching the celebrating crowd nearby, Lin Mo supported his hands on his knees and breathed heavily. Beads of sweat fell like peas. An invisible weight cloaked him. Lin Mo's stamina had reached the brink. He had sprinted back from the front line, but the distance was simply too great to cover. The sense of willing but unable tormented him. At this point, no one would blame him for giving up. He had already done everything he could with a pass and a shot. What else could one ask of a 17-year-old? A turnaround. Lin Mo's brow only furrowed deeper, recalling the pre-game taunts from fans. His teammates' attitudes during the match, the coach on the sidelines who had done his best. All of it kindled in Lin Mo an intense unwillingness to yield. Is the world a hostile pilgrimage? At that moment, a voice from the stands shouted, "Fuck you, Japanese." Lin Mo's eyes instantly reddened. Who was that doggone insult aimed at? Putting aside everything else on this sensitive matter, the Huaxia tradition is clear strength unknown. Confront the Japanese with fierceness. When a person finds a source of motivation, body and mind align and surge. On the verge of exhaustion, Lin Mo felt an invisible force recharge his body. His mind sharpened, his waist felt as if 2 blazing torches had ignited. In the 89th minute, in that altered state, Lin Mo glanced up at the man in the stands who had called him Japanese. His body switched to full power. As the game entered its final phase, Huangma had little appetite for risk. With victory secured, aside from AC Luo still yearning for a hat-trick, others had begun waiting for the final whistle. At this moment, Zibanejad's players had all but abandoned the match. Trailing 24 at the Bonnewou, there were no miracles to be found here. Near the center circle, Kawakiki's pass to Yisik drifted weakly. Suddenly, a flash of red appeared in the passing lane. It was Lin Mo. As everyone gasped, he lifted his head slightly. Reddened eyes, a resolute face, pressing forward without hesitation. Ahead lay Huangma's intact defensive line, at his side bewildered teammates who had given up. Yet in the minds of viewers, the ancient melody rose unbidden. Qin Wang Pezhenyu. Year 880. Huang Qiao's forces breached Chang'an, while the regional commanders looked on. Zheng Tian of Fengxiang played Qin Wang Pezhenyu to repel the enemy, prolonging the Tang for 30 more years. Surrounded in front, chased from behind. With no physical strength inside and no reinforcements outside, Lin Mo felt an eerie familiarity with this situation, as if he had dreamed of the same scene before. However, the memories were somewhat hazy, so let everything rely on instinct. Before him stood Ashraf and Kovacic, who had just made a passing error. But to Lin Mo, the two in front of him could only be described with one phrase: poultry and dogs. Looking at Ashraf, who had already lost confidence, and Kovacic, who appeared indifferent. You are surrounded by me. Lin Mo dashed forward straight towards the two. At the same time, Ashraf and Kovacic charged towards Lin Mo as well. Yet when the two saw each other for reasons unknown, they both slowed down simultaneously. In the next moment, Lin Mo burst through as they closed the door. The dull atmosphere instantly turned fiery. The head coach Ruby, already seated on the sidelines, raised his head upon hearing the commotion and spotted the red figure sprinting. Is that him? Borja turned to look at his teammate, who seemed reluctant to engage. Gritting his teeth, he moved his legs, which felt as heavy as lead. At this moment, a red figure trailed behind Lin Mo. Seeing Lin Mo break through the first line, Ramos and Varane did not seem overly tense in facing his advance. Block him. Ramos slowly retreated while instructing Varane to move up and fill the gap. The two formed sufficient depth, one in front and one behind. But this decision gave Lin Mo an excellent opportunity. Seeing Varane advance, Lin Mo suddenly remembered this man's weaknesses. Over-reliance on cover, poor lateral defensive ability. Noticing the opponent intentionally leaving his right side open, which was Ramos' position, behind him, Lin Mo understood Varane's intentions. He abruptly halted and pretended to break through from the left. Varane thought to himself that it was indeed so. He had fallen for this trick in La Liga for 8 years. Anyone seeing Ramos over there would choose to approach from the opposite direction. But in the next moment, Varane, still smiling, Lin Mo slipped past him from the other side. Effortlessly. At that moment, Zidane suddenly jumped up, waving his fist and shouting, "Damn it, block him." The crowd erupted in gasps. Who is that number 30 player? So fierce. Yet Lin Mo's world now consisted solely of Ramos, with Ashraf and Varane chasing from behind. Just one more, and I can face the goalkeeper. I must prove myself to you all. The only obsession in Lin Mo's heart was Ramos, like a lone warrior charging forth. Chinese fans couldn't help but recall the cavalry charge scene from Liangjian. But Ramos was all too familiar with this situation. Every time it happened, he was the one covering for Varane. Watching Lin Mo charge, he stepped back slowly while deliberately leaving the outside open, creating a trap for Lin Mo. Here comes that trick again. Lin Mo had no time to think this was Ramos' trap. An inward cut would definitely be intercepted, and there wasn't enough time to adjust for a change of direction. Then there was only one path left, the outside. Watching Ramos move towards the near post alongside Navas, Lin Mo had no choice but to suddenly cut towards the outside. Young Lin Mo possessed only this ability. However, just as he broke through from the outer side, Ramos made a swift turn and closed in on him instantly. With no further interference, he merely pressed against Lin Mo from behind. Caught off guard, Lin Mo suddenly lost his balance, and it looked like he was about to fall. In that instant, Lin Mo saw the rolling football towards the penalty area and the triumphant smile of Ramos. Giving up and falling might lead to a penalty, but the probability was nearly zero. Lin Mo's body told him there was still a chance to fight, but the odds of scoring were even lower because he had to regain momentum. But Lin Mo had no choice. Damn it, damn it, damn it. His unwillingness was amplified once more as Lin Mo struggled to maintain his balance, raising his head high and fixating on the football ahead. As Mourinho said, you must fight like a mad dog. Lin Mo's desperate appearance, crawling and rolling, resembled a rabid dog refusing to let go of its prey. In that moment, Navas seemed to see Lin Mo's fierce expression and bloodshot eyes, as if a three-headed dog was pouncing. Even the most critical fans could only remain silent at this moment. Even the fans at Bernabeu secretly hoped Lin Mo, but after stumbling forward a few steps, just as he was about to reach the football, a green figure suddenly appeared. It loomed like a mountain before him, swallowing both him and the football. Unable to stop, Lin Mo truly fell along with his final unwillingness beneath the sky of Bernabeu. The fan who had just called Lin Mo Japanese was awkwardly explaining something to those around him, saying, "Haha, look at this, just this." But at that moment, the surrounding fans looked at him, disdainfully turning away. Meanwhile, the commentators, including Old James and the Spanish team, were at a loss for words to describe Lin Mo. He gave it his all. Stop lying down. Is it worth it? Will the boss give you a raise for working so hard? Lin Mo panted heavily as a familiar face appeared before him. With a cheeky expression, it was none other than Borja. But soon Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. A white-gloved hand appeared. "Come on." Navas smiled and extended his hand, helping Lin Mo up alongside Borja. A faint applause arose from the crowd, seemingly offering encouragement to the young man. It's a pity that Lin Mo's solo charge ultimately failed. Ramos' defense was very successful and his cooperation with Navas was even more complimentary. However, we witnessed Lin Mo's fighting spirit and resilience, which are currently what we lack the most. At this moment, Old Zhang interjected, "Some players should focus on honing their skills abroad, not overthink things or consider too much. The timing isn't right and the conditions aren't met, and we can still afford to wait." Although the words were subtle, the fans still picked up on Old Zhang's underlying meaning. We do have players sent abroad, but in the end they were all assimilated. With Lin Mo's attack coming to an end, the match quickly concluded. Espanyol ultimately lost 24 at Bernabeu, but many aspects displayed in this match left a deep impression on many. In the aftermath, Lin Mo received the highest score on the Espanyol team for his goals and assists against Real Madrid. However, Lin's father, sitting in front of the television, had already filled 2 pages with notes. England, Manchester City, Carrington training base. The double red match is just around the corner. Thankfully, this time it's our home ground. Last year's match was incredibly thrilling. As Pogba dribbled the football, he listened to Martial's chatter. This is the 200th double red match, which is hugely significant. Many people have become dissatisfied with the boss this season if we lose. Martial suddenly stopped talking because he saw the murderous look in Pogba's eyes. Most of the respected veterans in the current Manchester United squad have retired, and Carrick isn't exactly a leader. The remaining players are naturally led by the marquee Pogba, forming a small team. Don't say things like that here in the However, a contemplative expression appeared in Pogba's eyes. A few days later, before the 200th double red match between Manchester United and Liverpool, the Manchester United spokesperson spoke to the reporters. Due to Pogba's thigh muscle issues and Martial's injury during training, both will miss this crucial match. At that moment, Lin was at home eating melon seeds with a strange expression. Son, they told me that Mourinho was so angry he started breaking cups in the office. For such an important match, missing Pogba isn't a joke, is it? So I think what they said is correct. Anyway, your buyout clause isn't expensive. Rather than going to a club like Manchester United, Lin interrupted. I promised Mr. Mourinho, don't worry, Dad, he won't be sacked that soon. How do you know? Lin's father expressed concern for his son as the conditions offered by the caller were not bad. Lin confidently replied, that's none of your concern. Right now my only focus is to play well for Espanyol. By the way, what were the shortcomings you mentioned? Lin's father looked at his confident son and sighed inexplicably. His son has grown up and has his own opinions. But Lin clearly knew what the problem with Manchester United was. It's the club management's inclination towards Pogba. No matter the time, Mourinho is always a highly controversial manager, whether with the Football Association, the referees, or the club management. The relationships are not particularly harmonious. Especially his obstinate personality often makes him a target for other coalitions. In such circumstances, fans often become the object of mockery for other coalitions due to Mourinho's stubbornness in post-match press conferences. And these angry emotions are naturally transferred to Mourinho by the fans. After all, at this time, the fans still carry the pride of the Ferguson-era's Manchester United dynasty. An Upmaster conducted a survey outside Old Trafford asking if fans had to choose between Pogba and Mourinho, who would they pick? The result was no surprise, with 80% of fans choosing Pogba. But what was the outcome? It wasn't until Pogba left that fans realized they were the ones who looked the most foolish. The dedicated Red Devils, DNA Solskjaer, and the unheard-of Rangnick. Also the bald Manchester duo Ten Hag, who briefly led the Tengu army while playing for the Red Devils. As the bald duo walked by, how could one distinguish me from Tengu? On the TV screen, the double red match had already begun as Lin watched the game while listening to his father's name. In the match against Real Madrid, you made 4 right-footed crosses from the left flank, 2 of which gave the opponent opportunities to defend, resulting in not reaching your teammates. In physical confrontations, you still need to improve. When it's time to go down, you should go down. There's no need for excessive passion. This is a match. What if there's a foul? Cooperation with teammates. Lin's father went on for about 5 minutes before stopping. Did you hear that? Lin nodded. I still need to practice left-footed passing and cooperation. What Lin didn't say was that these were also pointed out by Coach Crespo after the match. But these were never as detailed as his father's summary. The Espanyol team still lacks professionalism. During their conversation, Manchester United, lacking key players in midfield, scored the first goal. Lin jumped up in excitement. What a beautiful counterattack. Lukaku's pass was exquisite. Yeah, Rashford is so fast. The purely defensive Manchester United initially launched a rapid attack, breaking through Liverpool's defense. 10 minutes later, Rashford scored again. In just 24 minutes, the Dream Theater had turned into a sea of joy. Although some fans were not entirely satisfied with the team's defensive counterattacking tactics, leading 20 against their century-old rivals Liverpool was nothing. After all, for both teams, they can forego the Champions League and the top spot, but the double red match must be won. The English National Derby, a century-old life-and-death battle, a hereditary feud. At this moment, Lin knew that Mourinho's position this season was as solid as a rock. The match continued until the 66th minute, when Liverpool pulled one back due to Bailey's own goal. The final whistle blew at Old Trafford. This season was entirely acceptable for the Red Devils. 1 win and 1 draw in the double red matches, ranking second in the league. What more could they ask for? Lin turned off the TV, and knowing that at this moment Pogba's expression must be quite grim. Of course, others might not be able to tell. Just then a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Newbie Task Series 3 released. 1. Please raise the player's rating to 75. 2. Raise any physical or technical attribute to 80, excluding passive skills. 3. At the end of the season, obtain one of the following honors: team's season best player, league best lineup, golden boot, assist king. The sudden system notification interrupted Lin's thoughts. This time the task came a bit late. Lin looked at the 3 tasks, with the second task requiring attributes to be raised to 80. Currently, Lin's highest physical attribute is strength 78. Next is technique 72. The rest are attributes like speed 75 and explosiveness 75. It's quite challenging to raise to 80 by the end of May. However, ball control 71, crossing 72, and dribbling 71 are still far from 80. Looking at the 5 24-hour triple training cards, Lin suddenly found himself in a dilemma. Currently, it seems that focusing on practicing one skill is the only way to potentially reach 80 by the end of the season. No way. There's no deadline for completing the tasks. This means he still has the entire summer transfer window to work with. Lin's frown instantly eased. Achieving a comprehensive rating of 75 or raising individual attributes to 80 in various point exchanges by the end of the season. Lin has already begun to envision the days of returning to Manchester United. The worries brought by Rashford's 2 goals had completely vanished. That guy can be a god one season and a ghost the next, since he was a god this season. Then next season, the one in charge of the left flank for Manchester United should be someone else. Knock knock knock. As father and son discussed the upcoming training regimen, a sharp rapping echoed from outside the door. Lin Mo instinctively rose to answer it, assuming it was Bora, or someone else, dropping by for dinner once again. But when Anna, their neighbor from next door, stood at the threshold, holding a steaming platter of roasted meat, his mind momentarily froze. Hi, surprised. Lin, happy festival. Though in her early 40s, Anna radiated the vibrant glow of a woman in her 30s. Years of disciplined exercise had kept her figure remarkably toned and graceful. To be fair, she was precisely the kind of woman who could prompt more than a few financially struggling university students to sigh, "Annie, I don't want to work hard anymore." At that moment, Lin Fu hurried forward, astonished and elated, awkwardly brushing his palm across his trousers before greeting her with a warm but halting Spanish smile. You really came? Then please come in. Let me take those for you." Lin Mo blinked slowly, sensing his father's nervousness and Anna's genuine, effervescent warmth. No wonder dinner is so lavish tonight. Noticing his son's puzzled glance, Lin Fu chuckled sheepishly. "It's Lantern Festival today. I honestly didn't expect her to show up." Hearing this, Lin Mo's first thought was a stunned internal exclamation. What the hell? Has our home been hijacked? After the initial shock faded, he gazed at his father, rejuvenated since their move to the Catalan region, his spirit visibly renewed. Years of rigorous training alongside his son had sculpted his features into bold, striking contours, his sun-kissed skin and powerfully built frame embodying the very essence of a mature, worldly man. Lin Mo half suspected Anna had arrived expressly to savor something exotic. At the table, Anna beamed like a girl discovering treasure, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lin Fu. "Picasso, is this the Chinese Tang Yuan?" "Absolutely wonderful. This is infinitely better than General Tso's chicken at any Chinese restaurant." "Oh, what? This is a spring roll. Do you eat these only in spring in China?" When Lin Mo heard Picasso, he recoiled with an expression of utter disdain, turning sharply toward his father. His look seemed to say, "You gave yourself a Spanish name. Picasso? Really? How utterly uncool." Anna, however, sensed Lin Fu's discomfort, and without hesitation slipped her arm warmly over his shoulder while smiling toward Lin Mo. "Lin, I watched your match. Wow. Absolutely brilliant. Just like your father's cooking." "Well, I can't vouch for everything, but my father's culinary mastery, undeniably world-class." Lin Fu grew flustered and bashful under his son's gaze. His smile vanished, instantly replaced by the hesitant, apologetic expression of a child caught doing something wrong. Yet his eyes, when they met Anna's, held something deeper, complex, layered like an ancient vintage long sealed in oak. Lin Mo sighed inwardly. It's over. Her artistry is masterful. This time they'll truly get to know each other down to the roots. After dinner, watching the two clear the table together, Lin Mo quietly slung his backpack over his shoulder. "I'm heading out to train. I'll be back before 10. "Yes, be a thoughtful young man." Without waiting for his father's reply, he grabbed his football and stepped out the door. Clearly tonight's training would be a solitary affair. While Lin Mo trained intently, unseen forces were already stirring. Unlike the previous time, when someone had approached him directly, this time Manchester United itself began fielding numerous inquiries about Lin Mo. The media too appeared to be shifting focus deliberately. La Liga's top assist provider, a Red Devil youth on loan with a buyout clause of merely $2 million. Reportedly, Lin Mo's annual salary stands at $1,000, while Anthony Martial earns $66 million, 66 times more. Alexis Sanchez's weekly wage is $5,800. Let's calculate how many times that exceeds Lin Mo's. Multiple European elite clubs are preparing bids for Lin Mo this summer window. Manchester United may emerge as the biggest loser. Fresh off the exhilarating double Red Derby victory, Jose Mourinho seized the momentum and formally proposed a new contract for Lin Mo to the club. "This is vital for us. Rashford needs competition. 30 matches, 5 goals, 5 assists. Our wide areas remain critically weak." Mourinho did not name Martial, but everyone understood. He held deep contempt for players lacking discipline and professionalism, a hallmark of his managerial philosophy, whether at Inter Milan, Chelsea, or Tottenham. He urgently needed a catfish, a dynamic force, to jolt these overpaid, complacent professionals awake. Indeed, in Mourinho's eyes, many of them performed not as athletes, but as clock-punching office workers, slacking off daily. "We can consider it." We'll discuss Lin Mo's compensation package. For the first time, sporting director Morta did not immediately oppose Mourinho. Yet the next day, upon reviewing the proposal delivered to him, Mourinho bristled, not merely with anger, but with sheer incomprehension. $1 million per year, 5-year extension, 10 annual raise, $20 million release clause. Morta replied earnestly, "For a 17-year-old, this is exceptionally generous. Should his performance improve further, the club will certainly offer a more lucrative deal." That single word, 17, left Mourinho speechless. True, even prodigies at that age rarely commanded such. Seeing Mourinho's lingering resistance, Morta added calmly, "Consider this. We're still monitoring another extraordinary talent, Jadon Sancho, an Englishman 18 years old, already proving himself in the Bundesliga, valued at $20 million. The implication was clear: talents like Lin Mo were not rare, and this offer was already a mark of considerable respect. Mourinho had no choice but to yield, though inwardly he seethed at the thought of underperforming players earning astronomical wages. March 10th, Lin Mo received a call from Mourinho informing him of the new contract. After careful deliberation, he accepted. He had already tallied the figures, and he was confident the club would one day regret its caution. Lin Fu, ever trusting of his son's judgment, swiftly finalized all formalities. Other clubs dismissed the news with indifference. If United weren't renewing now, would they really wait until summer? Only to see Lin Mo activated for a mere 2 million. Back home in China, fans erupted with excitement, already envisioning Lin Mo's triumphant arrival in the Premier League. Finally, I can proudly declare my 20-year devotion to the Red Devils. Next season, I'll activate my membership. I want Huang Sir and John Sir commentating on every match. I've long been dissatisfied with both Martial and Rashford. Who's Ronaldo? He pales beside Lin Mo. Martial can stay, but Rashford is the heir apparent. Let Rashford have Lukaku, the center forward who loves surging down the flank. Lin Mo on the left, Lin Huang on the right. The image is too perfect. I dare not even imagine it. Hey upstairs, don't forget Lin Mo still lacks a work permit. And don't forget either Lin Mo hasn't turned 18 yet. Under league regulations, 3 full years of registration qualify him for immediate Premier League eligibility. Besides, if he finishes this season as La Liga's top assist provider, won't he qualify for the exceptional talent clause? Though Lin Mo remained in Spain, Chinese fans were already feverishly anticipating his return to Old Trafford. After all, Manchester United, one of world football's most globally followed clubs, had long since lost its former luster. When the Red Devils falter the entire Premier League races to claim the prize, United's faithful have endured this drought for far too long. On March 11th, the 28th round of La Liga officially kicked off. The Espanyol team will host Real Sociedad. Lin Mo saw Aunt Anna visiting with a bottle of wine as he stepped out. Last time when Lin Mo returned from training, he did not see scattered tissues all over the house, and the air was refreshingly unlike that of a place inhabited by 2 men. According to Lin's father, he was not yet ready for this. Although his son didn't mind, he couldn't overcome his own feelings about it. To this, Lin Mo simply replied, "Perhaps they are not after your soul." At that moment, Lin's father began to understand something. The team bus slowly drove into the RCD Espanyol Stadium. This time there were no reporters at the entrance, just cheering fans. Seeing that there was still time, Ruby waved his hand saying, "Go on, don't let the fans down." Lin Mo spotted a child in his father's arms holding a football and shouting his name, Lin. "Hola." Lin Mo approached to greet them. As Lin Mo drew closer, not only was the father-son duo excited, but several girls were also squealing and jumping in excitement. "Over here, Lin, over here." However, their frenzied demeanor frightened Lin Mo, making him hesitate. He reached out to take the pen offered by the man. "What's the child's name?" "Picasso." The man shouted happily. Lin Mo's hand trembled slightly, doubting his own hearing. "What's wrong?" Facing the child's expectant gaze, Lin Mo, having undergone professional training, patted the child's head, saying, "Picasso is great, be a good and obedient baby, okay?" Feeling a wave of joy, Lin Mo sat on the bench quite happy. "I told you in Espanyol you can hit a Picasso with a stone and take down a whole group." Today, Piatti returned to the starting lineup. However, his muscular issues had begun to affect his performance. Espanyol set up a 442 formation at home, aiming for an attacking style of play. Real Sociedad, ranked 11th in the league, played more aggressively than Espanyol, who ranked 9th, opting for a 433 formation. The two teams appeared to be exchanging blows with constant transitions between offense and defense. However, due to limited strength, both sides had few chances. Espanyol, determined to secure 3 points, seemed somewhat anxious as they struggled to break the deadlock. In the 41st minute of the first half, visiting Real Sociedad scored first. William de Silva blasted a shot from the edge of the penalty area that pierced through Espanyol's goal. The RCD Espanyol Stadium fell silent. "Lin, it's our turn now." Borja patted Lin Mo's shoulder. The two were subbed in together and sat on the bench. Lin Mo glanced at the anxious Ruby on the sidelines with uncertainty. Sure enough, Ruby exchanged a few words with Crespo. The two were then called to warm up. Fans calmed their anger upon seeing Lin Mo and Borja warming up. Online, not only domestic fans, but also local fans began to criticize Ruby. "What kind of nonsense is this, Ruby? This is pure Ruby hype." Which team has their top scorer and assist leader on the bench? As soon as the starting lineup came out, I knew Ruby was up to something, and now look, we're behind. I didn't believe the fans who said Ruby was no good, but look at this situation. If there's a problem, call Lin Borja. If not, bench. What about Piatti? He can't play in La Liga, you know. But Ruby had his own struggles. He had just arrived and needed to However, this match was supposed to be a rotation between Piatti and Lin Mo, while the combination of Leonardo and Moreno was purely tactical. Listening to the cheers from the fans, Lin Mo felt a bit excited. I've practiced a new move these past few days. Am I going to get the goal bonus again? Just write a new community open next door. Lin Mo's forehead was full of black lines. Was this guy's mind filled with seeds? He interrupted, saying, "Be careful not to get exposed by the reporters. They have nothing to do." Borja looked indignant. "Is it a crime to know a girl's name? Is it a crime to give this girl money to spend?" Lin Mo could only shake his head again. "Then is it a crime to date this girl and get a bit passionate? Why is it illegal when these 3 things are combined?" Lin Mo. In the second half, Lin Mo and Borja were both substituted in. Coach Ruby still played a 442 formation, determined to secure all 3 points at home. As for how to explain it afterward, only the winners have the right to explain. Those who lose can only be stubborn. As soon as Lin Mo and Borja stepped on the field, the once lifeless RCD Espanyol Stadium began to come alive. Ruby scanned the stadium, thinking that Lin Mo must be a starter in the following matches. He was contemplating how to keep Lin Mo at the end of the season. He couldn't just develop him for half a season, and what if Piatti's form dropped, and Lin Mo left? But just then the sudden eruption of cheers interrupted his thoughts. Ruby looked up and saw Borja charging into the penalty. Facing the goalkeeper's charge, Borja easily maneuvered to create an angle and slotted the ball into the empty net. Fuck, what just happened? He celebrated while turning his head to look at the replay on the big screen. Real Sociedad's forward Oyarzabal's soft and powerless shot was caught by goalkeeper Lopez. The next moment, an ultra-long throw-in landed at Lin Mo's feet. A shocking scene unfolded as Lin Mo faced defenders tightly locking down the flanking route. He suddenly kicked with the outside of his right foot, delivering a precise long pass. The beautiful arc made the Espanyol fans widen their eyes in disbelief. Could Lin Mo actually deliver long passes? But at the moment, the football hit Moreno's forehead and directed it towards Borja. The entire stadium began to roar. This was the fast break with coordination they had been longing to see. Ruby watched the attack on the screen, his mind momentarily short-circuiting. This seemed a bit different from his tactical plan of utilizing wings to fly and sink. Who cares? As long as it went in. After saying that, Ruby turned to the fans and patted his chest, seemingly taking credit. Borja ruffled Lin Mo's hair, saying, "You've got something going on now. Lin, how did you find me with that ball?" Lin Mo chuckled, "I told you I practiced a new trick." But what Lin Mo didn't say was that in his dreams of the future, which player wasn't learning to make stylish outside foot passes? It was both efficient and had an element of surprise. He quickly regained mastery of this skill during training over the past few days. Just like that, after one attempt he made an impact. It was a pity he didn't get an assist. However, the second half had just begun and the attacking sequence for Espanyol was finally set in motion with the arrival of Lin and Borja. As the match progressed, the Espanyol team's attack grew increasingly fierce. In the 51st minute, the Espanyol players executed an offensive play in the center with Jurado delivering a brilliant pass after a long absence from the pitch. Moreno suddenly charged into the penalty area, striking the ball with a powerful shot that ricocheted off the crossbar and flew out of play. A collective sigh echoed through the stadium. However, Lin Mo was already in position to follow up at the far post. Unlike Borja, who gestured for the ball with open hands, Lin Mo immediately realized that Moreno focused solely on his own play, would not pass the ball. It's normal for a forward to be a bit selfish. In the 54th minute, Lin Mo's cross from the flank was blocked by the opponent, resulting in a corner kick for the team. Standing at 188 centimeters tall, he was naturally prepared to contest for the header in the penalty area. However, during this period, the team's corner kick tactics were rather conventional. Lin Mo stealthily approached the opposing goalkeeper, pretending to casually pass by. As Jurado took the corner kick, Lin Mo took a step back, perfectly blocking goalkeeper Moya's path of approach. Feeling a push from behind, Lin Mo fell to the ground inside the penalty area. The thwarted Moya let out a frustrated yell as he retreated to the goal line, relieved to see the ball soar over the end line. At that moment, Moreno, who had successfully contested the header, wildly signaled with his hands. Lin Mo stopped pretending and quickly got back on his feet. Handball. Handball. Hey, it hit his hand. Hearing his teammates' calls, the more experienced Lin Mo refrained from approaching the referee and instead rushed to obstruct the quick goal kick from the opponents. Fuck off, you bastard. The goalkeeper Noah yelled angrily at Lin Mo while clutching the ball. Lin Mo was indifferent. His teammates weren't ready yet, and he could always take a yellow card. It would be disastrous if they were countered. The referee seemed to have heard something through his earpiece and pointed to the penalty spot. Only then did Lin Mo open his mouth to retort, "Guard your goal, aha." However, his smile quickly faded as Moreno's penalty was saved by the opposing goalkeeper Noah. What the hell? What a slap in the face. After saving the ball, Noah roared towards the sky, pointing at Lin Mo, who was about to turn away. The provocation was palpable. With the penalty missed, the disappointment among the fans was visibly apparent. On the sidelines, Ruby felt his blood pressure rising, clutching the back of his head as dizziness washed over him. Such a great opportunity to turn the game around had vanished, and even Moreno himself was stunned for a moment. But just a few minutes later, the once vibrant atmosphere at the RCD Espanyol Stadium felt somewhat melancholic. In the 62nd minute, the Espanyol team made a passing error in the attacking third, and Real Sociedad quickly seized the opportunity to launch a beautiful counterattack. Fullback Alberto Bella sent a long pass over 40 meters. Duarte slipped as the ball arrived, falling to William Da Silva found himself with a clear shot on goal. He easily sidestepped the approaching goalkeeper and sent the ball into the empty net. 12. Real Sociedad took the lead again away from home. Phew. Lin Mo scratched his head. Indeed, wasting an opportunity would lead to punishment. Looking at the distant stands, he saw a child who was on the verge of tears. Wasn't that Picasso? The child noticed Lin Mo at that moment and said something, but his voice was too soft for Lin Mo to hear. Nonetheless, he could feel the child's sadness. At that moment, the stadium's camera captured the scene of Lin Mo making eye contact with the child. The Spanish commentator was about to say something when Lin Mo suddenly raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up. It was neither a compliment nor an apology. Lin Mo believed the child would understand. It was a promise. In that instant, the image seemed to freeze. The tears in the child's eyes vanished at that moment, and he sniffled while forcing himself to stop crying. It seemed Lin Mo's gesture gave him tremendous confidence. Or perhaps he chose to believe in the man before him. This moment became a milestone in the river of time, allowing the child to recall this scene whenever he faced difficulties in the future. It was also an alternative form of seeking a sword and a boat in his life. The match continued. The Espanyol team, having fallen behind on their home turf, gritted their teeth and pressed on with their attack. However, the team's attack was somewhat chaotic without a central organizer in the midfield, often thwarted by the Royal Sociedad's low-block defense after taking the lead. Meanwhile, the seemingly invincible goalkeeper Noah blocked shots with ease like a war god. The morale of the Espanyol team plummeted further. At this point, Lin Mo disregarded how his teammates felt and actively called for the ball. Have you ever seen a forward drop back? A midfielder drop back? How about a winger dropping back? Lin Mo was turning passivity into initiative. He knew that players needed to step up themselves at this moment, instead of waiting for teammates to find and pass to their open spots. After all, in the past few minutes, he hadn't seen the ball fly towards him despite his repeated runs forward. Whether through or since he was part of the team, a choice had to be made. Should he wait, or should he ascend to the highest peak to hear the echoes of victory? Here. After the halftime break, Lin Mo was full of energy as he dropped back to the center circle and called for the ball. Duarte, still shaken by his earlier mistake, didn't dare speak loudly. Seeing someone calling for the ball, without even recognizing who it was, he hurriedly passed it over. In the 69th minute, the Espanyol team's attack was reignited. Lin Mo orchestrating. Get up. We're still behind. He firmly stepped on the ball, showing no signs of stage fright. In Lin Mo's eyes, these teammates were still not big enough stars. Upon hearing Lin Mo's voice and seeing his continuous hand gestures, everyone felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. This display was even more commanding than Ruby on the sidelines. Just as the situation became awkward, Borja spat on the ground. Damn it, Lin, you owe me an impart. After saying that, he started running off the ball, standing out among the Espanyol players who were just waiting for the ball. Lin, if you don't invite me to your house for 20 Chinese meals, this matter won't end. Didac also began to make his run along the flank, completely ignoring the others. Didac and Borja, the two players closest to Lin Mo, were the first to move, awakening the fans with a youthful cheer. For our badge, we must win. The nearby fans first looked at the child in the blue and white home jersey, waving his small fists, then turned to the spray-painted words displayed during the Catalonia derby. For our badge, we must win. At that moment, Lin Mo felt he could also hear that tender and faint voice as he charged. The faint flames at the RCD Espanyol Stadium seemed to be injected with rocket fuel. Boom. The roaring flames instantly ignited the passion of the entire stadium. For our badge, we must win. The commanding presence of the Espanyol team caught Real Sociedad somewhat off guard. In an instant, Lin Mo charged past the midfield without any players coming to disrupt him. It seemed that Lin Mo was in a position he was not familiar with. However, in the future, it would be quite normal for fullbacks and wingers to cut in. There's nothing that can't be cut in. Seeing Lin Mo charging through the midfield without restraint, he came straight at them. Sabeldia glanced left and right before launching himself forward, signaling the forwards to fall back and encircle. Once again, there were obstacles ahead and pursuers behind. But this was the very moment Lin Mo had been waiting for. He deftly cut the ball to the right with his left foot, taking 2 steps to the right, causing Real Sociedad's formation to compress inward. Suddenly, he curved the ball with his right foot. The football sped towards the vacant left wing of Real Sociedad. At that moment, a blue and white figure entered everyone's sight. It was Didac Vila. The defensive focus of Real Sociedad quickly adjusted with players' gazes fixated on Didac. No one noticed, or perhaps no one thought it necessary to mark Lin Mo, who had suddenly penetrated the penalty area. Before the supporting defender arrived, Didac suddenly delivered a diagonal pass that sliced into the flank of Real Sociedad's penalty area. The fans on site stood up, eagerly watching the young figure charging from midfield into the box. Diego Llorente rushed forward to closely mark Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo did not halt his pace, effortlessly stepping over the ball. The approaching Llorente felt as if he had just been doused in ice water from head to toe. In that moment of turning his head, he saw another blue and white figure. Swish! The football passed between the legs of goalkeeper Noah and burrowed into the net. Boom! The fans, who had been holding their breath since Lin Mo entered the penalty area, finally erupted into a tremendous cheer. Many were so overcome with excitement that they cried tears of joy. It was incredibly hard-earned. After Borja scored, he pointed at Lin Mo, wanting to celebrate with him. But Lin Mo was faster, rushing towards the stands where Picasso was, and after standing still, he raised his hand to give a thumbs up. The fans on the sidelines shouted wildly, Lin. Lin. This attacking sequence could be said to have been orchestrated entirely by Lin Mo. From actively calling for the ball, boosting morale, to organizing the flank. Especially that final very instinctive run and pass made the entire attack look aesthetically pleasing. Soon Lin Mo was surrounded by teammates rushing in from behind. Borja even pointed at Lin Mo and shouted towards the fans, he stays. Lin Mo's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Why did that phrase sound so familiar to him? At this moment, Coach Ruby on the sidelines was stunned beyond measure. He turned to assistant coach Crespo and said, Old Crespo, do you think we can still afford Lin Mo now? Crespo clenched his fists. Now Manchester United must regret setting a 20 million release clause right. He was not wrong, after Neymar was taken away for 200 million. Starting this year, both Barcelona and Real Madrid had significantly raised the release clauses for their players to prevent the club's young talents from being poached for high salaries. Even Dembele's release clause reached 400 million, leaving other clubs in awe. But at that moment, the Manchester United Mourinho once again took out his phone in front of the television, but before he could dial, the phone rang first. It was none other than sporting director Murdo. "Jose, I've just been informed that Lin Mo's contract might need to be amended. Oh, let me schedule a meeting with you." Mourinho silently shook his head, utterly speechless about this historically prestigious club. This was the least professional club he had ever seen. Other top clubs are either stingy or extravagant. But how did Manchester United manage to be both extravagant and stingy at the same time? They refused to buy a player for 50 million only to wait until 80 million before making a move. They deemed a 1 million annual salary too high, yet a 2,000 weekly wage too low. The scene returns to the pitch. The Espanyol team, having equalized, was filled with renewed vigor, nearly overpowering Real Sociedad in the final minutes. Such pressure forced Real Sociedad to substitute two forwards for a defensive midfielder and a defender. They directly switched from a 433 to a 541, retreating to their own half to play defensively. The home fans' continuous and loud cheers began to exert their home advantage. In the 82nd minute of the match, Didac crossed from the flank and Moreno redeemed himself with a header for another goal. 32. Espanyol turned the tables on Real Sociedad at home. This hard-won 3 points propelled the team to 8th place in the standings. With a 5-point gap from Villarreal in 6th place, the team seemed to see the Europa League beckoning them. And in this match, Lin Mo, who had 0 goals and assists, was awarded the best player of the match. Both Didac with 2 assists and Borja with 2 goals were fully convinced. On the sidelines, Lin Mo, who was crossing the advertising boards to take off his jersey and hand over the match-worn version to Picasso, learned that he had once again won the MVP of the match and was to be interviewed. "Come on, I believe you will become an outstanding player," the little guy mumbled, shouting, "We promised, I will definitely do it." He then hugged Lin Mo's match-worn jersey, beaming with joy. Lin Mo followed the staff to the area behind the advertisement boards filled with sponsors, and the fans in front saw Lin Mo flexing his muscles as he approached, erupting in cheers. Lin Mo smiled and waved. The fans might not all understand the game, but they could tell. Who works hard on the field, who slacks off on the field, who is just clocking in. Lin, it's clear that you are very well liked by the fans here. Have you considered staying here after the season ends? Lin Mo did not look at the reporter, instead turning to the club staff. Meaning, where did this fool come from? Didn't you guys vet the— But the staff member seemed not to see Lin Mo's hinting gaze, instead waiting eagerly for Lin Mo's response. "Damn, I can't." Lin Mo scratched his face, suddenly struck by inspiration. "The atmosphere here is great, and the enthusiasm of the fans allows our players to perform better. The coach's tactics were also a crucial factor for our turnaround in this match." Reporter, staff member, "I mean, after the season ends, will you stay here? I heard Real Madrid and other clubs are interested." Seeing that the other party was somewhat persistent, Lin Mo recalled the universal answer in La Liga. "Are you asking about after the season ends? Let's wait and see what happens then." The reporter was left utterly speechless, and the nearby staff member could hardly hide his disappointment. The subsequent interview began to take on a somewhat routine nature. Lin Mo felt disdainful of the question-asking skills. "I have plenty of standard answers on this side, bringing talent to. You know, I've always been a fan of Triple X. The dream of being a child, the dream of being a star, the dream of being a magician." Right now, he had no time to deal with these reporters. Players do not need to magnify their fame off the field. What Lin Mo wanted was enough training time. And the next match against Atletico Madrid was already looming, leaving him no time. Lin Mo had just returned home when he saw his father looking as if he was constipated. He suddenly felt a bit anxious and looked around. "Aunt Anna isn't here, huh? The living room isn't littered with tissues either. The sofa doesn't have any wrinkles. Dad, what's with that expression?" Lin's father nearly retaliated with a loud shout. "Is this how you portray your old man? Am I that kind of person?" As he spoke, Lin's father suddenly realized he had let something slip. "Aunt Anna isn't here. No, I have other matters to attend to." Lin Mo scoffed disdainfully, pretending. Having nearly lived through it all again, he knew one truth: love. Not worth it. Women. After gaining fame, they were everywhere, every day different, even to the point where he could weep over the emptiness in his old age. Lin's father turned red in the face, unable to refute, sighed. "You've grown up, let me tell you something. Manchester United called earlier about discussing your new contract." "What?" Lin Mo frowned, puzzled. "Wasn't it agreed to sign next week? Are they backing out?" "No, they said the penalty fee is too low and want to raise it to £50 million. Lin Mo's face darkened instantly. Who are these fools? Do they think him an idiot? When did this happen? Lin's father glanced at his phone. "Half an hour ago. They asked me to get you there for a discussion as soon as possible." Lin Mo shook his head, finally understanding why this period's Manchester United was called Manchester Lifted. If he refused to renew now, with such a minimal penalty fee, the summer transfer window would be very interesting. It seemed Mourinho's position at Manchester United wasn't high, and the club's sports director must have secretly started a company called Ability Limited. Refused. Rejecting the previous contract altogether is simply a joke. Lin's father exhaled heavily, seemingly relieved. "It's good to refuse, son. I was really afraid you'd have some wild dream about signing, and that would be a huge loss." For Lin Mo's future, Lin's father had obtained a broker's license years ago. Of course, it wasn't for his son's wealth, but simply because he couldn't stand others sucking his son dry. Lin's father had graduated from a proper university and studied law. Although his later work had nothing to do with law, his knowledge and intellect were certainly top-notch. Hearing wild dream, Lin Mo, nearly lost it. His old man was actually on 5G now. Seeing his father like this, Lin Mo suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise, "You haven't already refused, have you?" Lin's father nodded. These idiots lack any sense of contract spirit. A verbal agreement is still an agreement. If it weren't for the fax machine issue yesterday, you'd probably have signed it by now. What a coincidence. So the things confirmed verbally yesterday weren't faxed over. Haha, papers without signatures are just like shit in a toilet. Lin Mo looked at his radiant father with admiration, giving a thumbs up. Dad, you're the best. Then it's settled. They're anxious, but we aren't. With a contract in hand and summer transfer coming up, let's wait and see. Lin's father was full of confidence. His son's performance on the field had turned them from the passive side to the active side. Next, it would be his time to shine. Son, you just focus on playing while we'll be here waiting for them to come talk to us. With that, Lin's father put on his glasses and continued to sort through a pile of documents on the table. Lin Mo casually picked up one and saw that it was the general content of contracts for young players from other clubs. He picked up another document which was the general content of McTominay's contract. Weekly wage 10000. Loyalty bonus 195000. Appearance fee 13000. Goal bonus 20000. Unused substitute fee 1300. Champions League winner bonus 3000. Group stage qualification 25000. Premier League championship 3000. FA Cup. It was quite detailed. He glanced at the computer and translation software on the table and felt quite touched. It seemed his father had really gone all out for his contract. Although this was something a broker must do, after all, it was his own father. Lin Mo quietly poured a glass of water and placed it on the table. Love you, Dad. See you tomorrow. March 12th. It was unclear where the news came from, but rumors that Lin Mo had not signed a new contract with Manchester United were all over the streets. The most excited were the Espanyol club. Boss Chun Xingji waved his hand in the office. Do everything possible to sign Lin Mo. I have a flight back home this afternoon, and there's another player I need to meet. Before I return next week, I hope to see personal terms reached with Lin Mo. Hearing the boss' intention to not only secure Lin Mo, but also to sign another Chinese player, the people in the office exchanged glances. Another one. Is he planning to form a Chinese faction? Upon hearing the news, other clubs also sprang into action. Come on, getting him means profit. Back at Manchester United, Mourinho looked at the personal Instagram of a reporter from The Sun and was so angry he nearly laughed. Ha ha, these idiots are truly damned. My player's contract renewal failed, and I only found out through the news. This incident also made Mourinho realize that Manchester United's decline was likely paved by the club's higher-ups. Amateur transfers, bizarre salaries, and disrespect for the head coach's opinions while buying players recklessly. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether this was the CEO's idea or the sports director's or even the club owners. But as the head coach, he had to do his job every day. He took out his phone, engaging in a conversation that he found somewhat absurd. At that moment, Ferguson had just finished a coaching seminar organized by UEFA, and the pleasant climate in Turin made him want to stay a few more days. Life after retirement was always so enjoyable yet busy. Whether it was teaching the kids at Harvard Business School about key insights from his coaching career, or discussing modern football strategies and tactics like today, on match days Ferguson would come to the Manchester United board's viewing box. Watching the Red Devils play seemed to have become an inseparable part of his life. At the entrance of the venue, someone handed him a phone, jokingly saying, "The official announcement of the contract renewal failed. Haha, Alex, aren't you going to handle this?" Ferguson merely glanced at the phone screen, and his thoughts flew back to Manchester. He didn't know why, but a man's face suddenly appeared in his mind. David Gill. The two had fought together at Manchester United for 10 years, one responsible for club operations, the other for team construction. This was also a significant reason for the dominance of Manchester United after Ferguson. Then another person floated into his mind. David Moyes. Ferguson still clearly remembered that he was in Aberdeen at the time. On the flight back to Manchester on Monday, a young man sitting next to him was reading the newspaper. The headline, "David Moyes about to be fired," was particularly eye-catching. And he only knew that the club held an emergency meeting at a hotel. Strangely, he wasn't in attendance, nor were Sir Bobby Charlton, David Gill, or another board member, Mike Edel. It seemed the matter was already settled. Thinking of this, Ferguson turned and said, "I have some matters at home. I want to attend tomorrow's seminar." With that, he had someone immediately book a flight back to Manchester. After David Moyes was recommended as his successor, Ferguson never set foot in the Carrington training base again. In his memory, they moved from Cliff to Carrington in the year 2000. In 2011, under his and David Gill's initiative, Carrington established a sports science research institution and added a small medical center. Members of the Glazer family assured that they would expand it in the future. After 5 years, Ferguson finally returned to the Carrington training base. Through recent events, he realized he should come back. 4 years ago, David Moyes was dismissed, and he did not return. 2 years ago, Louis van Gaal was dismissed, and he still did not return. This time, Ferguson did not plan to leave Manchester again. He wanted to see how the club intended to operate. Ferguson sat calmly in front of Murdo, consulting him in his capacity as a board member, saying, "Lin Mo. I have heard this name, but I'm sorry, I'm getting old and my memory isn't what it used to be." Mourinho did not appear as he was preparing for tonight's Champions League door-die match against Sevilla. The first leg ended in a 0-0 draw if they could not defeat their opponent at Old Trafford. Their journey in this Champions League would end in the round of 16. It can be said that Ferguson chose a very There's no need to explain so much to this old man. Listening to Murdo's lengthy explanation, he waved his hand directly. I didn't come here to interfere with club operations nor to hear your reports. After all, I am just an old man who is about to be buried. Just like this cup of coffee, it is as outdated as your promises to expand and update the training base. Ferguson stood up, adjusted his suit, gently stirred the steaming coffee on the table, and wore a face that seemed both nostalgic and reminiscent. Who would listen to a retired club manager? Murdo was taken aback, recalling the phone call from Mourinho, thinking he understood something. He immediately smiled and said, how could that be? You are one of our board members. Ferguson, who had already turned around, suddenly looked back, his presence shifting dramatically. From a mascot who was indifferent to worldly affairs and had long reached a tacit understanding with the club's upper management, he suddenly transformed back into Alex Ferguson. So the head coach must become a board member to qualify for equal dialogue with you. After saying this, Ferguson directly left Carrington. At this moment, only 10 minutes had passed since he entered Carrington. As Ferguson walked out of the office, the setting sun cast a reddish glow across the clouds in the sky. Every staff member who saw him along the way would slightly bow, showing their respect. A gentle breeze blew, and the small trees by the road bent one after another, bidding farewell to their former master. Murdo, who was watching this scene from the window, felt a tremor in his body and instinctively reached for his back, only to find it drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, after retiring, Ferguson hardly intervened in any club affairs. He usually only appeared at matches or some important ceremonies of the club. Carrington had lost their king for a long time. However, Carrington still bore the mark of their king. Today, the king arrived at the Carrington that remained loyal to him. That night, Manchester United lost 12 to Sevilla at Old Trafford, yet the club praised the team's spirit of never. That night, Murdo and his team flew to Catalonia, Spain. The contract should be no more than 3 years with a 20 annual salary increase, and a loyalty bonus must also be added. Whatever they have, Lynn Mo must have too. Lynn's father argued strongly against the salary terms of other Manchester United players presented. While Lynn Mo was training at the club, Lynn's father rarely dressed in an appropriate suit, welcoming Murdo and his entourage at home. At this moment, Murdo's face turned pale and then flushed, as each of Lynn's father's proposed conditions was reasonable and justified. Weekly salary of 300, Premier League goal bonus of 200, and a loyalty bonus of 100. Almost every item seemed so reasonable, and there were many references. However, when added together, they felt exaggerated. Such treatment was still based on the unchanged loan contract. In other words, this part of Lynn Mo's salary, apart from the annual salary of 100, was still borne by the Espanyol team. This is hardly a contract for a 17-year-old player. Your demands are too outrageous. You must believe that the club is very sincere. Look, I even came personally to negotiate. Doesn't that reflect the club's importance placed on Lynn Mo? Lynn's father slowly took out 2 more documents and adjusted his glasses. Do you know Kylian Mbappe? At 19 years old, his weekly salary after tax is 17.5 million, and before tax, it's 32000. Or how about Alexis Sanchez, who scored 1 goal and provided 1 assist in 7 matches for Manchester United? His pre-tax salary is 35000. Lynn's father slightly raised his chin, signaling to the translator to hurry. During the negotiation, Lynn's father finally regained the charm he had during his working days. His professional knowledge, confident smile, and calm negotiation made Murdo feel as if he was facing a professional agent. What Murdo was about to say got stuck in his throat, and after taking a sip of water, he shook his head, but Lynn's father at that moment, whether intentionally or not, kept waving 2 fingers in front of Murdo, as if reminding him, my son's buyout clause is only 2 million. A standard psychological suggestion and threat. Angered, Murdo took a deep breath. Mr. Lynn, we have been talking for a long time. How about we take a break and continue after dinner? Lynn's father shrugged indifferently and then pulled out a cigarette to light it. As you wish, sir. After leaving Lynn Mo's residence, Murdo and his party casually found a restaurant to eat. Get lost, this is too much. They are simply robbers. This is outright threats. Murdo finally could not contain his emotions and began to vent. Before setting off, he called the Glazer family and reported everything that happened yesterday afternoon in detail. An hour later, he received full authorization. They demanded that Lynn Mo must be signed according to Mourinho's thoughts, and regarding the overall operation plan for the summer window, Mourinho must be invited to participate, and his opinions must be fully respected. Seeing the upper management's attitude take a 180-degree turn, Murdo was shocked. That old man had only stayed in Carrington for 10 minutes. However, a massive upheaval occurred within the Glazer family. This upheaval had a profound and far-reaching impact. It could even be considered the starting point for Manchester United's revival. In the future, when football experts review Manchester United's second revival, they will refer to it as the 10 minutes of. On March 15th, after a day of back-and-forth negotiations, Lynn Mo finally resigned his contract with Manchester United. Of course, there was no official announcement. At this time, making a grand announcement would only solidify the issues surrounding the previous contract renewal. Therefore, Murdo merely stated during an interview, Lynn Mo, there are absolutely no issues with the new contract between the club and Lynn Mo. He has already signed it. Looking at the reporters with expressions that screamed, I don't believe it, Murdo felt a pang of frustration. In his view, if it weren't for Ferguson's sudden intervention, Lynn Mo would never have secured such a lucrative contract. Weekly salary 28000 after tax, increasing by 15 annually, with a buyout clause of 30 million. Loyalty bonus 70000. Goal bonus 20000 with assists at 10000. Substitute bonus 2000. Appearance fee 3000. Champions League. Contract duration 31, with Manchester United holding an option for 1 year of renewal. Signing fee 100000. Naturally, it's a significant improvement compared to the previous simple 5-year contract. However, Lin Mo's initial thoughts were too simplistic. He was merely in urgent need of funds to start his training regimen. In this era, hiring a professional coach is an expensive endeavor. Lin's father explored numerous channels for information with costs typically ranging from 800 to 1500 per month, quite exorbitant. For example, the fitness coach for Espanyol Javi Gil has a weekly salary of 3200. Meanwhile, a member of the coaching staff, Tony Barrel, earns 5500 a week. This is still a small club. Coaches at larger clubs are even more expensive, with Real Madrid's fitness coach starting at 550 per week. The weekly salary for the director of sports science even reaches 13500. It's simply staggering. Thus, Lin Mo planned to hire 2 part-time coaches budgeting 600 per month, totaling 100 each month, to assist with his training. This amounts to 8 of his annual salary, which also lightens his father's burden as his agent. After all, the upcoming tasks involving external socialization and business operations will also fall to his father. Since Lin Mo's performance stabilized, his father seemed to have regained his second spring. He quickly learned and adapted to various matters. It was as if he was naturally suited for this role. Lin Mo felt a bit guilty. It seemed like his pursuit of football had delayed his father's talents. On March 17th, the next day, was the match against Atletico Madrid. This season, Atletico's performance has been quite impressive, currently sitting just 1 point behind their city rivals Real Madrid. In this season, Griezmann scored a total of 29 goals for Atletico with 14 assists, showcasing a stellar performance that was nothing short of perfect. Due to such performance, Barcelona planned to invest heavily in acquiring Griezmann. This was a time rife with rumors. According to reports from the toilet paper, Griezmann is currently hesitating whether to transfer to Barcelona, which has displeased. The relationship between the two seems to have reached a freezing point. Ruby was quite pleased to see issues arise with the strongest spear and its wielder on the opposing side. However, such news could very well be a smokescreen. 1 hour before the match the next day, Ruby looked at the starting lineup for Atletico and was somewhat surprised. 31-42, Griezmann on the bench. 31-year-old Gamero is actually starting. Crespo was equally puzzled. Perhaps it's a rotation. I see that Gabby Godin and Saul are not playing. Ruby nodded. It's possible. No, wait. He suddenly exclaimed. Damn it, this isn't 3,142. It's 532. Goodness, he almost got tricked. Once the players returned from warming up at the Wanda Metropolitano Stadium, Ruby had already filled the tactical board with strategies. Lin Mo was supposed to be a substitute in this match, but after a diagnosis by the team, Dr. Piatti was deemed unable to play due to muscle fatigue. Their interaction shifted from a rotation to Lin Mo taking the lead and Piatti supporting. Listening to the head coach still planning to use 2 wings, Lin Mo felt it would be more practical to think about how to defend against Atletico's attacks. After all, without Griezmann, there was also no Felipe. Relying solely on the 34-year-old Torres and the 31-year-old Gamero, whose speed had already diminished, would not suffice for a fast break. After hearing the repetitive arrangements regarding himself, Lin Mo only caught mentions of breakthroughs and cutting inside, while everything else was almost negligible. If it were Van Gaal or Klopp or Guardiola, at least they would discuss the tactical nuances in detail. Stepping out of the locker room, Lin Mo felt the grandeur of the Wanda Metropolitano Stadium, which was far superior to the RCD Stadium. Moving from Calderon to here also marked Atletico entering a new phase. From a quinquagenarian to a team meeting the standards of a top club in the 5 major leagues. Though not on par with the top giants, Atletico's strength cannot be underestimated, bolstered by a La Liga championship in recent years and 2 UEFA Champions League finals lost to their city rivals. Accompanied by the music of the venue, Lin Mo slowly stepped onto the pitch. Beside him were Atletico forwards the Kid of Anfield and Baby Jesus Torres. Atletico's goalkeeper, the wall of size, the Jade Arm, and the soul of the Timo block. One man, one city, the bleeding captain and future captain of the Spanish national team Coke, along with veteran Felipe and others. Lin Mo was very familiar with them as they had battled in his dreams before. That time Lin Mo had lost. Now he must reclaim victory. Zhuang Television. Zhuang Television. Welcome to the 29th round of the 2017-18 La Liga season, where Atletico Madrid hosts Lao Zhang, and sitting next to me is Director Zhang. Hello everyone, today's match is quite interesting. As soon as Lao Zhang spoke, the vibe resonated with a comedic tone. How so? Lao Zhang naturally played along. You see, in the recently concluded Europa League round of 16, Atletico won 81 on aggregate against Lokomotiv Moscow. However, Griezmann was substituted after 65 minutes in the first match and came on for 61 minutes in the second match. It seems he is conserving energy for this match. Yet, just before the match, rumors emerged that Barcelona was working on Griezmann's transfer, and coincidentally, he was benched. It's important to note that this Espanyol team is not the same one that lingered near relegation in the first half of the season, but is now a mid-table team pushing for the top 6. Simeone's decision is quite odd. As Lao Zhang engaged in his imaginative musings, the match began with the referee. However, the camera first focused on Griezmann on the bench, who had a fierce expression. Sitting in front of him was Simeone with the Espanyol team has scored 20 goals in the last 9 matches, showcasing their offensive prowess. Atletico Madrid, known for its solid defense, has conceded only 13 goals in 29 league matches. Will the young Lin Mo's offensive onslaught prevail? Or will the wall of size hold firm? Tonight at the Metropolitano Stadium on the Iberian Peninsula, the suspense is palpable. How terrifying is a stadium filled with 5,700 seats? A tremendous roar blinding crimson. A horrifying atmosphere envelopes the entire arena. However, Lin Mo felt somewhat dismissive about it, for he was a man who had once been to the Westfalenstadion. That was the lair of the Devils, the home ground of Europe's demon emperor. Just the south stand alone had 2,500 Devils standing. Can you imagine what it feels like to attack such a goal? Otherwise, why do you think the loyal fan stand must be on the south side? Intimidation. To him, the Atletico Madrid team was only as iron-willed as Simeone and his disciples, with little to do with the fans. Pressure. It doesn't exist. Borja, don't shake your legs. This place isn't even as intimidating as the new San Mamés Stadium. Did you self-destruct last night, or go looking for your Christmas reindeer again? Originally a bit tense, Borja was amused by Lin Mo. What a waste for your tall stature, Lin Mo. Let me ask you, the reason you never go with me is that you feel inferior for being too small. Lin Mo stood firm. Want to compare? As the match began, the visiting Espanyol team took the initiative. After all, Atletico would surely defend, so why not come out and make a few bold strikes? This was Rubis' idea, simple and straightforward, just like contemporary university students, their eyes revealing clarity and foolishness. However, this strategy of Rubi was indeed the correct choice, for the opponent was Atletico. In the third minute of the match, Espanyol's attack was stalled in Atletico's half, 30 meters from the goal. After several passes, the ball arrived at Lin Mo's feet. At this moment, Vrsaljko appeared in front of Lin Mo, with Savic providing protection behind him and Betelo gradually approaching from behind. And this was almost instantaneous. Atletico had engraved collective defense into their very bones, executing Simeone's tactics as obediently as soldiers. Even the midfielders were more focused on defense than attack. Lin Mo had no time to dribble. Seeing the situation, he immediately passed the ball back. Such scenes played out repeatedly in the following minutes. This provoked many Lin haters, who emerged like flies attracted to fresh goods in the bathroom. A back-passing winger. I can do that too. What else can you do besides passing back? What is this? Strong against the weak. Weak against the strong. Selective dribbling. Oh, isn't this what Lin's disciples call training on the wing today? I witnessed it today. If Lin Mo wants to break through, he surely can, just like that. Facing the rising tide of Lin haters, the fans were gnashing their teeth, secretly blaming Lin Mo for not trying. But Lin Mo could tell from the opponent's piercing gaze that this time it wouldn't be that simple. Just like before, even if he could get past the first defender, what awaited him would either be losing the ball or getting knocked down. Thus, while Espanyol seemed to besiege Atletico, their attack posed no real threat. In the 14th minute of the match, Espanyol began to organize an attack from their backfield. Yet facing the formidable offensive of the opponent, the fans remained remarkably calm. This season, in 28 matches, they have not conceded a single goal in the first half of 26 of them. With full stamina, Simeone's team had only been breached by Messi. They are indeed the strongest defense in La Liga. The ball quickly advanced to within 10 meters of the penalty area, and Espanyol's attack came to an end. Including forwards Torres and Gamero, almost everyone retreated to the 35-meter area. After some back and forth, the ball finally reached Lin Mo's feet. Lin Mo saw three defenders closing in on him, moved his feet, and the opponent remained unmoved, while Savic behind him began to shift towards the outside. Damn this defense. Seeing this, Didac attempted a long pass to send the ball into the penalty area. Unsurprisingly, it was headed out by Koch, who had retreated into the box. With that header, Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine. Retreat. He shouted. The next moment, a breathtaking a line of red and white jerseys without orders surged forth like warriors leaping out of trenches, launching a desperate left wing Felipe Thomas, middle Koch, Betelo, Torres, Gamero, right wing Vrsaljko, Savic. Atletico's 8 players. Lin Mo quickly retreated, deeply feeling the momentum. Meanwhile, Simeone on the sidelines still had his hands in his pockets, as if merely witnessing his disciples' performance. I wonder how many people will fall asleep when Simeone's Atletico faces Mourinho's Inter. Due to his quick reaction, Lin Mo's speed quickly surpassed Didac, even overtaking the front-running Torres by quite a bit. At this moment, only two wingbacks could keep up with the pace. As Felipe, carrying the ball, was about to cross the center line, David Lopez gritted his teeth and charged forward. So fast. Atletico's counterattack is coming. Old James looked at the overwhelming force of Atletico's 8 players planning to destroy everything and couldn't help but exclaim. It seemed that the fans on site were finally stirred up as the Wanda Metropolitano Stadium awakened from its silence. The waves needed to roar in coordination. Now the roar came. Due to Felipe's sideways pass, the ball reached Torres' feet. In front of him, there was only Naldo. Stop him. Goalkeeper Paulo Lopez stood at the edge of the penalty area, directing his players to defend. He anticipated that Torres would surely pass sideways. Sure enough, Torres passed the ball sideways to the advancing Gamero. But the next moment, his eyes widened like saucers. Lin Mo, sprinting back from the outside, intercepted in front of Gamero's path. Oh! A chorus of regret echoed throughout the stadium. The ball hit Lin Mo's body and deflected towards the retreating wingback Javi Lopez. Just as the crisis seemed about to be averted, an unbelievable scene occurred once again. Javi Lopez, perhaps having summoned Zinchenko during today's divine invocation, surprisingly stumbled and passed the ball back to the already entered Torres in the penalty area. Experienced Torres executed a shot without hesitation, as if receiving a teammate's pass, directly firing into the near corner. A super huge mistake. 10A Atletico scores the first goal. Javi Lopez, how could your foot go weak like that? Linmo's 60 meters. With old James commentary, the crowd erupted. However, the Espanyol players were incredibly disappointed, finding themselves down a goal just 15 minutes into the match, and it was an away game. What terrible luck. Linmo sighed and walked over to Javi Lopez, who was kneeling on the ground with his head in his hands. Get up. This isn't your fault. We will come back. He patted the other's head, gazing towards Atletico's half. There it seemed as though an iron shield stood tall and stilling. We must think of a way. Although Linmo's words were thus facing the defense of Atletico Madrid, the counterattack of the Espanyol team seemed more like trying to breach the Great Wall with a ladder. The difficulty was overwhelming. In the ensuing match, the Espanyol team cautiously attacked from all angles, while also worrying about ambushes. In the 25th minute of the match, the team had no threatening attacks, and the ball once again arrived at Linmo's feet. Damn it, let's give it a try. Seeing Linmo wanting to attempt a solo effort, Didac quickly moved behind him for protection. But the fans in front of the television had long since grown impatient. It should have happened ages ago. Linmo, go for it. The barrage of comments flooded the various live streaming apps, excitement overflowing. But in the next moment, Linmo executed a series of moves fluidly, getting past the oncoming Brsalchko. As Linmo prepared to step along the sideline and continue his run, both he and the ball crossed the boundary. No foul. The referee awarded a throw-in. Linmo felt a slight pain in his shoulder, while Savic sneered and pointed at himself. Damn it, is this your heavenly furnace tactic? When the blade dancer was activated, it allowed Linmo to have a 50 chance of not going out of bounds upon touching the ball. However, it did not guarantee that the player himself would not cross the line. Despite the ongoing obstacles in the attack, this was one of the few breakthroughs the team had made in the last 25 minutes. However, the domestic comments were dominated by Lin's critics. Oh ho, the frail child, what's wrong? Just pass it back, that way you can boost the passing success rate. You scared me, but it's still like passing back. Seeing how difficult it was for the team to open up the game on the ground, Ruby waved his hand for a long ball. With this long ball, the rhythm of the game was thrown into disarray. Although the Espanyol team also liked to play with ground passing control, it could be said to be a characteristic of Espanyol Catalonia. However, due to the players' relatively weak abilities, their performance on the ground was average. Now the ball was in the air. The match became simpler and more visually appealing. But the danger level also increased. In the 27th minute of the match, Linmo collaborated with Didac, who crossed the ball under Linmo's cover. Goalkeeper Oblak easily caught the ball. The critics mocked again, back pass cross, I've seen it all. Thumbs up, JP. In the following match, the team unerringly executed the crossing, as per head coach Rubis' instructions. Even Linmo was asked to penetrate the penalty area. In the 34th minute of the match, it was a cross from Sergi, and under this tactical system, Linmo was basically at the far. He was instructed to shoot directly if there was an opportunity, and if not, to set up his teammates. Like this time, Sergi's pass was too powerful, a 45-degree cross directly curling towards the baseline. Linmo retreated several steps and made a desperate header. The ball almost went straight up and fell back down on his head. In an instant, Savic and the others crowded around Linmo. Despite his height, Linmo intended to shove past his opponent. But Savic, having been educated by Simeone, opened Linmo's eyes. Beep. At this moment, Linmo took on the persona of Doe, spreading his hands and looking at the referee with a face full of grievance. He glanced at the fallen Savic and then at his own right hand. Recalling how Savic had heroically collided with his right arm, just now Linmo nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. It was no wonder that Atletico Madrid, having drawn with Real Madrid and lost narrowly to Barcelona, was so formidable. This was Simeone's Atletico Madrid, the strongest defensive team in La Liga. The entire first half was easily consumed, with the Espanyol team managing only 5 shots, of which only 1 was on target. The Espanyol team is utterly helpless in attack. If this continues, Simeone might have to switch to 5 defenders. Old Jean pondered while looking at the materials in hand. Director Jean, what do you think? This is actually a good thing. Young people need to endure more training. Many teams in La Liga have solid defenses, but not all teams are like that. In contrast, in the Premier League, many teams either have very strong defenses or high defensive intensity. Note that I'm talking about 2 different things. However, given the current situation, the head coach must find a solution, because this is team defense. You can only rely on team attacks to solve it. Indeed, they were not wrong. Many had already noticed that apart from the difference in strength, it was more about tactical restraint. Before returning to the locker room, Ruby had already discussed with Crespo. There was no last-minute adjustment of new tactics, but rather a simple deployment of heavy forces on the flanks. The right flank. In fact, often the head coach does not discuss complex tactical combinations during halftime. These are to be accumulated by the players during training. Due to educational level issues, many players even struggle to understand complex tactics. They can only rely on their accumulated experiences and rich match experience to compensate for their football intelligence. Thus, we often see many players being highly regarded when young, only to be met with various disappointments. Then after several years, they suddenly become effective, becoming the backbone of many teams. Linmo listened as Ruby pointed out the right flank players one by one, seemingly shifting the focus of the attack to the right flank for the second half. But his pressure began to mount. Linmo was not like the others. He understood that the only result of doing so was to create space for him. You really think highly of me. The hope of the whole village is resting on me. Sure enough, a few minutes later Ruby looked at Lin Mo. Lin, you won't have too many chances in the second half, but they will all be good ones. Yet Lin Mo still felt that the head coach was too naive. He had encountered this kind of defensive counterattack more times than he could count. His personal experience in deploying a defensive strategy might surpass everyone else in this locker room. However, Lin Mo would not be foolish enough to oppose the head coach's opinion at this moment. He nodded to indicate that he understood. The second half began. The fans from Huaxiao in front of their televisions were looking forward to Lin Mo's outstanding performance, while the performance of the Espanyol team was no longer their primary concern. This is what people refer to when they say that the team did not win, but the player did. After all, during halftime, they were battered by Lin's critics and had no means to retaliate. In fact, this time the critics didn't even mention the disappearing Lin Mo. The scene from the last time he was slapped in the face was still fresh in their minds, and they weren't that foolish. These so-called forest protectors are really making me laugh. There's simply nothing to praising the winger for good defensive work. Defensive winger, oh wow. Switch to playing as a fullback, just look at that tackle, it's so sharp. Post-match the sunlight streamed in from the window, and the head coach earnestly told Lin Mo, you should play as a fullback. That kind of suffocation was too difficult to bear. It was clear that Huaxia had finally produced a hope. But what awaited them were all sorts of doubts and ridicule. Watching the Espanyol team tilt their entire effort towards the right flank as soon as the match began, even when Lin Mo clearly had space, but did not pass, the fans' mentality began to crumble. It was as if Lin Mo's performance in the first half had caused him to lose the head coach's trust. Only Simeone on the sidelines sensed a hint of crisis. It was his innate sixth sense. Simeone glanced at Godin and Griezmann behind him. After a moment, he signaled Godin to warm up on the sidelines. Griezmann's expression instantly dimmed, but he seemed to be engaged in an inner struggle, as if making a decision. The attack from the Espanyol team seemed to be obsessively concentrated on the right flank. Even LeBron couldn't help but voice his criticism. Oh, this ball should have been switched. TSK. Sergi needs to enhance his vision. Lin Mo is wide open on the other side. This cross. The power is too strong. The fans were increasingly frustrated. The chaotic situation on the field seemed to reflect their feelings. But Simeone merely sneered and made a substitution at the 58th minute. He directly substituted Gamero for Godin. As a result, Atletico Madrid transformed into a nominal 451, but practically a 631. Simeone's coaching philosophy in La Liga is quite simple: win against all the weaker teams, withstand the threats from mid-to-upper tier teams, and compete fiercely against Real and Barca. That year, Atletico Madrid did just that, drawing twice with Barca and winning once against Real. Especially in the final round, the two teams were separated by 3 points, with Barca leading on goal difference. After falling behind by 1 goal in the 33rd minute away from home, they equalized right after the second half began thanks to Godin. From then on, it became Simeone's time to showcase his bus driver tactics. It was this very match that finally brought Atletico Madrid the La Liga title they had been longing for after 20 years. It also solidified Simeone's core philosophy of winning through defense. Just like now, Espanyol had attempted 16 shots. However, there was only one header that went over the bar from within the penalty. 8 other shots were blocked directly by the defenders. Just as the fans were despairingly preparing to switch channels, Ruby seemed to feel the time was right and brought on the long warmed-up Giraldo. In the stands, fans clapped enthusiastically. This long-lost child of Atletico, after 6 years, finally returned to the home ground to meet the fans. In the summer window of 2012, he provided Atletico with 9 million in transfer funds to go to Germany. Regrettably, he also missed out on being recorded in the club's history as a La Liga champion. Giraldo replaced the underperforming Carlos Sanchez, partnering with Sergi in midfield. With just one substitution, everyone seemed to hear the signal for an attack. In the 63rd minute of the match, after Atletico's counterattack was intercepted in the middle of the season, Coke did not choose to press forward, but instead turned and passed back to reorganize. At that moment, Giraldo suddenly appeared on the path of Coke's back pass. Simeone raised an eyebrow and shook his head slightly. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was unaware of how many times he had started this match. But as soon as there was an opportunity, he would sprint down the flank, waiting for that moment. After Giraldo intercepted the ball, he didn't get up, but directly swept it to Sergi. The latter looked toward Perez on the right, but sent a diagonal long pass with his right foot. Here it comes. Beautiful switch, Lin Mo. Not only LeBron, but almost all Chinese fans felt a jolt in their hearts. After waiting for half a match, the opportunity finally came to Lin Mo. In his frantic sprint, Lin Mo didn't look at the ball, because he had already seen the passing route when Sergi made the pass. At this moment, facing the defense from Vrsaljko, Lin Mo feigned a step inward. It was this feint that caused Vrsaljko, who originally intended to reach out and grab Lin Mo, to hesitate, shifting his weight inward. The next second, Lin Mo suddenly exerted power with his right foot, the veins on his thigh swelling rapidly as blood surged in. Swoosh. The deep insertion into the turf allowed Lin Mo to make an instantaneous change of direction. Looking down, Lin Mo saw Vrsaljko's panicked expression, his right hand hastily brushing past his own clothing. Vrsaljko broke through. But to all the fans, what happened in that instant seemed merely Lin Mo accelerating. As he landed, his foot had already stepped out of bounds, and nearby Savic, rushing up to defend, desperately raised his hand to signal for the ball to be out. Even Simeone began to roar and raise his hand in protest. But in that split second, Lin Mo managed to control the ball at the sideline with extreme difficulty. Facing the approaching Savic, Lin Mo finally had the chance to turn for a unyielding. He couldn't stop, or it was as if he could already hear the heavy breathing behind him. With one step forward, his body began to sway slightly. On the second step, Lin Mo didn't look at Savic's footsteps, but observed his teammates. On the third step, an explosive sprint. In a strong confrontation, there were no unnecessary movements. All that was needed was speed. The winged attack was fully unleashed. However, Savic was equally undeterred, moving, turning, and positioning himself seamlessly. He was determined to let Lin Mo crash into his back. Just as the two were about to make contact, Savic caught a glimpse of Lin Mo's left foot stepping out of bounds. Damn, this kid seems a bit strong. But in the next moment, the once noisy stadium fell silent. Ugh. Savic felt his left shoulder lose all sensation. His body at that moment lost the affection of Mother Earth, and the world before him began to tilt. Bang! Until his body made close contact with the turf, and his brain momentarily lost its ability to think. Savic saw the back of number 30, who had already surged forward with the ball. Art is explosion activated. Oh, Not only LeBron, but many fans immediately gasped. Atletico's flank had been penetrated by Lin Mo. Only the Spanish commentator excitedly shouted, "Incredible. Simply unbelievable. Lin Mo is like the quality inspector of La Liga's flanks." Lin Mo, sprinting out, did not continue to the end line. When else to cut in if not now? He took a few steps into the penalty area, and the central defender's cover immediately arrived. Godin was watching Lin Mo, while Lin Mo was looking for the teammate making a run. Just as Godin turned his head, Lin Mo disappeared from sight. Dribbling skill, visual deception. At that moment, all the fans felt their hearts were seized, and even the air around them seemed to be instantly drained. Lin Mo took 2 steps toward the end line, ready to sweep the ball towards the goal. But he precisely made that one touch. The next second, Godin seemed to perfectly synchronize with his movement, gliding past Lin Mo. At this moment, 2 pairs of burning eyes were locked in a gaze within the penalty area. Moments later, the ball rolled past the heel of the retreating defender, arriving at the 6-yard box. A rushing figure leaned back slightly, the arch of his right foot accurately striking the ball. Swish! The ball rolled a few rounds on the net before landing and bouncing a few times. Lin Mo. Perfectly executed. This ball, it's in. 11. Lin Mo assisted Borja in equalizing the score. LeBron's chest heaved with emotion as he recalled Lin Mo's scene of turning to receive the ball and sprinting. He also thought of Lin Mo's numerous back passes and the Espanyol team's attack that resembled that of the national team, involuntarily exclaiming, "Lin Mo receives the ball," and turns. Espanyol switches from defense to attack. Unlike Simeone, who kicked the water bottle off the sidelines in frustration, Rubi held his head in disbelief that they had really equalized the score. To be honest, Atletico Madrid's undefeated home record this season has put immense pressure on every visiting team. The players on the bench surged forward, shouting from the sidelines. The tense excitement of pushing through the flanks made it impossible for them to sit still. Lin Mo became the hero of the Espanyol team at that moment. Quickly, fans at home noticed. There were surprisingly few comments on Lin Mo's assist and goal, while the Lin Hayes and the coalition vanished almost simultaneously. The fans known as the Forest Rangers began to joke, "It's getting late. The Lin Hayes should have all gotten up to go to the construction site by now. Look at how dark it is ahead." A defensive winger. The Forest Rangers are patrolling. Where are Xiongda and Xiong'er? How wide did they all run away? After a surge of excitement, Borja, who scored the goal, came to Lin Mo's side. "Be careful, the opponents have some unfriendly looks in their eyes." Lin Mo lowered his head to adjust his clothes. "Those a few, just now." "Yes, mainly that Versalchko and Savic." Lin Mo nodded. "I remember. This situation was quite normal, though anyone who had their score equalized like that would feel." Players are naturally a passionate bunch. How could they be completely devoid of any emotions? Just look at Zidane's header that sent the World Cup flying. Look at Suarez biting someone and getting suspended for several matches. Look at Ronaldo throwing Mings to the ground during a match. Look at Messi choking the opponent with one hand. They are players, but they are also human and have tempers and emotions. Moreover, they are facing Atletico Madrid. Lin Mo began to handle the ball more cautiously. Only 2 minutes later, with Atletico's momentum not picking up, Espanyol naturally pressed forward. They wanted to hand Atletico their first home defeat of the season. The ball naturally came to Lin Mo's feet again, but this time, he positioned himself quite deep. He received the ball right at the corner of the penalty area with only Savic in front of him. Lin Mo is getting smarter. Look at that, look at that. Old Jean, without waiting for Old Jean to react, began to comment. If it were someone else, they might still push forward with the ball, but Lin Mo moved into this position without the ball, making it difficult for your double team to form. Everyone listening to Old Jean's commentary was confused. Oh, what was the connection between the two? Lin Mo's intelligence lies here. If they choose to double team, now one would surely mark the baseline, while the other marks the outside. Look at Lin Mo's positioning. Where is he? The fans watching Lin Mo confronting Savic realized he was exactly aligned with the defensive line. Exactly, the double-teaming player will disrupt all offside traps. In other scenarios, if they switch players or teams, they would have made a mistake by now. If you pass the ball at this moment, the opposing defense line would create an offside trap and might give the opponent a gift. Everyone suddenly understood, but they still couldn't believe this was something Lin Mo had orchestrated. Yet in the next moment Lin Mo suddenly went deep. With this movement, although there was no pass, the fans prompted by Old Zhang noticed that the entire Atletico defense line followed Lin Mo's movement down. As a result, Lin Mo passed the ball back right under the noses of the fans. The unmarked Didac came up and curled the ball towards the far post. Unfortunately, the player making the run couldn't get a header, but the attacking pattern was exquisitely displayed. Even Ruby looked at Lin Mo with a somewhat different gaze. If Lin Mo's outstanding performance in previous matches could be attributed to maturity and technique. But today's display was something he couldn't quite comprehend. I never taught him that. Ruby scratched his head while Simeone made another adjustment. Saul replaced for Salchko and Gabby replaced Bitolo. A brand new ironclad formation emerged. The defensive intensity was cranked up to the max. However, the camera focused not on the two who came on, but on Griezmann on the bench. It seemed that the rift between them had become a reality. When the camera zoomed in on Griezmann, he could only let his body sink slowly, half of his face disappearing from view. However, this substitution by Atletico stirred some discontent among the fans, clearly prioritizing defense over offense. Not using their strongest attacker Griezmann, could it be that they didn't want to win? Perhaps they were right. In the following matches, until the 85th minute, Atletico had no threatening attacks. Torres was really old. Lin Mo saw several times that he couldn't hold the ball with his back to the goal on the edge of the penalty area, which ended Atletico's attacks. If he remembered correctly, Torres would leave Atletico at the end of this season and soon retire. With 27 appearances, he scored only 5 goals. A striker averaging 1 shot per match cannot help the team. This was likely also the reason for the fans' dissatisfaction. In contrast, Espanyol's attack relied entirely on Lin Mo's explosive plays down the flanks. Several returns, after penetrating down the line, posed even greater threats. The closest chance to a goal came in the 86th minute. Lin Mo once again surged towards the baseline. Savic did not step up to intercept, but allowed Lin Mo to cross with his left foot. This was the pre-match assistant coach's arrangement. Yet because of this arrangement, Lin Mo became a bulldozer against Atletico's defense. When Lin Mo went deep, Atletico's defense followed suit. When Lin Mo withdrew, Atletico's defense did the same. It was during this back and forth that the opportunity arose. Lin Mo once again made a deep pass back. Didac, who created space, feigned a cross, but actually made a horizontal pass. Hirado, charging in from the middle, unleashed a powerful shot, hitting the crossbar and flying out of bounds. Simeone on the sidelines remained unfazed. In his view, the team's performance today was poor. It would draw, might not. This is one of the many things that annoys Atletico fans the most. Being able to earn points, yet relying on defense, even when behind. This is where the biggest difference lies compared to Mourinho. 3 minutes later, an event that would change the course of the match occurred. After repeatedly rubbing against Atletico's defense, Lin Mo suddenly exerted force at his waist. Taking advantage of the opponent's defensive habits, he plunged right in. The smoothness of it caused the female fans on site to scream, as if they had seen a giant creature from the deep sea. Lin Mo continued to insert himself along the baseline towards the penalty area. His feet seemed to have been smeared with Vaseline, just perfectly treading the baseline, while maintaining exquisite control of the ball. This is the triple compounding effect brought about by the dancer on the edge-winged flyer in basic ball sense. Triple the pleasure, even more enchanting. At this moment, the female fans on site were barely able to restrain themselves, watching Lin Mo go deeper and deeper, their mouths slightly agape and cheeks flushed. An overwhelming sense of tension surged from their feet to the top of their heads, almost impossible to suppress. Danger. No. This defensive line is akin to a person. Initially difficult to breach, the two not only need verbal assaults, but also a considerable amount of physical contact. However, once the first breakthrough is achieved, the second one becomes much smoother. Just like now, Lin Mo easily penetrated the restricted area, facing only 2 choices: to shoot or to make a backward triangle pass. With a single glance, Lin Mo observed that a teammate was making a run to support him. All nearby passing lanes were blocked. Yet in such a situation, he seemed to catch a glimpse of blue and white among the crowd. Without hesitation, Lin Mo suddenly leaned back, causing Godin, who was rushing in to cover, to halt in his tracks, his face displaying a look of fear. The football sailed over his head towards the far post. In that instant, the hearts of the fans in the Wanda Metropolitano Stadium seemed to be tightly gripped, pausing their beating. The football flew over Godin, making brief eye contact with the goalkeeper Oblak. The Atletico players guarding the near post all raised their heads to look at the ball. At the far post, a nimble figure weaved through the crowd and appeared at the ball's landing spot. Swish. This sound was music to Lin Mo's ears. This ball is in. Lin Mo's assist helped Huladu score the winning goal. Espanyol leads Atletico Madrid 21 away. Let me check. This is already Lin Mo's 12th assist of the season, temporarily placing him at the top of the La Liga assist chart. Oh, Messi assisted Suarez in the match against Athletic Bilbao, placing Messi second with 10 assists. Jean, do you think Lin Mo has a chance of becoming the assist king of La Liga this year? Old Jean pondered for a moment. Hey, you can't say that. The people at Barcelona love to set up plays for Messi, and Messi scores a lot. He's netted 30 goals in 30 matches across La Liga and the Champions League this season. But look at his assists. Aside from the last one, it's been a while since he had any. This has a lot to do with the team's tactical shifts. The fans were ecstatic. A 17-year-old La Liga assist king. The future is limitless. At 17, he reigns as the assist king in La Liga, while at my 17, I can only ignore the risks and keep installing. I no longer want to argue with those coalition fans. What kind of king are you? Comparing people is futile. Well, I heard that the U17 team lost 0-2 to Oman in a friendly match. Thankfully, it was a closed-door game, otherwise they'd have to refund tickets. Brothers, I hung my 17-year-old son up to beat him for half a day, and he still won't admit he can play football. What should I do? At this moment, however, Huladu did not celebrate after scoring. Facing his rushing teammates, he merely raised both hands, seemingly apologizing to the home fans. After a while, sporadic applause began to sound. The DJ on site hesitated before announcing, the scorer is Jose Huladu. The applause gradually increased, but was not particularly enthusiastic. Some reunions always carry a hint of sadness. The teammates merely patted Hulada's head without excessive celebration. Didac approached Lin Mo. You brat, how did you see that? Lin Mo adjusted his shin guards without even looking at Didac. Stop going with Borja to save those poor girls who can't even cover themselves in winter. Maybe your vision will be as good as mine. Why? Didac was confused. Why what? When I entered the penalty area, I observed my teammates. What? I just grunt with my eyes closed, Lin Mo replied earnestly. Didac recalled the scenes from the past few late nights, his face turning red, unable to speak. After scoring this goal, the sign for 4 minutes of stoppage time was raised. Simeone's Atletico was on the brink of a cliff. The camera mischievously focused on Griezmann sitting on the bench, with most fans shaking their heads in dissatisfaction. However, many fans expressed discontent, feeling that the home team was playing too conservatively. Despite the team starting to organize frantic counterattacks, they faced an Espanyol side that was practically all on defense. The feeble attacks and aging Torres could no longer bring a miracle to the Wanda Metropolitano Stadium. With the referee's whistle, Espanyol defeated Atletico 21 away. This victory sent their league ranking to 7th place, a merely 2 points shy of 6th. After the match, Lin Mo was once again named the best player with 2 assists. During the interview with reporters, Lin Mo finally felt a somewhat different sensation. Previously, the questions were all about transfers. Almost anything with heat was asked. Since signing the new contract, these nonsensical questions have significantly decreased. Lin, congratulations on the victory. We noticed that the team's offense in both halves was quite different. Did Coach Ruby make any special arrangements during halftime? Lin Mo scratched his face. Yes, the head coach provided us with a lot of help, which can be seen from the changes on the field. But more importantly, we united as one. No matter how many times he experienced this, Lin Mo still disliked such formulaic responses. In this match, you recorded 2 assists, making you the top assist provider in La Liga. 2 assists, more than Messi. How do you feel? Lin Mo. Why does everything have to be related to Messi? Such statements must not be made recklessly. A slight misstep and his guardians would start arguing with Messi fans again. These assists are not solely mine. To be precise, without the help of my teammates, I couldn't achieve this. Didac, Borja, and Piety taught me a lot, and of course the head coach also helped me a great deal. As for Messi, as far as I know, he has scored over 30 goals this season, which is a terrifying statistic. At this point, Lin Mo's expression grew serious. I believe that fans who like me must also like Messi and Ronaldo. We are still in the era of their unparalleled rivalry. I am merely a player striving to approach both of them in this era. Now, not only the reporters were surprised, but even the staff beside him looked at this young man in shock. A humble and reserved image of a Chinese fan began to deeply resonate in their hearts. After the interview, Lin Mo intended to decline Borja's invitation to the party, but received a call from his father. On the other end, a rustling sound was heard for a long time before Lin's father's somewhat awkward voice finally came through. Oh, well, you guys won today. Celebrate with your teammates. There's no need to come back so early. My. Lin Mo was puzzled. The club's flight back took less than 2 hours. Borja had indeed arranged a party, but how did his dad know? Before he could ask more, the call was abruptly disconnected with a noisy rustling sound. Lin Mo seemed to realize something. Tonight, he might be homeless. So what's the plan for tonight? Upon hearing Lin Mo's question, Borja immediately broke into a grin. Don't ask. Ooh, I've arranged everything perfectly for you. Don't always train alone. Sometimes it's important to cultivate feelings with your buddies. Didac, standing beside him, wrapped an arm around Lin Mo's neck. He's right. If you always stay alone, you'll be isolated. Hearing their insinuations, Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully.